My descendant begged me to help him just after I became a god. Zhang Chongsheng was reincarnated as the crown prince of the Jing kingdom. However, he was switched at birth and was sent to grow up in a temple. He was raised as a Taoist. The change in his fate was devastating. Fortunately, he was able to awaken the survival system and gained the power to not die from aging. Every time he survived a dangerous event, he could receive rewards. His senior brother almost killed him by accident. He was lucky enough to survive that and was rewarded with the divine shadow kick. He almost got crushed when the ceiling fell on top of him during an earthquake. He was able to obtain the 9-seeking divine dragon step. After surviving the demon invasion, he was rewarded with the magic treasure, demon subduing mace. This was a world where kingdoms stood tall, demons rampaged in the wild, martial arts ruled the street, and where gods did not exist. 300 years had passed. The Jing kingdom was starting to fall. The dukes came together and made the emperor their puppet. The kingdom was divided. After decades of internal conflicts, the kingdom was on the verge of being invaded. The citizens were pretty much living in hell. The puppet king, Zhang Xianzhen, arrived at the temple and begged, "Ancestor, I apologize for being weak. Please help us regain our glory." Chapter 1, Dragon falls into the dust world, the murderer is you. In the first year, your father, Zhang Yuan, founded a country called Jing. You, who was born in the same year, was appointed as the crown prince. However, you were abducted by traitors. Fortunately, an expert saved you, and you escaped from the calamity. You have obtained a survival reward. Immortal Cultivation Technique, Dao Technique. In the second year, you were brought to Longqi Temple by the expert, Daoist priest King Xiu. You bumped into eldest senior brother training in martial arts and were almost beaten to death. Fortunately, second senior brother saved you, and you escaped from the calamity. You have obtained a survival reward. Martial arts, Divine Shadow Leg. In the fourth year, an earthquake struck the capital. The Longqi Temple collapsed, and you were nearly smashed to death by a beam. Fortunately, eldest senior brother saved you. You escaped from a calamity. You have obtained a survival reward. Martial art, 9 seeking heavenly dragon steps. In the fifth year, a cold fell from the sky and the flu wreaked havoc in the capital. Unfortunately, you contracted a disease. But third senior sister gathered enough medicinal herbs for your treatment. You escaped a calamity and obtained a survival reward. Miscellaneous skill, Spring and Autumn Manual. 6 years after the founding of the country, the founding general, Cao Hebao, rebelled and was suppressed. He hid in Longqi Temple and was bumped into by you. Cao Hebao attacked you, but fortunately, the master saved you and you escaped the calamity. You have obtained a survival reward. The magical weapon, Kylan Horsetail Whisk. Early in the morning, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the green hills and banished the darkness. It shone on the top floor of a pavilion. An ancient bronze bell hung in the air, and a young Daoist priest was in a daze. He was called Zhang Chongsheng, and he was 12 years old. Every morning before he rang the bell, he would recall his experiences in the first half of his life to boost his spirits. A night of martial arts training made him sleepy. Fortunately, his duty was very simple. He would ring the bell on time every day and remind everyone that they should get up and recite scriptures. Since he took on this job at the age of 6, he had not encountered any more hardships. His days had become idle. However, relying on the cultivation methods, martial arts and medical skills he had obtained, his life was not boring. Zhang Changshen's survival system came from his previous life. In his previous life, he was a game developer, and he had developed a game. The gimmick was that if you can live forever, how long can you live in the cultivation world? Players had an unlimited lifespan, but they could be killed. They would encounter all sorts of difficulties and temptations on their path of cultivation. Zhang Chongsheng had tried it himself. At most, he would live for more than 10,000 years, which was very challenging. This game was not a simple game of multiple choice. It had actual gameplay and exploration elements. Even if you were to hide in one place, you would encounter natural disasters. In short, blessings and misfortunes in the game were unpredictable. The game became popular within a short period of time after it was released. However, as he was too excited when he looked at the backend data, Zhang Chongsheng, who had stayed up late for a long time, suddenly died in front of the computer and reincarnated in this life. In this life, he could not guarantee that he would live forever. He would only know after dozens of years. Before that, he had to rely on his survival rewards to become strong enough to face the calamity of his life. The Dao technique was stuck at the second level, but he had completely mastered the divine shadow legs and the 9 seeking heavenly dragon steps. The spring and autumn manual was broad and profound, and he had only memorized the contents by heart. As for the magical weapon, he had yet to cultivate spiritual force, so he could not use it. This treasure was kept in the depths of his mind. When he cultivated to the 4th level of the Dao technique, he would be able to master it after cultivating spiritual force. Right now, he only had true energy in his body, and true energy could make martial arts more powerful. As the sunlight shone on him, Zhang Chongsheng yawned. He grabbed the wooden stake hanging by his side and began to ring the bell. Dong! The sound of the bell echoed in the mountains for a long time, as if it was driving the flow of time. Coupled with the green mountains and rivers between heaven and earth, it revealed the peaceful and pleasant atmosphere of time. He knocked once and stopped for 5 breaths. After knocking 10 times, Zhang Chongsheng finally let go. Today's life of slacking off has begun again. Zhang Chongsheng hummed a tune and started to go downstairs. He was wearing a grayish-blue Daoist robe, and his clothes fluttered with the wind under the sunlight. He had a unique immortal charm. Just as he went downstairs, a 15 to 16-year-old Daoist priest ran over and stopped in front of him. He was panting heavily and sweating profusely. He said in a hurry, "Junior brother Chongsheng, something bad has happened. Last night, a guest died in the temple. Teacher wants you to go to the Clear Heart Palace Hall." "A guest died?" Zhang Chongsheng frowned. He knew that officials from the imperial court had come as guests recently, but he did not expect someone to die. Looking at this senior brother's posture, the identity of the deceased was not low. He was used to secretly practicing martial arts every night, and Longqi Temple was not small. He did not notice anything unusual last night. He did not think much about it and followed his senior brother to the Clear Heart Palace Hall. "Junior brother Chongsheng, you don't know, but that top scholar is too awesome. Just based on the corpse, we can tell the time of death, the cause of death, and the activities of the deceased before their death." The deceased was an official of the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs. It was said that his power was not low. Someone actually dared to assassinate an official in the capital. Tisk tisk, this is ridiculous. Zhang Chongsheng almost rolled his eyes when he heard his senior brother's words. This was ridiculous. He was the first crown prince of the Jing dynasty, and his mother was even switched. Most importantly, it was not even discovered. That fake was still sitting on the throne, and his name was spread throughout the world. Was it as outrageous as what he had encountered? Zhang Chongsheng sighed internally. This was a world similar to ancient China. When Zhang Chongsheng was in his mother's womb, he could hear the voices outside. This world spoke Chinese, and when he learned that he was born in the royal family, he was very excited. Furthermore, it was during the early stages of the founding of the country. When his father told his mother that he was the crown prince, he felt that he was about to reach the peak of his life. His mother and father were husband and wife. She accompanied his father to rise from the grassland, experienced hardships, fought all over the world, and founded a new dynasty. With such a background, as long as he ascended the throne, he should be able to have a happy life. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Evil people were detestable. The past was the past, so Zhang Chongsheng did not think too much about it. The fact that he named himself Chongsheng was enough to show his current aspirations. After half an incense stick of time, Zhang Chongsheng followed his senior brother to the front of the Clear Heart Palace Hall. The Clear Heart Palace Hall was not considered large, and the courtyard was crowded with disciples. Hundreds of people surrounded the place, and there were also servants waiting at the entrance. There were about 20 to 30 people there. When they saw Zhang Chongsheng, the disciples looked over one after another. Even though he kept a low profile in Longqi Temple, his handsome appearance did not lower his presence. "Junior brother, go in. Teacher is looking for you," a female disciple said. Longqi Temple was not a traditional Daoist school. It was more like a martial arts sect, with both men and women. Zhang Chongsheng nodded and walked into the hall. At a glance, he saw a corpse covered by a white cloth on the ground. On his right stood the Daoist priest, Qingsu, and his 3 eldest disciples. On his left were the 6 guests who were guests of Longqi Temple. Standing at the front was a scholarly-looking man, Chen Li, the top scholar Zhang Chongsheng had heard of on his way here. The moment he entered the hall, Chen Li was sizing him up. Zhang Chongsheng came to Daoist priest Qingsu and bowed. Teacher. Priest Qingsu was the one who saved him when he was young, and he had always respected him. Even though priest Qingsu looked serious, there were not many rules in the temple. Everyone was his disciple, and there was no difference in seniority between the disciples. They got along very harmoniously. Priest Qingsu held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He had white hair and a sage-like aura. He nodded slightly and said, Chongsheng, tell benefactor Chen where you went last night. Zhang Chongsheng turned to Chen Li and said, I went to train last night. My junior brothers and masters know that I have this habit. How could he hide it for 6 years? He had been practicing martial arts since he was 6 years old. At the end of that year, he was bumped into by Daoist Qingsu. He only said that he had comprehended it. In any case, his moves were incoherent when he first started practicing. Daoist Qingsu did not think much of it and even gave him a few pointers. A few years later, eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and third senior sister also discovered this matter one after another. However, they did not reveal it to their other disciples and allowed him to practice martial arts late at night. In the eyes of ordinary disciples, Zhang Chongsheng was just a low-key fellow disciple. In the eyes of the 3 disciples, he was a martial arts prodigy who could create his own martial arts at a young age. Eldest senior brother Li Chong had created a fist technique when he was young. Now, he was teaching it to his younger disciples. Chen Li asked, May I ask where you train, little Daoist? Zhang Chongsheng answered, in front of the bell tower. I would normally go upstairs and knock on the bell after I finished my training. Then, I would knock it during the day and listen to the Dao techniques. He was very natural and not nervous at all. In any case, he did not kill the victim. Moreover, he did not know the victim at all. A middle-aged man by Chen Li's side said, Little brother, your skin is delicate and your hands are smooth and calloused. You don't look like a martial arts practitioner. I wonder what kind of martial arts you are practicing. His aggressive tone was somewhat ear-piercing to Zhang Changshen's ears. Chen Li smiled and said, Little Daoist, don't mind us. We have been investigating for 2 hours, and the people around me have already proved their innocence. They are all mortals and do not know martial arts, so they can only search from your temple. Of course, we are not suspecting your temple. There might be thieves disguised as your temple's disciples. Disguise? Zhang Chongsheng had never left the capital since he was young, let alone the Daoist temple. Therefore, he did not know how skilled the disguise techniques of the outside world were. He answered, I train in internal arts. Disciples who had reached the age of 6 could name themselves and learn the internal cultivation methods of Longqi Temple. Zhang Chongsheng pretended to learn them, but in fact, he cultivated the natural cultivation methods of immortal cultivation. If you could cultivate immortality, why would you cultivate martial arts? The reason why he mentioned internal arts was because his martial arts were all leg techniques. If the victim died from such martial arts, wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence? Chen Li asked with a burning gaze, rumor has it that the Zhen Qi scripture of Longqi Guan is unparalleled in the martial arts world. When His Majesty the Emperor's dragon might was still weak, Daoist Qingsu used his Zhen Qi to save His Majesty in times of crisis. Once his Zhen Qi is activated, his eyes will become exceptionally bright like pearls in the night. Little Daoist, you have trained for several years, so you should have already started. I wonder if you can show me. Second senior brother Meng Kaihui smiled and said, this junior brother of mine is extremely talented. Naturally, he has begun to train his internal arts. Perhaps he might even be proficient in it. Chongsheng, show them. Zhang Chongsheng was embarrassed. He did not train in the Zhen Qi scripture at all. After all, Daoist priest Qingsu did not know how to check the condition of his disciples. The Zhen Qi scripture had special effects? Why didn't he know? Zhang Chongsheng began to brainstorm. When they heard Meng Kaihui's words, the disciples outside the hall discussed among themselves. To be praised by second senior brother, could it be that Zhang Chongsheng was really a martial arts prodigy? Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Chongsheng could only confess. I'm sorry, I'm not practicing the Zhen Qi scripture. I like to create my own martial arts. Right now, my internal arts are still being explored. As for martial arts, Chen Li interrupted, coincidentally, you cultivate footwork, right? Zhang Chongsheng was stunned and looked at Chen Li in surprise. Chen Li bent down and lifted the white cloth. He saw that the victim was a young and strong man with a jade ring on his finger. This meant that it was not a robbery, but an intentional murder. Chen Li pulled open his chest and his sternum collapsed. His injuries were narrow, as if someone had stepped on him. Was it that coincidental? Zhang Chongsheng finally realized that he had suffered. After 6 years of peace, bad luck had come. The deceased involved officials. Once he was arrested and Daoist priest Qing Su could not protect him, it would be troublesome. When Daoist Qing Su saved him, those thieves had also seen Daoist Qing Su's appearance, which meant that they knew where he was staying. Zhang Chongsheng had also heard of their identities during the period when he was abducted by the traitors. There were both civil and military officials, and even the founding fathers were involved. This was a heaven-shocking conspiracy. They must be waiting for Zhang Chongsheng to leave the Daoist temple. This was because as Daoist King Su had saved the Emperor Zhang Yuan in the past, he was rewarded by the Emperor for his kindness. Therefore, Longqi Temple was the only martial arts sect in the capital. The government offices were not allowed to investigate them, and the army was not allowed to enter their compound. Little Daoist, why aren't you saying anything? Could it be that the murderer is you? Chen Li stared at Zhang Chongsheng with a burning gaze. Chapter 2, Unlimited Lifespan, Unpredictable Blessings. Facing the unfriendly gazes of Chen Li and the others, as well as the surprised gazes of his fellow disciples, Zhang Chongsheng did not panic. Instead, he asked, "That's right, I trained in footwork. However, how did Benefactor Chen know that there are hundreds of disciples in my temple? How are you so sure that I'm the one who did it? Could it be that you've checked all the disciples?" In less than an hour, he had checked the martial arts of hundreds of disciples. This was too unbelievable, unless the other party had made up their mind that the murderer came from Longqi Temple. Chen Li shook his head and said, "Of course not. It rained last night and it only stopped 2 hours ago. Even though it was not heavy, it was muddy all the way up the mountain. If the disciples did not go out last night, the soil on their boots should not have dried up when they came here today. Everyone is the same. Only you have dried soil on your pants, which means that your legs did a lot of exercise last night." Zhang Chongsheng looked down. Indeed, there were many mud stains of different sizes on his pants. The disciples outside the hall were in an uproar as they whispered. He still did not panic. He looked at Chen Li and asked, "Your guess is reasonable, but what about my motive for killing him? I have lived in Longqi Temple since I was young and have never gone out. I have not interacted with you all for the past few days. Why should I kill him?" Daoist Master Qing Su was expressionless, but the 3 eldest disciples were deep in thought. Even the 5 guests behind Chen Li discussed in low voices. "That's right. Why did he want to kill him?" A wealthy young lady said, "That's right. He died in his room. If this little Daoist killed him, he would have to enter his room late at night to kill. To go this far, how much hatred would there be?" The atmosphere in the Jing dynasty was open-minded, so women could also go out. This young lady from a wealthy family did not travel with Chen Li. It was just that during this period of time, she came to Longqi Temple to cultivate and calm her mind. Her servants were all waiting outside the hall. Zhang Chongsheng began to size up Chen Li and the others. He felt that there was a high chance that the murderer was among them. This guy had true qi in his body. Zhang Chongsheng keenly captured a skinny man with an extremely low sense of presence. Daoism and natural techniques were cultivation techniques. Even though he had yet to cultivate any spiritual energy, his senses were exceptionally sensitive, far exceeding ordinary people. The skinny man was dressed like a merchant, and his physique was thin and weak. It was hard to imagine that he was a martial artist. Moreover, his true energy was very weak and hard to detect, but it could not escape Zhang Changshen's senses. These fine traces of true energy were released from some acupuncture points. In other words, this fellow had sealed his true energy in his acupuncture points to create the illusion that he did not know martial arts. Chen Li frowned and said, "There's indeed no motive, but we don't know the motive. We can't just rely on rhetoric to come to a conclusion. We need the Yamen to investigate. I wonder if little Daoist is willing." Zhang Chongsheng suddenly interrupted and asked, "Benefactor Chen said that the people behind you don't know martial arts, right?" Chen Li nodded and said, "That's right. Your 3 senior brothers and sisters have all checked. That meant that their martial arts were not good enough. Why wasn't it his teacher?" He did not dare to ask further as he was afraid that he would tarnish Daoist Master Qing Su's reputation. Zhang Chongsheng asked, "Can I examine it?" Chen Li became vigilant and said, "It's not appropriate. After all, we are currently suspicious." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Changshen's figure suddenly swayed and turned into afterimages. He flew past Chen Li and arrived in front of the skinny man. He raised his hand to grab him, but the skinny man reacted extremely quickly and quickly jumped away, dodging his hand. Chen Li turned around and could not help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene. The other 4 guests were the same. One of them knew martial arts. The servants outside the hall rushed in and surrounded him. The skinny man was no longer as nervous as before. Instead, he revealed a fierce smile. He stared at Zhang Chongsheng and said with a smile, "Little deist, I didn't expect your cultivation to be so high that you could even see through my cultivation technique. It seems like you're a genius." Zhang Chongsheng calmly said, "Your movement technique is not simple either." The wealthy young lady retreated and asked in horror, "Shui Hai, how do you know martial arts?" Shui Hai smiled sinisterly. "You know me well." The young lady from a wealthy family was silent. Shui Hai looked at Chen Li and said, "Scholar, isn't it ironic? If it weren't for the other party's powerful martial arts, would you have forcefully arrested him and convicted him at the administrative office? The Chen family has always been like this. You were all like this when the Chu dynasty was still around. The Chu dynasty was a dynasty before the Jing dynasty. At the end of the Chu dynasty, eunuchs were in chaos and the people were struggling. Some righteous people rebelled, causing the collapse of the Chu dynasty and the world to usher in an era of vassals seizing territory. Zhang Yuan was not from a landowning family and was only a martial arts practitioner, but he successfully founded the Jing dynasty. With a martial artist as the emperor, the Jing dynasty ushered in the culture of martial arts, which far exceeded the previous dynasties. Chen Li frowned and asked, "Shui Hai, why did you kill him?" Shui Hai did not answer. He suddenly dashed toward Chen Li at an extremely fast speed. Zhang Chongsheng did not move because he was also unhappy with Chen Li. After all, this fellow wanted to bring him to the government office. Humph! Daoist Master Qing Su snorted and stepped in front of Chen Li. He raised his palm and struck Shui Hai's right palm. Shui Hai's hand was broken and he vomited blood as he flew backward. He broke through the door and windows, startling the disciples outside. This fellow actually knew palm techniques. Then why did he use leg techniques to attack? Zhang Chongsheng suddenly felt that Shui Hai was deliberately setting him up. Did Shui Hai bump into him when he was training? After Shui Hai landed on the ground, he quickly jumped up and leaped dozens of feet high before disappearing from the courtyard. "Chase for me!" Second senior brother Meng Kaihui rushed out and shouted. Immediately, dozens of disciples followed him out of the courtyard. Chen Li was still in shock and nearly collapsed to the ground. Priest Kingxu retracted his hand and held his shoulder. "Benefactor Chen, even though the world has been calm, there are still undercurrents. As the first scholar of the Jing dynasty, you shouldn't walk around casually. Otherwise, the calamity today will repeat again in the future." Chen Li hastily thanked him and then apologized to Zhang Chongsheng. Seeing his sincere attitude, Zhang Chongsheng did not make things difficult for him. That was the end of the matter. Zhang Chongsheng then became the focus of attention. Those disciples who did not chase after the culprit surrounded him and asked him what martial art he had used just now. It was so fast. Even eldest senior brother Li Chongqing and second senior brother Meng Kaihui were interested. Priest Kingxu said, "Chongsheng, you don't have to listen to Daoism often in the future. You can practice martial arts on your own. Other than striking the bell in the morning, you can decide your daily routine." As soon as he said that, the disciples looked at him enviously, including Li Chongqing and Meng Kaihui. The 2 eldest disciples still had to teach their junior brothers and sisters. Zhang Chongsheng was stunned for a moment before he thanked Daoist Kingxu. Priest Qingsu turned around and left. The disciples outside the hall immediately surrounded him. After dealing with his fellow disciples for a while, Zhang Chongsheng found an opportunity to leave. Even that rich young lady was interested in him. He could not stand it. The murder case was temporarily closed. As for whether the murderer had been caught or not, it was none of Zhang Changshen's business. The other disciples continued their training as usual. He returned to his home alone. In Longqi Temple, there were 4 rooms in one courtyard, and 2 disciples lived in one room. Sitting on the bed, Zhang Chongsheng began to organize his thoughts. He was not sure if Daoist priest Qingsu knew his real identity. After he brought him into Longqi Temple, Daoist priest Qingsu did not take special care of him, so he could not ask him directly. Today's incident involved the previous dynasty. After revealing his martial arts, Daoist priest Qing Su actually gave him the greatest freedom, which made his imagination run wild. In the 12th year of the Kaiwan dynasty, you encountered the remnants of the previous dynasty who committed a crime and were pulled into a calamity. You relied on your abilities to escape danger and obtained a survival reward. Martial Arts, Diamond Howl. A text that only he could see appeared in front of him, making him smile. Another calamity. If it were not for the fact that he had trained in martial arts for 6 years, he would not have been able to force Shui Hai to show his skills today. He would probably have been arrested and killed by those nobles. In the future, I still have to work hard and not slack off. What happened today proves that as long as there is a legitimate reason, the court can still find a way to bring me out. Zhang Chongsheng thought silently. He also thought of something else. Could priest Qing Su really not see through Shui Hai's martial arts? In any case, he could not choose to trust others. He could only trust himself. After Zhang Chongsheng thought it through, he began to learn the additional martial arts in his mind. Diamond Howl was a martial art that stimulated the meridians in one's throat with true energy. It could make one's voice exceptionally loud to injure enemies. When mastered, it could also expel evil spirits. The words evil spirit made his heart tighten. Could there really be ghosts and monsters in this world? But after thinking about it, he had already reincarnated, so it was not strange for there to be ghosts. If this life was really like the game he designed in his previous life, then his lifespan would be unlimited. He only needed to avoid calamity and continuously cultivate. And sooner or later, he would become an immortal. After becoming an immortal, what was there to be afraid of? For the next few days, Zhang Chongsheng was thoroughly annoyed. The disciples were extremely curious about him. During the day, he practically spent all his time dealing with his fellow disciples. At night, he would encounter peeping eyes from his fellow disciples. His junior brother, who was a year younger than Zhang Chongsheng, even pestered him. Helpless, he imparted the basic footwork of the 9 seeking heavenly dragon steps to him, and he did not pester him anymore. The days finally quieted down. Zhang Chongsheng was cultivating his Dao technique and natural technique in his room. Bang! Junior brother Qing Ku ran in and excitedly said, "Senior brother, that scholar is here again. He specifically mentioned that he wanted to thank you. Teacher has already agreed. He has already come to the courtyard. Do you want to see him?" Zhang Chongsheng frowned and said, "No, just say that he doesn't have to thank me." Qing Ku was stunned. He had grown up with Zhang Chongsheng and was very obedient to him when it came to important matters. Therefore, he nodded and turned to walk out of the house. "Ha ha ha, little Daoist, it seems like you hold a grudge. I was indeed rude at that time. I am here to apologize and also to give you martial arts from the Chen family. I hope you will accept it." Immediately after saying that, they saw Chen Li walking in with a warm smile on his face. The 11-year-old Qing Ku could not stop him. Zhang Chongsheng said helplessly, "You're being abrupt." Chen Li sat down and took out a secret book with golden thread and blue skin before placing it on the table. This martial art is called the Qi Finger. You can only cultivate it by cultivating your true energy. Unfortunately, my Chen family changed its focus from martial arts to literature 100 years ago. After that, there were no more martial arts prodigies, so I will give it to you today. Chen Li introduced them with a smile. At the mention of his family's history, his tone was somewhat soft. In the Jing dynasty where martial arts were advocated, the Chen family's life was very difficult. Chapter 3, Jianghu Matters, Spies in the Temple. Benefactor Chen, if you have the heart, you can directly give it to Longqi Temple. Why did you give it to me alone? Zhang Chongsheng asked as he stared at Chen Li. Chen Li was stunned. Even though he had experienced this child's unusual maturity, he was still shocked. He shook his head and laughed. What kind of status does Longqi Temple have? It's not something I can befriend alone. It's not polite and it doesn't make me look grateful. I just want to befriend the little Daoist. Since the little Daoist has such achievements in martial arts at such a young age, you must be an outstanding talent in the martial arts world in the future. You might even become the top scholar of the martial arts world and serve the royal court. He was the top scholar last year and his background had attracted public discussion. However, books were an important inheritance, and most of them were in the hands of aristocratic families. How could commoners pass the examination? This year, the emperor had specially promoted a double-top scholar, one in both civil and in military affairs. The cost of practicing martial arts in this world was not high, as such there were many sects in the world that accepted students. It was just that practicing martial arts required talent, but studying also required talent. Comparatively speaking, it was easier for commoners to stand out in martial arts. Longqi Temple was a Daoist temple personally ordered by the emperor. The Chen family did not dare to befriend Daoist King Xue directly as it would easily arouse the suspicion of the emperor. Zhang Chongsheng felt that his words made sense. In this world, just hiding alone could not lead to a stable life. Instead, it was beneficial to befriend some influential people. More importantly, even though Zhang Chongsheng had accepted his fate, he was unconvinced. He had to think of a way to kill that fake prince. Additionally, he would not let go of the nobles behind him. He recalled his memories from 12 years ago. Among the aristocrats he had heard of, there was indeed no surname Chen. Zhang Chongsheng nodded and said, "Then I'll accept it. I can't embarrass you as the top scholar." Chen Li revealed a smile and did not feel any ridicule. As long as the other party accepted it, it would be a good start. The reason why he was so enthusiastic was because of his family's influence. The Chen family needed powerful martial artists too much. They had roped in many martial artists, but all of them were swayed by benefits. Zhang Chongsheng was different, as he was still young. As long as he was given resources, he would devote himself to the Chen family sooner or later. Chen Li began to talk about the murder case. It turned out that Shui Hai wanted to assassinate him, but he had been staying with Daoist priest Qing Su to ask for Daoist skills. Shui Hai was also seen sneaking around by the deceased. Out of a sense of officialdom, he interrogated Shui Hai for a while, but Shui Hai was annoyed and directly killed him. As for Zhang Chongsheng, he was entirely framed. It turned out that Shui Hai had seen Zhang Chongsheng training his leg skills from afar. Zhang Chongsheng recalled. He did feel like he was being spied on, but it was fleeting. He did not really see the other party, so he did not take it to heart. I was too inexperienced and was led astray by Shui Hai's few words. I thought I was smart enough to see through the truth. Chen Li sighed and looked ashamed. Seeing that he could admit his mistake, Zhang Changshen's impression of him changed. He asked curiously, "Why did Shui Hai want to kill you?" Chen Li shot a glance at Qing Ku. Qing Ku was stunned for a moment before he sensibly left and closed the door. This matter involves the previous dynasty. My Chen family was originally an official of the previous dynasty, but later on, we lost our way and came back. Shui Hai is a remnant of the previous dynasty. He wanted to kill me in order to shift the blame to the current dynasty so that those aristocratic families who surrendered would realize that the imperial court was not friendly to the families that came from the previous dynasty. Unfortunately, he failed, Chen Li said helplessly. The Chen family was really aggrieved. They were in an awkward position in the current dynasty and had to face the retaliation of the previous dynasty. Zhang Chongsheng did not sympathize with him. Who asked you to be the first scholar? The nail that sticks out gets hammered. From Shui Hai's point of view, it was understandable. Traitors were much more hateful than enemies. Chen Li did not say much about the disputes in the court. Knowing that Zhang Chongsheng had yet to leave the mountain, he talked about interesting things in the martial arts world. The powerful figures in the martial arts world fought against the 8 great sects alone and shocked the martial arts world. The divine monk was injured and poisoned by the waiter of the Black Inn. Someone had sneaked into the room of the saintess of the Swanyan Tower and stolen her belongings. The Gimu evil king was captured by the imperial court and thrown into the dungeon. Zhang Chongsheng listened with relish. Chen Li had also taught him about the ranks of martial artists. From the lowest to the highest, they were divided into third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and true energy realm. If one could allow the true energy in their body to attack the enemy through martial arts, then they would have stepped into the true energy realm. Shui Hai was a true energy realm expert who had trained for nearly 20 years. Zhang Chongsheng made a comparison. He felt that it was not difficult for him to kill Shui Hai. He had benefited from his natural Dao techniques. He had only mastered the second level, but the true energy in his body was enough for him to wantonly use his divine shadow legs and the 9 seeking heavenly dragon steps. Cultivation was still the best. After an hour, Chen Li finally left. Zhang Chongsheng looked at the secret book on the table and fell into deep thought. Could the secret book be poisonous? Spring passed and autumn came. Several months had passed since Chen Li left. The leaves on the Longqi temple gradually turned yellow. Zhang Changshen's days returned to normal, and the disciples were no longer curious about him. His junior brother, Qing Ku, rarely disturbed him because he was also intoxicated by martial arts and could not extricate himself. Speaking of changes, the biggest change was that Zhang Changsheng could also openly train in the day. His true energy had been increasing, and he had already mastered the initial stages of the diamond howl. As for the Qi finger, he had yet to train it. He wanted to completely master the diamond howl before he trained the Qi finger technique. Chen Li did not come again, and Daoist priest Qing Su did not see Zhang Changsheng alone after the murder. On this day, Zhang Changsheng had finally reached the third level of the natural technique, and his senses had been greatly improved. He could even hear the sounds of mosquitoes thousands of feet away. He could even hear the breathing of other disciples. This feeling was extremely strange. His true qi did not increase, but he could clearly sense a slight change in his true qi. Perhaps it was a trend towards spiritual power. Several hours later, he came to the courtyard. The disciples had yet to return to the courtyard and were still listening in the Daoist hall. He began to cultivate the diamond howl. When he cultivated the diamond howl, he did not need to shout at the top of his lungs. He only needed to clear the hidden meridians in his throat. When his true energy resonated, he could determine the power of his shout. In the past, it was hard to activate the invisible meridians. After his cultivation method broke through, he discovered that the process of pouring true energy into the invisible meridians had become smoother and did not hurt as before. Zhang Changsheng was very happy. As expected, cultivation methods were his foundation. He would still have to spend most of his time on cultivation methods in the future. In the evening, Qing Ku returned to the house. Senior brother, second brother intends to bring 15 disciples down the mountain to train. He specially asked me to ask you, are you willing to go? Qing Ku excitedly asked. Almost all of them were orphans. Every time they trained, they would bring back a group of new disciples. After going up the mountain, Qing Ku had yet to leave the mountain. He was curious about everything at the foot of the mountain. He had heard from the guests that a prosperous era was coming and the war could no longer be seen in the human world. Zhang Changsheng shook his head and said, I won't be going. Qing Ku persuaded him a few more times, but he still refused to go. Qing Ku could only give up. Down the mountain? Impossible. Unless his strength was invincible, otherwise, Zhang Changsheng would never leave the mountain. Longqi Temple was in the capital, and those influential people who were spying on him would definitely still be watching. After all, if his identity were to be exposed, he would be beheaded. Once the true dragon was furious, no matter how powerful an official was, they would have to get down from their horses. Over the years, the emperor had purged many factions and countless meritorious officials had died. The next morning, second senior brother Meng Kaihui brought a group of disciples down the mountain, including Qing Ku. Zhang Changsheng did not send him off. Instead, he continued to train in front of the bell tower. At night, Zhang Changsheng was about to get up. In the 12th year of the initial era, a spy urged second brother to lure you down the mountain, but you rejected him. You avoided a calamity and obtained a survival reward. Miscellaneous alchemy. When he saw the notification, Zhang Changsheng was stunned and almost spat out a vulgar word. A spy? There was a spy in Longqi Temple? First of all, excluding his second senior brother, Meng Kaihui, he was almost killed by his senior brother who trained in martial arts when he was 2 years old. It was Meng Kaihui who saved him. However, this time, Meng Kaihui was persuaded to bring him out. Wait a minute. Could it be eldest senior brother? That time when he was 2 years old was not a mistake, but a deliberate act? Zhang Changsheng began to think about who would look at him strangely on normal days and who would be able to do so. He even suspected Qing Ku. Even after thinking for a long time, he still could not figure it out. However, they were sure that it would be dangerous to go down the mountain. As long as Daoist priest Qing Su was still in the Daoist temple, villains would not dare to act recklessly. What Zhang Changsheng had to do now was to work hard to grow and hide his strength. In the previous murder case, he only showed his talent in martial arts, but it had already attracted the attention of spies. As for the divine shadow legs, the diamond howl, and the cultivation techniques, he must not show them. Fortunately, he rarely showed off. Zhang Changsheng stood up and walked towards his courtyard. When the disciples greeted him along the way, he would respond with a smile and silently judge. Since he had refused to go down the mountain, the spy should still be there. All of them were suspects. The autumn leaves in Longki Temple were covered by white snow. After nearly 100 cycles of the sun and the moon, the white snow melted and the new spring arrived. In the 13th year after the founding of the dynasty, Zhang Chongsheng was 13 years old. This year, the emperor went crazy and started to pursue immortal arts. He recruited all the capable people in the world to refine pills for him. There are no immortals in this world. Those evil spirits are merely transformed from demons. For the sake of immortal arts, His Majesty has even ignored the state affairs. Fortunately, His Highness the Crown Prince is smart by nature. He is familiar with the 4 books and 5 scriptures and has already started to help with some of the political affairs. Chen Li sighed with emotion, and his words were filled with admiration for the Crown Prince. Zhang Changshen's expression did not change, but he was unhappy. To be able to hold such power at the age of 13, that little bastard had some ability. Zhang Chongsheng asked curiously, "Is His Highness the Crown Prince so outstanding? Can you tell me about him?" Chen Li smiled and said, "Of course. Speaking of which, the Crown Prince's fate is quite unfortunate. He was appointed as the Crown Prince by His Majesty before he was born, and he became the Crown Prince before he was born. Looking at history, he is the only one. However, after the Empress gave birth to the Crown Prince, she fell seriously ill and was in a coma for several months before she woke up. When she woke up, she lost her mind and said that the Crown Prince was not her son. Without the care and concern of a mother, another prince was born. The Crown Prince could be said to have experienced the fickleness of human nature in the palace. Even His Majesty treated him coldly. Fortunately, he was smart at the age of 3 and could compose poems at the age of 5. He also obtained His Majesty's favor. When he heard this, Zhang Chongsheng could not help but think of his mother in this life. When he was in his mother's womb, he often heard his mother talking to herself about how good she would be to him in the future and how reckless the emperor was. He felt a little sad. It turned out that other than evil people, there were still people in this world who talked about him. Zhang Chongsheng asked curiously, "How is the Empress right now? Is she still the Empress?" Chen Li glared at him and said, "Of course. His Majesty and the Empress are so loving that the heavens pity them. Now that the Empress has recovered and her relationship with His Highness the Crown Prince has been repaired, the country is peaceful and prosperous. The Empress has contributed to this." Zhang Chongsheng was speechless and felt slightly relieved. In any case, at least she was living well. Chapter 4, Killing Trick Again, First Meeting with a True Dragon. Chen Li only brought some gifts with him for this visit. After chatting with Zhang Chongsheng for 4 hours, he left. He was already working in the capital, so it was not easy for him to squeeze out time to visit him. During this period, Chen Li also asked him if his martial arts had improved. He kept a low profile and replied that he was still improving, but he did not specify how strong he was. He could not guarantee that Chen Li was not an enemy, so he was very careful when interacting with him. Half a month after Chen Li left, the new year arrived. There was also a New Year's gift in the Jing dynasty, indicating the change between the old and the new. Longki Temple was a place of cultivation, so the new year was not lively. After the new year, Meng Kaihui returned with his fellow disciples. When he left, there were 16 of them. When he returned, there were 20 of them. Among them, there were 3 infants in swaddling clothes and 5 sloppy youths. In other words, they had lost 4 disciples. Qing Ku had also lost an arm and was no longer as lively as before. When Zhang Chongsheng saw him, he was shocked and asked with concern. However, Qing Ku smiled freely and casually recounted his encounters in the pugilistic world. "Senior brother, you're right. Outside the mountain is not as good as here. There are no wars, but the human heart is unpredictable." Qing Ku sighed. Zhang Chongsheng could not comfort him and could only pat his shoulder. The next morning, Qing Ku trained in the courtyard early in the morning. The disciples of the same academy already knew of his plight, so they did not disturb him. After Zhang Chongsheng knocked the bell, he trained on the side. He was used to training alone, which made him feel safe. The return of this batch of disciples had shocked Longki Temple for a long time because even second senior brother was injured. The dangers of the pugilistic world far exceeded their imagination. A month passed before the topic of the underworld at the foot of the mountain completely disappeared. Longki Guan also became lively because of the addition of 8 new disciples and 3 young children, causing the disciples to often revolve around them. Zhang Chongsheng had completely mastered the diamond howl and the qi finger and was focused on the Dao technique. Martial arts focused on one's internal strength. With powerful internal strength, it was easy to cultivate outer sect martial arts. However, Zhang Chongsheng cultivated an immortal cultivation technique. Zhang Changshen's senses were exceptionally strong. He had sensed that the true energy of his 3 eldest disciples was far less than half of his. Even Daoist priest Qing Su's true energy was only about the same as his. From this, it could be seen the difference between immortal cultivation and martial arts. However, he was not arrogant. True energy was only one aspect, and strength had to be measured by other factors. Furthermore, his body was still growing. Chen Li maintained the same frequency as he did once every half a year. Every time Zhang Chongsheng saw him, he could feel his fatigue. The top scholar who once solved a murder in high spirits had become a stressed and tired official. The emperor's pursuit of immortal arts became more and more serious. He would often get angry in the court, and officials would be sacked at the drop of a hat, causing the hearts of the officials in the court to be in turmoil. Time flew by. It was the 14th year after the founding of the dynasty. The 14-year-old Zhang Chongsheng was almost 1.7 meters tall, and he had a handsome appearance. His long hair was tied up behind his head with a straw rope, revealing his forehead and his temples. His appearance was extremely outstanding in Longqi Temple. Some female disciples were secretly fond of him, but he was only obsessed with cultivation. According to the rules of Longqi Temple, if one wanted to start a family, they had to leave the temple. It was a summer day that year. On the bell tower, Chen Li sat on the ground and wiped the sweat on his forehead. His face was full of worry as he said, "Chongsheng, aren't you hot? Why don't you stay in the house to avoid the heat?" Zhang Chongsheng sat on the railing. He looked as if he would fall at any time, but he was as stable as Mount Tai. He closed his eyes and answered, "If my heart is calm, it will naturally turn cold." "You're getting more and more like priest King Su." Chen Li sighed with emotion and then began to complain. "The emperor is getting more and more muddle-headed. He actually asked someone to dig a canal that runs from the north to the south and extends as far as the sea. This is not something that can be done in 10 to 20 years. I heard that he only wanted to use it to facilitate the transportation of medicinal pills. This is ridiculous, simply outrageous." Zhang Chongsheng opened his eyes with a strange expression. "Canal? Wasn't this Yang Guang's operation in Chinese history?" The more Chen Li spoke, the more indignant he felt. Digging a canal required too much manpower and resources. Not only would the state treasury be tight, but the people would also not have a good time. If this continues, we will have to fight again and attack the surrounding dynasties. Alas, the golden age is gone. Chen Li said with a worried expression. Zhang Chongsheng could not comfort him. From the looks of it, if the Jing dynasty were to fall into chaos, Longqi Temple would not be safe. Zhang Chongsheng felt a sense of urgency. Even though his true energy far exceeded Daoist priest Qing Su, he had many enemies. He had to make the best use of his time to cultivate to the 4th level of the Dao technique. Chen Li left after an hour. He could not take it anymore and was about to faint from the heat. Zhang Chongsheng watched him leave and noticed that Chen Li was starting to hunch his back. It was really a waste of time. Even though Zhang Chongsheng was 14 years old in this life, he was more than 40 years old after combining the age of both his past and present lives. Thus, he had always been sensitive to the passage of time. His body was in the prime of his youth, so he had the feeling of time being much slower in the mountain than outside the mountain. A month later, eldest senior brother Li Chongqing found Zhang Chongsheng and asked him if he was willing to go down the mountain to train. Zhang Chongsheng directly rejected him. Another trap to kill him? Li Chongqing left in disappointment. After all, the matter of going down the mountain could not be forced. 3 days later, Li Chongqing led his 15 disciples down the mountain. The youngest of them was only 13 years old. Zhang Chongsheng had been waiting for the notification. As expected. At noon the next day, a line of words appeared before his eyes. In the 14th year after the founding of the dynasty, a spy persuaded eldest senior brother to lure you down the mountain, but you refused. Hence, you avoided a calamity and obtained a survival reward. The miscellaneous time calligraphy. Calligraphy? Zhang Chongsheng was disappointed. It seemed like the size of the calamity would determine the reward. In his spare time, he had completely mastered the alchemy that he had obtained previously. Unfortunately, he did not have a medicinal cauldron to refine pills. Calligraphy was pretty good. Longqi Temple had always had guests from high-ranking officials coming to recite poems and have fun. There were many four treasures of the study in the temple, all gifted by the guests. It was not a bad thing to cultivate one's feelings when one had nothing better to do. After all, other than training, life here was really boring. On that day, Zhang Chongsheng would come back with a brush, ink, and paper. He would practice calligraphy in his room while thinking about the spy. This was the second time that he was called to come out of the mountain. Fortunately, he had already found a way to find the spy. After all, he had asked Zhang Chongsheng to leave the mountain twice. He only needed to ask his eldest senior brother and second senior brother. At night, Qing Ku returned to his room. He had just washed his feet. As he sat on the bed and wiped his feet with a cloth, he said, "Senior brother Chongsheng, the emperor is coming to Longqi Temple tomorrow. Do you want to take a look? That's the current emperor after all. He is a person who is very hard to meet." Hearing this, Zhang Changshen's right hand trembled slightly. He calmly asked, "What's so good about the emperor? Does he have one more mouth than us?" Qing Ku forced a smile and said, "Don't say that. Be careful not to spread the news. Since you don't want to go, then don't go." Zhang Chongsheng raised his hand and admired his writing. He smiled and said, "It's not that I don't want to go. In any case, I have nothing to do." 3 words were written on the paper. "Not a gentleman." The next afternoon, Zhang Chongsheng walked on the stone path between the courtyards. He had just finished cultivating his Dao technique and was prepared to see his father. From 1,000 feet away, he could already hear the discussions of his fellow disciples. "Is that the emperor? He's so wise and mighty." "That's right. I heard that the emperor has trained in the aura of a true dragon, just like a living dragon. I'm curious if the emperor has found any immortal pills." "Don't talk nonsense. If you are heard, you will be beheaded." The closer Zhang Chongsheng was to the Mingzhen Palace Hall, the less he heard. Soon, he heard the conversation between Emperor Zhang Yuan and Daoist priest King Xiu. The two of them were reminiscing about their glorious days. Most of the time, it was Zhang Yuan who spoke with much emotion. On the other hand, Daoist master Qing Su just agreed with him calmly. Outside the courtyard near the Mingzhen Palace Hall, there were golden-armored imperial guards guarding it. No outsiders were allowed to approach. Meng Kaihui and a group of disciples waited on the emperor's path. It was a small stream that ran through Longqi Mountain. There was a small bridge that spanned across it, and the flowers and plants on both sides of the stream were extremely dense. There were dozens of people in the stone pavilion by the small bridge, and it was so crowded that the pavilion seemed to be breaking. Meng Kaihui was bragging about what he had seen and heard during his previous outing. When he saw Zhang Chongsheng walking over, his eyes lit up and he said, "What a rare guest! Junior brother Zhang, why are you here? Come in and make way." The 3 seated disciples hastily stood up while the other standing disciples made way for him. Zhang Chongsheng was the only disciple that Daoist King Xiu allowed to cultivate freely and not need to listen to the Dao. His status was special, and coupled with the fact that he usually acted alone, the disciples were very distant from him and did not dare to offend him easily. Zhang Chongsheng sat down in the pavilion and asked with a smile, "Second senior brother, why are you in the mood to tell a story?" The 3 eldest disciples of Longqi Guan were all martial arts fanatics. Eldest senior brother Li Chongqing was talented, while Meng Kaihui's talent was average. However, the latter relied on his diligence to make up for his lack of talent and had won against Li Chongqing. Meng Kaihui smiled and said, "Naturally, I'm here to take a look at the aura of a true dragon. Rumor has it that the emperor is like a dragon. How can I not pay my respects?" The word "pay my respects" was said with some skill. Zhang Chongsheng and his fellow disciples began to chat. The disciples were refreshed by his arrival, and Meng Kaihui was even more so. Meng Kaihui was curious about Zhang Changshen's current strength. He had looked for Zhang Chongsheng last year and proposed a spar. However, Zhang Chongsheng directly admitted defeat and said that he was not qualified. As a senior brother, he could not forcefully attack, so he could only forget about it. An hour later, a group of golden-armored imperial guards walked over, and Daoist priest Qing Su and Zhang Yuan appeared in their line of sight. The disciples walked out of the stone pavilion one after another and knelt down to pay their respects. Zhang Chongsheng was the same. After all, there was nothing wrong with kowtowing to his biological father. When Zhang Yuan approached, Zhang Chongsheng could not help but look up and meet Zhang Yuan's gaze. Zhang Yuan wore a golden dragon robe and a light crown on his head. He had a dignified expression and there were grey hairs on his temples. He happened to walk over and his gaze lowered. When his gaze met Zhang Changshen's raised gaze, Zhang Changsheng stiffened and hurriedly lowered his head. He had imagined countless scenarios of meeting Zhang Yuan, and he had even thought of laying his cards on the table. However, how could he convince Zhang Yuan? There were no witnesses. Priest Qing Su only happened to save him outside the palace. Little deist, look up. Just as Zhang Changshen's mind was in a mess, Zhang Yuan's voice sounded. He did not look up, thinking that Zhang Yuan was calling for some other disciples. Deist Priest Qing Su's voice sounded, Changsheng, His Majesty is calling for you. Zhang Changsheng subconsciously looked up and met Zhang Yuan's gaze again. He did not hide his nervousness, as it would be strange if he was not nervous when he saw the emperor. He noticed an old eunuch behind Zhang Yuan with his head lowered and his back bent. His physique was extremely weak, as if half of his body was buried in the ground. What powerful vital energy! It was even stronger than deist priest Qing Su. Zhang Changsheng remembered him. It was this old dog that brought him out of the palace. However, it was not this old dog that fought with deist King Su. On the way, he was handed over by many people. Zhang Changsheng did not pay much attention to the old eunuch. Instead, he lowered his eyes and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Chapter 5, Seal of Life and Death, Prince Apprentice, 1. The Dao technique was a cultivation technique. Even though what Zhang Changsheng had cultivated was true energy, the Dao technique was aligned with nature, as this technique emphasized integration with nature. Therefore, the aura of his true energy was something a martial artist could not pry into. At most, they could sense a trace of faint true energy in his body. Zhang Yuan looked at Zhang Changsheng who was kneeling in front of the pavilion and was in a trance. He sighed and said, "I heard from Chen Li that you have outstanding martial arts at such a young age. It can be seen that you are talented. The great Jing needs a genius like you." Zhang Changsheng replied, "Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty." It turned out that Chen Li had put in a good word for him. More than once, Chen Li had suggested that he take the martial arts top scholar examination. Even though he did not know how powerful he was, the 12-year-old him had stunned Chen Li. Zhang Yuan smiled and continued to leave. Zhang Changsheng lowered his head. He had the urge to stand up and acknowledge his family, but reason told him that the time was not right. It was too dangerous. They had not seen each other for so many years. How could they acknowledge each other? Did they have to rely on blood to acknowledge each other? Even if he succeeded, there would be many conflicts in the palace. Moreover, once he revealed his true identity, Zhang Yuan would be furious. Once that happened, he would kill more people, which would increase the hatred he would incur. At that time, how would he deal with himself when he returned to the palace? If he had to be on tenterhooks every day, how could he cultivate? He had to have the strength to be fearless of any danger before he could reveal his true identity. Zhang Changsheng suddenly felt a gaze. He did not need to look up to sense that it was the old eunuch. There was a spy in Longqi Temple, so the old eunuch naturally knew his identity. This gaze did not stay for long. After they left, Zhang Changsheng and the others stood up. Meng Kaihui excitedly said, "Sure enough, junior brother Changsheng, even His Majesty remembers you." The other disciples from the same sect were also very excited. The female disciples looked at him with extraordinary splendor. At their prime, it was inevitable for girls to be in love. Furthermore, Zhang Changshen's handsomeness could be said to be unique in Longqi Temple. Zhang Changsheng shook his head and laughed. "It's useless. There might be more trouble instead. I'll take my leave now. You can continue chatting." With that said, he left. Meng Kaihui did not stop him. Instead, he was thinking about a problem. How powerful was junior brother Changsheng right now? He had to find an opportunity to compare notes. After returning to his room, Zhang Changsheng sat on the bed and cultivated. Naturally, his Dao technique was profound, and he did not know how many layers there were to it. Only after successfully cultivating would he unlock the memories of the next layer. It was not until nighttime that Qing Ku returned. Ever since he experienced the outside world, Qing Ku had been reticent. He was usually immersed in martial arts, and his appearance and temperament seemed to be more mature than his actual age. Qing Ku glanced at Zhang Changsheng and did not say anything else. He also sat on the bed and meditated. Several days later, Chen Li came to visit Zhang Changsheng again. Beside the Dao bell, Chen Li excitedly said, Not bad, Chongsheng. His Majesty actually praised you. Yesterday morning, His Majesty talked about the martial arts in country, hoping to recruit martial arts practitioners to become top scholars and enlist in the army. He even specially mentioned you. He said that there is a young Daoist priest in Longqi Temple who has the strength of a first-rate expert at the age of 14. How is it? Are you going to be the martial arts top scholar? With His Majesty's words, no one will use tricks on you. As long as your martial arts are strong enough, you will be unimpeded. Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and said, my martial arts are not strong enough. Moreover, I am still young and not suitable to enter the world too early. Chen Li was stunned for a moment before he sighed. Chongsheng, you have such foresight at such a young age. You have seen through the secular world. I even wonder if you are a god that has descended to the mortal world. He had never seen such a calm young man. Even in the face of great benefits, he was not moved. Soon after, he changed the topic and said, your eldest senior brother has made a name for himself in the martial arts world, but he is now trouble. Priest Kingxiu has probably left the mountain already. Hearing this, Zhang Chongsheng opened his eyes. Eldest senior brother Li Chongqing was like an elder in Longqi Temple. Even though he was obsessed with martial arts, he had a gentle temperament and took good care of his fellow disciples. Zhang Chongsheng also had a favorable impression of him. He asked curiously, what trouble? Chen Li said helplessly, naturally, it's because of love. For some reason, he had a relationship with a woman from the evil sect and was captured by the evil sect. The evil sect said that Daoist Kingxiu had personally gone to rescue him. Zhang Chongsheng frowned. His first reaction was that it was a trap. Could it be that some aristocrats colluded with the evil sect to send Daoist priest Kingxiu away so that Longqi Temple would have no experts to protect him? He could not eliminate that possibility. Even if it was a coincidence, those guys would not let go of this opportunity. Ever since Zhang Chongsheng came to Longqi Temple, Daoist priest Kingxiu had not left the mountain. For those nobles, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhang Chongsheng did not panic. In terms of true energy in his body, he was several times stronger than Daoist priest Kingxiu. He had also mastered martial arts, but he did not have any actual combat experience. When the time came, he would just have to be careful. After all, this was the capital, the other party should not dare to make a scene. Chen Li continued to talk about Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing had brought his fellow disciples to travel the martial arts world and acted chivalrously. And by chance, he saved a woman. That woman threw herself at him and only later found out that she was a disciple of the evil cult and the daughter of the sect's sect master, making her status very special. What's more, was that woman actually vowed to marry Li Chongqing. This news had spread throughout the martial arts world and even to the inns in the capital. Longqi Temple was the only sect in the capital, and it had a special status in the martial arts world. When such a thing happened to Longqi Temple, the people in the martial arts world naturally found it refreshing. Chen Li spoke for an hour, but before he left behind a bag of medicinal ingredients. These medicinal ingredients were suitable for martial arts practitioners to consume. They were very precious and could not be bought even with money. Zhang Chongsheng looked at his departing back and silently noted down this favor. Then, he began to think about how to face the possible enemy attacks. After Daoist Kingxiu left, second senior brother Meng Kaihui took charge. That night, the Longqi Temple was in chaos. It ushered in a lively night that was rarely seen in dozens of years. The disciples were jubilant and noisy. At this moment, Zhang Chongsheng was cultivating in his room. Although he was disturbed, but he was too embarrassed to go out and shout. Suddenly, Zhang Chongsheng opened his eyes and narrowed his eyes. Why are you in such a hurry? He sensed the aura of someone on the eaves, and that person did not make any sound as he crawled. If he was an ordinary martial artist, he might not have noticed it. Not long after, a strange fragrance spread down from above. Bewitching fragrance. Zhang Chongsheng immediately held his breath. With Dao technique as his cultivation method, he could hold his breath for an hour, far exceeding ordinary people. After half an incense stick of time, he pretended to collapse on the bed. A figure leaped in from the window. The assassin was a disciple of Longqi Temple. He was in his early 20s and had an ordinary appearance. He stared at Zhang Chongsheng on the bed and thought to himself, this guy is pretty skilled that he could last for so long. He pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and carefully walked to the bed before stabbing Zhang Chongsheng's chest. At that moment, Zhang Chongsheng suddenly raised his legs and grabbed the assassin's arm. He somersaulted backward and lifted the assassin before smashing him onto the bed. This series of actions was too fast. Before the assassin could react, Zhang Chongsheng sat on him and subdued him. The assassin circulated his true energy, wanting to force Zhang Chongsheng back, but he was horrified to discover that he could not shake him off. What terrifying skills! This kid is definitely above first rate. The assassin was shocked and his eyes widened. Zhang Chongsheng saw the other party's true appearance and said, "Fifth senior brother, what are you doing?" The assassin gritted his teeth and soon, blood overflowed from his mouth. He had committed suicide by consuming poison. Although Zhang Chongsheng did not have the time to stop them, he was not disappointed. He searched the assassin's body but found nothing. He then shouted, "There's an assassin!" He shouted dozens of times. Qing Ku was the first to rush in, followed by the other disciples. Zhang Chongsheng sat paralyzed on the bed, panting heavily with a frightened expression. Meng Qiuhe squeezed through the crowd and quickly stepped forward. When he saw the deceased, his expression changed. Fifth junior brother. The other disciples were also shocked. Even though fifth senior brother did not have a strong sense of presence, he did not make enemies with other disciples. Meng Qiuhe noticed the dagger in the assassin's hand and his expression darkened. He went forward to examine it and quickly came to a conclusion. He committed suicide by consuming poison. He instantly realized the severity of the matter. If they were in conflict, why would he hide poison in his mouth? He looked at Zhang Chongsheng, hoping that he could say something. Zhang Chongsheng pretended to be shocked and furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know why fifth senior brother attacked me. He wanted to kill me, but I captured him. Then, he consumed poison and committed suicide." This was his room, so he had confidence. Qing Ku added, "Senior brother Chongsheng usually trains alone and has no grudge against other disciples. Even if he does, it's not right for fifth senior brother to come to our room and assassinate us. Moreover, he committed suicide by consuming poison. It's obvious that he has a guilty conscience and is afraid that he will be questioned." The other disciples nodded and expressed their opinions. There were also some who questioned Zhang Chongsheng. After all, the dead were of great importance. Meng Qiuhe took a deep breath and said, "Junior brother Chongsheng, from today onwards, you will stay in your room. Qing Ku will be responsible for delivering your food. Until master returns, the disciples in the courtyard will take turns to guard and protect junior brother Chongsheng." Zhang Chongsheng had no objections. Although it was said to be protection, it was actually to supervise. After all, no one knew the truth. Meng Qiuhe led his men to bring the assassin's corpse out. Qing Ku comforted him, "Senior brother Chongsheng, don't be afraid. I will always guard outside." Zhang Chongsheng nodded and watched him leave. This incident stopped the hustle and bustle of Longqi Temple and it fell into the silence of the past. Zhang Chongsheng heard many disciples discussing this matter, and all of them felt that something was amiss. Why did fifth senior brother want to kill Zhang Chongsheng? Inside the house, Zhang Chongsheng sat down again and began to cultivate. He began to calculate what kind of experts the other party would send in the future. In the 14th year after the founding of the dynasty, an assassin attacked you and was subdued by you. The assassin consumed poison and committed suicide. You survived a calamity and obtained a survival reward. Martial arts, the seal of life and death. A notification appeared in front of him. While the disciples were still outside, he immediately accepted the inheritance of the seal of life and death. The seal of life and death was a type of true energy martial arts. One could strike a mark on the enemy's meridians and acupoints, making them wish they were dead. It was a torturous martial art. It was not fatal, but it was painful. This martial arts was good. If he caught an enemy again, he could interrogate them. However, Zhang Chongsheng knew very well who his enemies were, so he did not need this martial arts for the time being. However, learning another martial art would be useful in the future. For the next 10 days, Zhang Chongsheng was not attacked. Perhaps it was because there were disciples taking turns to guard the courtyard that the enemy did not dare to act rashly. At noon that day, a commotion broke out in the courtyard. "How dare you? This Highness want to meet someone, but you won't allow me to." I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. It's just. Just what? Junior brother Chongsheng was attacked by an assassin. We are protecting him. Impudent. Are you tired of living? Do you think I want to kill him? After a commotion, the door was rudely pushed open and a luxuriously dressed young man angrily ran in. He looked to be 11 or 12 years old and behind him were two purple-robed men with burly physiques. Each of them held a saber. When the young man saw Zhang Chongsheng, his eyes lit up. He immediately rushed over and asked excitedly, "Are you an immortal priest?" Zhang Changshen's surname was only known to himself. He usually went with the name Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng walked down from the bed and cupped his hands. "May I know who you are?" The young man smiled proudly and said, "I am the fourth prince. I am here to learn martial arts." Zhang Chongsheng asked in surprise, "Why me?" The fourth prince shot a glance at the two guards behind him and the two of them immediately retreated to the door. The fourth prince stepped forward and went to Zhang Chongsheng. In a low voice, he said, "Father said that you are very powerful and asked me to acknowledge you as my teacher. Have any other princes looked for you?" Chapter 6, Heaven Prison in the Capital, Evil King Strikes. The fourth prince, Zhang Yu. Zhang Chongsheng knew him. He learned from Chen Li that Zhang Yu was his biological younger brother. He was born by the emperor and the empress. It was said that it was because of Zhang Yu that the empress was no longer crazy. When he heard that the emperor had instructed Zhang Yu to come, Zhang Changshen's imagination ran wild. Could it be that the emperor had already recognized him? Why did he not acknowledge him directly? Zhang Chongsheng could not ask about this directly. Instead, he asked, "You want to find me to practice martial arts?" Zhang Yu excitedly said, "That's right. Father said that you are only 2 years older than me, but you have already surpassed the first-rate realm. You have to be my teacher. I will satisfy whatever you want. Gold, silver, treasures, and rare treasures, just tell me." Zhang Chongsheng thought about it. With his relationship with the prince, at least he would not be so passive in the future. He did not have to hide at all. After all, his enemies knew he was here. Since it's His Majesty's order, I naturally can't refuse. It's also my honor to be able to teach Your Highness martial arts. However, let me say this first. The martial arts I will teach you are all my own creation, not the martial arts of Longqi Temple. Zhang Yu was overjoyed and was about to kneel and kowtow. The two guards turned pale with fright. Fortunately, Zhang Chongsheng supported Zhang Yu in time. This kid was really rash. Asking the prince to kowtow was a huge crime. Zhang Chongsheng said helplessly, "I'm not your teacher. I'm just teaching you martial arts. You can call me by my name in the future." Zhang Yu straightened his back and grinned. "All right, brother Chongsheng." He impatiently urged, "Brother Chongsheng, quickly teach me. My goal is to learn unparalleled martial arts, expand the territory, and flatten the wilderness. I also just turned 12 a few days ago. In the past, my father did not allow me to practice martial arts before I turned 12, so you are the first person to teach me martial arts." Zhang Chongsheng thought for a moment and decided to teach Zhang Yu the Divine Shadow Leg. The Divine Shadow Leg was the first martial art he had learned. It was powerful and fierce. One kick could destroy tendons and break bones. He had already reached the powerful realm of releasing true energy. Zhang Chongsheng began to teach Zhang Yu the cultivation method of the Divine Shadow Leg. The two guards avoided arousing suspicion and retreated outside the door before closing it behind them. Zhang Yu listened attentively. An hour later, Zhang Yu happily left. He had to return to the palace to train, since a prince could not stay outside randomly. Qing Ku returned to the room and excitedly asked, "Senior brother, are you the teacher of the prince now?" Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and laughed. "I'm only teaching His Highness martial arts. How can I be his teacher? Don't talk nonsense." Qing Ku disagreed. "Isn't that still praiseworthy? In the future, the prince will be your backing. When I roamed the world before, I discovered that this is a world of favors. If you do the same thing with different identities and relationships, the result will be completely different." At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something sad and his smile disappeared. Zhang Chongsheng had always been curious about what he had experienced, but he would never say it. The room fell into silence. After a while, Qing Ku bid farewell. Zhang Chongsheng was left alone in the room, and he could finally cultivate in peace. After the first assassination attempt failed, the enemy would certainly launch a second attempt on his life, so Zhang Chongsheng had to become as strong as possible. Zhang Chongsheng was already strong enough with his third-level cultivation of the Dao technique. For the time being, He had yet to encounter anyone with more true energy than him, but even so he could not relax. How could an immortal cultivator be killed by a group of ordinary warriors? Dusk fell, and dark clouds shrouded the prosperous capital as a gentle rain fell. The peddlers on both sides of the street began to close their stalls. The undulating vermilion tower was covered with a layer of mist, and the entire city became foggy. In the western part of the capital, in front of the gates of the sky prison, Jiang Tianren, who was dressed in armor, frowned as he looked at the sky. His brows were filled with worry. A middle-aged general patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Young man, don't always have a lot on your mind. The leader has already submitted your name on the register. You can participate in the martial arts examination next year." Jiang Tianren had just turned 18 this year. His mother was already pregnant with him when she was imprisoned. After giving birth to him, she was beheaded. As for him, he was brought up by the prison guards. The older generation of prison guards treated him as their own son and taught him all kinds of martial arts. As repayment, he worked hard and repeatedly made contributions. Jiang Tianren retracted his gaze and shook his head. "I have a feeling that something is about to happen to the sky prison." "Nonsense! Who would dare to break into a prison under the emperor?" The middle-aged officer scolded him jokingly, and the other guards nearby laughed. In the capital, Sky Prison was the safest place. Their responsibilities were also very simple. They enjoyed their current life. They were not tired and their salary was high. Jiang Tianren smiled helplessly. He also felt that he might have thought too much. Ever since the founding of the country, even though there had been several rebellions in the capital, Sky Prison was always the most stable place. Night gradually fell and the rain stopped. The trees by Sky Prison dripped with raindrops, causing ripples in the potholes on the ground. Just as Jiang Tianren was chatting with his brothers about what to eat for dinner, he suddenly heard a melodious sound of a flute. He looked up and saw that the pavilions on both sides of the street in front of the gates of Sky Prison were closed, and he could not see anyone. "What's that sound? I don't see anyone. Why can't I hear anything? 2 years ago, you were discovered by your evil wife when you went to Fragrant Restaurant. She slapped you so hard that your ears hurt. Of course, you can't hear anything." As the guards discussed, a middle-aged general's expression changed drastically and he cried out in alarm, "Oh no! Cover your ears!" Even though the guards were frightened, they still subconsciously covered their ears, including Jiang Tianren. All of a sudden, Jiang Tianren saw a thick fog at the end of the street. A figure was faintly discernible in the fog, and he could tell from the figure that the figure was playing the flute. Someone wants to break into the prison. This thought popped up in Jiang Tianren's mind. Just as he was about to speak, the ground shook. Rumble. Everyone tried their best to steady their footsteps. Jiang Tianren sensed something and subconsciously turned his head. With a loud bang, the door of Sky Prison exploded, and the thick door was blasted into countless wooden thorns. Jiang Tianren's cheek was cut, and he widened his eyes. A figure stepped out of the prison. This person was wearing shabby prisoner clothes with his hands and feet wrapped in chains. His hair was disheveled and his back was hunched as he breathed heavily. He raised his head and revealed a pair of white eyes without pupils under his messy black hair that flickered with a cold glint in the night. Ghost-eyed. Evil King. One of the guards trembled and fell to the ground. The Evil King stepped forward. The chains on his feet were even wrapped around the neck of a jailer, dragging him out of the darkness while he was still alive. His eyes were bulging and his face was flushed red. His hands grabbed the chains as he tried to break free. When Jiang Tianren saw this scene, his eyes turned red. He immediately drew his sword and rushed towards the ghost-eyed Evil King. The Evil King suddenly rushed to him and choked his neck with his right hand. Then, he angrily smashed him to the ground, causing gravel to fly everywhere. Jiang Tianren almost fainted. His internal organs were severely damaged and he could not help but vomit blood. The ghost-eyed Evil King grinned. His smile was extremely hideous, just like an evil ghost in the human world. Just as he was about to end Jiang Tianren's life, the sound of the flute suddenly stopped and a voice floated over. "Don't forget about the important matter." Hearing this, the ghost-eyed Evil King stopped and leaped dozens of feet high. While doing so, he dragged the jailer, who was wrapped in chains, into the forest and quickly disappeared. A large number of jailers ran out of the cell door, most of them injured. The middle-aged general ran to Jiang Tianren to check on his injuries. Jiang Tianren stared at the direction where the ghost-eyed Evil King disappeared, and his heart was filled with frustration. He originally thought that he was strong enough, but he did not expect to be defeated in a single blow. Inside the house, the oil lamp flickered. Zhang Chongsheng was currently meditating when he suddenly felt uneasy. He had a feeling that something was about to happen. He opened his eyes and thought, there are no frogs croaking tonight, so there must be killing intent around here. He felt the surging true energy in his body and felt slightly at ease. The enemy should not be much stronger than Daoist priest King Xiu. Otherwise, he would have just forcibly killed him. After the time for an incense stick to burn, Zhang Chongsheng suddenly heard shouts from the foot of the mountain, but they were too far away for him to hear them. The enemy would not force their way in, right? Zhang Chongsheng frowned and thought. No matter what, this was the capital and a Daoist temple appointed by the emperor. If this matter were to blow up, the emperor would definitely investigate. At the same time, on the mountain path halfway up the mountain, the ghost-eyed evil king walked on the stone steps with his hands around the neck of a Daoist priest. The jailer dragged by the chains behind him was covered in blood and no longer looked human. Under the moonlight, thunderclouds suddenly gathered and a bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky, making the capital seem as if it was daytime. The ghost-eyed evil king's face was illuminated in an instant, looking so hideous and terrifying. How dare you! How dare you break into Longqi Temple? A Daoist priest's furious shout came from above. A Daoist priest rushed over with a sword in his hand. He leaped up and stabbed with his sword. The blade cut through the night sky, revealing a cold glint. The ghost-eyed evil king's right hand broke the priest's neck before he slapped out with his palm. True energy exploded and turned into a bloody wind that collided with the sword-wielding priest. Pfft! The Daoist priest was hit by the blood wind. He vomited blood and fell down like a kite with a broken string before smashing onto the steps below. He covered his chest and wanted to stand up, but his blood and qi attacked his heart and he fainted. Longqi Temple? That's all. They merely obtained the favor of the true dragon. The ghost-eyed evil king snorted, and his hoarse voice was filled with disdain. He quickened his pace and dashed up the mountain like a ghost. The door opened and Qingku ran in. He said in horror, "Senior brother, thieves are coming up the mountain. Senior brother ordered you to go and support them." When Zhang Chongsheng heard that, he immediately stood up and walked out of the room with Qingku. Arriving at the courtyard, Zhang Chongsheng leaped and disappeared into the night. Qingku stood rooted on the spot. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly chased after him. In front of the gate, the ghost-eyed evil king stopped. He released his hands and the two corpses fell. Lightning flashed across the night sky, illuminating the stone steps behind him. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed down the stone steps into the darkness. Inside the gate, Meng Qiuhe stood on a small bridge with his sword in hand. He glared at the ghost-eyed evil king and shouted, "Who are you? Why did you commit a massacre in my Longqi temple?" The ghost-eyed evil king grinned and said, "Those who are about to die want to drag some down with them. Since old man King Xiu is not here, you can die first." He suddenly dashed towards Meng Qiuhe like lightning. Meng Qiuhe's expression changed and he quickly waved his sword. Streaks of sword qi slashed out towards his opponent. The ghost-eyed evil king struck out with his palm, and the wind from his palm was domineering. It dispersed the sword qi and sent Meng Qiuhe flying. He crashed through the wall of the pavilion behind him, raising rolling dust. A group of trash. I didn't expect that my last battle would be to kill a group of chickens and dogs. The ghost-eyed evil king retracted his hand and snorted in disdain. He walked towards Meng Qiuhe, but he suddenly stopped after taking a few steps. Chapter 7, Godly Leg Shakes the Capital, Sword Control Technique. Rumble. Thunderclouds surged, and it was still raining in the night sky. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The third senior disciple of the Longqi Temple, Meng Huang, stood in front of the ghost-eyed evil king with his sword. The rain soaked her Daoist robe. Even though she was a woman, there was no fear on her beautiful face. The other Longqi Temple disciples in the surrounding buildings all looked nervously at the ghost-eyed evil king, shivering, not daring to attack. The ghost-eyed evil king stood rooted on the spot and did not move forward. He did not look at Meng Huang either. Instead, he stared at the night sky behind Meng Huang. There was a figure looking at him from the top of a building. I didn't expect there to be another expert in Longqi Temple other than that old man King Xiu. So the target is you. The ghost-eyed evil king smiled sinisterly. Meng Huang frowned, not understanding what he meant. Meng Huang coldly said, "Devil, you've massacred my temple's disciples. When my master returns, he will not forgive you." Moreover, this is the capital city. I've already sent my fellow disciples to report to the government office. The capital city is an inescapable net. You won't be able to escape. The ghost-eyed evil king ignored her and said with a smile, Your Excellency, why aren't you attacking? Why aren't you escaping? Only then did Meng Chusehuang realize that the other party was not staring at her at all. She turned around and saw a building behind her. She could not see anything more than 1,000 feet away. The surrounding disciples were also weak. Who was the top expert that the devil mentioned? From what you said, you're here for me. Could it be that the previous assassination was also arranged by you? Zhang Changshen's voice echoed in the night sky, making it difficult to identify the source of the voice. Hearing Zhang Changshen's voice, Meng Chusehuang and the other disciples were stunned. They naturally remembered Zhang Changshen's voice, but was he a top expert? The ghost-eyed evil king smiled sinisterly and said, Oh? There's another assassination attempt? It seems like it has failed, but you're dead this time. He leaped up and landed on the roof of the pavilion behind Meng Chusehuang. The group of disciples hastily gathered and retreated to the entrance of Longqi Temple. They looked around and finally saw Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng stood on the eaves of the Mingzhen Palace Hall. From afar, his true appearance could not be seen. He stood upright, and under the thunderclouds and night sky, he emitted an indescribably powerful aura. Junior brother Chongsheng. Meng Chusehuang muttered to herself as she gripped the sword in her hand. Zhang Chongsheng looked at the ghost-eyed evil king with a cold gaze as killing intent rose in his heart. Even though the opponent's true energy is not half of mine, it is much stronger than my master. From the looks of it, he must have experienced hundreds of battles. I cannot be careless. I have to give it my all. Zhang Chongsheng thought to himself. He began to mobilize the true energy in his body and his daoist robe fluttered. The ghost-eyed evil king quickly rushed towards Zhang Chongsheng and jumped on the eaves. Both sides rapidly approached each other, and this scene made the disciples of the Longqi Temple extremely nervous. Could Chongsheng withstand such an evil demon? Meng Chusehuang and the other disciples thought worriedly. The ghost-eyed evil king leaped up and poured his true energy into his right palm. His smile was so cruel, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Die, kid! Under the night sky, lightning and thunder intersected and both sides were illuminated. When the distance between the two sides was less than 50 feet, Zhang Chongsheng suddenly moved. He leaped up at a speed that the ghost-eyed evil king could not catch and kicked out. His figure was like a ghost, and when his leg landed in the ghost-eyed evil king's eyes, an after-image appeared. It was as if dozens of legs were attacking the ghost-eyed evil king at the same time. Bang! Zhang Chongsheng kicked the ghost-eyed evil king's chest in mid-air. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, true energy exploded along his right foot and the ghost-eyed evil king was sent flying. How is it possible? The ghost-eyed evil king widened his eyes and revealed an expression of disbelief. Blood spewed out from his mouth uncontrollably, leaving an arrow of blood in the night sky. He flew past the pavilions and over the heads of the disciples. He crossed the cliff and fell to the foot of the mountain before disappearing into the clouds. Meng Chusehuang and the other disciples were dumbstruck. They could not believe their eyes. At the foot of the mountain, a large number of jailers and soldiers rushed over. Zhang Tianren also ran over with a spear in his hand. Under the light of the torch in his left hand, his neck was flushed red. Are you sure this is the direction? One of the generals frowned and asked in a confused tone. Zhang Tianren nodded and said, That's right, this is the direction. The general hesitated. The direction is in Long. Before the general could finish his sentence, they heard a gust of wind from above, startling them so much that they subconsciously turned around. A figure descended from the sky and smashed onto the steps at the foot of Longqi Mountain, causing gravel to fly and blood to splatter on the ground. The soldiers were shocked and hurried to surround him. It's the ghost-eyed evil king, he's dead. One of the guards cried out in shock, causing Zhang Tianren and the general to rush over to take a look. They saw the ghost-eyed evil king lying on the stone steps with his limbs twisted uncomfortably. His chest had collapsed, and ghastly white bones could be vaguely seen. He died with remaining grievances, and his eyes were filled with fear, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Zhang Tianren was moved. He looked up at the mountain in front of him. Under the night sky, thunderclouds surged. The Longqi mountain seemed so mysterious. After the general checked the ghost-eyed evil king's injuries, he said in a deep voice, he was kicked to death by an extremely ferocious leg technique. He was killed in one blow. The difference in strength between the two sides is huge. Huge disparity in strength? Jiang Tianren came back to his senses and recalled the scene when the ghost-eyed evil king killed his way out of the prison. His expression was complicated. Inside the house, Zhang Chongsheng returned to his room and closed the door. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was both excited and nervous. This was his first time killing an enemy and the first time he went all out. Fortunately, he did not fail. After killing the ghost-eyed evil king, he was surrounded by his fellow disciples. However, the disciples were not too excited. After all, many of their fellow disciples had died. Second senior brother Meng Kaihui was severely injured and right now, the Longqi temple was managed by third senior sister Meng Chuzhuang. Meng Chuzhuang asked him to return to his room to rest in advance to avoid any more villains from coming to kill him. That night was the most tragic disaster Longqi temple had experienced in dozens of years. At least 20 disciples had died. Zhang Chongsheng sat on the bed. He did not blame himself. He just was wondering if the enemy would attack again. In the 14th year after the founding of the dynasty, the ghost-eyed evil king attacked you and was killed by you. You survived a calamity and obtained a survival reward. The spell, Royal Sword Technique. A line of words appeared before Zhang Changshen's eyes. He smiled. Finally, it was no longer martial arts, but magic. He immediately began to accept the inheritance of the Royal Sword Technique. It was a sleepless night. Early in the morning, Zhang Chongsheng was still cultivation, and there were 4 disciples guarding the courtyard. They were all discussing last night's incident in low voices. Zhang Changshen's performance had shocked everyone, but there were also some who complained about him and believed that he was the one who summoned the evil demons. However, Zhang Chongsheng was also an orphan, so they could not say for sure. They could only guess based on the ghost-eyed evil king's words. Zhang Changshen's hearing far exceeded that of ordinary people, so he naturally heard those comments. However, he did not care. He was not a teenager. He was an adult who had lived 2 lives. In this life, he only wanted to survive for as long as possible, and he did not have the time to worry about the death of others. Furthermore, how could a martial arts sect in the capital not suffer calamities? Zhang Chongsheng cultivated in peace. Without a sword, he could not cultivate the royal sword technique. Therefore, he still focused on his cultivation techniques. It was not until Chen Li came to pay a visit that his cultivation was interrupted. However, this time, Chen Li did not come alone, but was accompanied by another person. This is the Minister of Justice, Minister Yang. He is here to investigate the matter of the ghost-eyed evil king. Not only did the ghost-eyed evil king kill the disciples of Longqi Temple, but he also killed several prison guards. This matter has alarmed the imperial court. His Majesty was furious and ordered a thorough investigation. Chen Li introduced. When Zhang Chongsheng heard that, he cupped his hands and bowed. In the Great Jing dynasty, the position of the minister could be regarded as the second rank of the official position. There were less than 10 people who had more power than the Minister of Justice. Yang Shangshu sized up Zhang Chongsheng with a strange look in his eyes and asked, "Do you know the ghost-eyed evil king? He's the villain who attacked Longqi Temple last night. I heard that he was killed by you." Zhang Chongsheng answered, reporting to the minister, "Chongsheng has been an orphan since he was young and has been staying in Longqi Temple. Other than Scholar Chen and His Highness the 4th Prince, he does not recognize anyone else outside the mountain." Yang Shangshu expressionlessly said, "Then tell me what you saw." Zhang Chongsheng answered truthfully. After Yang Shangshu made his decision, he turned around and left, leaving only Chen Li and Zhang Chongsheng in the room. "Not bad. Your martial arts are so powerful that you can even kill the ghost-eyed evil king. I heard that he was kicked down the mountain by you and fell to his death." Chen Li no longer pretended to be serious and said excitedly. Zhang Changshen's strength made him feel that his investment over the years was not for nothing. Even though Chen Li had never roamed the martial arts world, he had heard of the ghost-eyed evil king's infamous reputation. He then talked to Zhang Chongsheng about how the imperial court had captured the ghost-eyed evil king previously. Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and said, "He saw that I was young and was careless." Chen Li waved his hand and said, "What are you being modest for? Your legwork has surprised even the generals guarding the capital. That ghost-eyed evil king is an expert above the true energy realm. According to the hierarchy of the martial arts world, he is known as a top expert. This kind of martial artist can freely retract their true energy and is not someone ordinary people can defeat." Zhang Chongsheng silently noted it down. Third rate, second rate, first rate, true energy realm, top expert. The third level of the Dao technique could easily kill a top expert. The gap between cultivation and martial arts was huge. Chen Li recounted the situation of the case. Sky Prison was an important place in the capital, but a death row prisoner had escaped. The emperor had lost face, and the jailer responsible for guarding the ghost-eyed evil king had been ordered to be executed. They still had to continue to investigate the people at all levels of Sky Prison. This was also the reason why the Minister of Justice had come in person. If the investigation was not done well, his position as the Minister of Justice might not be guaranteed. The position of the minister was so high that if it were any other dynasty, how could it fall so easily? However, it was different in the Great Jing dynasty. Most of the important officials were meritorious officials of the founding dynasty. The emperor had always wanted to pull them out, and there would be a change of ministers almost every year. Naturally, the 6 ministers were walking on thin ice. Your identity and background are very simple. Daoist King Xu has reported the household registration of every disciple, so you don't have to worry. You have contributed greatly to killing the ghost-eyed evil king. His Majesty will reward you when the time comes. Tell me, what do you want? If His Majesty mentions it in court, I can speak up for you. Chen Li shook his teacup and said with a smile. He could be considered as having a good time. After a night, all the aristocrats in the capital knew that a young top expert had appeared in Longqi Temple. He could even kick the famous ghost-eyed evil king to death. He must have a bright future in the martial arts dynasty. All first-rate experts were proud and arrogant. The Chen family had only managed to rope in a top expert, but the other party was still not in the capital. They could only summon him if there was anything. However, Zhang Chongsheng was different. He lived in the capital and was an orphan. It was not impossible for him to rope in him as a member of the Chen family. Chapter 8, Famous Swords Are Too Good, Breaking Through to the 4th Level. If I can really get a reward, help me get a sword. I've recently gained some comprehension about sword techniques, and I want to see if I can create a sword technique. Zhang Chongsheng smiled. After all, Chen Li was a top scholar and his family head was the Minister of Revenue. He could indeed have a say in the court. Chen Li immediately agreed. The two of them did not chat for long. After all, Minister Yang was still outside. When the door closed and Zhang Chongsheng was alone in the room, the smile on his face disappeared. He began to worry if his enemies would send stronger experts. He hoped that the enemy was not too strong so that he could get more survival rewards. From what Chen Li said, even though a top expert was powerful, they were not rare. This meant that there was a higher realm above top expert. After all, a top expert was only a title for people in the pugilistic world, not a realm. Zhang Chongsheng needed time to become stronger. Fortunately, Zhang Changshen's worries were excessive. For the next few days, soldiers came every day, and Zhang Chongsheng was also talked to many times. He was confident and not worried at all. Due to the surprise attack of the ghost-eyed evil king, the death of 5th senior brother had also been concluded. He was fighting back in self-defense. It was reasonable and there was sufficient evidence. The logic also made sense. However, due to the lack of motive, the officials of the government, the Ministry of Justice, and Sky Prison were puzzled. Who was behind all this and why did they want to kill Zhang Chongsheng? Zhang Chongsheng had hoped that Zhang Yuan would come to see him in person so that he could lure out the truth. However, Zhang Yuan did not come. The emperor was busy every day and was not attracted by such a case. 5 days later, when the 4th prince, Zhang Yu, arrived, he excitedly said, "Brother Chongsheng, was the leg technique you used to kill the ghost-eyed evil king the divine shadow leg you taught me?" Zhang Chongsheng nodded, and Zhang Yu became even more excited. He began to recount the sensational impact of this matter. Everyone in the palace was discussing it, and it was said it even spread to all over the world. An immortal Daoist priest from Longqi Temple killed the ghost-eyed evil king at the age of 14. At this age, such achievements were indeed surprising. Zhang Chongsheng was secretly pleased when he heard that, but he was worried that it would cause more trouble. "Even my brother is interested in you and said that he would pay you a visit if he had the chance," Zhang Yu said with a smile. Zhang Changshen's expression did not change, but killing intent rose in his heart. The fake prince also wanted to look for him. It was not easy to move. It was better to live ignobly and wait until he was strong enough before taking revenge. The two of them chatted for a while more before Zhang Chongsheng began to point out Zhang Yu's confusion on the divine shadow leg. Zhang Yu listened attentively and after an hour, he had gained a lot. After thanking him one last time, he left. This time, Zhang Yu did not come empty-handed and delivered some pastries from the palace. After Zhang Chongsheng tasted it, he felt that it tasted pretty good. Compared to the light dishes in Longqi Temple, it could be said to be delicious. Not bad, not bad. Let him bring more next time. Zhang Chongsheng thought happily. That day, an army was sent to guard Longqi Mountain, and the days when the disciples were on tenterhooks ended. A month later, Daoist priest Qing Su returned and the army withdrew. All the disciples gathered in the Clear Heart Palace Hall and lowered their heads to face Daoist priest Qing Su. The atmosphere in the hall was gloomy and Zhang Chongsheng also lowered his head. Meng Kaihui and Meng Chusuang knelt in front of Daoist priest Qing Su with their foreheads pressed against the ground. Daoist master Qing Su looked much older than before he went down the mountain. There were wrinkles between his eyebrows. He must have been extremely worried. Alas! A heavy sigh broke the silence in the Clear Heart Palace Hall. Daoist Qing Su said, "Get up." In the face of a peerless expert like the ghost-eyed evil king, even I am not completely confident. You have done well. The dead are gone. Don't worry about it from now on. Meng Kaihui and Meng Chusuang stood up, but they still did not dare to look up, especially Meng Kaihui. His fists in his sleeves trembled. In the past month, his temperament had changed drastically, and he was no longer as cheerful as before. He had a gloomy expression all day long, and the disciples did not dare to speak to him. Daoist priest Qing Su looked at Zhang Chongsheng and said, "Chongsheng, you did well. You saved Longqi Temple." Zhang Chongsheng hastily bowed and said that he had just fulfilled his duty. Daoist Qing Su did not say much about that. Instead, he said, "Your eldest senior brother has switched to that evil sect. From now on, he will no longer be the first disciple of Longqi Temple. Kaihui will be the first disciple, Chusuang will be the second disciple, and the third disciple will be Chongsheng." As soon as he said that, the disciples looked up and asked excitedly. Li Chongqing was the head of the family in Longqi Temple, and he had a close relationship with his fellow disciples. No one, including Zhang Chongsheng, hated him. Meng Kaihui's expression was extremely ugly. He was not excited to be the first disciple. Zhang Chongsheng was not surprised to be promoted to the third disciple. With his achievements, his status as a disciple of Longqi Temple could be mobilized. Of course, only when a disciple passed away would other disciples replace him. He could understand Li Changqing's betrayal. The word love harmed people. But as long as it did not affect his safety, he didn't care. He was an immortal cultivator. 100 years later, everyone around him would turn to dust and sleep underground. Daoist Master Qing Su did not say anything else. He waved his horsetail whisk and motioned for the disciples to retreat. Even though the disciples were excited, they had no choice but to retreat. Zhang Chongsheng hesitated. He thought that Daoist priest Qing Su would talk to him alone, but he did not. He did not seem to care about the death of his disciples. He returned to his room alone, still confused. Daoist Master Qing Su's attitude towards him was obviously strange. Did Daoist Master Qing Su know his identity? He did not listen to him. Even if something big had happened to him, he did not hold him accountable. Something was really wrong. Zhang Chongsheng thought of many possibilities. He even thought that Daoist priest Qing Su might also be an enemy. Of course, this thought was a little dark. However, in this life, he had to pursue longevity no matter what. Immortality, becoming an immortal and becoming a god were his goals. After Daoist priest Qing Su returned, Longqi Temple completely calmed down. The disciples were no longer worried and their days returned to normal. The disciples were all orphans and had more or less experienced separation in life and death. They were not always immersed in sadness, but there was only one person who was deeply affected. Meng Kaihui. He began to practice martial arts crazily and received the same treatment as Zhang Chongsheng. He no longer listened to Dao and devoted himself to martial arts at the edge of the cliff. This made Qing Ku sigh to Zhang Chongsheng that his new senior brother's enthusiasm to practice martial arts was as if he did not care about his life. Zhang Chongsheng did not meddle in other people's business and comfort Meng Kaihui. He did not have the ability to do so. Time continued to pass. Unknowingly. It was the 15th year after the founding of the dynasty, and Zhang Chongsheng was 15 years old. His true energy had been increasing, but he was still a step away from the 4th level of the Dao technique. The winter snow had yet to completely melt when Chen Li came to visit. This time, he brought a huge gift with him. Ha ha ha, Chongsheng, you've picked up a treasure. I helped you ask His Majesty for a sword. With a single order from His Majesty, he spent several months to obtain a famous sword from the pugilistic world. This sword is called the Taihang sword, and it's said to be one of the top 10 swords in the pugilistic world. Chen Li smiled and placed his sword on the table, producing a crisp sound. Zhang Chongsheng asked in surprise, why did His Majesty make such a fuss? Chen Li shook his head and said, His Majesty only said one sentence and my subordinates ran until they broke their legs. Longqi Temple is located in the capital and is a Daoist temple personally appointed by His Majesty. A prisoner in Sky Prison has massacred its disciples and it involves too many departments of power. In order to please His Majesty, my subordinates naturally have to do their best. This is also to appease the anger in His Majesty's heart. Moreover, in the martial arts world today, swordsmen are weak and the prestige of the top 10 swords is inferior to the previous dynasty. Zhang Chongsheng was suddenly enlightened. He came to the table, picked up the scabbard, and pulled out the Taihang sword. The sword light dazzled, making him squint. Chen Li was also dazzled. He lamented, this Taihang sword is definitely a divine weapon. I've tried it before. It can cut through iron like mud. This sword light can also confuse the enemy. Zhang Chongsheng sized up the Taihang sword. It was more than 3 feet long, and the blade was 3 fingers wide. It looked slender, and there were strange patterns carved in the middle of the blade. The blade on both sides was slightly cyan, and the hilt was also exquisite. It was comfortable to hold. Not bad, not bad. I like it. Thank you, Brother Chen. Zhang Chongsheng praised. This sword was handsome and worthy of his appearance. Chen Li smiled and then talked about the result of the case. Sky Prison would be remodeled to pursue greater defensive capabilities. More than 30 officials of various sizes had been stripped of their posts, and no less than 5 had been beheaded. The highest-ranking officials involved third-ranked officials. During this period of time, the capital could be said to be in a storm, and everyone felt insecure. Every day, officials would supervise the city. The emperor suspected that there was someone else behind the ghost-eyed evil king, but in the end, they could not find the culprit, and thus, the case came to an end. As for Longqi Temple, the emperor gifted it with a lot of money and food as a form of appeasement. Zhang Chongsheng had no objections, and he had no right to express his opinion. After Chen Li said that, he left in a hurry. He had been promoted recently, and it was a busy time for him. Zhang Chongsheng did not stay in the house. Instead, he went to the bell tower. There were very few disciples around here because the buildings here were storerooms that stored firewood, grain, and other goods. He began to mobilize his spiritual energy according to the mental cultivation method of the imperial sword technique. He first had to make the Taihang sword soar into the air before he could ride the sword. This process was very difficult, but he felt refreshed and full of fighting spirit. Riding a sword was the essence of cultivation. How could a dignified immortal cultivator always use martial arts against their enemies? After the tragedy ended, those aristocrats who wanted to kill Zhang Chongsheng quieted down. Zhang Chongsheng lived a peaceful year when he was 15 years old. He did not encounter any more calamities or disasters. In the 16th year after the founding of the dynasty, Zhang Chongsheng was 16 years old. On a summer afternoon, he finally mastered the 4th level of the Dao technique, and the true energy in his body began to transform into a stronger form of energy. Spiritual force. The energy of an immortal cultivator. From that moment on, he could be considered as someone who had truly gone through extraordinary. In the future, he could cultivate magic and use magic weapons. The Kylan Horsetail whisk he obtained when he was 6 years old was still in his mind. He had never used it before, so he had been looking forward to using it. Zhang Chongsheng made a comparison. His spiritual force was 10 times that of his true energy before he broke through. It was huge, and his senses had doubled in sensitivity. His hearing could cover the entire Longqi Temple. At the same time, he had also developed a divine consciousness. A divine consciousness was the eyes of the soul. It could penetrate matter and pry into the outside world to pry into the essence of things. A drastic change. Zhang Chongsheng was in a good mood and felt that he did not have to worry if more enemies came. Compared to when he killed the ghost-eyed evil king, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. It could even be described as being reborn. It took Zhang Chongsheng 2 days to consolidate his cultivation and master his spiritual force. He now could even fly on his sword, but he did not dare to be too ostentatious and ended after a little test. He was not sure if there were other immortal cultivators in the world or if there were any warriors that could rival him. He could not act recklessly. Chapter 9, Mystic Weapon, Are you willing to be the abbot? The bright moon hung in the sky, and the stars twinkled. In the courtyard, a group of disciples stood on a four-sided corridor and shouted excitedly. They were watching Qing Ku spar with Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng stood rooted on the spot without moving. His left hand was behind his waist and his right hand was blocking Qing Ku's moves. No matter how Qing Ku attacked, Zhang Chongsheng could easily resolve it and push it away. At the age of 16, he was handsome and considered outstanding among the crowd. Qing Ku had practiced the 9 seeking heavenly dragon steps that Zhang Chongsheng had taught him. This footwork was exquisite, but it did not have any substantial offensive power. Therefore, Qing Ku's offensive move was a martial arts technique of the Longqi Temple. It had to be said that most of the martial arts in Longqi Temple were weak. In Zhang Changshen's opinion, it was no different from the traditional martial arts on earth in his previous life. Zhang Chongsheng pushed Qing Ku away with one hand again. Qing Ku took 7 consecutive steps back, staggered, and fell to the ground. Qing Ku helplessly called out, "No more!" The surrounding disciples cheered and praised third senior brother for his prowess. Ever since he reached the 4th level of the Dao technique, Zhang Chongsheng would occasionally guide other disciples. As a result, the image of his third senior brother was established and his prestige rose day by day. Just as Zhang Chongsheng was about to ask who else wanted his pointers, the courtyard door was pushed open. Everyone turned around and immediately ran back to their rooms in fright. Qing Ku hastily got up and quickly ran back into the house, leaving only Zhang Chongsheng and the newcomer in the courtyard. "Third junior brother, you have to sleep early in the night. Don't let these little bastards cause trouble." Meng Kaihui walked to Zhang Chongsheng and said earnestly. He frowned and a few strands of white hair appeared on his temples. In a short span of 2 years, he had become a completely different person. The once lively and cheerful second senior brother had now become a gloomy man who was obsessed with martial arts. Zhang Chongsheng sighed internally. In the end, it was all because of him. If he had not been brought to Longqi Temple, the situation would have been different. However, he was not the sole cause of all this. He was also a victim. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Yes, eldest senior brother." Meng Kaihui stared at him with a burning gaze and said, "Third junior brother, you were able to kill the evil king 2 years ago. How powerful are you now? When will you spar with me?" Zhang Chongsheng did not want to dampen Meng Kaihui's spirits, so he declined. "Forget it. The evil king was careless back then. I'm not his opponent. Eldest senior brother, I'm tired. I'll go back and rest first. Let's practice swordsmanship when we're free." With that said, he turned around and walked towards his room. Meng Kaihui asked, "I heard that Li Chongqing has already stepped into the peak. Third junior brother, do you want to go down the mountain and have an adventure? So soon? Could it be that he cultivated a demonic technique?" Zhang Chongsheng thought to himself. He waved his hand and said, "I don't want to go down the mountain. I just want to stay in Longqi Temple and stand aloof from worldly affairs." Meng Kaihui watched him enter the house before he turned to leave. Returning to his bed, Zhang Chongsheng frowned. What did Meng Kaihui mean? This guy also wanted to learn from Li Chongqing? He thought for a moment and decided not to meddle in other people's business. Then, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The next morning, he came back after striking the Dao bell. Qing Ku was not in the house, so he took out the Kylan horsetail whisk from his mind. Previously, he was worried that he could not put the survival reward back after taking it out, so he did not take it out, but now was the right moment to take it out. During this period of time, he had completely mastered the Imperial Sword technique. Other than cultivating his Dao techniques and immortal skills, he had nothing else to do. Therefore, he might as well play with his magical weapons. The Kylan horsetail whisk appeared out of thin air in his hand. It looked no different from an ordinary horsetail whisk, but the handle was made out of white jade, similar to a white bone. He held the Kylan horsetail whisk and could sense the surging magic power inside. As expected of a magical weapon, it had its own spiritual power. A memory surfaced in his mind which told him how to make the magical weapon recognize its master. He began to imitate it and probed his divine consciousness into the Kylan horsetail whisk to break the restriction inside the magical weapon. An hour later, the Kylan horsetail whisk successfully recognized him as its master. After that, the Kylan horsetail whisk began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own. It was very magical. When Zhang Chongsheng injected spiritual energy into the Kylan horsetail whisk, the long whiskers on it could extend freely. Moreover, he could control them to bind someone up or just hit them. Wonderful! Zhang Chongsheng tried to put the Kylan horsetail whisk back into his mind, but he failed. Once the items for survival rewards were taken out, they could only exist in reality. Even though he felt somewhat regretful, he could still accept it. From then on, Zhang Chongsheng wore the Taihang sword on his waist and held the Kylan horsetail whisk in his hand. He had the aura of a sage. When a disciple asked about the horsetail whisk, he said that it was a gift from Chen Li. All the disciples in the temple knew that Chen Li and the fourth prince would visit him occasionally. They were not the only ones. There were also other high-ranking officials and aristocrats who wanted to visit Zhang Chongsheng. At first, he met them, but after a few more times, he declined. That was because those people only wanted to see him and did not have Chen Li's sincerity. The summer sun was so hot that the air was slightly distorted. Brother Chongsheng, I am going to the army. I will not be able to visit you for the next 5 years. I hope you can forgive me. The young man said in high spirits in front of Zhang Chongsheng. He put his hands on his hips and sweated profusely, but his energy was still high. Zhang Chongsheng had just finished guiding the divine shadow leg and was about to chase out the guest when he heard something unexpected coming out of the guest's mouth. Zhang Chongsheng asked, "Where are you joining the army?" "Not in the capital." The Great Jing dynasty had been founded for 16 years, and its interior was harmonious and peaceful. However, the war against the outside world had never stopped. The north had always been in a constant state of battles, and every year, a batch of outstanding generals would be born. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "In the north, of course. I want to flatten the desert and destroy ancient Han." The ancient Han dynasty was a dynasty in the north of the Great Jing dynasty. It had a vast territory and often invaded the surrounding dynasties. The Chu dynasty, the predecessor of the Great Jing dynasty, had been conquered by the ancient Han dynasty for a period of time and most of its territory had fallen. At that time, the royal family and citizens had suffered great humiliation, causing the people of the Great Jing dynasty to still have a bone-deep hatred for the ancient Han dynasty. Other than pursuing longevity, the current emperor's greatest goal was to flatten the ancient Han dynasty and achieve thousands of miraculous achievements. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "It's not that easy for a prince to join the army. You have to think carefully." Zhang Yu grinned and said, "I have no choice. If I don't enter the army, I won't be able to win against my brother." Zhang Chongsheng was stunned. This was the first time Zhang Yu had revealed his ambition to him. The faction of the fake prince was getting stronger and stronger. It was said that he was in control of 2 of the 6 ministries, and he personally supervised the government offices in the capital. At the age of 16, he already had the ability to deal with government affairs. Many people were looking forward to what kind of prosperity he would bring to the world after he ascended the throne. As for the current emperor, the people had some criticisms about him. Repairing the canal was really a waste of money for the people. Zhang Chongsheng added, "Then I wish you success." Zhang Yu curiously asked, "If my brother or other princes come to rope you in these next few years, would you go down the mountain?" He seemed casual, but he was extremely nervous. Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and laughed. "Of course not. If I were here for fame and fortune, I would have listened to His Majesty and participated in the martial arts examination." Zhang Yu smiled and turned to leave. "Brother Chongsheng, wait for me to ride my horse back to the capital. I will spread your martial arts on the battlefield." The young man's laughter echoed in the building. At the age of 14, he was full of confidence and energy. Zhang Chongsheng looked at the pastries by his side with regret. He would not be able to eat such delicious pastries for a long time. The fourth prince's departure did not cause any waves in the capital. There were more than 10 princes and a crown prince among them. Thus, the fourth prince's presence was not high. After Zhang Chongsheng broke through to the 4th level of the Dao technique, he did not relax and worked hard every day. As the days passed, the leaves in Longqi Temple began to turn yellow, indicating that autumn was coming. Longqi Temple had returned to normal. High-ranking officials and nobles would come to burn incense and seek the Dao every few days. There were also swordsmen who came to stay and recuperate. Even though Zhang Chongsheng was the 3rd disciple, he did not usually receive guests. It was always the other disciples who were in charge. At present, the one in charge of Longqi Temple was his 2nd senior sister, Meng Chu's Huang. Meng Kaihui and Meng Chu's Huang were biological siblings. Their parents were killed by bandits when they were young. Fortunately, priest Kingxiu saved them and brought them up the mountain together. At noon, Zhang Chongsheng sat on the pagoda bell tower and faced the blazing sun. He circulated his energy and absorbed the weather between heaven and earth. Qing Ku suddenly ran downstairs and shouted, "Something bad has happened. Eldest senior brother has run away." Zhang Chongsheng opened his eyes and stood up to look down at Qing Ku. "What do you mean? Do you mean senior brother Meng or senior brother Li?" "Senior brother Meng, of course. To be precise, another senior brother has escaped," Qing Ku said anxiously. Zhang Chongsheng frowned. He flipped over and leaped, landing lightly like a white crane. Qing Ku was already used to his movement technique and immediately led the way. The two of them quickly arrived at the front of the Enlightenment Hall. Most of the disciples had gathered there, and those who did not come were either responsible for guarding the mountain gate or entertaining the guests. In the hall, Daoist Master Qing Su had his back facing them. He was silent as he held a letter in his hand. Meng Chu's Huang gritted his teeth and said, "Master, I'll go and find him." Zhang Chongsheng was surprised. Meng Kaihui did not bring his sister down the mountain? Priest Kingxiu sighed. "There's no need. Respect him. Kaihui is different from Chongqing. He is not seeking refuge with the evil cult. He just wants to obtain more power. Perhaps you will see him again in the capital in the future." He turned around and looked at his disciples. When Zhang Chongsheng saw his calm expression, it seemed like he had already guessed it. Chu's Huang will be the first disciple. The other disciples will be promoted by one tier, Daoist Master Qing Su said. Just like this, Zhang Chongsheng had become the second senior brother. He felt somewhat helpless. The speed of his promotion was too fast. Would he become the eldest senior brother in another 2 years? "Chongsheng, follow me." Daoist Master Kingxiu waved his horsetail whisk and turned to leave. When Zhang Chongsheng heard that, he hastily followed. The other disciples continued to discuss Meng Kaihui's departure. They passed through the clear Heart Palace Hall and entered a long corridor. The commotion outside gradually faded away. Zhang Chongsheng followed behind Daoist Master Kingxiu as his imagination ran wild. He did not know what he wanted to say. Zhang Chongsheng still wanted to know if Daoist Master Kingxiu knew about his background and what he thought. Only then could he decide on revenge. He was not sure if anyone in the capital could defeat him, so he had to be careful. They arrived at a quiet courtyard. The courtyard was not big, and there was an old tree sitting there. The tree's body was winding like a dragon's body, and the dense autumn leaves fluttered with the wind. A yellow ring of leaves had already been piled up on the ground. Daoist Master Kingxiu stopped and looked at the old tree. He slowly said, "Chongsheng, do you want to go down the mountain?" Zhang Chongsheng was stunned and hastily asked, "Master, why do you want to dive me down the mountain?" He did not expect Daoist Master Kingxiu to have such thoughts. Daoist Master Kingxiu calmly said, "If you are unwilling to go down the mountain, are you willing to be the abbot of Longqi Temple in the future?" Chapter 10, Great Noble, Descendant of a Demon Beast. The abbot was the master of the Daoist Temple. In the Great Jing dynasty, he could also be directly called a Daoist master. Become the abbot of Longqi Temple? Zhang Chongsheng hesitated and did not answer immediately. It was impossible for him not to have thought about it. He believed that he was the strongest in Longqi Temple, and no one was more qualified than him. However, he did not expect to face this matter so soon. The Longqi Temple was not an aristocratic organization. There was no infighting, and the disciples had pure hearts and few desires. Naturally, there was no need for the Daoist master to test the disciples. Zhang Chongsheng answered, "Of course I am willing to work for the Daoist Temple. However, I am still young and I am afraid I can't take up the position. Eldest senior sister is more suitable than me. Besides, why did master ask this? You can continue as a Daoist master for many years." Daoist Master Kingxiu raised his right hand and his sleeves fell, revealing his wrist that was covered with black blood vessels. It was as if black worms had crawled all over his skin and were still wriggling. It was a horrifying scene. Zhang Chongsheng frowned. Daoist Master Kingxiu calmly said, "This poison is the evilest poison of the demonic sects. Even the aura of a true dragon cannot eliminate it. I will live for at most 5 years. I will give you another 5 years, and you have to be prepared to assume the responsibility of an abbot. As for your eldest senior sister, she is a woman with outstanding looks and is Kaihui's biological sister. If she were to become an abbot, she would definitely bring about disaster. Zhang Chongsheng felt that it made sense. Longqi Temple was located in the center of power of the Great Jing dynasty, and high-ranking officials and nobles often came to visit. A beautiful abbot would indeed cause a lot of trouble. 5 years. 5 years later, he would only be 21 years old. That was too early. Even though Zhang Chongsheng did not refuse to be an abbot, he did not want to be too busy so early in his life. His main focus was on cultivation. Is there really no cure? Zhang Chongsheng frowned and asked. Daoist Master Kingxiu shook his head and laughed. Nothing is absolute. It's just that there's no antidote yet. Chongsheng, you have to take it as a warning and avoid provoking the fiend sects. Be it good or bad, those who defy the heavens will always bring bad luck to the people around them. Zhang Chongsheng continued to ask, why do you say that? What's the special background of the fiend sects? Those who defied the natural order. Could it be a rebel? Daoist Master Kingxiu shook his head and said no more. Zhang Chongsheng hesitated for a moment before he continued to ask, Master, do you know my background? It seems like someone wants to kill me. The previous disaster. Don't think too much about it. It has nothing to do with you. It's just that someone wants to get rid of Longqi Temple, Daoist Master Kingxiu interrupted. Zhang Chongsheng frowned again. It was not easy for him to have the chance to ask, so he would not give up. Daoist Master Kingxiu had a good relationship with Emperor Zhang Yuan, so he had to test him. Why does His Majesty take special care of me? I heard from Chen Li that he wanted to recommend me to participate in the martial arts examination just because I met him once. He even asked the fourth prince to find me to practice martial arts. The way His Majesty looked at me last time. Zhang Chongsheng did not continue because Daoist Master Kingxiu was staring at him intently. His gaze was exceptionally unfamiliar. He had never seen Daoist Master Kingxiu reveal such an expression. In an instant, Zhang Chongsheng was ready to fight. He dared to ask because his confidence came from his strength. If Daoist Master Kingxiu were to save him, it would also be part of his conspiracy. At most, he would escape from the capital and come back when he was invincible. Daoist Master Kingxiu faintly said, Chongsheng, I don't know who you learned it from, but I believe there must be an expert guiding you behind the scenes. An expert that even I could not detect. His strength is unimaginable and I'm afraid he's a peerless expert above the spiritual sense realm. However, I advise you to be careful and not trust others easily. That's right, your background is indeed not simple. It's not worth your time to explore. It's dangerous and cruel. Zhang Chongsheng frowned when he heard that. He did not refute Daoist Master Kingxiu. It was fine to fabricate a backer, but Daoist Master Kingxiu's words made him think of more possibilities. Today, I will tell you the current realm of martial arts. From the lowest to the highest, it is divided into third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, true essence, and spiritual sense. Someone in the spiritual sense realm is regarded as a top expert in ordinary martial arts world, but that is not the case. There are higher realms above that, and as far as I know, there is the heavenly arrival realm. The current His Majesty does not seem to have any skills, but he has the luck of the Emperor. Once he unleashes the true dragon's aura, he is comparable to an expert in the spiritual sense realm. Most importantly, there is a heavenly arrival realm martial artist in the palace, and that person is the true pillar of the Great Jing dynasty. Daoist Master Kingxiu's tone was unfathomable, and no one could tell his emotions. Third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, true essence, spiritual sense, and heaven arrival. Zhang Changshen's frown deepened. The ghost-eyed evil king was an expert at the spiritual sense realm. Before he broke through to the fourth level of the Dao technique, he could easily kill the ghost-eyed evil king. This meant that at that time, he was at least invincible at the spiritual sense realm. Now, his strength had greatly improved and should be comparable to a heaven arrival realm expert. This was only his guess and he did not dare to gamble. He could only live for one lifetime and had no chance to reincarnate, so he had to be careful. Daoist Master Kingxiu spoke again. Saving you has already brought about a huge disaster for the Longqi Temple. I originally wanted to hide it, but since you have the intention to investigate, I can only tell you that there are only two paths for you to live. The first is for me to send you to the holy land of the martial arts world, but you will still not be able to escape the pursuit of your enemies. The second is for me to protect you for another 5 years. Within these 5 years, you have to grow as much as possible. After that, use the name of the Longi Temple to rope in your connections and fight against that great aristocrat. The existence of the Longi Temple was established by the emperor when he founded the country and announced it to the world. Unless the Longi Temple commits treason, even His Majesty cannot uproot the Longi Temple. Great Jing, faith is the foundation of the country. From the emperor to the common people, faith is the most important. All right, you may leave. Zhang Chongsheng did not ask further. He cupped his hands, bowed, and left. After he turned around, his expression turned cold. Haha! A great aristocrat. Zhang Chongsheng understood what Daoist Master Kingxiu meant. At the same time, he felt fortunate and fearful. Fortunately, he was not rash when he met Zhang Yuan. In the quiet courtyard, Daoist Master Kingxiu stared at the old tree in front of him. The mottled autumn leaves slowly fell onto the grass pile below without stirring up any dust. Alas, a family and a country in trouble. The day after he finished chatting with Daoist Master Kingxiu, Zhang Chongsheng moved out and found a courtyard to stay in. As the second senior brother, he naturally had the qualifications. Meng Chu's Huang, who was in charge of power, did not even ask much and directly agreed. Qing Ku was reluctant, but Zhang Chongsheng agreed that he could visit him at any time in the future. Only then did he smile. The reason why Zhang Chongsheng stayed alone was because he did not want to be disturbed and wanted to just cultivate in peace. The heaven arrival state expert in the palace had become his imaginary enemy. He had to become as strong as possible. Regarding the poison that Daoist Master Kingxiu had been inflicted with, he would also think of ways to try and detoxify it. After all, he had already mastered the spring and autumn medical manual, but he was still unable to detoxify the poison for the time being. He would have to wait for a year or two first. If he did not encounter any danger in the past 2 years, it meant that Daoist Master Kingxiu was really good to him. Zhang Changshen's move did not cause any surprise among the disciples. Instead, they felt that it was only right for him to move out. Having the second senior brother living in their courtyard made them feel uneasy. After staying alone, Zhang Chongsheng did not even ring the bell and handed over the responsibility to other disciples. He was now the second senior brother, so other than Meng Chu's Huang, no one dared to reject his orders. In the blink of an eye, the heavy snow finally arrived, and the cold snow covered the capital. The righteous and the evil have gathered at Mount Yang, and a peerless war was about to begin. Unexpectedly, a person came out from Mount Yang and self-proclaimed to the called Emperor Yang Zhao. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. Even when the righteous and evil joined hands, he was knocked down the mountain alone and his name shook the world. Even though it's the martial arts world, how can you call yourself an emperor? When His Majesty learned of this, he was furious and ordered the silver-armored leopard light cavalry to encircle and suppress Huiyang Mountain. 3,000 silver-armored leopard light cavalry were elites of the Great Jing dynasty, and there were more than 1,000 casualties. In the end, Emperor Yang Zhao even escaped. Right now, Emperor Yang Zhao's bounty is hanging in every corner of the world. Chen Li spoke rhythmically with a wine glass in his hand, as if he was a storyteller. Zhang Chongsheng listened with relish. In the new year, Chen Li aged faster than time. More and more grey hair appeared on his temples, and his eyes were filled with fatigue. Every time he came to Longi Temple, other than bringing gifts, Chen Li would tell Zhang Chongsheng about the martial arts world and the court. Sometimes, he would also explain his frustration. After Zhang Chongsheng heard about the influential figures in the world, he asked curiously, "Is His Majesty still obsessed with alchemy?" When Chen Li heard that, he angrily said, "That's right, he's simply muddle-headed." Zhang Chongsheng was frightened. Even though he had outstanding senses and knew that there was no one outside the building, Chen Li's boldness was not a good thing. It was easy to attract a fatal disaster. He really did not want to live a wandering life. "Don't talk nonsense. Brother Chen, you have to pay more attention to your words and actions. Perhaps your predicament is related to your words and actions," Zhang Chongsheng said with sincerity. Chen Li immediately sobered up, but he was still furious. Chen Li gritted his teeth and said, "His Majesty places great importance on the demonic priest. Since the demonic priest is close to the second prince, he will sooner or later be in danger of seizing the throne." At that time, when Zhang Chongsheng heard that, he understood what was going on. The position of the fake prince was unstable. Could it be Zhang Yuan's idea that the demonic priest was close to the second prince? Chen Li raised his cup and gulped it down. He wiped his mouth and exhaled a long breath. Chongsheng, I'll take my leave first. There's a snake egg in that small box. This snake egg was born from a demon snake and is extremely spiritual. If it can be nurtured and passed down for generations, it can become a mountain guardian spirit beast in the future. He got up, put on his raincoat, and left with his sword. Looking at his bent back, Zhang Chongsheng could not bear to see him like this and said, "Brother Chen, if you encounter any trouble, you can tell me. I will help if I can." Chen Li stopped at the door and chuckled. "Stinky brat, when I really need your help, my Chen family will definitely be at the end of its rope. At that time, I won't be stingy with my words. Cultivate well." He pushed the door open and gently closed it. Zhang Chongsheng was silent. It seemed like the vortex in the capital was getting more and more chaotic. The emperor was obsessed with the pursuit of longevity. In the history of China in his previous life, this symbolized was a bad start and might even usher in the collapse of a dynasty. The great Jing dynasty could not be the Qin dynasty in another world, right? Zhang Chongsheng stood up and walked to the table. He lifted the cloth on the small box and opened it. Inside was a white egg larger than a goose egg. He reached out and touched it. It was scorching hot in the cold winter. He could even sense a faint strange energy inside. A descendant of a demon beast? Zhang Chongsheng was interested. It was not bad to raise pets. From his current understanding, even though there were demons in this world, there were very few of them. At the very least, they were not enough to overthrow the human dynasty. There were no immortals or gods in this world. As for the immortal cultivators, most of them were bewitching demons and swindlers. They were often forced out of their true forms by the martial artists. Chapter 11, Severing Karma, Overlord Body. Zhang Chongsheng carefully made a nest for the snake egg. It was placed on his bed, surrounded by bedding. Ever since he started cultivating, he had hardly slept. Late at night, he would sit quietly and absorb qi, replacing sleep. After dawn, he would be in high spirits. He began to look forward to the hatching of the snake egg. Every day, he would inject spiritual force into the egg to nourish the snake fetus. The peaceful days were broken half a month later. "I am Lu Luyan. I heard that Daoist Master Chongsheng killed the evil ghost, the ghost-eyed evil king, and I am here to pay you a visit." A cold voice sounded from outside the house. Zhang Chongsheng opened his eyes. He had already sensed that the other party was coming towards his house, but since the other party could not threaten him, he did not care. Zhang Changshen's voice floated out, "May I know why Miss Lu is looking for me?" In the courtyard, there was a woman standing on the snow-covered ground. She wore a beautiful purple robe and looked like a swordsman. She held a sword in her hand. Even though she had a beautiful face, there was an ice-cold killing intent between her brows that kept people 1,000 miles away. Lu Luyan said, "When I was young, the evil king massacred my entire family. I wandered around since I was young and learned martial arts. I originally wanted to take revenge on the evil king, but I heard that he was killed by Daoist Master Chongsheng. I would like to request for Daoist Master Chongsheng to enlighten me. Regardless of victory or defeat, this grudge will be resolved from now on. In the future, if Daoist Master requires my help, I will definitely help." Zhang Chongsheng was stunned and suspected that he had misheard. "What the heck? I helped you take revenge, and you came to me to compare notes?" Zhang Chongsheng replied, "I'm sorry, but I don't like to compare notes with others. I am a cultivator, and practicing martial arts is just my hobby. Please leave. As for favors, you don't have to thank me." Fortunately, he had killed the ghost-eyed evil king. Otherwise, this silly girl would definitely die if she were to find him. After all, there was still a gap between their true energy levels. Even though the gap was not huge, there was still an age gap between them, which meant a gap in experience. Thump. Lu Luyan suddenly knelt on the snow and said expressionlessly, "If Daoist Master does not agree, I will kneel here until I starve to death and die in your temple." As soon as she finished speaking, the courtyard fell into silence. Even the sound of the wind and snow had disappeared. Not far behind them, Qing Ku frowned when he saw this scene. Just as he was about to step forward to stop them, the door opened and Zhang Chongsheng in a blue Daoist robe walked out. Zhang Chongsheng, who was almost 17 years old, had grown up. He had a tall figure and a handsome face. He had the Taihang sword on his waist and the Kailan horsetail whisk in his hand. Lu Luyan subconsciously looked up and her gaze landed on Zhang Chongsheng. When she saw him, she could not help but be stunned. Their eyes met, and the snowstorm on the mountain seemed to have stopped. Zhang Chongsheng frowned and asked, "Miss, why are you being unreasonable? It could be considered that I have helped you." Lu Luyan retracted his gaze and blushed. She stood up and said, "I know. It's not that I'm ungrateful. I'm definitely not your opponent. This matter has just bothered me. Even if Daoist Master hurt me, I won't have any complaints and I will repay you in the future." Zhang Changshen's frown deepened. Lu Luyan drew his sword and waited for Zhang Chongsheng to take action. Zhang Chongsheng sighed and said, "Then attack. Give it your all so that you won't be dissatisfied in the future." When Lu Luyan heard that, the corners of her mouth curled up. She immediately leaped up and quickly waved her sword with her right hand. Streaks of sword chi that were visible to the naked eye rushed towards Zhang Chongsheng and tore through the wind and snow. At that moment, Lu Luyan suddenly felt everything slow down. She looked at Zhang Chongsheng as he lifted his leg. His movements were not fast, but it gave her an unstoppable momentum. Zhang Chongsheng raised his left leg and kicked. Dozens of leg shadows dispersed the sword chi in midair and hit Lu Luyan. Pfft! Lu Luyan vomited blood and flew backward before she fell heavily into a pile of snow. She covered her chest in pain and wanted to stand up, but she spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. Qing Ku was so frightened that he immediately ran over and asked in a trembling voice, "Senior brother, she?" Zhang Chongsheng slowly retracted his leg and shook his head with a smile. "She's not dead. Take her away." Killing people in the capital was illegal unless the other party was a death row prisoner like the ghost-eyed evil king or in self-defense. Qing Ku breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he crouched down, he stood up and said, "This won't do. I'll call senior sister." With that said, he ran out. Zhang Chongsheng turned around and returned to his room, leaving Lu Luyan in the snow. Not long after, eldest senior sister Meng Chuhuang and Qing Ku came with several disciples to take Lu Luyan away. The news quickly spread and the disciples had a deeper understanding of Zhang Chongsheng. This senior brother had become fierce after living alone. Zhang Chongsheng did not severely injure Lu Luyan. He merely shook her true energy and did not injure her internal organs. She would recover in a few days. The reason why he did this was because he was afraid that Lu Luyan would pester him, so he just broke her stubbornness in one go. 3 days later, Lu Luyan left the mountain and did not look for Zhang Chongsheng again. In the 17th year after the founding of the dynasty, a woman from the martial arts world, Lu Luyan, came to you for a spar due to hatred. You crushed her thoughts and passed through a causal event. You received a survival reward. The martial arts, Xian Nei Overlord Body. Was this considered an ordeal? It seemed like if he had not been so ruthless, wouldn't I have more to do with her? Zhang Chongsheng imagined many possibilities, but he did not regret it at all. There were many women in the world, and he could not be distracted on the path of cultivation. 100 years later, the other party would be nothing but dirt, so there was no need to worry. This life is destined to be lonely. Zhang Chongsheng sighed and happily inherited the Overlord Body. The Xian Nei Overlord Body was considered an internal martial art. It used true qi to temper the body, making it as tough as iron. Once successful, his body would be hard to pierce through with a sword and would be immune to poison. It sounded very awesome. Zhang Chongsheng intended to spend 4 hours a day cultivating it. After he broke through to the 4th level of the Dao technique, he entered a period of slow growth. He was far from breaking through to the 5th level. However, he was still young and could take his time. His spiritual force could be described as boundless. Compared to him, Daoist Master Kingxu's true energy was like a small stream compared to an ocean. The light of a grain of rice competed with the bright moon. However, she did not know if she was stronger or weaker than that heaven arrival realm expert in the palace. The winter snow melted and the spring of the 17th year of the founding era arrived. Zhang Chongsheng quietly celebrated his 17th birthday. A 17-year-old was already considered an adult in the Jing dynasty. 20 years ago, there were many 16 to 17-year-old teenagers on the battlefield. In the courtyard, Zhang Chongsheng sat on the water vat. Looking carefully, his legs and buttocks were 3 to 4 centimeters away from the water. He was floating in the air, but looking from afar, he looked to be sitting on the water. His Daoist robe fluttered incessantly, and visible heat overflowed from his pores, revealing skin that jumped like fried beans. It was rather horrifying. He suddenly stood up and landed beside the water vat. His skin quickly recovered and his Daoist robe was dried up. After dozens of breaths, the wooden door in the courtyard was pushed open and Ching Ku walked in with an excited expression. After so many years, Ching Ku had put aside his experience of roaming the martial arts world. He was no longer as reticent as before, and he had regained the liveliness of his youth. Ever since he learned the 9 seeking heavenly dragon steps, his martial arts skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Even if he was not outstanding among his fellow disciples, it was not a problem for him to be ranked in the top 10. Of course, the martial arts of the entire Longi Temple were poor. Most of them only knew basic martial arts. Daoist Master Kingxiu's true energy was equivalent to the true energy realm expert, but he might be able to display the strength of the spiritual sense realm expert. As for senior sister Meng Qiu's Huang, she was just a first-rate expert. It was not too strong, but fortunately, the temple was located in the capital where there was not much competition in the martial arts world. Senior brother, good news. Senior brother Kaihui has become the top scholar in the martial arts examination and is in laws with a third-ranked official in the royal court. He is extremely glorious. Eldest senior sister is preparing to bring several disciples to pay him a visit. Are you coming? Ching Ku said excitedly. He still respected Meng Kaihui. Even though Meng Kaihui had betrayed Longi Temple, he had always stayed in the capital. Every time a disciple came down the mountain and met him, he would treat them to a meal as if they were still fellow disciples. Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and smiled. I won't be going. You ho ahead. Ching Ku said, if we go, we can eat delicious food. There will also meat dishes. Even though Longi Temple did not abstain from eating meat, there were only vegetables and fruits on the mountain. Moreover, they did not have any money, so it was hard for them to eat meat when they went down the mountain. Therefore, when they heard that they were going to visit Meng Kaihui, they were very excited and fought to go. Zhang Chongsheng still refused, so Ching Ku could only give up. He was also afraid of wasting time and not being able to freeload on delicacies. How did he become the top martial arts scholar? Zhang Chongsheng looked at Ching Ku's back and thought to himself. He knew Meng Kaihui's skills in martial arts. In his eyes, Meng Kaihui was only average. How long had it been since he left the mountain? Chen Li had mentioned that almost all the martial arts top scholars were contested by experts in the martial arts world. There had even been a peerless expert who had obtained the title of martial arts top scholar before and directly joined the army to become a general. His achievements had attracted more martial arts experts to participate in the martial arts examination. Something was amiss. Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and continued to cultivate, striving to perfect the overlord body as soon as possible. Night fell. Zhang Chongsheng returned to the house. He was observing the snake egg. When would this little guy come out? In the 17th year of the founding of the dynasty, your former senior brother, Meng Kaihui, set up a trap to scheme against you. However, you did not go and avoided a calamity. You received a survival reward. The magic spell, rejuvenation. When Zhang Chongsheng saw this line of words, he could not help but frown. Meng Kaihui had defected. No wonder he could become the martial arts top scholar. Even though he was indignant, he was more excited. Another spell. This was more like it. How could an immortal cultivator continue to train in martial arts? In fact, it was good to have more tribulations like this. It could make him stronger. Zhang Chongsheng immediately accepted the rejuvenation spell and memories surged into his mind. Rejuvenation was a healing spell. If a person had just died, it could help them keep their breath and live for a period of time. Normally, rejuvenation could only heal wounds and speed up the coagulation of blood. Keep one's breath? This was a divine technique. Zhang Chongsheng felt that he could solve the case. That night, Zhang Chongsheng was cultivating the art of rejuvenation. Ching Ku did not come to him again. Meng Kaihui only wanted to scheme against him, so he naturally did not make things difficult for his biological sister and other disciples. A month later, Zhang Chongsheng had completely mastered the rejuvenation spell, but his overlord body had yet to be completed. He still needed time. The snake egg had yet to hatch. If not for the fact that he could sense the vitality inside, Zhang Chongsheng would have thrown it away or fried an egg to eat. On this day, Zhang Chongsheng was cultivating when Ching Ku came to visit with an angry expression. Senior brother Chongsheng, someone provoked Longi Temple, and none of the disciples were his opponent. The other party said that Longi Temple is not worthy of being the only martial arts sect in the capital and that they wanted to replace us. Ching Ku was furious. He clenched his fist and his veins bulged. Zhang Chongsheng frowned and asked, there's someone in the capital who dares to provoke Longi Temple. Ching-ku gritted his teeth and said, the other party is the demonic priest, who is highly regarded by His Majesty. He wants to open a Daoist temple in the capital, but there is only one mountain in the city, Longi Mountain. Chapter 12, Sword Control Magic, Phantom God Eye. Demonic priest wanted to open a Daoist temple? Zhang Changshen's expression turned cold. He felt that someone was pushing him from behind, so he immediately followed Ching-ku. At the same time, under the mountain gate, the disciples of both sides were confronting each other. Daoist Master Kingxiu, Mengqiu's Huang, and a group of disciples stood in front of a small bridge. There was also a group of Daoist priests outside the gate. The leader was a middle-aged Daoist priest with a thin body and a crafty expression. He had his right hand behind his waist and his left hand pinching his goatee as he stared at the Daoist priests of Longi Temple with arrogance. The middle-aged priest was the demonic priest, who was favored by the emperor. He called himself Old Immortal Huanyang, and he had dozens of disciples under him. Most of them were children of nobles from the capital. There was also a young man by his side. He looked to be 16 to 17 years old and was dressed in purple clothes. He was exquisitely dressed and wore a jade crown embedded with pearls. He had a handsome appearance and with a single glance, one could tell that he had an extraordinary background. Daoist Master Kingxiu expressionlessly said, fellow Daoist, are you really going to force Longi Temple to their death? Behind him, 4 disciples were supported by other disciples. These 4 disciples were all injured as they stared at the middle-aged priest in shock and anger. Old Immortal Huanyang smiled and said, why do I have to force them to their deaths? Fellow Daoist Kingxiu, just give up this mountain. The disciples under you are too weak. I suspect that fellow Daoist did not teach them seriously. Since you do not have the heart to impart martial arts, why do you have to occupy the mountain? As soon as he said that, his disciples clamored one after another, each saying more unpleasant words than the other. Longi Temple should have been uprooted a long time ago. It's just that His Majesty cares about his old friendship. That's right. Longi Temple has contributed nothing to the court. Even the newly appointed top scholar has abandoned Longi Temple. In my opinion, they are all a group of good-for-nothings without any ability. Even His Majesty rarely comes. It would be better for you Master to give up his position and let the real immortal Master teach. According to the rules of the martial arts world, if you are no match for us, you should give up unless Longi Temple does not reside in a martial arts section. It's not that His Majesty has gone back on her words, but Longi Temple is too useless. You should just excuse yourself and get out. In the face of the clamor, the disciples of Longi Temple were furious. They retaliated and both sides started to bicker. Old Immortal Huanyang raised his hand and the disciples behind him immediately shut their mouths. Seeing this, Mengqiu's Huang also told his junior brothers and sisters to stop. If they continued to curse, it would tarnish the image of the Longi Temple. Old Immortal Huanyang chuckled and said, fellow Daoist, do you want to take action? If you can defeat me, I will immediately leave the mountain. However, if you lose, forget about the rules of the pugilistic world. Daoist Master Kingxiu sighed. Just as he was about to speak, a voice sounded. I wonder what will happen if someone dies in the spar. The disciples turned to look. When they saw who it was, their expressions brightened and excitement surfaced on their faces. Senior Sister Mengqiu's Huang also revealed a smile. Zhang Chongsheng slowly walked over. Behind him, Ching-ku took advantage of the tiger's might and glared at Old Immortal Huanyang. Old Immortal Huanyang stared at Zhang Chongsheng and asked with a smile, are you the Daoist master who killed the ghost-eyed evil king at the age of 14? Your killing intent is really heavy. The purple-clad young man looked at Zhang Chongsheng with a teasing expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhang Chongsheng pressed his right hand on the hilt of the Taihang sword and held the Kailan horsetail whisk in his left hand. He chuckled and said, the rules of the martial arts world are to compare notes. Life and death are up to fate, right? Old Immortal Huanyang's true energy was only slightly stronger than the ghost-eyed evil king. If the two of them were to fight to the death, the ghost-eyed evil king might not lose. However, ever since Daoist Master Kingxiu was poisoned, his vital energy had been dissipating and he was no longer the opponent of Elder Huanyang. Old Immortal Huanyang could not see through Zhang Changshen's strength. He even felt that Zhang Chongsheng was an ordinary person, but his achievements in killing the ghost-eyed evil king were obvious. Just as Old Immortal Huanyang hesitated, his disciples began to encourage him. These disciples were all good-for-nothings. Other than blind worship, some of them were arranged by their elders in their families. Therefore, they did not care about his life or death. Zhang Chongsheng stared at Elder Huanyang teasingly and was not anxious at all. Now, it was old immortal Huanyang's turn to be in a dilemma. Old immortal Huanyang seemed arrogant and conceited, but he was actually very cautious. Otherwise, he would not have become the emperor's favorite. Since you don't dare, then get lost. Qingku could not help but curse, and the other disciples followed suit. They were full of confidence in Zhang Chongsheng. After all, they had witnessed the insufferably arrogant evil king being kicked to death by Zhang Chongsheng, and it was still fresh in their minds. Old immortal Huanyang revealed a smile and said, "The capital is an important place. How can we discuss life and death? If I were to kill you, it would not be easy. Forget it, come again next time." With that said, he raised his hand and prepared to call for his disciples to retreat. Zhang Chongsheng released the hilt of his sword with his right hand and sneered. "Do you think you can come and leave the Longqi temple just as you like?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Taihang sword suddenly unsheathed. The light of the sword dazzled, causing everyone to subconsciously close their eyes. The same went for old immortal Huanyang. He also felt the sharp pain and opened his eyes in fright. The others only heard the sound of the blade penetrating flesh. They opened their eyes and saw Elder Huanyang half kneeling on the ground. Zhang Chongsheng was still standing on the spot as if he had not attacked, but the Taihang sword on his waist had disappeared. The disciples of Longqi Temple were all dumbstruck and revealed expressions of disbelief. Even Daoist Master Kingxiu was moved. The sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The Taihang sword flew past the head of old immortal Huanyang, cut off a strand of long hair, and flew into the scabbard on Zhang Changshen's waist. The Longqi Temple was silent. Everyone was stunned. Even the purple-clad young man was moved as he looked at Zhang Chongsheng in a daze. What kind of martial arts was that? Old immortal Huanyang widened his eyes and stared at Zhang Chongsheng. His eyes were bloodshot and cold sweat the size of beans overflowed from his forehead. Just now, he felt the aura of death. This feeling reminded him of the chaotic times before the Jing dynasty was founded. There was once a thief who wanted to behead him. At that time, the blade was not far from the back of his neck and that chill was exactly the same as now. Zhang Chongsheng said expressionlessly, "Don't come near here in the future." The Taihang sword pierced through old immortal Huanyang's shoulder and cut off some of his meridians, causing his true energy to dissipate. For this injury, it would take him a year and a half to recover. Old immortal Huanyang gritted his teeth and said, "Help me away." In the face of the terrifying Zhang Chongsheng, he did not even dare to utter a single harsh word. The disciples hastily supported him down the mountain. All of them were in an extremely sorry state and were frightened out of their wits by Zhang Changshen's sword control technique. Zhang Chongsheng glanced at the young man in purple. There were 4 guards behind him, and it was obvious that his identity was not simple. His sharp gaze woke the latter up. "How dare you? Don't be rude to His Second Highness." One of the guards shouted angrily, but his voice was trembling. Zhang Changshen's sword control technique shattered his understanding. Could martial arts be like this? When Zhang Chongsheng heard that, he cupped his fists at the purple-clad young man and said, "Your Second Highness, do you want to be a guest?" The prince who competed with the fake prince for power. Zhang Chongsheng had heard from the 4th prince, Zhang Yu, that the 2nd prince, Zhang Ming, was younger than the crown prince by half a year. His mother was the younger sister of Hong Lai, the #1 general in the Great Jing. After Cao Hebao rebelled, Hong Lai became the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, and his status was comparable to a second-ranked official. It could even be said that he was second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people. Naturally, Hong Lai supported the 2nd prince. Therefore, the 2nd prince's faction was also very powerful and was not inferior to the crown prince at all. It was uncertain who would inherit the throne in the future. Zhang Ming stared at Zhang Chongsheng with a burning gaze and said, "Daoist Master Chongsheng, you're really amazing. The sword technique just now was really magical. Even though I've never roamed the world, I can still see the power of Daoist Master Chongsheng. I want to invite Daoist Master Chongsheng to be my guest. In the future, I'll fight for an official position for you and enjoy a great salary. As long as I'm here, I guarantee that Daoist Master Chongsheng will have nothing to worry about in his life. I'll try my best to satisfy whatever you want." The moment he said that, the disciples of Longqi Temple looked at Zhang Chongsheng enviously. Previously, the 4th prince had come to acknowledge him as his teacher. Now, the second prince was also here. The fourth prince could not be compared to the second prince. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. I only wish to comprehend the Dao here. My greatest pursuit is my Daoist name. The wealth and status of the secular world have nothing to do with me." Zhang Ming stepped forward and warmly held Zhang Changshen's hand as he started to say all sorts of beautiful words. His words sounded like flattery, but his identity was not low, so the effect of his words was different. Zhang Changshen's polite response did not embarrass the second prince. Last year's top scholar had submitted to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming did not lack civil servants and generals, but he lacked experts like Zhang Chongsheng. No matter how much he said, Zhang Chongsheng still refused. Zhang Ming felt regretful, but he was not angry. Instead, he instructed his subordinates, "From today onwards, Longqi Temple's Daoist Master Chongsheng is my friend. Go back and tell old immortal Huanyang that he is not allowed to cause trouble again. Also, tell the entire capital that whoever dares to provoke Daoist Master Chongsheng is not giving me face." "Yes." The four guards immediately agreed. Zhang Ming smiled at Zhang Chongsheng and turned to leave. After the five of them left, the disciples of Longqi Temple immediately surrounded him, all of them extremely excited. Daoist Master Kingxiu did not say anything else and turned to leave. Meng Chusuang walked to Zhang Chongsheng and said, "Junior brother Chongsheng, you have saved the Daoist Temple again." Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Senior sister, what are you talking about? I am also a member of Longqi Temple. Compared to your usual busy schedule, I am nothing." Meng Chusuang revealed an approving smile as she lamented in her heart. The child from back then had already propped up the Longqi Temple by himself. Time passed really quickly. After dealing with his fellow disciples, Zhang Chongsheng quickly returned to his room. In the 17th year of the founding of the dynasty, the demonic priest, old immortal Huanyang, invaded. You repelled him and survived a calamity. You received a survival reward. The spell, Phantom God's Eye. Zhang Chongsheng looked at the notification and was in a good mood. It was also a good thing for someone to find fault with him, as it could make him stronger. As his spiritual force increased and the gap between him and the martial artists increased, the pressure he felt was far less than before. Even if the army surrounded Longqi Temple tomorrow, he was not afraid. As long as he used the sword control technique, who in the entire capital could stop him? After inheriting the memories of the Phantom God's Eye, Zhang Chongsheng marveled at how terrifying it was. After cultivating the Phantom God's Eye, one could change the memories of others as long as they looked into their eyes. This process would consume spiritual force according to the amount of information tampered with. The other party must also have a cultivation level lower than his. Otherwise, it would be easy to see through and it would also cause a backlash to the caster. A godly skill. However, he would only know the practical effect after cultivating it. Zhang Chongsheng became excited and began to cultivate the Phantom God Eye. In the following month, Zhang Ming sent someone 5 times, and every time, he would bring generous gifts. There were grains, medicinal ingredients, books, jade, and so on. This news also spread throughout the capital. Zhang Chongsheng knew what Zhang Ming meant. He had no choice but to board the ship. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng naturally accepted these generous gifts and then gave them to the Daoist Temple. More than half a month after the 5th gift, Zhang Chongsheng received shocking news. Zhang Ming was assassinated and was severely injured. Chapter 13, The Emperor's Plot, Birth of the White Dragon. The assassin must be a top expert to have snuck into the palace to assassinate the second prince and even escaped in the end. His Majesty was furious and searched the entire city for the assassin. Chen Li lamented. He did not have a favorable impression of the second prince, but he was not disgusted with him. He was only amazed by the strength of that martial arts expert. Zhang Chongsheng frowned. Wasn't there a heaven arrival realm expert in the palace? How could the assassin succeed? That was too much. Could it be the work of those nobles? However, would the emperor allow those people to attack his other son? Zhang Chongsheng asked, "Is His Second Highness all right?" Chen Li said, "It's said to be a serious injury, so it shouldn't be life-threatening. Otherwise, General Hong would go crazy. His Second Highness mother is not a kind person." Zhang Chongsheng suddenly could not understand the emperor. After he conversed with Daoist Master Kingxiu the last time, he guessed that it was very likely that he was switched by the emperor. Other than the emperor, was there anyone else who was more influential? If it was the emperor's doing, then it would be easy to explain. There were as many experts in the palace as there were clouds, and it was extremely difficult to bring him out. If the emperor turned a blind eye, then it would make sense. However, the emperor allowed those people to attack his other son. What did that mean? He insisted on killing his son. Could it be that he, the emperor, was the one who was replaced? Even until now, Zhang Chongsheng could not understand why the emperor wanted someone to swap him. I heard that you injured the demonic priest and did a good job. After the demonic priest was injured, His Majesty rarely saw him again. However, recently, His Majesty has gone to court 4 to 5 times a month, and I don't know what he is doing in the palace. Now that His Second Highness is injured, the hearts of the people in the court are wavering. The Prime Minister actually took the opportunity to ask the Crown Prince to supervise the country. This is ridiculous. If there is a gap between father and son in the future, won't the country be in turmoil? When Chen Li mentioned the matters in the court, he was filled with righteous indignation and did not care about the emperor and the crown prince at all. Zhang Chongsheng asked, "Has His Majesty agreed?" Chen Li said, "I'm not sure." His Majesty did not go to court that day. After the lords of the 3 provinces told His Majesty about the matter, there was no more news. The Great Jing dynasty implemented a system of 3 provinces and 6 ministries. It was very similar to some dynasties in China, but there were also some differences. The 3 provinces were respectively Zhongshu Province, Xiaoxiao Province, and Shangshu Province. Their status was higher than the 6 ministries, and they were all second-ranked officials that faced the emperor. The Prime Minister was the head of the 3 provinces, on the same level as the 3 provinces, but his power was higher than the important officials of the 3 provinces. Zhang Chongsheng asked curiously, "Brother Chen, what about you? Which prince do you support? How could he not take sides when he was an official?" Chen Li said, "Naturally, I respect the crown prince. Since ancient times, the eldest son of the first wife has been the leader of the righteous path. However, the crown prince took power in advance and the danger outweighed the benefits." Holy smokes! You're actually a princeling. Zhang Chongsheng was speechless. However, Chen Li should not be his enemy. Otherwise, he would not have said so many disrespectful words. Speaking of which, His Majesty's attitude towards His Highness the Crown Prince is sometimes good and sometimes bad. In recent years, he has even started to neglect the Empress. Perhaps His Majesty has begun to fear the Empress faction. Chen Li sighed. Zhang Chongsheng asked, "Is the Empress faction very strong?" It was hard for him to understand what had happened in the palace when he was in the Daoist temple, and Daoist Master King Xu would not say much about it. Chen Li sighed and said, "It's more than just strong. It can shake the foundation of the country. The leader of the Imperial Guard stationed in the capital is the Empress's brother, and 2 of the 3 lords of the provinces are the Empress's younger brothers. When His Majesty started the rebellion back then, he relied on the Yang family. When His Majesty married the Empress, the Yang family supported him with all their might. That was why he had the money to recruit troops and buy horses. At that time, the Yang family was a huge family that used all their wealth to support His Majesty. Men served His Majesty as soldiers and generals while talented people served as strategists. Regardless of whether His Majesty won or lost, the Yang family had always followed him. They were His Majesty's most trusted force until they helped him build this huge empire." Zhang Chongsheng was suddenly enlightened. He suddenly understood why the emperor had switched him. He also felt a trace of sympathy for the fake prince. This guy was destined for tragedy. If the emperor were to swap him and reveal that the fake crown prince was not his biological son one day, wouldn't he be able to abolish the crown prince? Even though the Yang family was furious, they could not find the real crown prince. If they allowed the other princes to ascend the throne, the Yang family would be gradually weakened. However, the Yang family still had another trump card, and that was the 4th prince, Zhang Yu. Wait a minute. As for Zhang Yu, Zhang Changshen's heart turned cold. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs, but his father was really ruthless. Great Jing regarded faith as the foundation of the country. The emperor had promised to conquer the country and share the world with the Yang family. Naturally, he could not directly destroy the Yang family. He needed methods and reasons. All the important officials who had fallen from grace over the years had been charged with rebellion, bullying the common people, and so on. Precisely because of this, the emperor had yet to lose his faith. It was those officials who courted death. Chen Li chatted with Zhang Chongsheng for another incense stick of time. After he left, Zhang Chongsheng was still in the room thinking about something. There was no familial love in the royal family. It turned out that it was not empty talk. Zhang Chongsheng sighed with emotion. He was not interested in becoming an emperor. Even if he were to become emperor, he did not know how to manage a dynasty. However, he was still unhappy to be schemed against like this, even by his father. As usual, he was not a gentleman if he did not take revenge. Zhang Changshen's eyes flickered as he gradually had a bold idea. In the palace, in the second prince's bedroom, Zhang Yuan, whose hair was half white, sat by the bed and looked at Zhang Ming with heartache. Zhang Ming had woken up, but his face was pale and his lips were dry and cracked. Compared to the high-spirited Zhang Ming at Longqi Temple that day, he was a completely different person. Tomorrow, don't go out in the future. Even though the world has been decided, the remnants of the previous dynasty are still here. Do you understand? Zhang Yuan patted the back of Zhang Ming's hand and sighed worriedly. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and said, "But I wasn't assassinated outside the palace." Zhang Yuan glared at him and shouted in a deep voice, "Aren't your actions in Longqi Temple impressive enough? I don't even dare to protect a single person. As a prince, you dare to protect a single person? Won't others think that you are arrogant? You even spread the word to the entire capital. Ridiculous." Hearing this, Zhang Ming broke out in cold sweat. Behind Zhang Yuan was the crown prince, Zhang Qian. He had a refined temperament, similar to a scholar. He did not have the spirit of Zhang Yu and Zhang Ming. Zhang Qian said, "Father, second brother is just a quick talker. He has no other intentions. Besides, he is injured. Why do you have to scare him?" Zhang Ming looked at him gratefully. Zhang Yuan glanced at Zhang Qian and snorted. "You only know how to indulge your younger brothers." Zhang Qian smiled and said nothing else. The old eunuch behind Zhang Qian was Eunuch Li, who had followed Zhang Yuan around all year round. He was also the one who sent Zhang Chongsheng out of the palace. Eunuch Li bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the time has come. It's time to ask the heavens." When Zhang Yuan heard that, he flung his sleeves and stood up with his hands on his hips. He smiled and said, "Rest well and recuperate. The canal will begin to take shape in the coming year. I will bring the two of you down to Jiangnan. You have never left the capital since you were young. I will show you the great country I have conquered." With that said, Zhang Yuan flicked his sleeves and left with a majestic gait. Eunuch Li hastily followed. Zhang Qian shook his head and laughed. He looked at Zhang Ming on the bed and said, "Second brother, recuperate well. I have to go now." Just as he turned around, Zhang Ming's voice floated over and stopped him. "Brother, do you think someone in the palace wants me dead?" His tone was thought-provoking as he stared upward without looking at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian turned his head slightly and said to Zhang Ming, "Second brother, stop reading history books. Our Zhang family is a family of true dragons. How can we kill each other? I will personally investigate. I will not allow such a thing to happen." With that said, he stepped out of the room. Zhang Ming revealed a mocking smile and slowly closed his eyes. After the second prince was injured, he did not send anyone else to send gifts. Zhang Chongsheng was also happy to be free and could concentrate on his cultivation. A month later, the snake egg finally hatched. A small white snake appeared. It was thinner than Zhang Changshen's pinky and was nearly 10 centimeters long. The newborn snake was no different from ordinary snakes. Thus, Zhang Chongsheng had no choice but to take care of it personally. He was as careful as he could when feeding it, fearing that he would choke it to death. For the rest of the year, Zhang Chongsheng did not encounter any more danger. The second prince did not come to visit him, and the nobles who were his enemies did not send anyone to assassinate him. The 18th year after the founding of the dynasty. In the year, the emperor took the crown prince and the second prince into the canal and went down to the Jiangnan area. The canal ran from the north to the south and was still under construction, but it was more than halfway completed and could be operated by ship. The emperor's departure from the capital was a major event, and the disciples of Longqi Temple had also learned of it. Zhang Chongsheng had also heard from Qingku that the emperor had left the capital for the first time since he established his own country. Zhang Chongsheng did not mind. If the emperor was not in the capital, those aristocrats would come and give him a survival reward. He spent most of his time on his cultivation and his spiritual force was boundless. Compared to him, it was already a compliment to say that top experts had 1 in 1,000th of his strength. On this day, in the courtyard, Zhang Chongsheng sat on the threshold with two children standing in front of him. They were both 6 years old, a man and a woman. Their Daoist robes draped over them made them look loose, but it also made them look even more adorable. Upon closer inspection, the two child Daoists were motionless, and their pupils were suffused with a faint golden light. It was extremely strange. On the other hand, Zhang Changshen's eyes were also golden, dazzling even in broad daylight. He was using the phantom god eyes to tamper with the memories of the two children. All of a sudden, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils returned to normal and the two children woke up with a start. The little girl asked, "Senior brother Chongsheng, why did you stop?" These were the memories that Zhang Chongsheng had changed for them, making them mistakenly think that they were listening to the Dao. In fact, they had just arrived and Zhang Chongsheng had yet to preach. The male child scratched his head, also confused. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "It's nothing. Let's call it a day. Come back tomorrow and I'll teach you some martial arts." When the two heard that, they immediately cheered and left. After they left the courtyard, Zhang Chongsheng breathed a sigh of relief. He felt dizzy after altering the memories of the two children for nearly 5 minutes. The side effects of the phantom god's eye were really strong. Zhang Chongsheng was not disappointed. Instead, he was excited. As long as he was strong enough, could he directly change a person's memory of the first half of their life and reverse their personality? Too domineering. A white snake emerged from the back of Zhang Changshen's neck and flicked its tongue at his cheek, appearing extremely close. After half a year, the white snake was almost half a meter long. It had a gentle personality and was intellectable. Zhang Chongsheng named it the White Dragon, looking forward to the day it could transform into a dragon. That evening, Chen Li came to visit. "Chongsheng, you have to be careful. His Majesty has left the capital, and there are undercurrents in the capital. My Chen family's martial arts experts heard that the fiend sects are preparing to enter the capital, and it's very likely that they want to avenge the ghost-eyed evil king." Chen Li's tone was serious, and his face was filled with worry. Chapter 14, I am the Crown Prince. Why can't I fight for the throne? The demonic sects had entered the capital? Zhang Chongsheng was not worried. Instead, he asked, "How powerful is the ghost-eyed evil king in the fiend sects?" Chen Li answered, "Other than the sect master, there are 2 vice-sect masters in the demonic sect. Below them are the 7 evil kings and 18 envoys. The ghost-eyed evil king is at least one of the top 5 existences in their sect. When he attacked Longqi Temple, he was imprisoned and his injuries were severe. In fact, his strength was not even half of his peak. Even experts in the martial arts world could not withstand the methods of the prison. He was considered in the top 5? Zhang Chongsheng began to look forward to the attack of the demonic sect. Of course, he would not let his guard down in the face of the experts from the demonic sect. He had to give it his all. He could not develop a mentality of slacking off. He had to kill any enemy as soon as possible. Zhang Chongsheng warned himself in his heart and his eyes became firm. When Chen Li saw the change in his expression, he thought that he was afraid and said, "If you're worried, you can stay in my Chen family for the time being. No matter how powerful the demonic sect is, they will not dare to attack a minister's mansion." Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions. For the sake of Longqi Temple, I have to stay. Don't worry." Chen Li stroked his beard and said with a smile, "That's true. You were able to kill the ghost-eyed evil king 4 years ago. How strong are you now?" "Tisk tisk, I can't imagine." Zhang Chongsheng responded humbly, and Chen Li began to talk about other topics. First of all, there was a young prodigy in the martial arts world at the beginning of the year. At the age of 16, he had mastered a divine technique and stepped into the peak. Right now, he had become the leader of a sect, and it had been renamed as the Giwen Divine Sect. The great Jing dynasty valued martial arts. Naturally, such a young talent would be favored by the aristocrats in the royal court. It was said that more than 10 clans had sent people to rope in the sect master of the Giwen Divine Sect. Chen Li said with contempt, "In my opinion, you are the real prodigy. Chongsheng, any prodigy pales in comparison to you." Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and laughed. "I don't want to be a prodigy. I just want to experience peace and quiet on the mountain." Peace and quiet. What a good way to live. Ever since Zhang Chongsheng had a horsetail whisk in his hands, he felt that this kid had become more and more otherworldly. In fact, he was even more sage-like than Daoist Master King Xiu. If there were young immortals in the world, he would be the example. As they chatted, Chen Li began to talk nonsense about the state affairs again and ridiculed the emperor crazily. Zhang Chongsheng even suspected that he wanted to rebel. Even though Zhang Yuan had mistreated Zhang Chongsheng, the world belonged to the Zhang family. Naturally, Zhang Chongsheng would not help others to overthrow his family. After chatting for an hour, Chen Li bade farewell and left. Before he left, Zhang Chongsheng took out a few pieces of paper with various medicinal ingredients written on it. He hoped that Chen Li would help him search for them. Chen Li immediately accepted it and expressed that he would try his best. Zhang Chongsheng prepared to concoct the beauty pill and the antidote for the demonic sex poison. The second prince, Zhang Ming, had given him many medicinal ingredients, but it was far from enough. The combination of alchemy and the spring and autumn medicine manual was a perfect match. There were many prescriptions in the book, but not many involved immortal cultivation, including the beauty pill. Zhang Chongsheng did not want to live his long life in old age. Night fell and Zhang Chongsheng continued to cultivate. The white dragon climbed to the windowsill and quietly looked at the moon. Under the moonlight, its snake body emitted a faint fluorescence. The next day, the two child deists whose memories had been tampered with by the phantom eye came. Zhang Chongsheng felt guilty towards them, so he taught them the Qi finger. Even though the Qi finger was a martial arts technique of the Chen family, Chen Li did not forbid him from spreading it to outsiders. Just like that, these two little deist children often came to visit Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng even gave them a name. The male child's name was Wan Li, and the female child's name was Minjiu. Another season of autumn arrived. Due to the emperor's departure, the capital became livelier than before. There were more merchants and escort teams coming and going than before. Of course, there were also more crimes. Recently, Chen Li, who had been on duty in the capital's government office, felt extremely tired. He was not yet 30 years old, but he felt he was in his 40s. This was mainly reflected in his hair. More than half of his hair was white, and his brows were filled with worry. Zhang Chongsheng was worried that he would suddenly die, but he could not persuade him otherwise. The Yang family and the Hong family are fighting openly and covertly. Each of them is roping in civil and military officials, and they even have experts in the martial arts world. It seems like a dispute is about to break out in the capital. Perhaps they are the ones who lured the demonic sects here and used them as an excuse to take revenge to kill their opponents. Chen Li sighed as he was worried. Zhang Chongsheng said, then the Chen family must be careful. Chen Li shook his head and said, the Chen family did not take sides. Coupled with the fact that the family head is the Minister of Revenue, who would dare to touch the 6 ministers? They would only touch the minions of the various factions. Zhang Chongsheng felt that it was reasonable and did not remind him again. This time, Chen Li came mainly to help him deliver medicinal ingredients. There were hundreds of medicinal ingredients, and there were 10 sets of each ingredients. A total of 2 large chests were used to carry them up the mountain. Chen Li had prepared 90% of the prescription he gave, and it could be seen how attentive he was. After Chen Li explained the undercurrents in the capital, he quickly left. Zhang Chongsheng began to count the medicinal ingredients. The ingredients for the beauty pill were complete. As for Deist Master Kingxiu's antidote, he still had to carefully examine his injuries. Then, Zhang Chongsheng left the room to pay a visit to Deist Master Kingxiu. Deist Master Kingxiu rarely appeared in public. He had handed over all the important matters to Mengqiu's Huang. He had been staying in his quiet courtyard and meditating under the tree. No one knew if he was cultivating or comprehending life. Zhang Chongsheng came to him and bowed. Master, I have gained some comprehension in medicine and alchemy recently. Are you willing to let me examine your injuries? Deist Master Kingxiu did not open his eyes. Instead, he raised his hand and pulled open his sleeves, revealing a terrifying arm. His entire arm had turned black and his worm-like blood vessels had turned purple. Zhang Chongsheng stepped forward and examined it carefully. Deist Master Kingxiu asked, Chongsheng, do you have any designs for the conversation between Chen Li and you? Zhang Chongsheng answered, no. Every time he comes, other than giving gifts, he only talks about some miscellaneous matters. He doesn't ask any disciples to do anything for him, nor does he ask me to do anything for him. Deist Master Kingxiu nodded and continued, the Chen family has a complicated background and is not recognized by the various factions in the court. This is also the reason why I allowed him to come into contact with you. However, the Chen family is a double-edged sword. If you are not careful, you might be brought to the abyss by them. I know that they were officials in the previous dynasty. I know what I am doing. It's good that you know your limits. I haven't taught you anything since you were young, but I'm glad to see you now. The two princes have failed to rope you in. It seems like you already have your own thoughts and are not just exploring the truth. Daoist Master Kingsu revealed a kind smile. Zhang Chongsheng stared at him and could not help but ask, Master, can you tell me the story of you and His Majesty? Daoist Master Kingsu remained silent. Even though the conversation between the master and disciple was not completely exposed, they had a tacit understanding. Alas, that year, I had yet to become a Daoist master, and the emperor was not the emperor. We were from the same hometown. The city was breached, and our families were massacred. Only he and I escaped. The world only knew that I had contributed to saving the emperor. Little did they know that before I trained in martial arts, he had always protected me. Daoist Master Kingsu opened his eyes and looked at the leaves above his head as he fell into infinite nostalgia. Zhang Chongsheng listened attentively, wanting to understand what kind of person Zhang Yuan was. In Daoist Master Kingsu's story, Zhang Yuan was brave and loyal. In the face of desperate situations, he dared to take a gamble. He was also a charming person. No matter where he went, he would always obtain a group of loyal followers. After obtaining the support of the Yang family, Zhang Yuan completely rose to power. However, when Zhang Yuan founded the country and claimed the throne, he changed. That day, he stood on the heavenly arena in the palace and looked down at the officials, generals, and vast army below. It was as if he was looking down at all living beings, displaying the domineering aura of an emperor. I noticed the change in his expression among the crowd. He had changed. His expression changed from pride and joy to worry and fear. At that time, I knew that Zhang Yuan was not around anymore. Instead, it was replaced by Emperor Yuan, who wanted to be higher than the sky. Since ancient times, the emperor has always been lonely, and this trait has also appeared in the current emperor. His vision is not the current state, and his expectations for the prince are not ordinary father-son relationship. What he wants is the world, and what he really wants is 10,000 years of longevity. When Daoist Master Kingsu said that, his tone revealed strong admiration. Zhang Chongsheng understood what he meant. The old priest was speaking up for Zhang Yuan. Speaking of which, Zhang Chongsheng had only met Zhang Yuan once in his 18 years of life, but he had never really interacted with him. Daoist Master Kingsu shook his head and said with a smile, everyone wants to be an emperor, but who knows how difficult it is to be an emperor? My disciple, if you were an emperor, what kind of emperor would you be? Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and smiled. I don't know how to be an emperor, and I don't want to be one. Daoist Master Kingsu gave him a meaningful look. After the story was told and Zhang Chongsheng had finished his examination, he stood up and bade farewell. Daoist Master Kingsu watched him leave as if he wanted to see through his inner thoughts. Zhang Chongsheng smiled with his back facing Daoist Master Kingsu. Emperor? It was indeed fascinating. I am the crown prince, so why can't I fight for the throne? That crazy idea in Zhang Changshen's heart began to sprout. Zhang Yuan had thousands of reasons and stances, but none of them could fool him. Since you can deceive the world, I'll come too. Let's see whose methods are better. Zhang Chongsheng thought silently. The third level of the Dao technique could easily kill a peerless expert. No matter what, the fourth level could fight to a draw with a Heaven Arrival Realm expert. As he had never seen a true Heaven Arrival Realm expert, Zhang Chongsheng had to overestimate his opponent. When I reach the fifth floor, I will go to the sky-reaching palace. During the summer and autumn period when they were socializing, the capital was suddenly desolate. The cause was a plague. The limbs of those who contracted the plague were weak and their temperament became irritable. If they were to argue with someone, it was easy for their internal organs to rupture and they would die in pain. The illness broke out very quickly. During this period of time, Zhang Chongsheng was busy refining the beauty pill and Daoist Master Kingsu's antidote and was not out from seclusion. It was not until Qing Ku told him that he knew that a plague had struck. Longqi Temple had closed its doors and no longer accepted guests. Zhang Chongsheng did not think much of it. It was fine as long as he survived. He even started to look forward to the survival reward after the plague. On this day, he finally developed 3 beauty pills. He consumed one and from then on, his youth would last forever, maintaining the appearance of an 18-year-old for a long time. He did not know how long the effect of the beauty pill would last. In any case, if his appearance started to change, he would just consume another beauty pill. The antidote for Daoist Master Kingxia was rather troublesome. According to the spring and autumn medical manual's prescription, he was currently lacking a medicinal ingredient. However, he was not in a hurry as he still had 3 years. Chapter 15, Great Jing Bai, Famous Sword from the Heavens. Late at night, other than the palace, the entire capital was dark. Figures stood in the pavilions like ghosts. Their clothes fluttered in the wind. At a glance, there were at least 100 people. They suddenly disappeared from the eaves. That night, cries and screams sounded from all corners of the city, causing the entire capital to fall into uneasiness. Overnight, 186 people had died. All of them were from the mansions of officials. Among the casualties were young masters, young misses, and servants. Before dawn, the entire city began to search for the real culprit. Zhang Chongsheng, who was in Longqi Temple, heard some sharp cries from the city, but he was not curious enough to join in the fun. The incident outside the mountain had nothing to do with him. If anyone dared to cause trouble on the mountain, they would never return. Such days lasted for 3 days, and the capital was in turmoil. Everyone felt insecure. In the capital's government office, Chen Li looked at the corpses in the hall and frowned. A small official at the side said in a low voice, "Lord, the whereabouts of the demonic sect are secretive. This is not something our administrative office can interfere with. The strongest among us is only a first-rate expert, so we need to invite the White Guards." Chen Li sighed and said, "You think I didn't invite them? The White Guards has rejected my request." The low-ranking official was furious and indignantly said, "What do they mean? Right now, there are many casualties in the city. Since His Majesty is not here, the white-robed guards are unwilling to move. They are also receiving a salary. Ridiculous." Chen Li did not interrupt the low-ranking official. He was also furious, but now was not the time to be angry. He had to think of a way to stop the demonic sect's actions. A constable on the side said, "My lord, according to the night watchman, there are at least 100 people in the demonic sect. With so many people yet to be tracked down, I'm afraid." Chen Li glared at him and said angrily, "You think I don't know that?" The constable was silent. Chen Li continued to have a headache. Even if he were to turn a blind eye to the current situation, he would be the first to be questioned when the emperor returned to the capital. After all, his duty was to protect the safety of the people. Too unbridled. Chen Li took a deep breath and stood up. The low-ranking official hastily asked, "Lord, where are you going?" Chen Li flicked his sleeves and said, "Since a first-rate expert cannot deal with the current situation, I shall invite a top expert." The low-ranking official and the constable looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This lord was good in all aspects, but he was too upright. The world was not black or white. Under the night sky, the capital fell into silence. Figures jumped quickly on the eaves. They were dressed in black with black scarves covering their faces, revealing only their eyes. All of them held swords and sharp weapons in their hands, and they were as light as swallows. Behind them was a white-robed person chasing after them with a sword in their hand. The white-robed person wore a opera mask and wielded a sword with both hands. Looking at her posture, she should be a woman. She was extremely fast and flashed past like a swan. She quickly caught up to a black-robed man and slashed with her sword. The black-robed man leaped to the side to dodge the sword, but his ankle was grabbed by the white-robed woman and was pulled back. Pfft! Under the moonlight, the sound of the blade penetrating flesh was so terrifying. Droplets of blood sprinkled on the eaves and fell on the street. The men in black stopped one after another and quickly surrounded the woman in white. The leader of the black-robed men held a large saber in his hand. His physique was as sturdy as an iron tower and was extremely domineering. He stared at the white-robed woman and coldly said, "Are the white-robed guards really going to interfere in this matter?" The white-robed woman snorted and said, "The white robes of Great Jing protect the country and the people." The burly man said in a deep voice, "Didn't your master tell you not to come out at night?" The white-robed woman did not answer and suddenly attacked the burly man. The surrounding black-robed men immediately attacked. The white-robed woman's figure was like a ghost and her footwork was profound. It was as if she had split into several clones to dodge the swords and knives coming from all directions. She spun around and stabbed the burly man. The burly man's eyes instantly turned fierce. He raised his saber with one hand and his true energy exploded like an explosion, forcing the white-robed woman back. "Humph, a top expert. No wonder you dared to stir up muddy water alone. In that case, I'll send you to your death. The burly man said with a murderous aura and raised his saber to kill the white-robed man. On the other side, in front of the gates of the palace, Chen Li was escorted here by 4 bailiffs, but he was stopped by the palace guards. He immediately took out a token and said, "This is the imperial token given to me by the Empress. I am eager to see the Empress." One of the guards said expressionlessly, "The palace is closed tonight. No one is allowed to enter or leave the palace." Hearing this, Chen Li was furious and angrily said, "Right now, the thieves in the capital are acting recklessly. His Majesty is not here, and the Empress can preside over the capital. If you stop me, everyone who dies tonight will blame you. When His Majesty comes back, not only will he be beheaded, but he will also execute your entire family." The guards frowned. The expressions of the other guards also changed, but they did not immediately move aside and continued to block. No matter how Chen Li threatened them, they would not him through. Under Chen Li's orders, the 4 bailiffs began to break in. "Impudent! Chen Li, you've trespassed the palace. Even if your uncle is the Minister of Revenue, you will still implicate your entire family." A shrill voice sounded, startling the 4 bailiffs into stopping. Chen Li's face also turned pale. Eunuch Li, the head eunuch, came with his hands behind his back. He walked out from the darkness of the palace gates with a contemptuous smile on his face. Chen Li gritted his teeth and said, "Eunuch Li, the situation is urgent. I'll have to trouble Eunuch Li to make an exception." Eunuch Li calmly said, "Chen Li, there are no thieves in the capital. Don't talk nonsense. The Empress is going to sleep early tonight and must not be disturbed. Go back. Minister Chen has a good relationship with me, so let me remind you that fish and shrimps are not allowed to mess around in the lake. Be careful not to attract trouble." When Chen Li heard that, his anger surged. He asked in a deep voice, "The conflict between the Yang family and the Hong family is so great that it can be concealed from His Majesty? The plague has yet to be eliminated, and hundreds of people have died in the city in just a few days. Throughout history, there has been peace and prosperity under the Emperor. How can there be such a ridiculous record?" Eunuch Li's expression instantly turned ice cold. Just as he was about to speak, a voice sounded from afar. He saw a white-robed woman running rapidly on the eaves, followed by dozens of black-robed men. The white-robed woman landed on the ground and ran towards the palace gates. The group of black-robed men stopped and stood under the eaves. The bright moon hung in the sky. Under the dim night sky, the people in black were like ghosts from the netherworld as they looked at the palace gates from afar. The white-robed woman came to the gates of the palace. She only had a sword left, and her left arm was dripping with blood. It drooped naturally. It seemed like her injuries were very serious. "Eunuch Li, the demonic sect is creating chaos. Please kill the evil thieves." The white-robed woman gritted her teeth and her voice trembled. It was obvious that she was at the end of her ropes. Eunuch Li's expression did not change as he asked, "Where did this demonic sect come from? Where did these thieves come from?" The white-robed woman trembled and fell into silence. Chen Li's expression was gloomy. The 4 constables looked at the group of people in black in the distance in horror. Eunuch Li looked around at the surrounding guards and said, "No one is allowed to enter the palace tonight. Regardless of their status, if anyone dares to let anyone go, their head will not be guaranteed." "Yes." The royal guards hastily responded, and all of them were extremely nervous. Eunuch Li stared at the woman in white and said, "This white guard left her post without permission, but I have no right to punish you. Please leave." The white-robed woman straightened her back. With the mask on, no one could see her expression. Chen Li took a deep breath and came to her. He said in a low voice, "If you still want to live, escape to Longqi Temple." The white-robed man nodded slightly and turned to rush towards Longqi Temple. As soon as she moved, the group of men in black chased after her, and they quickly disappeared into the night. Eunuch Li revealed a spurious smile and said, "Longqi Temple? If Longqi Temple is destroyed tonight, you, Chen Li, will not be able to escape death. That is a place that His Majesty cares about." Chen Li stared at him and said, "Longqi Temple might not be destroyed." Eunuch Li smiled. At that moment, a group of black crows flew over from the nearby city and headed in the direction the white-robed man had left. Under the night sky, the group of black crows flew with great momentum. When Chen Li saw this scene, his expression changed drastically and he muttered, "The night crow flies in the sky. Devil Lord." Eunuch Li smiled and said, "I wonder if that immortal priest can stop him." Chen Li immediately turned around and ran. The 4 constables looked at each other but still chased after him. Ignorant fool! Eunuch Li's expression was gloomy as he coldly snorted. He looked at Longqi Mountain in the distance, shook his head, and muttered, "What a pity." He turned around and left, walking into the darkness with his hands behind his back. Whoosh! 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 Arrows tore through the night sky and flew towards the fleeing white-robed woman. She nimbly dodged them, but more blood spilled from her left arm. As the white-robed woman fled, she was puzzled. They seem to be chasing me here on purpose. They are not in a hurry to kill me. Even though she was confused, she still tried her best to escape as she got closer and closer to the mountain. When she arrived at the foot of Longqi Mountain, she stopped and turned to look at the group of people in black. The men in black landed on the ground one after another, 50 feet away from her. "Why aren't you running anymore?" The burly man in the lead sneered, and his words were filled with mockery. The woman in white did not answer and just faced them in silence. The 2 sides confronted each other, and for a moment, no one took action. One of the men in black whispered, "Boss, are you still not going to attack?" The burly man frowned and his eyes flickered. At this moment, the white-robed woman said, "I see. The reason why you released me is to use me to ascend the mountain. Your goal is Longqi Temple, but Longqi Temple is under the protection of His Majesty. If you barge in, His Majesty will definitely investigate and endanger the master behind you. If I lead you up the mountain, Longqi Temple will suffer a calamity like a fish in the net. Their fate will be bad, right?" The burly man snorted and said, "A dying person talks too much. Kill her." As soon as he finished speaking, a black-robed man immediately rushed towards the white-robed woman with a blade. The white-robed woman did not dodge. She felt helpless. It was not that she had deliberately waited, but she was exhausted from her severe injuries and could no longer go up the mountain. She wanted to scare them away, but she did not expect them to still attack. The black-robed man raised his saber, wanting to chop off the white-robed woman's head. Whoosh! A sound tore through the night sky. Before anyone could react, a sword descended from the sky. The sword light flashed and the blade directly pierced through the black-robed man. Blood splattered as the black-robed man was nailed to the ground by the sword. His body convulsed and his eyes widened in fear and despair. Everyone looked over and saw that the sword was stabbed through the back of the black-robed man. The sword trembled and released a clear cry. This sword was the famous Taihang sword. Chapter 16, Devil Lord bows down. The burly man stared at the Taihang sword, and so did the other men in black, as if they were facing a great enemy. They looked at Longqi Mountain, but they could not see the owner of the Taihang sword. The black-robed man, who was nailed to the ground by the Taihang sword, turned his head with great difficulty and said in a trembling voice, "Save me." Just as the burly man was about to step forward, the Taihang sword suddenly pulled out on its own, flew into the sky, and fell again. This time, it was aimed at the back of the man in black's neck. This scene made everyone widen their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. The burly man was about to swing his saber to block it, but the Taihang sword was too fast. Pfft! The black-robed man's neck was pierced, and his body convulsed before he lost all strength. Blood gushed out from the blade, and he died with grievances, his eyes filled with fear. "Ghost, ghost!" One of the men in black trembled as he stared at the Taihang sword. The other men in black were also frightened. How terrifying was a sword that could kill on its own at night! They were all experts who roamed unhindered in the martial arts world. They had traveled everywhere for so many years, but when had they ever seen such an evil sword? The burly man pretended to be calm and shouted, "Which expert is it? Why aren't you showing yourself yet? Why are you acting mysterious?" The Taihang sword flew into the air and pointed its tip at the burly man. The moonlight was reflected by the blade and the burly man felt an unprecedented fear. On the mountain, Zhang Chongsheng stood at the top of the mountain gate of Longqi Temple with White Dragon on his shoulder. The cold wind at night blew his black hair. He looked down the mountain. The boundless fog could not stop his gaze, and his eyes were so cold. As his cultivation increased, his senses naturally became stronger. Right now, he could sense the entire Longqi Mountain. When a group of true chi fluctuations approached the foot of the mountain, he came here and witnessed the battle below and heard their conversation. The true chi of those people in black was extremely similar to the ghost-eyed evil king. Looking at their attire, it was obvious that they were from the evil sects that had recently wreaked havoc in the capital. It was not a coincidence that they dared to cause trouble at Longqi Mountain. Zhang Chongsheng snorted and executed the imperial sword technique. The Taihang sword that was suspended in midair immediately struck out. The burly man was so frightened that he immediately leaped up, but his subordinates behind him had their throats sealed by the Taihang sword, spilling blood on the road. The Taihang sword quickly circled around and massacred the people in black one by one. Its target was not only the burly man. The burly man waved his knife and slashed, and his blade was knocked away by a powerful force. The burly man took 10 steps back. His eyes bulged and were filled with disbelief. Such powerful strength! How is this possible? The burly man panicked. He was also a top expert, but when he sensed the true chi on the Taihang sword, he felt defeated. The difference between heaven and earth. In less than 3 breaths, half of the people in black died tragically and fell on the long road at the foot of the mountain. The white-robed woman stood in the distance and quietly watched the battle. The opera mask covered her face, but from her trembling body, it could be seen that her heart was not calm. The burly man gritted his teeth and raised his saber again. The Taihang sword suddenly sped up and pierced through the chest of a black-robed man. Then, it soared up and drew a perfect arc in the night sky as it dashed towards the burly man. The burly man was shocked and quickly waved his saber. True chi spread out along the blade and formed a barrier of astral chi visible to the naked eye. However, the Taihang sword directly shattered the barrier and pierced through his chest. Damn it! The burly man staggered backward and put his saber on the ground to support his body. Pfft! Then, the Taihang sword came from behind and pierced his throat. Thump! The burly man half knelt on the ground and similarly died with remaining grievances. However, he did not collapse and relied on his large saber to support his body. His head drooped and blood flowed down like a stream. Seeing him die, the remaining men in black were scared out of their wits and fled in succession. Zhang Chongsheng did not intend to let them go and the Taihang sword continued to attack. Under the night sky, a cold glint streaked across the long road, galloping on the eaves and killing people in black. In the distance, a group of black crows was rushing over, and they were getting faster and faster. Zhang Chongsheng raised his eyebrows and muttered, "What powerful true chi!" He controlled the Taihang sword to return. The further away the Taihang sword was from him, the less powerful it would be, and the closer it was, the more lethal it would be. The Taihang sword stopped in front of the white-robed woman. Looking at the sword, the white-robed woman was extremely nervous. She could not understand whether this sword was sentient or had a master. She remembered the legend of Daoist Master Chongsheng in Longqi Temple. It was said that Daoist Master Chongsheng of Longqi Temple was an immortal god that had descended to the mortal world. At the age of 14, he could kill a top expert. At that moment, she saw a group of black crows flying over. They were densely packed and brought great momentum, similar to locusts passing through. The white-robed woman immediately said, "Senior, the other party is the Devil Lord of the Devil Sect. He has been a top expert for 30 years. Perhaps his martial arts has advanced to another level. He cannot be underestimated." In any case, she could only rely on the sword in front of her. The group of black crows flew to the top of the white-robed woman and began to circle around her. Then, a loud voice sounded, "I didn't expect Longqi Temple to have a sky-high view." At the top of the mountain, in a courtyard, Daoist Master Kingsu opened his eyes and quickly moved. In the palace, a pair of eyes opened in the dim hall. The eyes were green, and not long after, the eyes closed again. They're a heaven arrival realm expert? Could he also be a heaven arrival realm expert? Zhang Chongsheng thought silently. Forget it. He was too lazy to ask any more questions. He should just kill him. Zhang Chongsheng no longer wanted to know who was controlling everything behind the scenes. In any case, he would kill them all if they came. This was a good opportunity for him to transcend the tribulation and obtain a survival reward. It was not enough to rely on the imperial sword technique to kill this person. After all, the distance was a little far. Zhang Chongsheng leaped and disappeared into the fog. The black crows hovered and confronted the Taihang sword. Only the cries of the black crows could be heard under the night sky. "Why don't you show yourself? You have to give me an explanation for killing my people." The mysterious and loud voice sounded again. The white-robed woman suddenly heard footsteps behind her and she subconsciously turned around. A figure brushed past her and the only thing she saw was a young and handsome face. Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng, who was dressed in a cyan blue Daoist robe, had a scabbard on his waist and a horsetail whisk in his hand. There was also a white snake coiled around his shoulder. Such an image caused the white-robed woman to be absent-minded. Her body tensed up and she did not dare to move. Zhang Chongsheng looked at the black crows in front of him and asked, "What explanation do you want?" "A cover-up." He had already seen the figure hidden among the crows. It was a middle-aged man in black robes with disheveled hair that hung in the night sky. He looked like a demon that had descended from the sky, and the image was rather horrifying. The black-robed man sized up Zhang Chongsheng and coldly said, "If you are not King Xiu, are you the Daoist master who has risen to fame in recent years?" Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and said, "You're too long-winded. Forget it." He suddenly leaped up and kicked at the crows hovering in the night sky. This kick carried the force of 10,000 kilograms and the strong wind pressed down, gradually dispelling the crows. Like a phantom dissipating, the black-robed man's true form was revealed. His expression changed drastically and he immediately waved his palm. Countless leg shadows attacked with an overwhelming force. Before the black-robed man could mobilize his true chi, he was kicked. Pfft! The black-robed man vomited blood and was sent flying dozens of feet away. He smashed into the city wall, causing it to collapse and gravel to fly everywhere. He fell to the ground in a sorry state and felt that all his bones were broken. His hands trembled as he propped himself up on the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. He subconsciously looked up in Zhang Changshen's direction and his eyes widened. A sword sped over from his pupils and became larger and larger. "Wait! I have something to say." The black-robed man shouted anxiously, and the Taihang sword stopped. The tip of the sword was only 5 centimeters away from his eyes, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Zhang Chongsheng appeared behind the Taihang sword like a ghost. He raised his hand and grabbed the hilt of the sword. He looked down at him expressionlessly and said, "I hope it's not nonsense. Otherwise, you will die a painful death." The black-robed man took a deep breath. He felt the killing intent and gritted his teeth. "I want to live." He originally wanted to threaten the other party, but the other party was so ruthless that it was obvious that he did not care about the nobles behind him. Zhang Chongsheng held the Taihang sword as the tip of the sword got closer and closer to the black-robed man. The black-robed man was so frightened that he hastily closed his eyes and said in a trembling voice, "I am willing to acknowledge you as my master and be your slave. Please spare my life." Zhang Chongsheng raised his left hand and waved his horsetail whisk, releasing a seal of life and death that landed on the black-robed man. The black-robed man trembled. Even though he could not feel any pain, he understood that the other party was using a technique and did not dare to resist. Zhang Chongsheng put away his sword and the Taihang sword into its scabbard. He turned around and said, "Follow me up the mountain." The black-robed man opened his eyes and breathed a long sigh of relief. He got up shakily and staggered. Zhang Chongsheng passed by the white-robed woman and suddenly stopped. "What did you see tonight?" The white-robed woman gritted her teeth and said, "I only saw a mysterious expert killing a few fiends and driving away the Devil Lord." Zhang Chongsheng smiled and walked towards the stairs that led to the top of the mountain. This battle had boosted his confidence greatly. Heaven Arrival Realm experts were not as terrifying as he had imagined. The black-robed man, who was referred to as the Devil Lord, brushed past the white-robed woman in humiliation and followed Zhang Chongsheng silently. The two of them went up the mountain and disappeared into the night. The white-robed woman slumped to the ground as he panted heavily. She would never forget this night. Is he really a human? The white-robed woman muttered to himself. She had never seen someone with such powerful martial arts. That was the Devil Lord, and he was still powerless to resist him. After a while, Chen Li rushed over with 4 constables. He looked at the corpses on the ground with a panicked expression. When he saw the white-robed woman, he immediately ran over and crouched in front of her. "Who killed them?" Chen Li asked. When he saw that the white-robed woman was still alive, his expression softened. The white-robed man answered, "I don't know either. He was dressed like an old beggar. After killing these people and repelling the Devil Lord, he left." Chen Li was silent for a moment before he said, "You might not be able to return to the White Guard." The white-robed woman remained silent. In front of the mountain gate, Daoist Master King Xiu looked down at Zhang Chongsheng who was walking on the mountain path and the Devil Lord behind him. Daoist Master King Xiu's eyes flickered as he asked, "Chongsheng, do you know the Devil Lord?" Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "He's the Devil Lord? I don't know him. He wanted to break into the mountain, but I subdued him." "Master, it seems like there are many people who want to deal with Longqi Guan. Leave this guy to me. Perhaps I can ask for the reason why." Deist Master King Xu's pupils dilated. One of them was on the high ground while the other was on the low ground. They stared at each other in silence. The night breeze was unrestrained, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. The flowers and trees on both sides of the mountain path swayed slightly. Chapter 17, Head of Punishment, Grand Master. Deist Master King Xu retracted his gaze and turned around. Tell him not to leave your courtyard. Zhang Chongsheng revealed a smile and continued to move forward with the Devil Lord following closely behind. The disciples of Longyi Temple had already fallen asleep and were not cultivating, so they could not hear the movements at the foot of the mountain. They were not as skilled as Deist Master King Xu, so they could not sense the fluctuations of true qi. Zhang Chongsheng brought the Devil Lord back to his courtyard and entered the house. He sat on the bed and said, I'll ask you questions while you circulate your energy to heal your injuries. The Devil Lord did not dare to refute. After he closed the door, he sat by the wooden table and meditated. He was hit by the divine shadow leg technique and his internal organs were now severely injured. This trip up the mountain could be said to have cost him half his life. Are you a heaven arrival realm expert? Zhang Chongsheng asked the question he was most concerned about, as this would alter his actions in the future. The Devil Lord forced a smile and said, I am indeed a heaven. Compared to the heaven arrival realm expert in the palace, who is stronger? Naturally, he's stronger. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come all the way to the capital. Although we are both in the same realm, I have only just reached the heaven arrival realm, while he has been already in the heaven arrival realm. The reason why he's in the heaven arrival realm is because most people in the martial arts world think that the heaven arrival realm is the strongest. The Devil Lord could not help but glance at Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng asked, what do you think my chances of winning are against him? The Devil Lord said without hesitation, naturally, you are stronger. Don't lie. Otherwise, if I die, you will die. I have inserted the seal of life and death into your body. This seal can allow me to easily decide your life. I don't know. I challenged him 20 years ago. When I faced him back then, it was just like now. I reckon the entire martial arts world doesn't know how powerful he will be 20 years later. The Devil Master lamented. In the eyes of ordinary martial arts practitioners, he was already an invincible expert. However, only he knew that there were many more experts above him. He merely took advantage of the title of the Lord of the Devil Sect. Zhang Chongsheng continued to ask. The Devil Lord would answer any question he asked. He would also honestly explain the situation if he did not know the answer. His attitude was rather sincere. He did not bring the Devil Sect disciples here to avenge the ghost-eyed evil king, but to be a knife for someone else. That person claimed to be the head of punishment. He wore a mask and was highly skilled in martial arts. He was definitely an expert at the heaven arrival realm. He is extremely powerful and claimed that as long as the Devil Sect took the opportunity to eradicate the aristocrats and Longyi Temple in the city, he would support the Devil Sect and clear their name. The Devil Lord said with a complicated tone. As he spoke, he could not help but cough. His injuries were too serious. Zhang Chongsheng was now aware of the situation of the Devil Sect, which was coincidentally quite similar to the Chen family. The Devil Sect was once the #1 sect in the Chu dynasty. After the Great Jing overthrew the Chu dynasty, the martial arts world also changed. The Devil Sect had once sent disciples to support the Chu dynasty and broke the rules of the martial arts world, causing them to be rejected by the current martial arts world. The court also arrested them everywhere. They could be said to be street rats. According to the rules of the martial arts world, sects were not allowed to participate in the strife of the royal court, let alone in the dynasty's struggles. At least not on the surface. This was also a self-protection system in the martial arts world. Zhang Chongsheng asked, how dare you trust the head of punishment? Aren't you afraid that he will lie to you? The Devil Lord answered, he has the true dragon decree, and seeing the true dragon decree is like seeing the emperor. Therefore, I suspect that he is acting on behalf of the emperor. I didn't expect that there are 3 heaven arrival realm experts hidden in the small capital. No, there are 4 of them, if including you. He was filled with regret. He should not have listened to the words of those people. If he had known earlier, he would have led the Devil Sect away from the Great Jing dynasty. After all, the world was vast, so where could he not live? There were 2 heaven arrival realm experts. Zhang Chongsheng secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he did not mess around. But logically, it was not abnormal. After all, no one would display their full strength, not even the emperor. The Devil Lord's contact was the head of punishment. Other than the head of the punishment, he had never seen any other aristocrats, so Zhang Chongsheng could not get anything out of him. Zhang Chongsheng suspected that the head of punishment was the emperor, but the emperor had already sailed down to Jiangnan. Then, he asked the Devil Lord about the situation of the Devil sect. The Devil sect had hundreds of thousands of disciples, more than 1,000 first-rate experts, and more than 50 top experts. Other than him, there was also a vice-sect master who had also reached the heaven arrival realm. However, the vice-sect master did not follow them here and just guarded the evil sect. If the Devil Lord did not return, the vice-sect master would automatically inherit the position after a year. The Devil sect was quite powerful. Zhang Chongsheng was a cultivator and was stronger than a martial arts practitioner, but his spiritual force was not endless. Facing this kind of situation, it seemed like he also needed to nurture his own forces. The Devil Lord was a good start. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Do you think I'm immortal?" The Devil Lord was stunned. He did not understand what he meant, but when he thought of the Taihang sword, he felt an inexplicable chill on his back. Could it be? With my appearance, guess how old I am? 17 to 18 years old. What is your actual age? The Devil Lord asked carefully. Zhang Chongsheng had become extremely mysterious in his heart. With a thought from Zhang Chongsheng, the Taihang sword on the table automatically unsheathed and hovered around the room. The Devil Lord was so frightened that he trembled. He did not see how Zhang Chongsheng attacked. Previously, he thought that it was a smokescreen, just like his Black Crow Flying Skies technique, which was just to fool people. But now, it seemed like that was not the case. Zhang Chongsheng said, "I need someone to work for me. If you are obedient, I can let bygones be bygones and give you unimaginable benefits." For example, Zhang Chongsheng stared at the Devil Lord and teased, "You're already 60 years old, right? You look quite young. However, with your body that is filled with hidden illnesses, how long do you think you can live? 10 years? 20 years? I think this is the limit. Do you want to live longer? Do you want to pursue stronger strength?" The Devil Lord's heartbeat sped up. When one was old, the thing they feared the most was physical weakness, especially for martial artists. Even the Emperor was searching for immortals all over the world, let alone the Devil Lord. That night, the Devil Lord's heart was in a mess. In a dark palace, Eunuch Li stood in the hall with a gloomy expression. In front of him, there was a figure with his back facing him. That person was wearing purple clothes and a bronze mask. His long hair was tied up under a crown, making him look mysterious and noble. "The Devil Lord has disappeared, and we've lost more than half of our people?" the purple-robed figure asked. His voice was indifferent, and there were no fluctuations in his emotions. Eunuch Li gritted his teeth and said, "The Devil Lord has disappeared. He's either dead or captured. Fortunately, he doesn't know much, but the other party has the ability to easily kill the Devil Lord. We have to reconsider. Head Sing, what does His Majesty mean? Do he want to get rid of this son or keep him alive? Why did he place him in the capital?" The purple-robed figure was the head of punishment that the Devil Lord had mentioned. The head of punishment turned around, revealing only his right eye under the bronze mask. His eyes were as cold as a snake, shocking Eunuch Li so much that he did not dare to meet his gaze and knelt down in fear. "This servant deserves to die. I shouldn't have questioned the holy decree." Eunuch Li lowered his head and spoke in a trembling voice. His tone was filled with fear and trepidation. The head of punishment stared at him and said, "What His Majesty is thinking has nothing to do with us. What His Majesty wants is the destruction of Longqi Temple, the Yang family, and the Hong family. However, these three plans have all been ruined." Eunuch Li lowered his head and did not even dare to breathe. The head of punishment continued, "From now on, the operation is suspended. Select more experts from Sky Prison and wait for my orders and His Majesty's." "Yes." Eunuch Li hastily answered. The head of punishment walked toward him and suddenly disappeared. Soon after, he appeared at the entrance of the palace. He looked up at the bright moon and said, "Investigate which expert has disappeared in the past 10 years. For an 18-year-old child to reach the heavenly arrival realm, there must be a Grand Master. The choice of Chongsheng might be related to the remnants of the previous dynasty. We have to investigate those who acted back then." Eunuch Li turned around and said, "This servant understands." The head of punishment disappeared in front of the door, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The moon set and the setting sun rose. At noon, in the courtyard, Zhang Chongsheng was using his spiritual force to treat the Devil Lord's injuries. The Devil Master had changed into Longi Temple's Daoist robe and looked like a week-old Daoist priest. He did not have the Devil Lord's evil or domineering aura. Feeling the mysterious true qi in his body, the Devil Lord was shocked. What terrifying strength! What kind of martial arts is this? His true qi is more than 10 times stronger than mine. The Demon Lord was overwhelmed with emotions when he thought of what Zhang Chongsheng said last night. Perhaps this was an opportunity. In any case, he could not understand how someone could possess strength that far exceeded a heaven-arrival realm expert at the age of 18. Even the young sect master of the Giwan divine sect was far inferior to him. This master must be an immortal who had descended to the mortal world and was definitely not an ordinary man. Zhang Chongsheng stopped and said, "Go in and recuperate. The medicine on the table was personally concocted by me. You can take it." The Devil Lord stood up, bowed, and entered the house. White Dragon left Zhang Changshen's shoulder and climbed towards the house. Zhang Chongsheng stood up and gently brushed the dust off his Daoist robe. Then, he stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the sky, enjoying the sunlight. Not long after, 2 figures entered the courtyard. It was Chen Li. Behind him was a thin constable with his head lowered. Chen Li quickly walked to Zhang Chongsheng and said in a low voice, "Chongsheng, I have something to say. Let's go in. There's no need to enter the house. There are only the 3 of us within a radius of 300 feet. Oh, there's also a snake." Zhang Chongsheng smiled. He had already seen through the identity of the constable. He was the white-robed woman from last night, as her aura was exactly the same as last night. Immortal cultivators were extremely sensitive to auras. Chen Li was stunned for a moment before he said, "The person behind me is from the White Guard and is a good friend of mine. I invited her to kill the Devil Sect disciples, but I pulled her into a conspiracy. Right now, she has nowhere to go and I can't stay in the Chen family. The entire city is heavily guarded, so I can only leave her with you. Can you agree? I'm begging you." Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Of course. Brother, don't worry." Chen Li let out a long breath and swept away the gloominess on his face. He patted Zhang Changshen's shoulder and thanked him. He did not stay any longer and left in a hurry, leaving only Zhang Chongsheng and the constable in disguise in the courtyard. After sensing Chen Li's aura leaving, Zhang Chongsheng asked, "What are your plans for the future?" The constable took a step forward and half knelt. She gritted her teeth and said, "Senior, please teach me martial arts. I am willing to give up everything." Last night not only overturned the understanding of the Devil Lord, but also shattered her beliefs. She suddenly felt that everything she had worked hard for in the first half of her life was a joke. Zhang Chongsheng asked, "Is it really everything? What if I asked you to kill Chen Li? It would be a waste not to accept a top expert." The bailiff said in a deep voice, "Kill. Even though he has a benevolent heart, he does not have any strength or means. If he lives, he will only drag more innocent people to the netherworld. What's your name?" "My name is Jiangxin. My surname is Hua." Chapter 18, Talisman Technique, Martial Arts Sovereign. There were also 4 rooms in the courtyard where Zhang Chongsheng lived, so it was not difficult for the Devil Lord and Hua Jiangxin to stay there. There were often guests coming to Longi Temple to stay for the time being, so it was not a problem. Usually, only Wan Li and Minjia would come to him, making it easy to hide them. In any case, Daoist Master King Xu already knew that he had subdued the Devil Lord, so it was not difficult for him to arrange his identity. Hua Jiangxin also needed to recuperate. Zhang Chongsheng went into the room to get her medicine. Looking at the Demon Lord in a Daoist robe, her expression was complicated. She did not say anything and took the bottle to the next room. The Devil Lord smiled and said, "That woman is pretty good, better than most men. The Devil Sect has been killing people all night long, but she's the only one among the white-robed guards who came." The white-robed guards was founded in the 2nd year after the founding of the country, and it was directly under the emperor's control. As for the exact number of guards, no one knew. They did intelligence, abduction, assassination, escort, and other missions. In the past dozens of years, the White Guard had captured countless experts in the pugilistic world, including the ghost-eyed evil king. Therefore, their name was famous in the pugilistic world. Great Jing White Robes, protecting the country and the people. These words caused countless hot-blooded children to devote themselves to this cause. However, the white-robed guards' test was extremely strict, and those who could stand out were at least first-rate experts. Zhang Chongsheng nodded slightly and then meditated in his room. He did not hide himself, because it was impossible for the Devil Lord to secretly learn his cultivation technique and natural skills just by looking. More than half of the Devil sect had been lost, the Devil Lord was missing, and the remaining disciples had also fled the capital. Of course, there were also some unlucky people who had been captured by the Imperial Guards. The crisis in the capital had finally ended, and what was left was the plague, which would take time to solve. In this ancient world, the best way to deal with a plague was to detain the sick. After they died, they would burn their clothes and the plague would naturally end. This was the sadness of the times. Even though Zhang Chongsheng had learned the spring and autumn medical manual, he did not have the heart to help the world. He did not want to go down the mountain. He had wronged the emperor. He originally thought that the plague was man-made, but the Devil Lord said that was not the case. It was only when the plague broke out that they took the opportunity to act. That night, peace returned to the capital. The next morning, Zhang Chongsheng trained in the courtyard and led White Dragon to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. In the 18th year of the founding of the dynasty, the Devil sect wreaked havoc in the capital. You relied on your own strength to successfully survive the calamity and obtained a survival reward. Spell, Jade Pure Meridian Cutting Needle. Seeing this line of words, Zhang Chongsheng smiled. When the plague was over, he should be able to obtain another reward. He began to learn the Jade Pure Meridian Cutting Needle. This spell was not used in medicine, but as a needle to kill enemies. Using this spell, true Qi would turn into a needle that would break a person's meridians once it entered their body. It was extremely domineering. Overall, this spell did not really increase Zhang Changshen's strength. Zhang Chongsheng summarized. The more dangerous a calamity was for oneself, the greater the reward. Just like when he received his cultivation technique and natural skills. He was truly powerless when he was born. At that time, he was in the most dangerous situation. As he became stronger, the danger he could get into should also be lower, but this was also good. If he was really immortal, then what he wanted to pursue was absolute invincibility. As long as he was invincible, he could do whatever he wanted. At present, he could not see through the world. It was hard to say who was the strongest in the world. According to the Devil Lord, there were many great figures in the martial arts world and many grandmasters. There were also talented youngsters. Zhang Chongsheng still needed to work hard. His pursuit of invincibility was not to be invincible in a one-on-one fight, but invincibility when facing the world. If he could destroy the entire world alone, then he would be truly invincible. The Great Jing dynasty was not the only dynasty in the world. The world was vast and the martial arts were boundless. God knew how many experts there were. Perhaps if he cultivated to become an immortal, he would be invincible. As Zhang Chongsheng thought, he began to cultivate the Jade Pure Meridian Cutting Needle. At that moment, the door of the nearby house was pushed open and Hua Jiangxin walked out. She had changed into a daoist robe and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. She had a beautiful face. Even though she was not devastatingly beautiful, she was still a top-notch beauty. Her left arm was wrapped in a piece of cloth. It seemed it would be difficult for her arm to recover in a short period of time. When she saw Zhang Chongsheng, she was slightly lost in thought. This was the first time she had seriously observed Zhang Chongsheng in broad daylight. The first time she saw Zhang Chongsheng, she was stunned. However, the current Zhang Chongsheng had the aura of an enlightened expert. Under the sunlight, he looked as if he would ascend and become an immortal at any time. Hua Jiangxin suddenly saw a white snake on Zhang Changshen's shoulder. The white snake seemed to have sensed her gaze and crawled down its body towards her. Seeing this snake, Hua Jiangxin had goosebumps. She was most afraid of snakes in her life. White Dragon, don't approach her in the future. Zhang Changshen's voice sounded. He felt Hua Jiangxin's fear. When White Dragon heard that, it could only turn its head and look at Hua Jiangxin from time to time, which made Hua Jiangxin feel absurd. This snake was human? Zhang Chongsheng did not open his eyes and said, recover first. Once your injuries are healed, I will teach you how to become stronger. Hua Jiangxin nodded respectfully. The sky was blue and cloudless for tens of thousands of miles. There was a large river flowing between the mountains and a huge ship was moving forward. Dozens of wooden ships followed it, and all of them were filled with white-robed guards and imperial guards. Zhang Yuan, who was dressed in a dragon robe, stood at the bow. The wind blew against his white temples. A white-robed guard leaped onto the deck and quickly came behind him. He half-knelt and handed over a roll of letters with both hands. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and with his back facing the white-robed guards, he sucked the letter into his palm and began to read it. After he finished reading it, he condensed true qi in his palms and minced the letter into pieces before letting it fall into the river. Zhang Yuan put his hands behind his back but said nothing. The white-robed guard waited for a while before leaving quietly. Soon after, the crown prince, Zhang Jian, and the second prince, Zhang Ming, came and bowed behind Zhang Yuan. "Father, I made a bet with my second brother. He said that the martial arts recruitment order you issued could attract powerful figures in the martial arts world. I bet that it would not work. At most, it would attract many top experts." Zhang Jian chuckled. He was in a good mood. Zhang Yuan turned around and looked at him with a smile. "Oh? Do you think I am not worthy of the attention of the martial arts world?" Zhang Jian shook his head and said, "Of course not. It's just that if an existence of the martial arts world enters the court, the martial arts world will reject them. Compared to status and salary, they care more about their status in the martial arts world." Zhang Ming snorted and said, "The great Jing dynasty is not the Chu dynasty. We have the ambition to devour the world. This is only the beginning. When the great Jing annexes other dynasties, the great Jing dynasty can also expand its territory. They should join us as soon as possible so that their status will be higher in the future." Zhang Jian replied, "That's a fantasy. Taking everything into consideration, it's very hard for anyone to dare to gamble on us." Seeing that the two brothers were about to start a fight again, Zhang Yuan said helplessly, "All right, you're giving me a headache." The two brothers immediately shut their mouths, not daring to say anything else. Zhang Yuan stared at them and said, "One of you is rational and clear-headed, but underestimate the strength of a martial artist. The other is valiant, but is too arrogant. If your strengths can combine together, that would be great." Zhang Jian smiled and said, "Father is right. Speaking of which, seventh brother has brought together our strengths. Even though he is young, he has trained in the sacred land. When he returned last year, he had matured a lot." Zhang Ming frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhang Yuan turned his head and looked ahead. Little Seven is good, but he is too young. It is impossible for him to have his turn on the throne. Zhang Jian could no longer smile. He did not understand what his father meant. On the other hand, Zhang Ming became excited and said, "Father, since we established our own country and the martial arts world has recovered, those hidden sects have successively opened their doors to accept disciples. Next month, at Jiangnan's Pine Lake, a supreme martial artist will appear. Father, are you willing to go and take a look?" Zhang Jian frowned and said, "No, it's too dangerous to gather all the experts in the martial arts world." Zhang Yuan stroked his beard and said with a smile, "I am the emperor, the great emperor who unified the 13 prefectures. How can I be afraid of the martial arts world? Let's go to Pine Lake." When Zhang Ming heard that, he smiled even more proudly. After 2 months, autumn and winter were about to arrive. The plague in the capital had also completely disappeared. In the 18th year of the founding of the dynasty, a plague broke out in the capital. You have lived on the mountain for a long time and avoided a calamity. You have obtained a survival reward. Miscellaneous skill, talisman technique. A line of words suddenly appeared before Zhang Changshen's eyes. He did not think much of it and directly began to inherit the art of talismans. Talisman techniques could imprint spells into paper talismans as incantations. This was a pretty good spell. In the future, when he made magic talismans and handed them over to his subordinates, they could still save their life with it. Not bad, not bad. After Zhang Chongsheng inherited the memories of the talisman technique, he stood up and walked out of the house to the courtyard. The Devil Lord was training under the tree while Hua Jiangxin was training her sword not far away. Their injuries were about to recover, thanks to Zhang Changshen's medicinal pills. Seeing Zhang Chongsheng appear, Hua Jiangxin retracted her sword and quickly walked to him before bowing. The Devil Lord also opened his eyes and rushed over to salute. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Even though he had not learned much after spending 2 months with him, he could sense that Zhang Chongsheng was indeed extraordinary. Even the snake he raised was very human-like. Zhang Chongsheng said, "Since your injuries have healed, from today onwards, I will teach each of you a unique skill." Hearing this, the two of them thanked him in pleasant surprise. Zhang Chongsheng decided to impart the overlord body of Xian Nei to the Devil Lord and the Jade Pure Meridian Cutting Needle to Hua Jiangxin. As for the immortal cultivation technique, it was temporarily impossible for him to pass it over for the time being. He did not want to see the act of starving the master to death. 7 days later, Zhang Chongsheng was done imparting. The rest required them to work hard on their own, as he still had to spend his time on his own cultivation. Cultivating forces was only the second goal. The first goal must be one's own cultivation. The 5th level of the Dao technique was imperative and could not be delayed. He could easily defeat a heaven arrival realm expert on the 4th level, but he would not slack off. Another half a month passed. When Chen Li came to visit, Zhang Chongsheng told the Devil Lord to hide in his room and not show his face. Zhang Chongsheng, Hua Jiangxin, and Chen Li gathered in the room. Chen Li's expression was weak. When he saw that Hua Jiangxin had recovered, he could not help but smile, but it was a forced smile. His Majesty is about to return to the capital. Even though His Majesty has been acting ridiculously in recent years, the might of a true dragon still exists. Other than investigating the people's feelings and pursuing immortality, His Majesty has actually roped in a new supreme expert of the martial arts world. The supreme expert of the martial arts world will follow His Majesty back to the capital, so we don't have to worry about the attack of the devil sect in the future. Speaking of the supreme expert of the martial arts world, Chen Li was very excited. The strength of the devil sect had deeply stimulated him. If it were not for the protection of the Chen family, he would have died long ago. Zhang Chongsheng asked curiously, the supreme expert of the martial arts world? Is he very strong? How many moves can the Devil Lord withstand against him? How many moves? The martial arts grandmaster is naturally stronger than the Devil Lord, but speaking of how many moves is too humiliating for the Devil Lord. Chen Li said helplessly as he looked at Hua Jiangxin. Hua Jiangxin nodded and said, the Devil Lord is indeed powerful. Daoist Master Chongsheng never leaves the mountain, so it's normal that he doesn't know. Chapter 19, Too Godly. From Chen Li's point of view, Hua Jiangxin was the only one who had fought against the Devil Lord, and she knew how powerful the Devil Lord was. He trusted Hua Jiangxin very much. Hua Jiangxin said that the Devil Lord was repelled by an old beggar, so he reported it truthfully. Chen Li sighed and said, the white-robed guards have been investigating for several months. It's rare to see an old beggar who could repel the Devil Lord. It's either the leader of the beggar sect or a crazy Daoist who has gone wild. Both of them are elusive and hard to find. Zhang Chongsheng asked, that's it? So many people had died, and they had caused such a huge commotion. It was ridiculous for it to end just like that. Chen Li shook his head and said, it's just that the matter has ended. When His Majesty comes back, he will certainly question me. I have resigned from my position as a member of the government and was transferred to the revenue department as a servant. Even though I was demoted, it can be considered as saving my life. Zhang Chongsheng nodded and did not continue asking. Chen Li looked at Hua Jiangxin and said, you have 2 options. First, I can send you out of the capital right now. Second, when His Majesty comes back to question you, you can return safely if Eunuch Li and the leader of the white-robed guards are executed. Hua Jiangxin shook her head and said, your 2 paths will make me visit heaven earlier. Thank you for your kindness. Chen Li was silent and revealed a guilty expression. It was his invitation that caused Hua Jiangxin to fall into such a predicament, but he could not resolve it. Then you intend to? Chen Li asked. Hua Jiangxin said, I will follow Daoist Master Chongsheng from now on. You don't have to worry anymore. As for the white-robed guards, I don't care anymore. Right now, she was studying the Jade Pure Meridian cutting needle every day and only wanted to become stronger. That night, the devil sect chased after her, but no one could help her. She did not want to experience that powerlessness and despair again. Chen Li looked at Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, let her stay. As long as she doesn't go down the mountain, nothing will happen. Chen Li felt that it was reasonable and nodded in agreement. As Hua Jiangxin was by their side, he did not express his depression to Zhang Chongsheng like he did in the past. He left not long after. After Chen Li left, Zhang Chongsheng asked, which faction do you think Chen Li belongs to? Hua Jiangxin pondered for a moment and said, he cares about the people and is a person of integrity. He only recognizes reason and disdains factional conflicts. He does not belong to any faction. How did you meet? Back then, when he became the top scholar, His Majesty had high hopes for him and sent me to secretly protect him for several years. Because of some coincidences, we became familiar with each other. Hua Jiangxin answered. She was curious about what Zhang Chongsheng wanted to do, but she did not dare to ask. For such an expert to reside in the capital, it was definitely not as simple as cultivating. Zhang Chongsheng no longer asked and waved for her to leave. Then, he cultivated in his room. His next goal was to reach the 5th level of the Dao technique. After reaching the 5th floor, he would meet with Heaven, a rival realm expert in the palace, and carry out the bold plan in his heart. When fighting against the emperor, one could not fight recklessly and could only focus on cultivation. At most, he would make him suffer to death. Zhang Chongsheng silently reminded himself not to be arrogant at any time. He had to be absolutely confident before he attacked. In the resplendent hall, Zhang Yuan sat on the dragon throne with an imposing manner. With the crown on his head, he exuded the domineering aura of an emperor. All the civil and military officials in the hall lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Even the princes were the same. Eunuch Li stood diagonally beneath Zhang Yuan and bowed as if everything had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yuan sneered and said, "Why? Are all of you mute? More than 200 people have died in the city, and one member of the white-robed guards has gone missing? Can you be any more ridiculous?" The Minister of Justice, Yang Che, went forward and knelt down. With tears in his eyes, he cried and said, "Your Majesty, 73 members of my Yang family have died. Even my brother, please make a decision." Another civil official also walked out and knelt down as he shouted, "My Hong family has lost 102 people. There must be someone behind the devil sect." During that period of time, the white-robed guards disappeared and the imperial guards pretended to be dead. It was useless to beg them. There must be an important official giving orders behind this. "Your Majesty, investigate carefully." Soon after, other officials knelt down. The second prince, Zhang Ming, frowned, and so did the crown prince, Zhang Qian. Zhang Ming's backer was the Hong family, and Zhang Qian's backer was the Yang family. They had left the capital with the emperor, and their respective backers had been attacked. They felt that it was the influence of the other princes. Zhang Yuan snorted, and it sounded like a dragon's roar. Everyone felt as if a hammer had struck their hearts, and the noise in the hall stopped abruptly. He slowly stood up and his true chi stirred his dragon robe. His aura was visible to the naked eye, as if a translucent dragon was winding around his body. Everyone became nervous, and the generals were secretly shocked. Meng Qiuhe, who had left Longqi Temple, was also in the hall. He was also shocked. The emperor has such power. Meng Qiuhe thought in shock. As the martial arts top scholar, he thought highly of his martial arts skills and looked down on the princes and the emperor. However, after seeing him today, he realized that the emperor who defeated the vast world was not an ordinary man. Zhang Yuan glanced at everyone and said in a cold voice, "So many people have died in the imperial city. I want the same number of heads from you." Everyone felt apprehensive when they heard that. Zhang Yuan really dared to kill people. No matter how high-ranking the official was, they could be beheaded. "Summon Zhong Tianyu." Zhang Yuan spoke again. Eunuch Li immediately raised his head and repeated his words in a loud voice. After the eunuchs outside the hall heard him, they repeated his words one after another. Zhong Tianyu was the current supreme expert in the martial arts world. He suppressed all the heroes in the world and reached the peak of the martial arts world with absolute martial arts. The civil and military officials looked at each other and turned to look outside the hall. Outside the throne room was a flight of hundreds of stairs, and below it was the imperial gate of the inner city and the huge martial arts plaza. A figure rushed over like a ghost. He seemed to be constantly teleporting as he walked dozens of feet with each step. In less than 5 breaths, he entered the hall. After entering the hall, his footsteps slowed down. It was no longer as strange as before. Instead, he strolled forward like a mortal. He came to the hall and bowed. He did not kneel. Zhong Tianyu was dressed in a white robe. He had white hair, white eyebrows, and a white beard. He had a strong physique and there was arrogance between his brows. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the civil and military officials on both sides. Zhang Jian frowned. He did not like his gaze. Zhang Ming stared at Zhong Tianyu passionately. From today onwards, the Sky Martial Supervisor will be established. Officials of the 5th rank and above can elect 2 disciples to enter the Sky Martial Supervisor to train in martial arts. Other than imparting martial arts, the Sky Martial Supervisor also has to investigate the case of the Devil Sect. SKT Martial Supervisor, you will only listen to my orders. Zhang Yuan spoke haltingly. A great deal of power fell on Zhong Tianyu, causing the civil and military officials to look at him with jealousy and worry. Zhong Tianyu cupped his hands and said, "I accept your order." In the 19th year after the founding of the dynasty, just as the new year ended, a bloodbath was set off in the capital. 200 high-ranking officials were killed on the streets to appease the public's resentment. When Chen Li visited Zhang Chongsheng and mentioned this matter, he was extremely excited. He called His Majesty's dragon mighty, but the only pity was that eunuch Li was still alive. He even told him about the Sky Marshal Supervisor. Right now, the Sky Marshal Supervisor was the most terrifying existence in the capital because they were the Emperor's blades. They were as powerful as generals in the dynasty. After they were convicted by the Emperor, they wanted to escape, but they were captured by Zhong Tianyu. It was said that they could not even withstand a single move. Zhang Chongsheng was extremely curious about Zhong Tianyu. He wondered how powerful this supreme martial artist was. Other than that, Chen Li also brought along a batch of medicinal ingredients, including the last ingredient to detoxify Daoist Master Kingxiu's poison. Speaking of which, it was strange. Daoist Master Kingxiu was inflicted with the poison of the Devil Sect, but even the Devil Lord could not cure it. When they developed this poison, no one could cure it even if they tried to. After Chen Li left, Zhang Chongsheng began to refine pills. He only used an ordinary small cauldron to refine pills in the courtyard. The Devil Lord walked out of the room and came to Zhang Changshen's side. He and Hua Jiangzhen watched him refine pills together. The art of concocting elixirs had always been a legend in the martial arts world. Most people concocted elixirs like a doctor burning medicine. There was nothing mysterious about it. Zhang Chongsheng used his spiritual power to control the fire. All the medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron automatically condensed into a medicinal pill. Moreover, it was suspended in mid-air without touching the bottom. This scene made the Devil Lord and Hua Jiangzhen swallow their saliva. Too amazing! When he had nothing better to do, Zhang Chongsheng liked to concoct pills for fun. His alchemy skills had reached great success, so he succeeded in one try. After he was done, he went to look for Daoist Master Kingxiu. Along the way, the disciples bowed to him in respect. When they arrived at Daoist Master Kingxiu's courtyard, Zhang Chongsheng met his master. Ever since he brought the Devil Lord up the mountain, Daoist Master Kingxiu hid himself in the courtyard and never went out again. The disciples who usually delivered food were the only people who could see him. Daoist Master Kingxiu was still seated under the tree. He did not train and merely stared at the old tree in a daze. "Master, I have made an antidote that will definitely cure your poison." Zhang Chongsheng smiled and waited for Daoist Master Kingxiu's surprised and moved expression. However, Daoist Master Kingxiu was expressionless and did not even turn his head. Could it be that he had gone stupid from the poison? Zhang Chongsheng was worried and took 2 steps forward. "Give me the antidote." Daoist Master Kingxiu raised his hand and reached out to Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng immediately took out the antidote and muttered in his heart, "So arrogant." He did not care so much. In any case, it was Daoist Master Kingxiu who saved him when he was young and gave him a place to live. Perhaps it was all the Emperor's scheme, but when he was betrayed, he could tell that some people really wanted to kill him. Daoist Master Kingxiu took the antidote and consumed it without any hesitation. After he consumed the antidote, he stood up and turned to Zhang Chongsheng. "Disciple, I am preparing to leave the mountain." "Leave the mountain?" Zhang Chongsheng was stunned. Eldest senior brother had run away, second senior brother had run away, and now master was also running away? Just as he was about to speak, Daoist Master Kingxiu shook his head and said, "I wanted to protect you for 5 years, but you are strong enough now. Even the people in the palace might not be able to take you down. I am relieved. It is time for me to leave." Zhang Chongsheng frowned and asked, "Where are you going?" Daoist Master Kingxiu answered, "To my home." With that said, he walked forward and brushed past Zhang Chongsheng. "I'll leave Longqi Temple to you from now on." After Daoist Master Kingxiu said that, he disappeared from the corridor. Zhang Chongsheng frowned. This old man wanted to escape? He hastily chased after him. No matter how he persuaded him, Daoist Master Kingxiu merely continued forward. When he reached the entrance of the mountain, he stopped and watched as Daoist Master Kingxiu descended the mountain. He left just like that? He did not even pack his things? Zhang Chongsheng did not know how to explain to the other disciples, so he simply returned to his courtyard and focused on his cultivation. 2 days later, people from the imperial court came. Eunuch Li was escorted all the way to Zhang Changshen's courtyard by a group of imperial guards. The one leading the way was Qing Ku, followed by many disciples. Hua Jiangxin and the Devil Lord hid in the room while Zhang Chongsheng walked to Eunuch Li. Eunuch Li raised his hands, and there was an imperial decree in them. He smiled and nodded at Zhang Chongsheng. Then, he pulled open the imperial decree and said, according to the emperor's edict, Daoist Master King Xu is getting on in years and is no longer capable of serving as the abbot of Longqi Temple. From today onwards, Daoist priest Chongsheng will be the abbot of Longqi Temple and enjoy a 4th-grade salary from the imperial court. He will also be in charge of the incense yard. Chapter 20, Immortal in Dreams, Alchemy and Cultivation. Daoist Master Chongsheng, accept the decree. Eunuch Li handed the imperial decree to Zhang Chongsheng with a smile. Even though Zhang Chongsheng was puzzled, he still accepted the decree. Then, Eunuch Li turned around and left. The disciples of Longqi Temple surrounded him one after another. Second senior brother, how did you become an abbot? Where's master? What's going on? Congratulations to second senior brother for becoming a Daoist master. The disciples talked at once. Some were puzzled, some were worried, some were excited, and some were envious. Zhang Chongsheng felt helpless. He did not expect that the change of the abbot of Longqi Temple would make such a huge commotion. Zhang Chongsheng noticed his eldest senior sister, Meng Chu's Huang, who was not far away. Meng Chu's Huang was also stunned and stood rooted on the spot. He immediately walked over and said, Senior sister, may I have a word with you? Meng Chu's Huang took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. The other disciples did not dare to catch up as they were worried that their senior brothers and sisters would have conflicts. After all, it had been their senior sister who had been in charge of the affairs of the Daoist temple all these years. They did not expect senior brother Chongsheng, who had never done anything, to become a Daoist master. The two of them arrived at an uninhabited courtyard. Zhang Chongsheng was the first to speak. Senior sister, I didn't expect master to suddenly give up his position to me. You watched me grow up and know that I don't have any management experience. In the future, you will still be in charge of the affairs of Longqi Temple. What do you think? Meng Chu's Huang frowned and asked, where did master go? Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and said, I don't know. Meng Chu's Huang stared at him for a while before she finally sighed and said, all right. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, then thank you, senior sister. If you encounter any trouble on normal days, you can look for me. My martial arts skills are passable, and I also have some medical skills. Of course, it would be best if you could manage the internal affairs. My mind is focused on my cultivation. Meng Chu's Huang could not help but laugh and said angrily, all right, I understand. The two of them chatted for a while before they left. At this point, the Longqi Temple had changed owners, and the abbot was Daoist Master Chongsheng. When they returned to the courtyard, Hua Jiangxin, who was cultivating the jade pure meridian cutting needle, came over and asked curiously, Daoist Master, why doesn't Eunuch Li want you to kneel? The emperor declared that not kneeling to receive the decree was a capital crime. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, perhaps it's because of Longqi Temple. My master did not kneel in front of his majesty. Hua Jiangxin felt that it was reasonable and did not ask further. In this year, Zhang Changshen's greatest change was to become a Daoist master. Fortunately, with Meng Chu's Huang around, his days did not change much. Every day, other than cultivating, he taught Wan Li and Minjiu. As for Hua Jiangxin and the Devil Lord, both of them were adults. After learning the Pratasi method, he no longer cared about them. Due to their young age, the two young Daoists, Wan Li and Minjiu, had not found Hua Jiangxin and the Devil Lord. Half a year later, Zhang Chongsheng let the Devil Lord go down the mountain. He needed the Devil Lord to control the Devil sect. Hua Jiangxin stood by Zhang Changshen's side and asked, do you really trust him? Zhang Chongsheng said, you don't have to worry. He knows what to choose. After the incident in the capital, more than 200 civil and military officials were beheaded, and the great Jing dynasty set off a crazy search for the Devil sect. Now, the Devil sect was living even worse than before. Evidently, the aristocrats had abandoned the Devil sect. In such a situation, it was impossible for the Devil Lord to rely on them. He would only be hostile to them. Zhang Chongsheng turned around and walked to the center of the courtyard. There was a small tree planted here, a pear tree. On the tree was a white snake. It was White Dragon. He began to tease White Dragon. White dragon was rubbed around by him. It enjoyed it very much and did not resist at all. Seeing this, Hua Jiangxin felt goosebumps and immediately walked away. It had been 20 years since the founding of the dynasty, and the country was peaceful. There was no storm, and the construction of the canal was more than halfway done. In spring, the flowers and trees on Longqi Mountain welcomed vitality, but no guests went up the mountain that day. In the courtyard, Zhang Chongsheng opened his eyes and gave Hua Jiangxin a look. Hua Jiangxin immediately hid in the house. After a year of cultivating, his spiritual force had doubled, and he was getting closer and closer to the 5th level. If he faced the Devil Lord again, he would not even have to personally take action. He could kill him with the Imperial Sword technique. Zhang Chongsheng had only faced one Heaven Arrival Realm expert. By using the Devil Lord, the weakest Heaven Arrival Realm expert, as base for his estimation, he guessed that the head of punishment and that Heaven Arrival Realm expert in the palace should be 100 times stronger than the Devil Lord. It was safer to compete like this. Even though he was 100 times stronger than the Devil Lord, he still did not pay any attention to him. However, he still wanted to break through to the 5th level of the Dao technique. After a while, footsteps sounded. It was Qing Ku. Qing Ku excitedly said, "Senior brother Chongsheng, the Emperor is here and wants to see you. Hurry up and go. He is about to arrive at the Clear Heart Palace Hall. Eldest senior sister is currently receiving him." Emperor? The day had finally come. Zhang Chongsheng did not hesitate and immediately walked away. He and Qing Ku went to the front of the Clear Heart Palace Hall first. Qing Ku stood on one side. There were no other disciples in the courtyard. Very soon, Zhang Yuan came in with Meng Qiu's Huang. The royal guards behind him quickly surrounded the courtyard and guarded it. Zhang Yuan raised his hand, and Meng Qiu's Huang immediately stopped and no longer entered the hall. She shot a look at Qing Ku, and he immediately left. When he passed by Zhang Yuan, he even knelt and kowtowed. Zhang Yuan ignored Qing Ku and looked at Zhang Chongsheng. The young Daoist master wore a clean Daoist robe with a famous sword on his waist and a horsetail whisk in his hand. He had the aura of an expert. Zhang Yuan revealed a satisfied smile and walked to Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zhang Yuan chuckled and said, "Since it's a greeting, why don't you kneel?" Zhang Chongsheng hesitated. Just as he was hesitating about how to answer, Zhang Yuan grabbed his hand and smiled. "Forget it. There's no need to kneel. Let's enter the hall and have a chat." Just like that, he pulled Zhang Chongsheng into the Clear Heart Palace Hall. This action left Zhang Chongsheng in a trance. This was his biological father in this life. Zhang Yuan must know that he was his son, but he did not know that Zhang Chongsheng knew about it. After entering the hall, Zhang Yuan burned incense with a devout expression and muttered something. After Zhang Yuan finished reciting, the two of them sat on the futon and Zhang Yuan began to tell the story of his time with Daoist Master King Xiu. Zhang Chongsheng listened attentively and felt bored. As one got older, they would be nostalgic and hope that they would not be like this in the future. After chatting for a long time, Zhang Yuan stared at Zhang Chongsheng again. He sized him up carefully and praised, "Chongsheng, before Daoist Master King Xiu left, he specially instructed me to take good care of you. It's rare for me to come here, so if you have anything you want, I will try my best to satisfy you." The eagerness in Zhang Yuan's eyes made Zhang Chongsheng uncomfortable. However, Zhang Yuan had mistreated him. Plus, if there were benefits to be had, it would be a waste if he did not want it. If he did not want it, no matter how guilty Zhang Yuan felt, he would not return the position of Crown Prince to him. Zhang Chongsheng said, "I have done some research on alchemy, and I hope to obtain all kinds of medicinal ingredients, preferably seeds, as I can plant them on the mountain, the more the better." Alchemy? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up and he asked, "Can you let me take a look at your medicinal pill?" This emperor was obsessed with the immortal Dao, and he had been looking for pills all over the world. Naturally, he was tempted when he heard the word pill. Zhang Chongsheng took out a beauty pill and said, "This is a beauty pill that can allow one's youth to last forever." Zhang Yuan took it and carefully appreciated it. The more he looked at it, the happier he was. He smiled and said, "I agree. I will accept this pill and give it to my empress." Zhang Chongsheng could not refuse. In any case, it was for his mother. Zhang Yuan played with the beauty pill and suppressed his excitement. This pill contains a faint trace of true qi. No, it is more profound than ordinary true qi. It is absolutely not an ordinary pill. It is more outstanding than all the medicinal pills I have ever seen. Who taught you this? Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, it was taught to me by an immortal in my dream. Zhang Yuan widened his eyes and asked, could it be that your martial arts were also taught by that immortal in your dream? Since ancient times, how many famous people had carried the color of myths? There were countless stories in their dreams. Zhang Chongsheng nodded. Zhang Yuan was completely ignited and pulled him to ask about the immortals. Zhang Chongsheng was ambiguous. He said that he could not remember the immortal in his dream and only remembered what the immortal had taught him. This made Zhang Yuan believe it even more. Zhang Chongsheng pretended to hesitate and said, Your Majesty, we hit it off at first sight. Even my master do not know about this. My master thought that an expert was silently guiding me, but that's not the case. I hope your Majesty can hide it for me. Zhang Yuan's expression became gratified and he said, Good, good, good. I will never mention this to anyone, but I. Zhang Chongsheng immediately understood and said, I've heard of your Majesty's pursuit. I haven't obtained the art of longevity for the time being, so I don't dare to deceive your Majesty. However, I can concoct some longevity pills. When I have all the medicinal ingredients, I will concoct them for your Majesty. Good, good, good. Zhang Yuan smiled from ear to ear and patted the back of Zhang Changshen's hand. The two of them became closer. After that, Zhang Yuan asked about Zhang Changshen's life when he was young and chatted for an hour before he left. In front of the mountain gate, Zhang Chongsheng looked at Zhang Yuan, who would turn back and wave at him every 3 steps. He revealed a smile, but his heart was rather complicated. The emperor's thoughts were hard to guess. He even suspected if his previous guess was true. Perhaps Zhang Yuan had no choice. However, Zhang Chongsheng did not waver. His goal would not change. He wanted to take revenge on everyone who had harmed him. The assassinations over the years were not an act. As for the throne, only I can decide it. The emperor's attitude also allowed the Longqi temple disciples to breathe a sigh of relief. Even Meng Chusuang was full of smiles. After Daoist Master Kingxu left, they had been worried that His Majesty would neglect Longqi temple. It seemed like they had worried too much. As long as His Majesty's favor was still there, the Longqi temple would not fall. At noon the next day, a group of imperial guards carried a few large chests up the mountain. Other than ripe medicinal ingredients, there were also many seeds. Zhang Chongsheng asked Meng Chusuang to lead the disciples to plant these medicinal ingredients and specially reminded them of the preciousness of the medicinal ingredients. This made Meng Chusuang nervous and personally took care of the planting. He did not only want these medicinal ingredients to help Zhang Yuan make a longevity pill, but he also wanted to produce a pill that could increase his cultivation level. How could one rely only just on their efforts for cultivation? The stimulation of external objects was also very important. Other than cultivating, Zhang Chongsheng began to study alchemy. Alchemy was only a skill and did not come with a pill formula. What's more, there was also no formula for cultivation pills in the spring and autumn medical book, so he could only figure it out himself. White Dragon had become his test subject. If anything went wrong, he could use rejuvenation to treat it. In the first month, White Dragon consumed 3 types of medicinal pills. The third time, the snake's body swelled and it almost exploded. Fortunately, Zhang Chongsheng used his spiritual energy to deflate it in time. In the second month, White Dragon consumed 2 types of medicinal pills. Even though there were no abnormalities, its body had become thicker and was about to turn into a python. In the next 2 months, the White Dragon consumed 4 types of medicinal pills. The 4th medicinal pill finally allowed the spiritual force in its body to increase. It worked. Chapter 21, Breaking Through the 5th Level, Mortals Kowtowing to Immortals, 1. As White Dragon had been nourished by Zhang Changshen's spiritual energy before it was born, a trace of spiritual energy had long been nurtured in its body. However, its intelligence was still shallow and it did not know how to cultivate. At most, it could only rely on its breathing to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, so its cultivation growth was slow. Since it could increase one's spiritual force, it should have the same effect for Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng mustered his courage and consumed the remaining medicinal pill. The medicinal pill melted in his mouth and turned into a heat source that flowed down his throat and into his bones. Awesome! Zhang Chongsheng revealed a look of joy. White Dragon beside him came over and stuck out its snake tongue, as if it wanted more, but Zhang Chongsheng pushed it away. This pill shall be named the Spirit Increasing Pill. Zhang Chongsheng happily thought. Then, he memorized the medicinal ingredients for the pill and recorded them into a prescription. This was the first cultivation medicinal pill he had developed. The medicinal ingredients were not rare, but they were not easy to obtain. He still had to rely on the emperor to collect them. Zhang Chongsheng also concocted a bottle of medicinal pills to nourish one's body and increase one's vitality. Then, he handed it to the emperor one by one. Hua Jiangxin had also witnessed the various changes in White Dragon, but she did not dare to disturb him, fearing that she would also become a test subject. Spring and autumn alternated. Zhang Yuan would take the time to come to Longqi Temple every month. With such frequent visits, the status of Longqi Temple had also risen. More and more influential people came to burn incense, and the incense money of Longqi Temple far exceeded the previous years. With more money, the lives of the disciples improved. The disciples all knew one thing. Even though the Daoist master was not in charge, he could speak to the emperor and obtain his favor. That was his greatest ability. In the blink of an eye. Another year passed. 21 years after the founding of the dynasty. As the emperor no longer pursued immortal pills, he spent more time dealing with the state affairs. The economy of the Great Jing dynasty continued to rise, and it was not even dragged down by the construction of the canal. Other than managing the internal affairs, the war against the outside world also played a huge role. The Great Jing attacked ancient Han and continuously annexed its territory, harvesting all kinds of resources, causing the unity of the Great Jing dynasty to increase. There had been dozens of dynasties in this continent. In the vast history of the continent, the emperor was always the most dazzling existence. As the founding emperor of a dynasty, Zhang Yuan's historical status was no longer low. The scholars originally thought that he would become more and more muddle-headed after he became obsessed with the immortal Dao. Unexpectedly, he suddenly came to a realization and all kinds of poems praising the emperor began to become popular. The spring rain continued. Qing Ku came to visit Zhang Chongsheng and revealed his intentions. He was prepared to lead a group of disciples down the mountain to train. At the same time, he would collect orphans and nurture new disciples for Longqi Temple. This was an old tradition of Longqi Temple. Be more careful. There are 2 talismans here. When you encounter an enemy you cannot defeat, infuse your true qi into them and aim the talismans at the enemy. Remember, you are not to use them easily. Zhang Chongsheng took out 2 yellow talismans from his sleeve. The talisman paper were sent by Chen Li, and he had inscribed them with his spiritual force. For the sake of making them look special, he even scribbled on the talismans. Qing Ku took the 2 talismans with a puzzled expression and thought to himself, "Senior brother, why are you getting more and more mysterious?" Even though that was what he thought, he still carefully placed it away. Zhang Chongsheng was extremely mysterious in his eyes, and he even raised a white python that could understand humans. Perhaps this talisman was really useful. After Qing Ku left, Zhang Chongsheng continued to cultivate. In the past year, the disciples had become accustomed to White Dragon. It could freely wander around Longqi Mountain and never hurt anyone. Most importantly, it was a vegetarian, making it popular among disciples. There were even pilgrims who saw it. After knowing that it was raised by Daoist Master Chongsheng, they were no longer afraid. Under the deliberate influence of the disciples, the name of White Dragon gradually spread throughout the capital. There was a snake in Longqi Temple named White Dragon, and it understood humans. Hua Jiangxin had followed Zhang Chongsheng for so long that he had completely mastered the jade pure meridian cutting needle. Zhang Chongsheng had even taught her the 9 seeking heavenly dragon steps, and her strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. According to her, she felt that she had hopes of reaching the heavenly arrival realm. From the looks of it, reaching the heavenly arrival realm did not require top-notch internal skills. On the 10th day of Qing Ku's departure, Zhang Chongsheng finally welcomed an opportunity to break through. He had to consume a spirit-increasing pill every month in exchange for an advance breakthrough. He sat in the room and circulated his energy. His spiritual energy surged and his Daoist robe and long hair fluttered. White Dragon lying on the windowsill and basking in the sun turned its head, its snake eyes suffused with a faint glint. Something's wrong. Zhang Chongsheng suddenly frowned and felt inexplicably uneasy. Her breakthrough was smooth, and there were no problems with his cultivation. So, how could he be uneasy? He circulated his energy nervously and became even more careful. He did not dare to be careless at all. At the same time, above Longqi Temple, the white clouds in the blue sky gradually darkened before gathering towards Longqi Mountain. The disciples of Longqi Temple thought that it was going to rain, so they welcomed the devotees to the hall to hide from the rain. The citizens in the capital also noticed the phenomenon of Longi Mountain. The huge capital was shrouded in dark clouds, and it was still noon. Such a phenomenon was rather spectacular, but the citizens only looked at it and did not think much about it. However, boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky and struck the eaves of Zhang Changshen's house, causing rubble to fly everywhere. Zhang Changsheng opened his eyes. Sensing the abnormality in the outside world, an idea surfaced in his mind. Could it be tribulation transcendence? Zhang Changsheng immediately stood up and flashed to the roof. A strong wind blew and the dark clouds in the sky turned into thunderclouds. The sea of clouds churned and formed a huge and terrifying vortex. Lightning and thunder faintly intertwined and a great heavenly might radiated. When he came to the eaves, the uneasiness in his heart suddenly disappeared. At that moment, he understood that he had to transcend the tribulation to advance to the 5th level of the Dao technique. He could not escape it. Once he escaped it, the uneasiness in his heart would turn into an inner demon that would interfere with his future cultivation. He had to transcend this tribulation. Zhang Changshen's gaze became firm. He directly meditated on the eaves and his legs were floating half a meter above from the eaves. Spiritual energy surrounded his body and his robes fluttered in the wind. Hua Jiangxin was alarmed by the thunder. She pushed open the door and came out into the courtyard. When she looked up, she saw Zhang Changsheng in mid-air. She widened her beautiful eyes as if she had seen a ghost. He was floating in the air? Could this be a trick of the Devil Lord? Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck down. This time, it was aimed at Zhang Changsheng, but it was blocked by his spiritual force and dissipated. This scene shocked Hua Jiangxin. Before she could react, bolts of lightning struck down, all aimed at Zhang Changsheng. Zhang Changsheng used his spiritual power to protect his body and formed a protective shield to withstand the lightning bolts. The power of the lightning became stronger and quickly formed an indiscriminate bombardment. Even in the day, lightning could be seen. Lightning could be seen on the top of Longi Mountain in every corner of the capital, including the palace. The lightning struck in the same direction and formed a conical shape. Even from afar, it was a spectacular sight. What's that? What terrifying lightning! Could it be that something has appeared in Longi Temple? Rumor has it that the new Daoist master of Longi Temple is young and smart. He even raised a white python that understands human nature. Could he be the reincarnation of an immortal? I'm not sure. From the looks of it, Longi Temple looks to be in danger, right? This is strange. This old man has lived for 70 years and experienced 2 dynasties, but I have never seen such a phenomenon. The citizens in the capital were in a heated discussion. Even the high-ranking officials and nobles walked out of their rooms one after another to look at this phenomenon. Within the palace, Zhang Yuan stood in front of the throne room with his hands behind his back. As he looked at the lightning around Longi Mountain, his eyes were filled with excitement. When Eunuch Li walked over, the excitement in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by an unfathomable depth that was similar to an ancient well. Eunuch Li came to him and carefully said, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid everyone in the capital can see this phenomenon. How should we deal with it?" Zhang Yuan casually said, "Is the weather something humans can deal with?" "No, I'm worried that Longi Temple will be damaged. This is a Daoist temple personally designated by His Majesty. We'll talk about it when it's damaged." Zhang Yuan answered casually as he stared at Longi Temple. Eunuch Li did not dare to ask any more questions. He turned around and looked at Longi Mountain. The princes, concubines, and princesses in the palace also went out to observe the rare thundercloud phenomenon. The heavenly tribulation was more difficult than Zhang Changsheng had imagined. An hour later, his spiritual force was almost exhausted, but the lightning did not weaken. Instead, it intensified. He closed his eyes and his expression was ugly. At this point, he had no other choice but to hold on. If he was not careful, he might be struck by lightning and turn into ashes. Hua Jiangxin believed that Zhang Changsheng did not rely on a magical trick. Instead, he was really undergoing the lightning tribulation, just like in the legends. She stared at him with admiration and worry, fearing that something would happen to him. In the distance, there were still many disciples watching. The devotees who were temporarily staying in Longi Temple discussed animatedly behind them. At first, they were still terrified, fearing that they would be struck. However, later on, they discovered that the lightning only struck one place. Therefore, they carefully approached and witnessed this shocking scene. crossing the lightning tribulation in the air. Zhang Chongsheng had become a god in their hearts. Meng Chuhuang was also worried about Zhang Chongsheng. At the same time, she had mixed feelings. Was this junior brother really the reincarnation of an immortal? Zhang Chongsheng did not know what they were thinking, nor did he have the time to think about it as he focused on transcending the tribulation. Just as he was worried, the lightning tribulation finally began to weaken. It came and went quickly. In less than 3 minutes, the lightning tribulation completely stopped and the thunderclouds dissipated. Zhang Chongsheng felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulders. When the sunlight shone on him, spiritual energy began to erupt in his body. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth frantically entered his body and resonated with his spiritual energy, stimulating more spiritual energy. From the perspective of others, he was surrounded by a whirlwind that even swept up leaves. Immortal, human. A middle-aged man's voice trembled as he knelt down and kowtowed to Zhang Chongsheng. His reaction also caused the other visitors to kneel down. Those rational visitors looked at each other. Seeing their crazy appearance, a thought surfaced in their minds. What if he was really an immortal, and they did not kneel when they saw him? Wouldn't they be offending an immortal? Just like that, all the pilgrims knelt down and kowtowed to Zhang Chongsheng while praying for themselves. The disciples also knelt down one after another and looked at Zhang Chongsheng with fanaticism. Ming Yu, who often trained with Zhang Chongsheng, was extremely excited. He had obtained the grace of an immortal. Meng Chuhuang did not kneel. She merely looked at Zhang Chongsheng in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. Zhang Chongsheng had completely stepped into the 5th level of the Dao technique. His spiritual force surged, his senses changed, and the range of his divine consciousness expanded. 2 intersecting golden patterns gradually appeared between his brows, faintly looking like the simplified painting of the twin fishes in Tai Chi. Chapter 22, 9 Heaven's Mysterious Change, Opening Incense. After successfully transcending the tribulation, Zhang Chongsheng was still floating in the air, consolidating his cultivation. When the sun set, the devotees dispersed. Meng Chuhuang also dispersed the disciples, not daring to disturb him. At dusk, Zhang Chongsheng slowly opened his eyes. The golden pattern between his eyebrows disappeared. This was a Dao pattern, the mark of the 5th level of the Dao technique. Its function was that it could store spiritual energy. It might even have more functions. However, he had just come into contact with it and was unclear. Dao patterns could usually be hidden, which was very convenient. Zhang Chongsheng landed in the courtyard. His Daoist robe was not damaged and he looked relaxed and energetic. Hua Jiangxin came up and cupped his fists. Congratulations, Daoist master, on your increase in martial arts. Even though she did not know what was going on with the previous tribulation, she felt that it should be related to the increase in Zhang Changshen's strength. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and nodded. It's not a huge increase. I just comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth. Hua Jiangxin did not understand, but she felt that it sounded awesome. She admired Zhang Chongsheng even more. Zhang Chongsheng did not say anything else to her. He turned around and returned to the house with White Dragon following behind him. The man and the snake entered the house. Hua Jiangxin was stunned for a moment before she started practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Inside the house, Zhang Chongsheng sat on the bed as a line of words appeared before his eyes. 21 years after the founding of the dynasty. Your cultivation has improved and you have comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth. You have passed the minor heavenly tribulation and obtained a survival reward. Secret Technique, 9 Heaven's Mysterious Change. Secret Technique? This was the first time Zhang Chongsheng had obtained a secret technique, and he was filled with interest. He immediately accepted the memories of the 9 Heavens Mysterious Change and a large number of memories surged into his mind. The 9 Heavens Mysterious Change was a transformation technique that could transform into 9 forms, from a sparrow to a mountain. Not bad, good stuff. Similar to the Phantom God's Eye, even though it could not improve one's strength, it had endless uses. After Zhang Chongsheng sorted out his memories, he began to cultivate the first level of the 9 Heavens Mysterious Change, the transformation of a swallow. That night, the disciples of Longqi Temple found it hard to fall asleep, and there were also many people in the capital who were curious. In the next 5 days, the news of the pilgrims watching Daoist Master Chongsheng undergo the lightning tribulation spread out, causing an uproar in the entire city. Even the concubines in the palace were discussing it. He killed the ghost-eyed evil king at a young age and underwent lightning tribulation when he reached adulthood. When these two deeds of Daoist Master Chongsheng were combined, it was really legendary and filled with mystery. More and more visitors came to Longqi City to burn incense. They all wanted to see Daoist Master Changshen's elegance. However, Zhang Chongsheng did not come out of his courtyard, so they failed to catch a glimpse of him. They were not angry because of this. Instead, they felt that it was only right. How could immortals be so easy to meet? Inside the house. After 5 days of cultivation, Zhang Chongsheng finally learned the transformation of a swallow, but it could only last for 5 minutes. The 9 heavens' mysterious change consumed too much spiritual force and could not be easily used. Zhang Chongsheng returned to his original appearance, and White Dragon was stunned. At that very moment, 3 lines of words appeared in front of Zhang Chongsheng. Detected that you have received incense. As your cultivation method does not belong to the Dao of heaven and earth, you have 2 choices and can only choose one. 1. Give up on cultivation and your spiritual force will transform into a realm of martial arts in this world. True God realm. 2. Continue to cultivate. Immortals are above all living beings and are respected by all. The path of cultivation is to pursue the path of the heavenly Dao. You can activate the incense function. True God realm? He had never heard of it before. It must be above the heaven arrival realm. Zhang Chongsheng directly chose the second option and continued to cultivate. For an immortal cultivator to fight a martial arts practitioner, it was simply child's play. He had to persevere. If he were to train in martial arts, even if he were to become the number 1 in the world, it was impossible for him to suppress all the martial artists in the world. After all, they were all on the same path of cultivation. However, cultivation was different and the upper limit was unknown. Activating the incense function. The providence of incense can weaken the power of the heavenly tribulation. Please explore on your own how to obtain incense. Current incense points, 2. Reduce the power of the heavenly tribulation? Zhang Chongsheng still had lingering fears when he recalled the lightning tribulation a few days ago. In his previous life, he had indeed set up the incense function in the game. When one cultivated to become a god, they naturally had to enjoy the incense of the human world. Incense was related to the luck of the immortals and gods. He did not expect the survival system to bring other functions of the game to this world. The incense function was not only about transcending the tribulation. 2 points of incense meant that 2 people had erected a statue for him and burned incense to worship him. To be able to do this, it meant that they had regarded him as their faith. Wait, if even the incense function appeared, then the other functions. Zhang Changshen's heart burned with passion. The system might seem mysterious, but he, as the developer, knew everything about it. All the functions in the game needed to be triggered by the player on the way to cultivation, not directly given. In addition, from the previous hints, cultivation did not belong to this world. He might very well be the only cultivator. Incense is indeed valuable, but I can't be rash. I can create some phenomena in the Daoist temple and increase the circulation. By doing that, the incense value should increase. Even if someone is unhappy with me, they can come and give me a survival reward. Zhang Chongsheng thought to himself. He did not know if there were true gods in the great Jing dynasty, so he had to be careful. He did not enter the world for the sake of his safety. What if there was a flourishing martial arts civilization outside the great Jing dynasty? Better to believe it than not. He had to work hard in the early stages of his life. In any case, his lifespan was unlimited. Once he was strong enough, he would rule the world. Of course, before that, he still had to make a trip to the palace. Zhang Changshen's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth curled up. A month later, Zhang Chongsheng completely mastered the 9 heavens' mysterious change. On this day, Zhang Yuan came to visit him again. Other than asking for medicinal pills, he was also curious about his tribulation. Zhang Chongsheng did not say that it was a breakthrough in his cultivation. Instead, he said that the immortals were guiding him at that time. Zhang Yuan was stunned when he heard that. After Zhang Yuan left, that night, Zhang Chongsheng put on a wooden mask and changed into a ragged black Daoist robe before leaving for the palace. He stepped on the Taihang sword and flew on it, directly flying into the palace from the top of the mountain. His senses far exceeded that of ordinary people. From afar, he could see the imperial guards patrolling outside the palace. He found a corner that no one noticed and flew in. After landing, he gently sheathed the Taihang sword and began to move forward in the palace. Late at night, the palace was lonely with frogs croaking. From time to time, eunuchs would patrol with lamps. Relying on the 9 seeking heavenly dragon steps, Zhang Chongsheng easily dodged those eunuchs. Along the way, he investigated the fluctuations of true qi and discovered that there were quite a number of experts in the palace. There were at least 50 top experts, and there was no lack of concubines, palace maids, and eunuchs. The great Jing palace was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Zhang Chongsheng sighed as he walked. When he passed by a garden, he heard a sound. He tilted his head and listened. The sound came from the depths of the garden. Annoying. My little brother, go down a little more. There are too many mosquitoes here. Can't we go somewhere else, damn it? Alas, just make do if there's a place. Hurry up, I'm dying of anxiety. Zhang Chongsheng was speechless. Was the palace that chaotic? Disgusting. Zhang Chongsheng stopped and listened attentively. After a while, he recognized their identities. The woman was a palace maid while the man was a eunuch. A eunuch could do such a thing? Zhang Chongsheng recalled that some dynasties in his previous life had not been completely eradicated. He shook his head. Since it was not his father who was cuckolded, he was too lazy to care about it and continued on his way. The palace was very large. Zhang Chongsheng used his divine consciousness to investigate along the way. What he was looking for was the fluctuation of true qi, so he did not have to enter the houses of concubines and palace maids. He did not have that kind of urge. There were many fluctuations of true qi, but none of them could reach the heavenly arrival realm. Zhang Chongsheng suddenly stopped when he arrived at the northern area of the palace. His gaze landed on an extremely deserted palace courtyard. There were no palace maids or eunuchs, so he was alone in the entire palace courtyard. Could this be the legendary Cold Palace? No way. A heaven arrival realm expert was banished to the Cold Palace by the emperor? How could Zhang Yuan be so domineering? Zhang Chongsheng wore a wooden mask, so he was not afraid of exposing his identity. Carefully, he walked towards the palace. When he entered the courtyard, he noticed that there were weeds everywhere. It was evident that no one had taken care of it for a long time. However, there were many shocking handprints on the wall of the side hall. Zhang Chongsheng walked towards the main hall, not afraid of disturbing the other party. After arriving here, he could already determine the other party's true energy level. It was only about 10 times that of the Devil Lord. Zhang Chongsheng came to the door and gently pushed it open. The moment he pushed it open, a strong gust of wind blew and knocked the 2 doors against the wall. Zhang Changshen's tattered daoist robe fluttered, but his body was as heavy as Mount Tai and he did not move at all. Why did you enter the palace so late at night? A cold and hoarse female voice sounded, her tone filled with killing intent. Zhang Chongsheng stimulated the meridians in his throat with his spiritual power and said in a hoarse and dull voice, I heard that there's a heaven arrival realm expert in the palace that is unparalleled in the world. I want to see him. Your skills are so deep, but you're willing to stay in this cold palace that no one cares about. The cold female voice snorted. It's none of your business. Since you're here, don't leave. As soon as she finished speaking, another strong gust of wind came from the darkness. Zhang Chongsheng gently moved his right foot and his spiritual force exploded, sending a figure flying back, followed by the heavy sound of someone hitting the wall. You? How is this possible? You're not a heaven arrival. You're at a higher realm. The cold female voice cried out in horror. Who could resist such an expert breaking into the palace? Zhang Chongsheng sighed internally. I'm too strong. He asked, what's your relationship with the emperor? Tell me, and if you explain it clearly, I will spare your life and not disturb everyone in the palace. If you don't explain it clearly, the Great Jing will change owners after tonight. The other parties panting echoed in the dim hall. Zhang Chongsheng narrowed his eyes and looked over. He could only see that the other party's hair was disheveled and her body was dirty. He could not see her true appearance. Haha! You used him to threaten me. You used him to threaten me. The cold female voice gradually became deranged and had a sense of hysteria. Zhang Chongsheng frowned under the mask. Was she crazy? No wonder she was banished to the cold palace. Zhang Chongsheng was only guessing and did not believe her easily. If she was not afraid of death and did not care about the emperor, why would she struggle at death's door in the cold palace? He suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of the other party the next second. He pressed his palm on the other party's forehead and the terrifying killing intent made the other party unable to move. This strength! The other party widened her eyes. From the gap of her messy hair, he could see his pair of eyes that were filled with blood vessels, similar to a ghost in the human world. Zhang Chongsheng looked down at him and said, 21 years ago, the Empress gave birth to child and eunuch Li swapped him. Did you know about this? The other party's pupils dilated. It was evident that she was not calm. She gritted her teeth and said, I know. Why did the emperor do this? To suppress the Yang family. I don't know, but that's definitely not the case. Zhang Changshen's frown deepened and he asked, what's the real identity of the fake prince? The other party was silent. Impudent. How dare you break into my palace? I will make you stay here forever. A domineering shout sounded from outside the hall, but Zhang Chongsheng remained indifferent. He had already sensed Zhang Yuan's arrival, and he had something to ask him. Chapter 23, Mahayana Dragon Tower wants a son. In the courtyard, a figure descended from the sky. It was Zhang Yuan in dragon robes. Zhang Yuan's hair was disheveled. It was obvious that he was not a crown. He stared at Zhang Changshen's back while Zhang Chongsheng quietly kept his scabbard in his sleeve. Let her go. If you are coming for me, I'm right here. Zhang Yuan said in a deep voice. He activated his true qi and condensed a dragon shadow around him. This scene was captured by Zhang Changshen's divine consciousness and he was greatly surprised. This special effect was so cool. Most importantly, Zhang Yuan's true energy had increased by dozens of times in an instant, and he was no longer inferior to the women under him. Heaven arrival. This emperor hid himself so well. No wonder he could make the supreme experts of the martial arts world work for him. With his back facing Zhang Yuan, Zhang Chongsheng asked in a hoarse voice, Emperor, what's the identity of the fake crown prince? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's expression darkened and his eyes flickered. Under the night sky, his expression was so dark and horrifying. How did you know about this? Who are you? Zhang Yuan stepped forward as he spoke. The woman from the cold palace gritted her teeth and said, Don't come over. You're not his opponent. Zhang Yuan stopped and frowned. His gaze was fixed on Zhang Chongsheng, wanting to see through him. Zhang Chongsheng did not bring the Kailan horsetail whisk and the Taihang sword was hidden in his wide sleeve. In the dark environment, he could not see through Zhang Changshen's identity. There were many people in his mind. He had too many enemies in his life, and among them were experts stronger than him. Zhang Changshen's back was still facing him as he said, as a dignified emperor, he actually took the lead in exchanging bargaining chips for the crown prince position. Won't it be ridiculous if this gets out? It would be fine if the fake crown prince is his biological bloodline, but if not. His words were filled with mockery, but Zhang Yuan was not angry. Zhang Yuan asked, What do you want? Since you want to ask, it means that you are not here for me. Do you know my eldest son? Zhang Chongsheng teased, Of course I know your eldest son. What would he think if he knew that you abandoned him in a temple as an orphaned little daoist? Zhang Yuan was silent. What daoist temple? The woman from the cold palace asked. Zhang Chongsheng asked meaningfully, How many daoist temples are there in the capital? The moment he said that, the woman from the cold palace glared at Zhang Yuan and said in a cold voice, Emperor Zhang, you've been toying with me for so many years. Zhang Yuan's expression was extremely ugly while Zhang Chongsheng was somewhat surprised. From his words, it was obvious that there was something else going on. Zhang Chongsheng wanted to ask more questions, but Zhang Yuan suddenly attacked. He struck out with his right palm, and a dragon shadow appeared around him. With a strong wind from his palm, he charged towards Zhang Chongsheng. The door of the palace exploded into countless pieces of wood. Humph! Impudent! Zhang Chongsheng snorted and gently patted his left hand behind him. Spiritual energy spread out and easily dispersed the dragon shadow. His true qi shook the tables and chairs in the palace until they fell apart. What domineering skills! The emperor's strength had actually increased by several times after he attacked. How many times could his father increase his strength? It was really amazing. Zhang Chongsheng lamented in his heart, but Zhang Yuan was even more shocked. How is this possible? He dissolved my true dragon aura so easily. Who exactly is he? It had been a long time since Zhang Yuan felt such pressure. The last time was when he had yet to ascend to the throne. There was actually such an expert in the world. Zhang Yuan instantly thought of many possibilities and even guessed that this person was the one who taught Chongsheng martial arts. Could he be here to support Chongsheng? No. Why did he accept Chongsheng as his disciple? Why did he support him? How did he know the truth? Zhang Yuan was filled with fear and felt that the other party must be an enemy. He did not expect the other party to be Zhang Chongsheng because he had been taken away the moment he was born. It was impossible for him to know his background, let alone dominate everything like this person. There must be an enemy scheming behind the scenes. Emperor, are you still unwilling to say? Zhang Chongsheng reached out and grabbed the woman's neck before lifting her up. He said sinisterly, a heaven arrival realm expert was banished to the cold palace by you. How ridiculous! Zhang Yuan's expression changed. Knowing that he was not his opponent, he took a deep breath and said, I'll talk. The fake crown prince is not my biological son. He is just a chess piece that is destined to be abandoned. If you come to uphold justice for the real crown prince, you can rest assured that he will die sooner or later. As for my reputation, this matter will not spread. I will ask the Yang family to personally destroy him and find an excuse. The death of the crown prince will only be a regret in history. Zhang Chongsheng asked, why did you use chess pieces to replace the real crown prince? Zhang Yuan sighed and said, because he cannot become the crown prince. The throne is already destined. Unfortunately, the Yang family cannot see through him. I sent him out to ensure his safety. If he were to be born in the palace, he would undoubtedly die. At that moment, he heard a large number of footsteps rushing over. It was the royal guards of the palace, specially guarding the back of the palace. Experts with high martial arts skills had already rushed over. The matter could not be blown up. Otherwise, it would disturb his cultivation. Zhang Chongsheng said, who would harm him? Tell me the name. Since you want to protect him, then we have the same idea. Zhang Yuan's eyes were gloomy as he said, the Mahayana Dragon Tower. The Mahayana Dragon Tower? Zhang Chongsheng had never heard of this name. Since he had the answer, he should leave. At most, he would come back in the future. He released his grip and put down the woman from the cold palace. With a leap, he directly smashed through the eaves of the cold palace and disappeared into the night without a trace. Zhang Yuan immediately ran over and supported the woman. The woman pushed him away and said with a cold expression, Zhang Yuan, you've gone too far. I allowed you to give her the position of empress and give birth to Zhang Yu, but you deceived me. I'll kill that little bastard tomorrow. Zhang Yuan stood up and looked down at her with an extremely cold gaze. Can you defeat that person? The woman from the cold palace was silent. Zhang Yuan coldly said, I will fulfill what I promised you, but even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. He has become immortal and does not know his background. Why bother? If you are going to cause trouble, the throne will not be so certain. All these years, I have discovered that my sons are all talented dragons. Think about it carefully. The world has changed. You are no longer a princess of the Chu dynasty. Stop being willful. With that said, Zhang Yuan turned around and left, followed by a large number of royal guards. Zhang Yuan's voice came from outside the hall. What happened tonight is not to be spread out. Whoever dares to say it will be beheaded. The woman from the cold palace sat paralyzed on the ground. She smiled sadly. Ridiculous. I'm so ridiculous. Under the moonlight, Zhang Yuan revealed his dragon might. In the darkness, she was like a malicious ghost as she looked at him in a daze, as if she was isolated from two lifetimes. After returning to Longqi Temple, Zhang Chongsheng did not disturb Hua Jiangxin and quietly entered the house. He changed back into his daoist robe. After going to the palace, he had gained a lot tonight. Firstly, he wanted to confirm that the expert was not his opponent. Secondly, he wanted to confirm the real reason why he had been switched, and the answer he got was the Mahayana Dragon Tower. From Daoist Master King Xu's words, he and Zhang Yuan should have colluded. Even though Zhang Chongsheng had been switched, no one in Longqi Temple dared to brazenly kill him. From that, it could be seen that Zhang Yuan still wanted to protect him. Of course, even though Zhang Yuan had the heart to protect him, he also wanted to take the opportunity to suppress the Yang family. It was hard to fathom the heart of an emperor. Perhaps the Mahayana Dragon Tower was also Zhang Yuan's target, so he told Zhang Chongsheng so as to use someone's knife to kill. Zhang Chongsheng was not angry. In any case, his goal was to become an immortal. If the Mahayana Dragon Tower wanted to kill him, they would send someone here sooner or later in exchange for survival rewards. The fact that he did not trigger the survival reward meant that the fight was not a calamity, and he had to accept the fact. A reserved throne? Humph, since you, Zhang Yuan, can't do it, then I have to snatch it myself. Zhang Changshen's lips curled up. The kinship in this life was very weak. After all, he had the memories of his previous life. Even though he had to cultivate steadily in this life, he did not want to live a life where he had to compromise. What he was afraid of is that there were stronger people in the world, not everyone in the world. This time, he did not use the Phantom God Eye because he wanted to give Zhang Yuan a warning. He had already planned when to use the Phantom God Eye. Zhang Chongsheng was in a good mood, mainly because he was sure that no one in the capital could threaten him. The next day, Hua Jiangxin noticed that Zhang Chongsheng seemed to be in a good mood. He even personally guided her in her training. Zhang Chongsheng was an immortal cultivator, and his immortal cultivation technique was more profound than her martial arts. A few pointers were enough for her to benefit greatly. Internal arts had similarities, but the immortal cultivation system was different. The incident in the palace last night had not spread. Longqi Temple was still lively with visitors. Meng Chuhuang came to look for Zhang Chongsheng several times. Some of the nobles had too high of a status for her to refuse. After some thought, Zhang Chongsheng asked White Dragon to meet them. White Dragon could also get a spirit-increasing pill every month. After all, it was one of the contributors to the creation of the pill. Zhang Chongsheng did not treat it unfairly. Its intelligence was also steadily improving. Right now, it could understand some simple human language. Occasionally, it would tease even Hua Jiangxin. When it saw Hua Jiangxin's nervous appearance, it would often shake its snake head happily. Meng Chuhuang looked at White Dragon and felt that it was ridiculous. However, when White Dragon raised its snake body and nodded at her, her worldview almost shattered. Meng Chuhuang knew that White Dragon was very human-like, but it was too ridiculous for it to nod to her. Zhang Chongsheng nodded with a smile. Meng Chuhuang could only suppress his shock and leave with White Dragon. After Meng Chuhuang left, Hua Jiangxin walked out of the house and clicked his tongue in wonder. Daoist Master, your snake will become a demon sooner or later. In Zhang Changshen's eyes, White Dragon was adorable, but in her eyes, it was a terrifying thing. The more intelligent it was, the more terrifying it was. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "That's great. It can still talk to us in the future." Hua Jiangxin shivered. Hua Jiangxin changed the topic and asked, "Daoist Master, you cultivate all day long with a clear heart and few desires, and you don't see anyone. Your martial arts are clearly unfathomable and you're still young. What are you pursuing?" She had heard of the legendary story of Daoist Master Chongsheng killing the ghost-eyed evil king at the age of 14. Later on, she heard Meng Chuhuang call Zhang Chongsheng her junior brother. This meant that Zhang Chongsheng was still young, so young, but he had no desires. It was honestly hard to understand. Even the illusory gods should have their own pursuits. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "As for pursuit, it's naturally to comprehend the Dao and live longer." Seeing that he was in a good mood, Hua Jiangxin could not help but muster his courage and ask, "That is a long-term goal. What is your short-term goal?" Zhang Chongsheng looked at the blue sky in the distance and said leisurely, "Short-term goals? I do have one. I want a son." Hua Jiangxin was stunned, thinking that she had misheard. As she stared at Zhang Changshen's handsome side profile, her ears began to turn red and her heartbeat sped up. Zhang Changshen's attention was attracted by the scenery outside the city. Longqi Temple was located at the edge of the capital. On one side was the city area, and on the other side were the city walls. Outside was a continuous stretch of wilderness. An army was rushing over from outside the city. Chapter 24, Cultivating the Sage, Challenge of Experts. On the official road between the mountains and forests, dust flew everywhere. A group of soldiers galloped on their horses and raised military flags with the word reputation engraved on them. Leading them was a silver-armored general with a handsome face. He held a spear in his hand and was in high spirits. It was the fourth prince, Zhang Yu, who was now 19 years old. Looking at the distant imperial city, Zhang Yu revealed a smile. He smiled unruly and whispered to himself, "Brother, you won't be able to sit firmly on the throne." 1,000 light cavalrymen in black armor moved forward like dragons, unstoppable. In front of them, there was a stone pavilion by the roadside. There was someone drinking in the pavilion. It was the leader of the Sky Martial Supervisor, Zhong Tianyu, who was once the supreme master of the martial arts world. He put down the wine bowl, stood up, walked out of the stone pavilion, and blocked the road. Zhang Yu rode his horse over. When he saw someone blocking his way, his expression did not change and he just wanted to gallop away. The two sides got closer and closer, but Zhong Tianyu still had no intention of backing down as he calmly stared at Zhang Yu. The horse raised its front hooves, wanting to trample on Zhong Tianyu. Zhong Tianyu's eyes turned cold and his true qi exploded, rising like a wave. Dust flew and the horse was overturned. Zhang Yu leaped and landed on the ground before pointing his spear at Zhong Tianyu. You dare to block my path at the feet of the emperor? Zhang Yu coldly said. He was shocked. When did such an expert appear in the capital? His strength was too terrifying. He had seen many martial arts experts on the battlefield, but none of them could compare to this person in front of him. 1,000 light cavalry quickly surrounded Zhong Tianyu. Zhong Tianyu said expressionlessly, His Majesty wants to see the strength of your Black Wolf cavalry. Zhang Yu frowned and asked, What do you mean? Just you alone. Zhong Tianyu raised his right hand in a gesture of invitation and said, Sky Marshal Supervisor, Zhong Tianyu. Hearing this, Zhang Yu's pupils constricted and his hand holding the spear trembled. Even though he was on the battlefield, he had heard of the might of the Sky Marshal Supervisor over the years. Powerful. Cruel. Zhong Tianyu continued, Your Highness, do it. Don't tell me the Black Wolf cavalry that has swept across the battlefield is afraid of me. When Zhang Yu heard that, his eyes instantly turned red. Courting death. It was noon, and the wind was gentle and sunny. In the courtyard, Zhang Chongsheng, Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yu sat around a stone table. Zhang Yu, whose face was covered with bruises, recounted the battle 3 days ago where 1,000 Black Wolf cavalry were defeated by one person. This is too ridiculous. How can one's martial arts be so strong? My brothers are all powerful people who can fight against dozens of enemies. Also, Zhong Tianyu is completely merciless. Father, are you not going to punish him? The more Zhang Yu spoke, the more excited he became, while Zhang Yuan laughed out loud. Such a scene was really like a family of 3. Zhang Chongsheng sighed internally. Zhang Yuan probably facilitated this gathering to comfort his heart. Zhang Chongsheng knew their real relationship, but he could not say that Zhang Yu was someone he did not know. Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Chongsheng and said, Brother Chongsheng, can you defeat Zhong Tianyu? Help me teach him a lesson. If you do, I will satisfy whatever you want. Zhang Chongsheng asked helplessly, Are you serious? Zhang Yu chuckled and said, Of course it's a joke. I can't wait to curry favor with him. Even though he was rude, he had beaten me into submission. Moreover, he is a supreme expert in the martial arts world. To be able to work for our Zhang family is also a great honor. Since ancient times, with the change of dynasties, the underworld was still the same. It would be affected by the court, but it would not be annexed. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, Zhong Tianyu is indeed proud and arrogant, but I need him to rope in the experts of the martial arts world. Great Jing has been established for 21 years, and the surrounding dynasties have also submitted one after another. However, the dynasties further away cannot be shaken. After dozens of years of war, the martial arts in this land has declined greatly. It is not as prosperous as the martial arts of the distant dynasties. Even though dynasties cannot be defeated by one person, there are as many experts as the clouds. They can also defeat thousands of troops and horses and shake dynasties. He sighed. He thought of the mysterious person who trespassed the palace that day. His strength was so terrifying that he even felt that Zhong Tianyu was not his opponent. Zhang Yuan changed the topic and said, Chongsheng, there seems to be someone else in your courtyard. Zhang Chongsheng pretended to hesitate and said, Jiangxin, come out. Hearing that name, Zhang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows while Zhang Yu was curious. At that moment, Hua Jiangxin walked out of the room. Zhang Yu widened his eyes and said, Brother Chongsheng, you are a Daoist priest. How can you hide a woman? Zhang Chongsheng rolled his eyes at him. Zhang Yuan stroked his beard and said with a smile, Longqi Temple is not a traditional Daoist temple. Daoist Master Kingxiu is the founder of the sect, and it can be regarded as a martial arts sect. There is no prohibition against disciples from getting married and having children. However, it is best to get married after leaving the mountain. If Chongsheng wants to get married, I can issue a decree to allow it. Zhang Chongsheng said helplessly, Your Majesty, this woman's identity is special. I have a request. Zhang Yuan teased, Tell me. Hua Jiangxin walked over and bowed respectfully to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Chongsheng said, she was originally from the white-robed guards and was severely injured by the devil Lrd. I was the one who saved her. She has been practicing martial arts with me all these years, so it's not convenient for her to return because. I hope your majesty can arrange for her to enter the white-robed guards again in the future. Zhang Yuan asked curiously, why in the future? Hua Jiangxin said, I want to practice martial arts with Daoist master first. Zhang Yuan nodded and said, I've learned that you were the only one who took action during those nights. You have contributed greatly, so I should have rewarded you. When you want to return to the white-robed guards, I'll arrange for you to become a 1,000-man commander. Hua Jiangxin was pleasantly surprised and hastily thanked Zhang Yuan. There were a total of 50,000 white-robed guards. The leader was the chief guard, followed by the 1,000-man commanders. 1,000-man commanders represented higher salary level, and among the white-robed guards, it also represented the power to mobilize 1,000 people. How could Hua Jiangxin not be happy about this promotion? Zhang Chongsheng then told her to leave. The three of them chatted for a while before Zhang Yuan left with Zhang Yu. Before he left, he asked for more medicinal pills. Hearing this, Zhang Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. It turned out that his father did not come to a sudden realization, but changed to someone else to refine pills? Even though Zhang Yu was puzzled, he did not dare to ask. That was because Zhang Yuan hated it when others talked about how he pursued the immortal Dao. For that reason, Zhang Yuan had beheaded many people. After they left, Hua Jiangxin walked out of the house again. She came to Zhang Changshen's side and asked in confusion, Daoist master, why do you want me to return to the white-robed guards? Zhang Chongsheng had refined a talisman that contained his spiritual force, and it could help Hua Jiangxin conceal her aura. However, Zhang Chongsheng told her not to hide it. Zhang Chongsheng picked up his teacup and said, haven't you always wanted to work for me? How about you enter the white-robed guards as my eyes in the future? Hua Jiangxin was stunned. He did not expect Zhang Chongsheng to covet the imperial power. The white-robed guards were directly under the imperial power. She carefully asked, who are you targeting? Or are you planning something? Zhang Chongsheng said, to plot for the throne. Hua Jiangxin turned pale and said in a low voice, Daoist master, the throne is not something you can obtain just by killing the emperor. It also requires the support of the civil and military officials. You have to think carefully about the support of the aristocratic families. No matter how powerful Longqi Temple was, Zhang Chongsheng was only a Daoist priest. What right did a Daoist priest have to steal from a country? Rely on these Daoist priests? Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, I don't want to be the emperor. I want to cultivate the Dao, but I can let my son be the emperor. Do you know my real identity? Hua Jiangxin shook his head, feeling even more confused. Then do you think His Majesty only came because of my medicinal pills? If that's the case, why did he recommend the fourth prince to come into contact with me? Zhang Chongsheng said with a spurious smile. After interacting with him for so many years, Hua Jiangxin did not do anything bad and could already be trusted. He decided to reveal the truth and rope in a team for his future son. Hua Jiangxin frowned and thought hard. All of a sudden, she thought of something and her expression changed drastically. The fourth prince and the crown prince are both born to the empress. In the past, the empress went crazy and said that the crown prince was not her son. Could it be? Zhang Chongsheng calmly said, that's right, I am the real crown prince. Tell me, do I have the qualifications to covet the throne? Hua Jiangxin was shocked and widened his beautiful eyes. Zhang Chongsheng recounted his childhood experience and what he knew, which stunned Hua Jiangxin. She already knew that the royal family was complicated, but she did not expect it to be so complicated. It was too ridiculous. From Zhang Changshen's point of view, she also felt indignant. He was supposed to be the crown prince, but a dragon had fallen to the mortal world. Hua Jiangxin frowned and said, I've heard of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. It's a holy land of martial arts for thousands of years, and its traces are hard to find. For today's martial arts world, it's illusory and intangible. I didn't expect it to really exist and control the imperial power. Zhang Chongsheng faintly said, that's why I want to nurture an emperor who is not at the mercy of the forces behind the scenes. I want a virtuous sage who empathizes with the people. Not only can he fight for me, but he can also make the world more stable and creating a peaceful and prosperous world. Jiangxin, are you willing to help me? When Hua Jiangxin thought of Eunuch Li's sinister expression when he stood in front of the imperial gates that night, the flames of anger in her heart were ignited. All of a sudden, she felt a strong sense of duty as if she was a scholar would die for his bosom friend. Deist Master, you saved me. I am willing to help you. Very well. Thank you, Jiangxin. I will only tell you this. No one in the Deist temple knows, not even the emperor. Jiangxin will definitely go through fire and water for the Deist Master. I won't let you die. Yes, but Deist Master, where is your son? Hua Jiangxin blushed when he heard Zhang Changshen's words and hastily changed the topic. Zhang Changsheng revealed a vexed expression and said, "Ah. That's right. I don't know when my son will appear, so train hard all these years and wait for me to give birth to a son." When Hua Jiangxin heard this, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable and could not help but ask, "You already have a wife and concubines?" "Of course not. I'm still looking for one." Hua Jiangxin gritted his teeth and said, "Then can I do it?" Zhang Changsheng looked at her in surprise, making her face turn even redder. In fact, Hua Jiangxin had long admired Zhang Changsheng. How could she not be tempted by such a powerful and handsome young man who had saved her life? However, she owed Zhang Changsheng her life and did not dare to have any improper thoughts. Now that Zhang Changsheng wanted a son, she suddenly felt that her chance had come. Zhang Changsheng was silent as he carefully sized up Hua Jiangxin's pretty face. She was pretty, so their child would not be ugly if she gave birth to a son. Hua Jiangxin lowered his head. His ears were red and he was extremely shy. In the 22nd year after the founding of the dynasty, the cold days had arrived. At the beginning of the year, Zhang Changshen's deeds of transcending the tribulation and the story of White Dragon's intellect began to spread from the capital to the world. Starting from that year, experts from the pugilistic world came to challenge Longqi Temple one after another. At first, Meng Chu's-Huang and the other disciples could still resist. Later on, when top experts appeared, Zhang Changsheng had no choice but to push out Hua Jiangxin to resist for him. Even though Hua Jiangxin had yet to reach the heavenly arrival realm, she had learned the jade pure meridian cutting needle. Ordinary top experts were not his opponent. Until this day. Wan Li ran over and said anxiously, "Senior brother Changsheng, senior brother Meng has brought a group of experts here to challenge you. If you don't take action, he will kill White Dragon." Chapter 25, Earth Spirit Tree, Battle for the Emperor's Authority. Dozens of disciples and devotees gathered around the small bridge at the entrance. In front of them was a row of servants, led by Meng Kaihui, the former eldest disciple of Longqi Temple. After being away for many years, Meng Kaihui had become more mature. He wore a rich purple robe, a jade thumb ring on his finger, a flowing silk jade brocade belt around his waist, and Quyun raccoon boots. He looked very dignified. He stared at White Dragon in front of the small bridge expressionlessly. White Dragon was not afraid at all even though it was surrounded by many people. Right now, it was already 3 meters long and could be considered a huge snake. However, it was famous for being kind, so no one was afraid of it and even felt that it was not a threat. Meng Chu's-Huang pushed the disciples away and walked over. She stared at Meng Kaihui and said, "Second brother, what do you mean?" Meng Kaihui played with the thumb ring on his finger and said, "Nothing much. I just want to test Deist Master Changshen's strength. In the past, I always wanted to compare notes with him in the Deist Temple, but I was always rejected. He should agree today, right?" Meng Chu's-Huang frowned and said, "Since it's a spar, why did you bring people and threaten him?" Meng Kaihui pulled out a dagger from his waist and said, "Little sister, don't ask any more. Right now, we are strangers. Call Changsheng out. As long as he defeats me, I will not disturb you again." There was a handsome young man behind him. He looked to be 15 to 16 years old, but his eyes seemed to be deep. He smiled and said, "Hurry up. I can't wait any longer." Meng Kaihui gritted his teeth and aimed the dagger at White Dragon, preparing to stab it. "I'm here." A light voice sounded and the disciples made way. Zhang Changsheng walked over and the devotees immediately cried out in surprise. "He is Deist Master Changsheng. So handsome. With this temperament, could he really be an immortal god? Even the horsetail whisk in his hand is different from other deists. It looks extremely extraordinary." Zhang Changshen's image was extremely outstanding, especially after he broke through to the 5th level of the Dao technique. His aura was almost one with heaven and earth, existing in the vast sky. Meng Kaihui stopped and looked at Zhang Changsheng with an aggressive gaze. The young man behind him was also carefully sizing up Zhang Changsheng. The reason why Zhang Chongsheng came out personally was because of this young man. He was extremely close to the heaven arrival realm, and his true qi was even stronger than Huajiangxin. The disciples of Longqi Temple were absolutely not his opponent. How old was he? Zhang Chongsheng even suspected that this young man was cultivating. Meng Kaiyu, he said, Chongsheng, come on. Let me see your strength. He assumed a posture, clenched his fists, and opened his mouth like an evil tiger. His legs were spread open, and he was as stable as Mount Tai. Zhang Chongsheng nodded slightly and thought to himself, this senior brother has become a peerless expert. It seems like his opportunities are not small. Unfortunately, it's still the work of a three-legged cat. Meng Kaiyu, he dashed to Zhang Chongsheng so fast that the onlookers could not keep up. Bang! He punched Zhang Changshen's chest, but the latter did not move at all. Instead, his daoist robe just fluttered. Meng Kaiyu, he widened his eyes and revealed an expression of disbelief. He gritted his teeth and poured all his true qi into his right arm, wanting to suppress Zhang Chongsheng, but it was still useless. At that moment, the young man suddenly moved. Daoist Master Chongsheng is really powerful. Do you mind if I lend him a helping hand? The young man came behind Meng Kaiyu with a teasing and provocative smile. He raised his right palm and pressed it on Meng Kaiu's shoulder. Surging true qi erupted and Meng Kaiyu was shocked. Their true energy attacked Zhang Chongsheng at the same time, but Zhang Changshen's feet were as firm as tree roots. The two of them were moved. How is it possible? The young man was horrified. He was well aware of his strength. Ordinary top experts could not withstand 3 moves from him. After all, he relied on his powerful internal arts. Meng Kaiyu also knew the strength of the young man behind him. He originally thought that the young man would have a 90% chance of winning, but he did not expect that the two of them would not be able to win even if they joined hands. Zhang Chongsheng said calmly, both of you, go back and train well. Boom! The young man and Meng Kaiyu vomited blood and flew out. They smashed into the entrance and almost rolled down the stone steps. Those servants were so frightened that they immediately surrounded the young man to examine his injuries. One of them shouted angrily, how dare you? How dare you hurt the 7th prince? You're courting death. 7th prince? The 7th prince? The visitors were in an uproar, and the disciples were also frightened. Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and said, are you trying to slander me for wanting to harm the 7th prince in front of everyone? It was originally a spar between me and senior brother Meng, and it was the 7th prince who took the initiative to attack you. Injuring the 7th prince is a crime punishable by death. The servant roared with a hideous expression, but he did not dare to attack Zhang Chongsheng. At this moment, the 7th prince stood up and came to the servant. He slapped him and snorted. Disgraceful thing, get lost. The servant was scared out of his wits and did not dare to be arrogant again. The 7th prince wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cupped his hands at Zhang Chongsheng. Daoist Master Chongsheng is indeed powerful. I'm afraid no one in the martial arts world can defeat you. I'm convinced of my defeat, and I won't let anyone disturb me in the future. I hope you won't hold a grudge against me. I really want to befriend you. Zhang Chongsheng chuckled and said, it's just a martial arts spar. If your highness wants to come and offer incense, Longqi Temple will always welcome you. The 7th prince smiled and turned to leave. Meng Kaiyu stood up and looked at Zhang Chongsheng with a complicated expression before following the 7th prince down the mountain with the other servants following closely behind. The disciples and devotees surrounded him one after another and cheered for Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng did not attack just now, but he displayed the elegance of a daoist master and easily repelled powerful foes. In fact, Zhang Chongsheng had also guessed that the other party was a prince because this kid's true qi was extremely similar to Zhang Yuan. Even Zhang Yu and the 2nd prince did not have such true qi. True dragon energy. Zhang Chongsheng left after exchanging pleasantries with the surrounding people. White Dragon stayed where it was and enjoyed the worshippers' love. After returning to the courtyard, a line of words appeared before Zhang Changshen's eyes. In the 22nd year after the founding of the dynasty, the 7th prince attacked you with Meng Kaiyu. You successfully repelled them and survived a calamity. You have obtained the survival reward. Spiritual item, the Earth Spirit Tree. Spiritual item? This was the first time he had seen this term. Zhang Chongsheng thought to himself before returning to his room to accept the memories about the Earth Spirit Tree. The Earth Spirit Tree was a type of tree that bred spiritual energy. It could give birth to intelligence after it reached adulthood and could even defend its territory. It was a pretty good tree. Zhang Chongsheng took it out. Currently, it was only a seed. He got out of the house and buried it in the middle of the courtyard. Hua Jiangzhen walked out of the room and asked curiously, "What is this?" Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Just now, as we were walking on the road, a seed suddenly fell from the sky. Perhaps it's a gift from the heavens. Let's try and see if we can grow a huge tree." Hua Jiangzhen was silent. She was already used to Zhang Changshen's random actions. She wanted to ask when he was going to have a son. Ever since Zhang Chongsheng mentioned it last year, she had been waiting. As a result, after waiting for a year, there was no news. She even wondered if she was dreaming. After Zhang Chongsheng buried the seed, he left a sentence and said, "Water it when you are free." Looking at Zhang Chongsheng entering the house, Hua Jiangzhen was stunned for a moment before she gently stomped her feet. Even though she was resentful, she still obediently went to the water vat to scoop water. Zhang Chongsheng was not worried about the seventh prince's interruption. Instead, he looked forward to it. He could bring more small troubles like this to help him obtain survival rewards. As long as the unknown Mahayana Dragon Tower did not take action, everything would be fine. When he dealt with the seventh prince, Zhang Chongsheng had deliberately controlled his spiritual force. He only exerted a little force, about 1%, for fear that he would shock those two guys to death. The news that the seventh prince had brought the martial arts top scholar to challenge Daoist Master Chongsheng quickly spread throughout the capital, adding to Daoist Master Changshen's reputation. In the imperial garden of the palace, a group of princes had gathered. "Ha ha ha, seventh brother, you actually dared to challenge Daoist Master Chongsheng. You don't believe it. Didn't I tell you the ending of Elder Yang?" The second prince, Zhang Ming, laughed out loud. The seventh prince stood behind Zhang Qian and watched him play chess with his other brothers. In the face of Zhang Ming's sarcasm, he was indifferent. One of the princes stood out and said with a smile, "Seventh brother is young and high-spirited. I can understand. After all, the Daoist Master Chongsheng is a priest favored by my father. How can he not be skilled in martial arts?" The other princes followed suit and comforted the seventh prince, giving him a way out. Zhang Ming curled his lips. Feeling bored, he did not continue. He asked Zhang Qian, "Where's fourth brother?" Zhang Qian placed his piece on the table and said, "Following Zhong Tianyu to train in martial arts." Ever since he was taught a lesson by Zhong Tianyu, Zhang Yu had pestered him to help him train in martial arts. He did not even look for Zhang Chongsheng. In his opinion, Zhong Tianyu was stronger. After all, Zhang Chongsheng was only a Daoist priest, while Zhong Tianyu was the supreme expert of the martial arts world, a legend in the hearts of the martial arts world. Zhang Ming teased, "Big brother, your fourth brother is not simple." After he came back, he tried to rope in military power everywhere. Zhang Qian remained silent and concentrated on playing chess while the other princes pretended not to hear him. Recently, the crown prince, the second prince, and the fourth prince had been fighting openly and covertly. Everyone knew that they were trying to rope in the civil and military officials of the court. As for the emperor, he sat on the dragon throne and thought about annexing ancient Han all day long. Even though Great Jing had won many battles, the territory of ancient Han was vast, making it a long journey to and from. The soldiers of Great Jing were having a hard time and could not reach the capital city. The seventh prince suddenly said, "Speaking of which, what exactly do you mean? Why don't you let eldest brother stay in the East Palace?" The East Palace was where the crown prince lived. As the crown prince, his position would be unstable as long as he did not stay in the East Palace. All the princes looked at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian's expression did not change as he said, "Father is still in his prime. Why do you have to worry about this?" "That's right. Their father still wanted to live forever." The princes shook their heads and laughed. Zhang Ming suddenly asked, "Seventh brother, do you know any experts in the Mahayana Dragon Tower? Is there anyone stronger than Zhong Tianyu?" The seventh prince turned his head and said, "Of course. The Mahayana Dragon Tower is the pillar of the Great Jing dynasty and is a secret of the royal family. It's just that it's too low-key. Otherwise, how could Zhong Tianyu gain the position of supreme martial artist?" Zhang Ming's eyes lit up and he immediately went up. He grabbed the seventh prince's shoulders and pulled him to the side. The other princes did not disturb him. They either did not have any ambition or did not dare to reveal it. The crown prince, the second prince, the fourth prince, and the seventh prince, who was the emperor's favorite, competed for power. In front of the four of them, the other princes seemed to have an extremely low presence. Spring passed and autumn came. It was another good autumn season. In the 23rd year of dynasty, Zhang Chongsheng had been busy cultivating, and his cultivation had increased steadily. However, he was still far from reaching the 6th level of the Dao technique. Moreover, Hua Jiangxin had yet to step into the heavenly arrival realm and was still one step away. Alas, now that the second prince and the crown prince are fighting, they even dare to scold each other in the court. How presumptuous! His Majesty actually doesn't care about teaching the second prince. I think he's starting to be muddle-headed again. Chen Li was pouring out his grievances to Zhang Chongsheng. He was still unbridled and bold. Chapter 26, Dark Moon, Stealing the Skies. Zhang Chongsheng was not surprised by Zhang Ming's fight with the fake prince. Zhang Ming's attitude of wanting to rope in experts was clearly that of an ambitious person. Even though he had received many gifts from Zhang Ming, Zhang Chongsheng did not intend to take action. Ever since he was assassinated, Zhang Ming did not look for him again. Perhaps he had received Zhang Yuan's warning. When Hua Jiangxin heard Chen Li's words, she could not help but tease, the Chen family is still not taking sides in the fight between the princes. Chen Li said helplessly, are they still loyal officials if they take sides? However, the Chen family might indeed take sides. Hua Jiangxin curiously asked, who will you support? Chen Li trusted both of them. One was a chivalrous person who stood up for him, and the other was a Daoist priest he had watched grow up in seclusion. He did not hide anything and said, Seventh Prince. As expected. Zhang Chongsheng had guessed this when he saw that the seventh prince possessed the aura of a true dragon. He even suspected that Zhang Yuan and the seventh prince had learned the true dragon's aura from the Mahayana Dragon Tower. The word dragon was enough to make his imagination run wild. The seventh prince is deeply doted on by his majesty, and the crown prince has never moved to the East Palace. This is enough to see his majesty's heart. I really don't understand what his majesty is thinking. Since ancient times, abolishing the elder and erecting the young is the beginning of a rebellion. Chen Li sighed and said with a worried expression. Zhang Chongsheng did not comfort him and Hua Jiangxin casually responded. An hour later, Chen Li bid farewell and left. Hua Jiangxin curiously asked, what are you waiting for? Do you not want a son? Or are you waiting for someone to become the crown prince? Zhang Chongsheng said, that's right, I'm waiting. Hua Jiangxin asked, why not choose Zhang Yu? You can support him. Zhang Chongsheng glanced at him and said, even though we are related by blood, our different environments do not allow us to be close enough. If I support him, there will be too much trouble. Fighting for the throne is only my small goal. My real goal is to cultivate and live forever. Hua Jiangxin did not quite understand. In her opinion, longevity was nonsense. How could there be an immortal in this world? If you are afraid of trouble, won't it be troublesome for you to fight for the throne in the future when your son is born? Hua Jiangxin followed up with a question with a worried tone. In another 20 years, if I were to let him ascend the throne, no one would be able to stop me, and there would be no need for so much trouble. Zhang Chongsheng looked at the sapling beside him. After a year of growth, the earth spirit tree was already 30 centimeters tall and had yet to emit any spiritual energy. Time passed peacefully. In the long years, probably only the earth spirit tree and white dragon could accompany him. As for Hua Jiangxin, Mengchu's Huang and the other disciples of the Daoist temple, after 100 years, all of them would return to dirt. For the time being, Zhang Chongsheng had no intention of imparting his cultivation method to others. He did not owe anyone around him anything, so there was no need for him to give anyone his all. In this life, he only lived for himself. Furthermore, once he imparted the cultivation method, if it were to spread out one day, his advantage would be lost. When he was invincible and became an immortal god, perhaps he could consider leaving behind some legacies. Furthermore, even if he were to impart the method of cultivation to the person he cared about, the other party did not have the survival rewards and they were facing the world of martial arts. How could they become immortal and live forever? At that time, when they transcended the tribulation, the rules of heaven and earth would reject them and they would be struck by lightning. By then, they would no longer have a chance to reincarnate and that would be even worse. Zhang Changshen's words moved Hua Jiangxin. This was the first time she had heard Zhang Chongsheng say such domineering words. That's right. He was already so powerful that he was practically invincible. How strong would he be in another 20 years? Hua Jiangxin did not dare to imagine it, but her heart was filled with anticipation. If her son were to become the emperor, wouldn't that be the most glorious thing for a mother in the world? This life was enough. Time passed. Spring passed and autumn came. 5 years passed quickly. The fight between the crown prince and the second prince was known throughout the world. Outside the capital, the followers of both factions were often assassinated, causing the situation in the capital to become more and more chaotic. The emperor had never interfered, and he was currently in a terrible fix. The great Jing army had marched straight into ancient Han, and they were exhausted. Then, ancient Han found an opportunity to counterattack. After several years of constant losing, the front line was about to return to the border of the great Jing. This year was the 28th year after the founding of the dynasty, and there were many geniuses in the martial arts world. The new and the old alternated, and there were as many talents as there were clouds in the literary world. The seventh prince's power is getting stronger and stronger. His Majesty actually handed over the white-robed guards to him. It seems like he is restricting the crown prince and the second prince, but I think he is actually helping the seventh prince strengthen himself. There are too many experts by his side. All of the 13 assassins of the Sky Mansion have the ability to assassinate top experts. I wonder where the seventh prince recruited them. Chen Li lamented. He did not have much resistance towards the seventh prince because the Chen family had already surrendered to him. Zhang Chongsheng asked curiously, recently, there have been many experts in the capital. Are we going to start a huge war? Chen Li frowned and sighed. That's right. The crown prince and the second prince are frantically roping in experts. When His Majesty personally leads the army to war, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. One of the two princes will definitely die. Personally lead an army? Haha, this was giving the seventh prince a chance. If there was the help of the Mayahana Dragon Tower, how could the crown prince and the second prince compare to the seventh prince? Zhang Chongsheng mocked in his heart. Zhang Yuan's favoritism was really good. He said that even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs, but he would tolerate a son he doted on to eliminate obstacles. Chen Li curiously asked, where's Hua Jiangxin? Why don't I see her? Zhang Chongsheng said, she went to stroll around the city. Chen Li did not think much about it. He knew that the emperor was willing to promote Hua Jiangxin. At present, Hua Jiangxin was only practicing martial arts here, not hiding. This time, Chen Li had brought some precious medicinal herbs with him. As usual, he would bring gifts every time he came. Zhang Chongsheng would not reject anyone. In any case, he would protect Chen Li's life in the future. After Chen Li left, Hua Jiangxin walked out of the house. At this moment, Hua Jiangxin was already pregnant. She came to Zhang Chongsheng and said, the day of delivery is approaching. I'd better go down the mountain to give birth so that the child's cries will not alarm the Daoist temple and cause a flaw in the plan. Zhang Chongsheng nodded and said, yes, you should go out late at night. Hua Jiangxin was already a reaching heaven realm expert, so she was more than enough to protect herself. Hua Jiangxin asked, is the seventh prince's consort also about to give birth? Zhang Chongsheng said, I went to take a look last night. I reckon it will be a few days later than our child. It's not a big problem. He was an immortal cultivator with an outstanding physique. As long as he wanted to have a child, he could. The seventh prince was skilled in martial arts, and so was he. Therefore, he waited for the day when the seventh prince consummated his marriage before he took action. A prince marrying a wife was a big deal. Zhang Chongsheng did not have to keep an eye on the seventh prince. Unfortunately, the seventh prince already had an eldest son. The eldest son was an illegitimate child, and his mother was only integrated into the seventh prince's estate after she became pregnant, causing Zhang Chongsheng to miss this opportunity. After a prince got married, he would move away from the palace. Coincidentally, the seventh prince's estate was very close to Longqi Mountain. Hua Jiangxin stroked his stomach, her face full of gentleness and expectation. Zhang Chongsheng looked at her silently. Even though he was not tempted by Hua Jiangxin, he was a person with long life. Moreover, he had already spent a period of his life with Hua Jiangxin, at least for her, it was already satisfactory. This matter was consensual. Ever since she got pregnant, Hua Jiangxin had clearly become more cheerful and her life seemed to have found meaning. That night, Hua Jiangxin quietly went down the mountain alone. Zhang Chongsheng stood at the entrance of Longqi Temple and silently looked at her. He began to check his incense points. Current incense points, 381. 381. He wondered how much of the heavenly might this bit of incense value could offset for his next breakthrough. Zhang Chongsheng was getting closer and closer to the 6th level of the Dao technique. For the past 5 years, he had devoted himself to cultivation and consumed spirit-increasing pills every month, so his cultivation had improved quite quickly. The 5th level of the Dao technique was already comparable to the true God realm. One could imagine how powerful was the 6th level would be. Zhang Chongsheng was not sure, but he was looking forward to it. He had yet to encounter a true God. In the current capital, the heaven arrival realm was still the peak. He silently watched as Hua Jiangxin entered an inn before turning around. Hua Jiangxin was a low-key person, and she was also a heaven arrival realm expert. Naturally, she would not be in danger. When the day of delivery arrived, he would secretly protect her. In the imperial garden, Zhang Yuan and the 7th prince were drinking tea in the pavilion. The current 7th prince was no longer a teenager. He looked like the young Zhang Yuan, with his domineering aura. Are there anyone who can match Zhong Tianyu in the Dragon Tower? Zhang Yuan asked casually. The 7th prince, Zhang Yu, answered, yes, there are already grandmasters coming. They will arrive in the capital in 2 months at the latest. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Yu asked, Father, you were the one who roped in Zhong Tianyu. Since he not listened to you, why keep him alive? Zhang Yuan said, martial artists have their own principles. Who asked you to beat you to it and obtain his approval? In the future, you can just expel Zhong Tianyu. Even though he is arrogant, he does have a chivalrous heart that can protect your 4th brother for the rest of his life. Zhang Yu nodded. Zhang Yuan put down his teacup and said meaningfully, I have paved the way for you. Other than the crown prince and the 2nd prince, you have to spare your brother's lives. Otherwise, how can our Zhang family establish itself in history? Zhang Yu smiled and said, Father, don't worry. I will never harm my brothers. Oh right, go to Longqi Temple when you are free and be on good terms with Daoist Master Chongsheng. Isn't your princess consort about to give birth to a child? In the future, let him acknowledge Daoist Master Chongsheng as his teacher. Daoist Master Chongsheng is definitely not an ordinary person. Furthermore, he is indifferent to fame and fortune. Such an expert can let my grandson learn a lot. Zhang Yuan changed the topic and said. Zhang Yu lamented, Daoist Master Chongsheng is indeed amazing. However, I have offended him before. When your grandson is born, why don't you bring him there yourself? After Daoist Master Chongsheng agrees, I will visit him in the future to repair our relationship. Zhang Yuan stroked his beard and smiled as he nodded. He felt that his arrangement was perfect. Other than the fake son that had to be eliminated, he could protect all his children and consolidate the Zhang family's future imperial power. 10 days later, Hua Jiangxin successfully gave birth to a child in a small courtyard in the capital under Zhang Changshen's secret protection. After she was pregnant for several months, Zhang Chongsheng saw that it was his son, so he did not have to wait any longer. He asked the mother and son to stay in the courtyard for the time being. Another 5 days passed, and the moon was dark and windy. In the 7th prince's estate, the princess consort had given birth to a son. The 7th prince was not present tonight, but he had sent 2 heaven arrival realm experts to guard them. Zhang Chongsheng held his swaddling son with one hand and stepped on the Taihang sword. He stood above the clouds and looked down at the courtyard. The 15-day-old baby did not cry or make a fuss. He was sleeping with his 2 small fists clenched. There were 2 thin marks on his forehead. They were the Dao patterns that Zhang Chongsheng had mastered when he broke through to the 5th level of the Dao technique. If they did not stand together, it would be hard to connect them together. The 2 thin lines on the baby's face were more like a birthmark or a closed third eye. To be able to send 2 heaven arrival realm experts, they should be from the Mahayana Dragon Tower. No wonder they can control the succession of the imperial power. The Mahayana Dragon Tower is indeed powerful. Fortunately, I did not act rashly. Zhang Chongsheng thought to himself. Naturally, he did not care about the 2 of them. His phantom god eye was already very powerful, so it was not difficult to tamper with their memories. Zhang Changshen's senses were extremely powerful. His divine consciousness could penetrate the eaves and pry into the situation in the house. He would take action the moment the child was born. My beloved father. Can you see through this trick? I learned it from you. Chapter 27, Golden Winged Great Rock, Idiot is Safe. Wow! A loud cry sounded and resounded throughout the mansion under the night sky. The two heaven arrival realm experts guarding the princess consort could not help but yawn. Finally, the baby was born. If it were not for the fact that the Mahayana Dragon Tower wanted to support the seventh prince to ascend the throne, how could they have fallen to being gatekeepers? The two of them were named the Double Buddha of Disaster. The short and thin man was named the Doom Buddha. The tall and strong man was named the Luck Buddha. The two of them were biological brothers and had been inseparable for their entire lives. The Buddha of Misfortune smiled sinisterly and said, "Brother, look." The seventh prince's son attracted a sparrow. A sparrow descended from the sky and landed on the windowsill before crawling in through the gap. The Buddha of Hard Luck shot him a glance but said nothing. Never in their wildest dreams would they expect that the sparrow was a human. After entering the house, the sparrow quickly transformed into Zhang Chongsheng. There were 2 midwives, 4 servant maids, and the weak consort on the bed. A servant maid suddenly saw Zhang Chongsheng and subconsciously opened her mouth. However, she met Zhang Changshen's golden eyes. Phantom God's eye. When the others turned their heads, they also bumped into each other. The moment their eyes met, all of them were struck and stood rooted on the spot. Zhang Chongsheng appeared at the head of the bed as if he had teleported. His gaze met with the consort's. The weak consort only saw a pair of golden eyes before she fell into a trance. The 2 Buddhas of Disaster did not hear the commotion outside the door. The sound of a baby's cry echoed in the room. This was the most peaceful situation. Zhang Chongsheng cultivated the immortal techniques, so they could not sense his true energy fluctuations at all. Moreover, his footsteps were soundless with the 9 seeking heavenly dragon steps. Zhang Chongsheng switched the son in his arms with the son of the 7th prince. He hugged and looked his son in the midwife's arms and thought, since you've come to this world and you're a man, why don't you become an emperor instead of eating vegetarian and cultivating with me in the temple? I'll help you ascend the throne and stand at the peak of the world. This can be considered as fulfilling my duty as a father. Zhang Chongsheng followed suit and executed the 9 heavens' mysterious change. He transformed into a sparrow and left. The sparrow's small claws also grabbed a thin piece of wood. It was the transformation of the 7th prince's son. Under the cover of Zhang Changshen's spiritual force, he fell into a coma and stopped crying. After he left, everyone in the room suddenly woke up. They had worked hard for several hours and thought that they were too tired, so they did not think much about it. The phantom god's eye had changed their memories. They had never seen Zhang Chongsheng, and the son of the princess consort was rather strange. There was a birthmark that looked like a third eye between his eyebrows. The 2 Buddhas of Disaster had already started to talk about what to eat for supper. They had no idea what had happened. Zhang Chongsheng landed in an alley and transformed into his human form. He quickly withdrew his spiritual energy as he was afraid that he would suffocate the baby. He treated the baby as his clothes, so he could transform. However, during this process, the baby could not breathe. Why is he poisoned? Zhang Chongsheng frowned and found it strange. He carefully examined the baby and discovered that there was still some toxin left in his body. His brain was half the size of his child, which meant that he would definitely be a fool when he grew up. The reason why he did not die was because of his strange meridians. Therefore, his body was not affected, only his brain shrunk. Looking at his muscles and bones, he was definitely a natural martial arts genius. It seemed like the 7th prince was not in a good situation. There were enemies poisoning his family. Zhang Chongsheng originally wanted to leave him to the ordinary citizens so that he could have the identity of an ordinary person. However, he was born with a disability and would probably have to suffer in the future. Furthermore, the poison in the child's body had yet to be eliminated, and it was no less toxic than the poison that Daoist Master King Xu had been inflicted with. It was very likely that he would die prematurely. The reason why Zhang Chongsheng wanted to swap the 7th prince's child was to take revenge on the attitude of the Mahayana Dragon Tower and Zhang Yuan. He would give them a taste of their own medicine. He would also secretly protect his son so that he would not have to worry for the rest of his life. In his plan, he never planned to kill the 7th prince's child. Through the phantom god's eye, no one in this world would know the real identity of the 7th prince's son other than him. Even Hua Jiangxin did not know, so there was no need to kill him. However, this child was born with a defect, so it would probably be hard for him to continue living in the future. It was not that his intelligence had been damaged, but his brain had shrunk. It was already a miracle that he was still alive. It was impossible for him to develop the wisdom of a normal person in his life, let alone scheme against others. Forget it. I stole your fate. You should have been pitiful. But from the looks of it, I saved you. Zhang Chongsheng stared at the baby in swaddling clothes and thought to himself. A foolish prince would not have a good ending in the capital. He would even be neglected by the seventh prince. If he were to follow him up the mountain to train, he would live a better life as his disciple. Zhang Chongsheng disappeared from his original spot and went to look for Hua Jiangxin. He was prepared to let Hua Jiangxin bring this child up the mountain so that he could settle down. He would say that he was picked up. Otherwise, if he appeared out of nowhere, it would arouse suspicion. 3 days later, Hua Jiangxin returned to Longqi Temple. As he had helped Longqi Temple repel opposing martial arts experts several times, Meng Chu's-Huang already knew her. When he heard that she had brought an orphan with her, Meng Chu's-Huang was delighted. Longqi Temple had a new recruit. Every 2 years, there would be disciples who would go down the mountain to act chivalrous and righteous while searching for orphans. Right now, the number of disciples in Longqi Temple had exceeded 200, mainly because there was enough money coming from the incense offerings. With more money, Meng Chu's-Huang could afford to raise so many children. Hua Jiangxin brought the child to Zhang Changshen's courtyard. On the way here, I've thought about it. It's better to eliminate the weeds and eliminate the roots, Hua Jiangxin said with a worried expression. She had repeatedly wanted to kill this child, but when she thought of her child, she could not bear to do so. However, as long as this child survived, he would pose a threat to her child, especially if he followed Zhang Chongsheng and learned unparalleled martial arts. Zhang Chongsheng took the child and recounted his physical condition. Hua Jiangxin was stunned. He did not expect that the son of the favored seventh prince would be poisoned. Hua Jiangxin's worries dissipated, replaced by pity. She also understood that without Zhang Chongsheng, this child's fate would be miserable. The dignity of the royal family was greater than the sky. They would not allow a fool to appear and disgrace the royal bloodline. Then give him a name. Hua Jiangxin sighed. Zhang Chongsheng teased the baby and said, let's call it Ping'an. Ping'an for peace? That's good. It will be a blessing that he can be safe for the rest of his life. The more Hua Jiangxin thought about it, the more she felt that it was smooth. At this point, Zhang Chongsheng had his first disciple, named Ping'an. Within the palace, Zhang Yuan hugged his grandson and laughed heartily. The seventh prince, Zhang Yu, and the consort were also in the room. Your Majesty, let me take a look at this little grandson too. A gentle voice sounded and a graceful and elegant woman walked in with the help of a servant maid. Zhang Yuan turned around and smiled. Empress, come, come. Don't you think my grandson looks like me? Look at his eyes. The Empress stepped forward and bowed. Then, she walked to Zhang Yuan and sized up the baby in swaddling clothes. The moment she saw him, she was stunned. Zhang Yuan did not notice her abnormality. He looked at Zhang Yu and smiled. I would like to reward your son. What do you think? When Zhang Yu heard that, he was pleasantly surprised and hastily thanked him. The princess consort was the same and was extremely excited. The sons of other princes were not rewarded the moment they were born. Why don't we make him our great-grandson? Zhang Yuan said in a low voice. When he said that, everyone in the room was moved, including the Empress. He shook his head. No, it's against the rules. He will be given the title of King Wei. Hearing this, everyone was still shocked. Before the founding of the country, there was a chaotic war between the vassals. At that time, Zhang Yuan was referred to as King Wei, but he later changed his country name. He was bestowed the title of King Wei. Zhang Yuan looked at the Empress and asked, Empress, what do you think? The Empress stared at the child's face and said, I think it's okay. For some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity when she saw this child. She felt that he was the real Zhang Jian when he was young. Zhang Yuan laughed out loud and became even happier. This kid is amazing. When he grows up, this birthmark will definitely be able to scare people. He is very dignified, just like the reincarnation of an immortal god. Yes, the reincarnation of an immortal god. Why don't we pass it down and say that King Wei is the reincarnation of a golden-winged rock in the sky and has a heavenly eye? Zhang Yuan smiled proudly. He was good at making up legends. Back then, he had made up many legends for himself, and he had always tricked many people into blindly following him. Since ancient times, who could not leave their name in history? Zhang Yu smiled and said, Thank you, father. I will definitely teach him well and let him live up to his name as King Wei and the reincarnation of the golden-winged great rock. He was also very satisfied with his son. He checked his meridians and found that he was a natural martial arts prodigy. Furthermore, he did not cry or make a fuss in just the past few days, and his eyes were filled with spirituality. It was the 29th year after the dynasty was founded. New Year. Zhang Yuan brought little Prince Wei, who was famous throughout the capital, to visit Zhang Chongsheng and made a request for him to acknowledge him as his teacher. Facing this situation, Zhang Chongsheng had no choice but to accept it. Prince Wei became Zhang Changshen's second disciple. Before Zhang Yuan left, Zhang Chongsheng asked Hua Jiangxin to follow him back to the white-robed guards. Zhang Chongsheng said, "Your Majesty, since little King Wei is my disciple, why don't you let Jiangxin protect him? After all, in the capital, what do you think?" Zhang Yuan was not angry. After all, he was the one who had tacitly allowed the fight between the crown prince and the second prince. He smiled and said, "That makes sense. Chongsheng, you're very considerate." Hua Jiangxin was excited, but her expression did not change. She admired Zhang Chongsheng too much. Not only did he allow their son to become the imperial grandson, but he also allowed her to protect him at all times. It was simply a win-win strategy. Little King Wei had his biological parents to protect and teach him, and he could also enjoy the treatment of the royal family. Compared to Zhang Changshen's forceful support, this was much safer. Right now, there were rumors throughout the capital that the emperor intended to train the seventh prince in the Eastern Palace. Little King Wei was the best proof. Since the founding of the dynasty, little King Wei was the first to obtain the title King Wei, and it was even the emperor who personally bestowed him with the title. Just like that, Zhang Yuan left with King Wei and Hua Jiangxin. Zhang Chongsheng looked at their backs and thought, after getting rid of those aristocrats who wanted to harm me, the past will be written off. Father, in any case, he is your grandson's and you have nothing to lose. I will let the great Jing have a better emperor than you, an emperor who is not affected by martial arts forces. He got up and returned to the house. On the bed, White Dragon was curled up, and little Pinyin was sleeping soundly on it. He looked extremely adorable. Ever since Zhang Chongsheng asked White Dragon to take care of little Pinyin, White Dragon had fallen in love with him. It no longer ran around and just accompanied little Pinyin all day long. Zhang Chongsheng sat in the air in the room. He consumed a spirit-increasing pill and began to cultivate. He would strive to break through to the 6th level of the Dao technique before little King Wei grew up and surpass the true God realm. At that time, he should be able to compete with the Mahayana Dragon Tower. Zhang Chongsheng did not know the strength of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, but he had to overestimate his enemy in order to be invincible. Just treat it as if there were 100 true gods in the Mahayana Dragon Tower. When he could defeat 100 true gods, he should be able to easily control the Mahayana Dragon Tower. Chapter 28, Old Friend Goes Crazy and Dreams of Wearing a Royal Robe. In the 30th year of the dynasty, the emperor personally led an army to attack ancient Han and suffered a tragic defeat. 300,000 soldiers were killed, shocking the great Jing dynasty. The atmosphere in the capital was even more tense. All the officials felt insecure because the emperor was old. When they heard that he had lost, they were afraid that the emperor would die. At that moment, the crown prince had yet to move into the Eastern Palace. This year, little King Wei and Pinyin were 1 year old. In the courtyard, Zhang Chongsheng sat under a tree. The earth spirit tree was already 10 feet tall, but the leaves were not lush enough. Right now, it could only produce weak spiritual energy, but it was a good sign. Not far away, little Pinyin rode on White Dragon and wandered around. Qing Ku chased after him and played games. Even though little Pinyin was born with a lack of intellect, his muscles and bones were indeed extraordinary. At the age of 1, he already had the strength of a 4 to 5-year-old child. He could run and jump. In Longqi Temple, he was already recognized as a genius in martial arts. A figure quickly walked over from outside the courtyard. It was Chen Li. He came to Zhang Chongsheng with a worried expression and said in a low voice, "Chongsheng, something bad has happened. The second prince has disappeared." Zhang Chongsheng did not even open his eyes. "So be it. Didn't your Chen family seek refuge with the seventh prince?" Chen Li said, "The second prince is missing, and I'm afraid the Hong family will rebel. Coincidentally, His Majesty has suffered a defeat in the north. When the capital suffer a rebellion, the situation will be dangerous." Only then did Zhang Chongsheng open his eyes. Zhang Yuan's life before he turned 60 years old was absolutely glorious. Unfortunately, he had been in power for too long, and he had personally led an army in his old age and suffered a huge defeat. His prestige in the hearts of the people had been greatly reduced, and even the civil and military officials were no longer as afraid of him. If the Hong family rebelled at this time, even if they did not succeed, the Great Jing would be greatly damaged. The Hong family's army was stationed outside the capital to protect it, but now it had become a threat. Zhang Chongsheng said helplessly, "If the Hong family wants to rebel, what's the use of telling me?" Chen Li said, "Naturally, I want to remind you that once chaos breaks out, how can your Longqi temple protect itself? Hurry up and hoard food. Even if the Hong family does not target Longqi temple, if the city falls into chaos, Longqi temple will definitely be isolated because the mountain is too suitable for hiding people." Zhang Chongsheng nodded and said, "I understand." Chen Li sat down and did not care that Qing Ku was beside him. After all, they were acquaintances and Zhang Chongsheng had been on good terms with him for as long as 18 years. After 18 years, Chen Li was no longer the high-spirited top scholar. He was now middle-aged. Unknowingly, time passed so quickly. Zhang Chongsheng looked at Chen Li's weathered face and sighed internally. Not only Chen Li, but the older disciples in the temple had also gradually stepped into their middle ages, including the eldest senior sister, Meng Chu's Huang. Zhang Chongsheng had concocted a total of 3 beauty pills. One was for himself to consume, one was given to the empress by the emperor, and the last one was for Hua Jiangxin to consume. In any case, Hua Jiangxin had given birth to his child and was also his wife, so he naturally had to be biased. He did not want to interfere with the lives of others, but his youth had gradually aroused the admiration of the disciples. The Daoist master was indeed skilled. Chen Li said, "With the help of the Yang family, the crown prince has 2 more governors and 2 ministers. His right to speak in the court is extremely high. Unfortunately, he does not have military power and the experts under him are inferior to the 7th prince. I suddenly feel that His Majesty left the capital on purpose and allowed the crown prince and the 2nd prince to fight. How could the 2nd prince win against the crown prince? When the 2nd prince dies, the Hong family will rebel and vow to kill the crown prince. When the crown prince dies, the 7th prince can legitimately suppress the Hong family and make great achievements. The heart of an emperor is really terrifying." Zhang Chongsheng felt that it made sense. It was indeed very likely. In any case, he knew that the crown prince would die. After knowing the crown prince's fate, Zhang Changshen's hatred for him disappeared. He did not even pay attention to him. Speaking of which, the crown prince was a pitiful person. He was manipulated from the moment he was born. When the Yang family learned the truth, the crown prince would be isolated and helpless, abandoned by the entire world. Zhang Chongsheng said, "Tell me about the underworld." Hua Jiangxin guarded little King Wei day and night. Occasionally, she would tell Zhang Chongsheng about the court, so he did not care. Zhang Changshen's only concern for the royal court was the ascension of little King Wei. However, he was still young and was still far from the throne. Before that, as long as the Great Jing did not fall, little King Wei would be fine. He would do whatever those people wanted, as his goal was also to cultivate. Chen Li shook his head and said, "I don't have the time to pay attention to the underworld right now." "Oh right, do you remember your senior brother, Li Chongqing?" Zhang Chongsheng nodded and said, "Of course I remember. When he was young, Li Chongqing betrayed Longqi Temka and caused Daoist Master King Xiu to be poisoned by the devil sect." Chen Li sighed. He entered the devil sect for a woman. Last year, that woman died and he went crazy. Right now, he kills everyone he sees in the martial arts world. His reputation is illustrious. 18 sects are working together to kill him. I'm afraid he won't live for long." Zhang Chongsheng was silent. Chen Li comforted him and said, "Don't think too much about it. That's the path he chose. Don't get involved. With the combined strength of the 18 sects, even a grandmaster might not be able to escape unscathed." Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Brother Chen, you worry too much. I won't go down the mountain." Chen Li smiled and then talked about other things. Li Changqing's encounter had indeed caused waves in Zhang Changshen's heart. After all, they were old acquaintances. He thought of Daoist Master King Xiu again and wondered where his teacher had gone. Half a year later, Chen Li's guess was right. As expected, the Hong family had rebelled. The great general, Hong Lai, led 100,000 armoured horses into the capital and straight into the palace. The sounds of fighting echoed in the capital. Zhang Chongsheng opened his eyes, sighed, and stood up. In the end, he could not let go. Zhang Chongsheng gave White Dragon a few instructions before turning into a sparrow and flew towards the palace. At the same time, in the palace, armored horses galloped unhindered. The servant maids and eunuchs all knelt on the ground, shivering. Hong Lai wore thick black armor and rode on a strong black horse as he slowly advanced. He held a large saber in one hand and his expression was fierce. Lock down the palace and find the crown prince. A general raised his sword and roared. The soldiers received the order and scattered to search. A concubine ran to Hong Lai's side and cried, "Brother, you have to avenge Ming'er." Hong Lai glanced at her and said, "Rest assured, sister. The crown prince will die today." The concubine wiped her tears and asked, "Where is Ming'er? Have you sent someone to investigate?" Hong Lai said, "My soldiers found a corpse outside the city. It was Ming'er's. I can't bear to tell you." Hearing this, the concubine felt as if she had been struck by lightning and collapsed on the ground. Hong Lai shook his head and reined in his horse. His expression became unruly as he stared at the distant throne room and muttered, "Brother Zhang, you've been sitting in this land for 30 years. It's time for me to take a seat." On the other side, in the Empress's bedroom, the crown prince, Zhang Jian, sat at the table with disheveled hair and looked extremely dispirited. The Empress walked in from outside and closed the door. "This won't do. Hong Lai has already killed his way in, and I can't ask the Yang family for help." Zhang Jian forced a smile and said, "Mother, how could the Yang family not hear such a huge commotion caused by Hong Lai? Before second brother disappeared, I already sensed that something was wrong with the Yang family's attitude. My uncle's attitude towards me was not as enthusiastic as before, and even there was even some disgust." Zhang Jian did not say that out loud. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. In his opinion, all the officials might have abandoned him, except for the Yang family. The Empress frowned and asked, "Did you really kill your second brother?" When Zhang Jian heard that, he immediately became anxious. He gnashed his teeth and said, "How is that possible? He was the one who constantly wanted to fight with me, not the other way around. Mother, haven't I been enduring for so many years? Why am I enduring this? Isn't it because of our brotherhood? I never thought of killing my second brother. Even if I were killed by him, I would never kill my brothers." Even though he was the crown prince, the emperor and the empress had been cold and warm to him since he was young. As a result, he cherished the relationship between brothers. When he was young, his younger brothers needed him and respected him. He had always wanted to protect his younger brothers. Otherwise, his fight with the second prince would not have lasted for years. He was the crown prince, and he wielded great power in the imperial court. It would be easy for him to deal with the second prince. He could even ask the emperor to send Zhang Ming to the border. The empress sighed and looked at Zhang Jian with a complicated expression. Zhang Jian was in a state of panic, fear and anger, so he did not notice the look in her eyes. The sound of hooves and footsteps could be heard from outside the hall. From the sound, it was obvious that a large number of soldiers were rushing over. "Your fourth brother went to war with your father. Otherwise, with him and Zhong Tianyu here, you can still be saved," the empress said helplessly. Zhang Jian gritted his teeth and stood up. "Mother, please don't come out. If I go out alone, only I will die. Why should the Zhang family be afraid of death?" With that said, he walked to the gate without any hesitation and pushed the door open. The courtyard outside was filled with black masses of soldiers. Hong Lai rode on a horse on the corridor outside the courtyard and looked at him from afar. Zhang Jian took a deep breath and tidied his hair. He stepped forward and said in a loud voice, "General Hong, if you don't believe me, I have nothing to say. You can kill or torture me as you wish. When my father and fourth brother return, you will not be able to escape death." The soldiers were silent. None of them moved immediately as they waited for General Hong to speak. Zhang Jian added, "General Hong, even if second brother is really dead, what's the use of getting angry? You're dragging the Hong family down with you. There's only one prince the Hong family can rely on." Hong Lai leaned forward and smiled contemptuously. "Since I don't have the prince's support, I shall wear a royal robe. I wonder what your highness thinks." "You?" Zhang Jian widened his eyes and trembled with anger. All of a sudden, he was enlightened. Could it be that Zhang Ming's disappearance was related to Hong Lai? The soldiers laughed and shouted, "Long live Emperor Hong!" Zhang Jian was furious and rushed towards Hong Lai. He had never trained in martial arts, so he was like a scholar. He was directly kicked over by a soldier and his sword pierced through his body, spilling blood on the ground. Zhang Jian's mouth was full of blood as he stared at the soldier in front of him. There was no longer fear in his eyes, only anger. Impudent! Hong Lai, are you really disregarding our old friendship? The Empress's voice sounded. Her words were cold as she walked out of the hall. Hong Lai laughed out loud and said, "Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to still be so beautiful after dozens of years. I wonder what rare treasures His Majesty has fed you. I've already come to this point. Do you think I have a way out? Men, capture the Empress and escort her to my mansion." Ha ha ha. Hong Lai laughed wildly and directly changed the way he addressed the Empress. He had gone crazy because in his opinion, the throne was right in front of him. The soldiers immediately stepped forward. Zhang Jian raised his hand and cursed. "Hong Lai, you're not human. You won't have a good death." The soldier pressing on him immediately slit his throat. He covered his throat with both hands and could not speak. Blood surged and could not be stopped. The Empress was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale. She retreated in succession and leaned against the door. At that moment, a voice gently sounded. "A dog of Great Jing wants to wear a royal robe? Arrogant and ignorant. Today, you will die a miserable death." Everyone looked up and saw a figure appearing on the eaves of the Empress's bedroom. This person wore a shabby black daoist robe and a wooden mask on his face. He did not have a weapon in his hand, but he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling as he stood there. Chapter 29, Divine Heart State, Wondrous Sex Dharma Idol. Zhang Chongsheng disappeared from the roof and appeared beside the Crown Prince, Zhang Jian. With a wave of his sleeve, the soldiers around him were repelled by the spiritual force. Their internal organs were shattered and they died on the spot. He pointed at Zhang Jian, who was clutching his neck and struggling in pain. Spiritual power passed through his hands and he quickly sealed the wound with rejuvenation to stop the bleeding. The reason why he saved Zhang Jian was because of his performance. In the face of a hopeless situation, he was not a coward. He still wanted to protect his mother with the dignity of the royal family. This was the first time Zhang Chongsheng had seen the crown prince who had replaced him. He was doing better than he had expected. No wonder Chen Li respected the crown prince so much. In the end, this fellow was also a pitiful person. As the crown prince, he had never done anything immoral. Instead, he had an excellent reputation. Many citizens hoped that the emperor would pass away as soon as possible and allow the crown prince to ascend the throne. However, even though Zhang Chongsheng had saved him, he would never let him be the crown prince again. "Who are you?" Hong Lai stared at Zhang Chongsheng and asked in a deep voice. He was not angered by Zhang Changshen's words. Instead, he was very cautious. Since he dared to come alone, he must be an expert. Moreover, Zhang Changshen's movement technique was too strange. He had never seen such martial arts before. The surrounding soldiers trembled and did not dare to get near them easily. The corpses of the soldiers on the ground had deeply scared them. The Empress looked at Zhang Chongsheng in shock and was equally puzzled. Who was this person? Not only did Zhang Chongsheng disguise his appearance, but he also disguised his voice. Even the disciples of Longqi Temple would find it hard to recognize him. His gaze leaped past the layers of black armored soldiers and looked at Hong Lai on the horse. He coldly said, "You don't even know how deep the waters of the Great Jing are, and you still dare to rebel? What a joke! Be smart in your next life." He raised his right hand and shouted in a low voice, "Rise!" In an instant, the swords and spears in the hands of all the soldiers uncontrollably broke free from their grip and flew into the air in unison. Everyone widened their eyes at this scene, including the Empress and Zhang Jian whose bleeding had stopped. What kind of martial arts was that? Hong Lai tightly gripped his saber and felt an extremely terrifying force dragging it. After persisting for a few seconds, his saber also flew into the air and the tip of the saber was pointed at him. Sword control technique. For this technique, it was not just swords that could be used, any other weapon could be used too. However, the condition was that when the opponent's strength was far lower than his could he snatch the blade from afar. Zhang Chongsheng lowered his right hand, and weapons fell like rain. Many soldiers were pierced before they could escape. Blood splattered all over the Empress Palace. Hong Lai jumped away from his horse and quickly dodged. The general's martial arts were already very powerful. Otherwise, he would not have become a founding general in the martial arts world. Zhang Chongsheng sensed his true energy. It was very close to the heaven arrival realm, but only close. In less than 10 breaths, hundreds of soldiers inside and outside the palace died tragically with their weapons stabbed into their bodies. Hong Lai's iron armor was pierced and he was covered in blood. He leaned against the palace wall and stared at Zhang Chongsheng as he breathed heavily. He could not escape. There were swords hanging above his head, in front of him, on his left and right sides. His eyes were filled with fear. How could this person's martial arts be so high? He had never seen such a martial arts technique. It was too terrifying. Zhang Changshen's voice floated over. I've said it before. You will die a tragic death. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Lai's screams followed, accompanied by the sound of a blade stabbing into his body, making one's scalp tingle. Zhang Chongsheng turned around and lifted Zhang Qian. Just as he was about to walk towards the Empress, a voice sounded. Your martial arts are really evil, but you can't take the crown prince away. The two Buddhas of disaster galloped from the eaves of the palaces and quickly landed in the courtyard. The two of them assumed a fighting posture. Zhang Chongsheng ignored them and looked at the Empress. Let's go. I'll take you out so that you won't die in the palace. The Empress took a deep breath and said, Hong Lai is dead. His 7th Highness subordinates will not harm me. They know their limits. Take the crown prince and leave. Please ensure his safety. Please. When the misfortune Buddha heard that, he immediately rushed towards Zhang Chongsheng. His body was like a ghost, so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. Zhang Chongsheng turned around and kicked the misfortune Buddha at an even faster speed, stomping him on the ground. The stone slabs shattered and the soil collapsed. The misfortune Buddha opened his mouth and spat out blood. His eyes widened in shock. The Empress and the misfortune Buddha were both shocked. Zhang Chongsheng stepped on the misfortune Buddha with his right foot and carried the weak Zhang Qian with his left hand. He looked at the fortune Buddha in the distance and said, Is there no expert stronger than the heaven arrival realm in the Mahayana Dragon Tower? Overbearing. What terrifying strength! The fortune Buddha frowned. He was well aware of the strength of the misfortune Buddha, but he was defeated by his opponent with a single kick. He was definitely not his opponent. His thoughts were like lightning. After he thought it through, he said in a deep voice, Your Excellency is an expert in the divine realm. However, even if you are in the divine realm, it will not end well for you if you offend the Mahayana Dragon Tower. Divine realm? What realm was that? Zhang Chongsheng was surprised. Could it be that there was a mental state between the heaven arrival realm and the true God realm? From the other party's words, even if it was a divine realm expert, the Mahayana Dragon Tower still had the ability to take him down. Zhang Chongsheng smiled disdainfully and said, Then I'll wait for the Mahayana Dragon Tower in Ancient Han. As for where I am in Ancient Han, it will depend on whether your Mahayana Dragon Tower has the ability to find me. He exerted strength with his right foot and broke the muscles and bones of the misfortune Buddha, causing him to let out a mournful cry and faint. The eyes of the misfortune Buddha almost popped out. He hated Zhang Chongsheng to the core, but he did not dare to attack rashly. Zhang Chongsheng lifted the crippled misfortune Buddha with his right hand. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt something. Figures leaped up from behind the palace walls in all directions. There were 13 of them, and they surrounded Zhang Chongsheng. All 13 of them wore bamboo hats and were dressed as assassins. Their clothes were even somewhat shabby, but they held swords in their hands and were filled with killing intent. 13 heaven arrival realm experts. Coupled with the 2 Buddhas of disaster, there were 15 heaven arrival realm experts. Zhang Chongsheng deliberately waited for them to appear and lamented in his heart. Good Lord, it was hard to even see a heaven arrival realm expert in the past. After the 7th prince rose to power, the Mahayana Dragon Tower actually sent 15 heaven arrival realm experts. The foundation of the Mahayana Dragon Tower was indeed terrifying. No wonder Zhang Yuan had no choice but to bow his head and give up on him to support the 7th prince. The female assassin in the lead said in a deep voice, Your Excellency, let go of the crown prince and we will pretend that nothing happened today. Zhang Chongsheng teased, Do you want him dead or to save him? The 13 of them were silent. Zhang Chongsheng suddenly raised his sword and stepped on a sword on the ground. Then, he leaped up and left with his sword. Before the 13 assassins and the fortune Buddha could react, he had already left. His hoarse laughter resounded through the sky. I will decide his life and death. The 13 heaven arrival realm assassins immediately chased after him, but how could they catch up to Zhang Chongsheng, who was flying on his sword? The Fortune Buddha looked at the Empress and said in a deep voice, "Please return to the palace. There will be a lot of killing in the palace today. Don't scare the Empress." The Empress nodded expressionlessly and turned to return to the palace. Zhang Chongsheng stayed above the sea of clouds for a few rounds. After ensuring that the Buddha would not harm the Empress, he left. 15 Heaven Arrival Realm experts were not his opponents at all. He just did not want to alert the enemy. If he were to kill them now, the Mahayana Dragon Tower would certainly send a stronger lineup, which would not be good. Moreover, keeping the life of the Fortune Buddha could be used as a witness. He had witnessed the birth of little King Wei, and he could guarantee that he was not switched. Before he understood the true strength of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, Zhang Chongsheng had to be careful. As long as he was 100% sure that he was stronger than all the experts of the Mahayana Dragon Tower combined, the Mahayana Dragon Tower would be finished. At that time, he could even openly support the little King Wei. Zhang Chongsheng carried one person in each hand and flew above Longqi Temple. Without anyone seeing, he swooped down and landed in his courtyard. The White Dragon and Ping'an were frightened. Ping'an was still young and would not remember this in the future. He merely giggled at Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng brought the two of them into the house and put down the unconscious Misfortune Buddha and Zhang Qian. The Misfortune Buddha was doomed. Before he died, he would interrogate him about the true strength of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. As for Zhang Qian, it would depend on his choice. Zhang Qian laid on the ground with a painful expression. The wound on his throat had only stabilized for the time being, but his internal organs were also injured. At this moment, it was difficult for him to even breathe. Zhang Chongsheng began to treat his injuries. There were no disciples near the courtyard, and the disciples had already rushed to the mountain gate, fearing that the rebels would go up the mountain. An hour later, Zhang Qian's condition finally improved, and he could barely make a sound. If it were not for Zhang Changshen's cultivation, no doctor could save him. Zhang Qian looked at Zhang Chongsheng with great difficulty and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, Senior." Zhang Chongsheng sat on the bed and looked down at him. "From now on, you can no longer be the crown prince. What are your plans for the future?" When Zhang Qian heard that, he immediately became visibly agitated and started to cough. With great difficulty, he said, "Why should I? I am the crown prince. When father comes back." "You are a fake prince." Zhang Chongsheng interrupted impatiently. Zhang Qian froze as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes instantly turned red and his body trembled as he started to cry. I see. I see. Mother is not crazy. So I am just a chess piece. No wonder father treated me like that and did not give me any military power. No wonder the Yang family suddenly alienated me." Zhang Qian seemed to have gone crazy as he cried and laughed wildly. He began to flip over and got up with great difficulty. Zhang Chongsheng calmly stared at him, wanting to see what he was going to do. Zhang Qian trembled as he picked up the Taihang sword on the table and unsheathed it. He held the blade with both hands and stabbed his face with the tip of the sword. Fresh blood flowed down his hands and splattered on the ground. Zhang Chongsheng did not stop him and just looked at him. Zhang Qian disfigured himself. His face was a bloody mess, and only his eyes were still clear. He put down the Taihang sword and fell to the ground with a plop. He got up and crawled to Zhang Changshen's feet with great difficulty. He said weakly, "Senior, please accept me. I don't want to be the crown prince anymore, but I want to live." He understood that as long as his face was intact, he would be pursued endlessly. Zhang Chongsheng calmly said, "If you want to be with me, you have to let go of your hatred. From now on, you will accompany me on this mountain." Zhang Qian said in pain, "This junior is willing." Zhang Chongsheng took off his mask and revealed an extremely young face, which stunned Zhang Qian. "This is Longqi Temple. My deist name is Chongsheng. Give yourself a name, forget the past, and start over." Naturally, Zhang Qian had heard of deist master Chongsheng. His heart was already dead and he did not care who the other party was. He gritted his teeth and said, "From now on, my name is Wang Chen." After saying that, Zhang Qian fainted. Zhang Chongsheng sighed and healed him again. This guy really knew how to torture himself. At the same time, a line of words appeared before his eyes. 30 years after the founding of the dynasty, you had a conflict with Hong Lai and his soldiers to save your mother. Later on, you were attacked by the double Buddha of disaster and the 13 assassins of the sky. Fortunately, you escaped. You have obtained the survival reward. Unique skill, the wondrous sex Dharma idol. He had finally obtained a survival reward. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and looked forward to the power of the wondrous sex Dharma idol. Chapter 30, I'll be Li Shimin, you'll be Li Yuanba. Zhang Chongsheng began to inherit the memories of the wondrous sex Dharma idol. As the name implies, the wondrous sex Dharma idol was a type of Dharma idol that could condense into a real form. It could be used for defense or offense. This technique could be used as a martial art or a spell. The effect of true qi and spiritual force were completely different. Immortal cultivators could cast martial arts, but martial artists could not cast spells. It was interesting to see a unique skill that could do both. Perhaps this could still be his unique inheritance. Zhang Chongsheng thought to himself. After he transmitted his memories, he began to take care of the room and at the same time, he gave the misfortune Buddha a breather. The rebellion in the capital continued until dusk. After the disciples outside received the news, Meng Chu's Huang brought them back from the mountain path. General Hong Lai rebelled and died tragically in the palace. The reversal of the situation was too fast and they did not expect it. In any case, the Hong family army had been disbanded, and they could restore peace. Late at night, Zhang Qian woke up with a clean cloth wrapped around his face. When he saw Zhang Chongsheng meditating in the air, he could not help but open his mouth wide. Zhang Chongsheng gave him the bed and could only meditate in the air. Zhang Qian did not dare to disturb Zhang Chongsheng. He looked to the side and saw the misfortune Buddha lying on the ground as if he was dead. You're awake? You can go out for a walk, but you can't leave the courtyard. If someone comes, hide immediately. In a few months, I'll arrange for you to become a priest in the temple. Zhang Chongsheng said without opening his eyes. Zhang Qian hastily stood up and kowtowed to Zhang Chongsheng. He said in a soft voice, Wang Chen is willing to serve Daoist Master forever. Thank you, Daoist Master, for saving my life. Thank you, Daoist Master, for giving Wang Chen a quiet life. In the palace, he was suppressed by soldiers. That kind of incompetence made him furious to the extreme. When his throat was slit and death approached him step by step, that despair made him yearn to live. While he was in pain and despair, Zhang Changshen's appearance dispelled his despair. He would never forget this kindness. From then on, his name was no longer Zhang Qian, but Wang Chen. Zhang Chongsheng suddenly landed on the ground and said, while you're still here, I'll interrogate him. He pointed through the air and the misfortune Buddha woke up. He gasped for air, startling Wang Chen. The misfortune Buddha subconsciously looked around and met Zhang Changshen's golden eyes. Phantom God's Eye. The misfortune Buddha was suddenly in a trance and stood rooted on the spot. When Wang Chen saw the change in Zhang Changshen's eyes, he was almost scared silly. Fortunately, the Phantom God's Eye was not used on him, so he did not lose consciousness. Zhang Chongsheng had trained the Phantom God Eyes to the extent that he could make the other party answer questions unconsciously. As long as he made the other party mistakenly think that he was the person he trusted the most and changed their perception, it would be fine. Tell me, how many true gods are there in the Mahayana Dragon Tower? Zhang Chongsheng asked. True God realm? Wang Chen swallowed his saliva. As far as he knew, the strongest martial artist was only at the heavenly arrival realm. He had never heard of a true god. The misfortune Buddha answered numbly, I don't know about the true god realm. Then what's the strongest realm in the Mahayana Dragon Tower? The 12 venerables are in the divine realm, but the Tower Lord and the 2 great guardians are above them. Zhang Chongsheng frowned. In other words, he could not eliminate the possibility that the Mahayana Dragon Tower had a true god. He asked, how many disciples does the Mahayana Dragon Tower have and how many dynasties do they control? The misfortune Buddha answered, I'm not sure. About the dynasties, it's a secret. We were all ordered to help Zhang Yu seize the throne. Wang Chen had a complicated expression on his face. He did not expect Zhang Yuan to choose the 7th prince. He had always thought that the 2nd prince and 4th prince were the greatest threats. Zhang Yu was usually gentle and did not seem to have any ambitions because he was a martial artist. In his opinion, roping in experts was just for a spar. Zhang Chongsheng added, tell me what you know about the Zhang family's royal family. Misfortune Buddha immediately said, I know that Emperor Zhang once acknowledged the Mahayana Dragon Tower as his master and learned the true dragon's aura. Only then did he have the foundation to establish himself in a chaotic world. However, other than strength, he also needed money. He obtained the support of the Yang family and promised to appoint the Yang family's daughter as the empress in the future. However, the Mahayana Dragon Tower needed to control the new dynasty so that they could gather more resources for martial arts. Therefore, they disrupted the rules of the dynasty and asked Emperor Jiang's junior sister to help him stabilize the rules of the dynasty. In the future, she would give birth to another son and have him become the emperor. The two of them agreed to swap the crown prince and suppress the Yang family that did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Emperor Zhang felt sorry for the empress and gave birth to the fourth prince. Later on, Emperor Zhang and his junior sister gave birth to the seventh prince. Wang Chen was stunned when he heard that. He already knew that he had been switched, but he did not expect that the great Jing was involved in the martial arts world. He could not help but ask, where did the fake prince come from? The misfortune Buddha did not answer, so Zhang Chongsheng had no choice but to repeat his question. The misfortune Buddha answered, the fake prince was a baby His Majesty asked the white-robed guards to casually exchange from a poor city in the capital. At that time, the country had just been founded and they only used a bag of rice to exchange for him. Wang Chen was silent. Zhang Chongsheng did not care about his sadness and continued to ask about the situation of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. After asking for an hour, Zhang Chongsheng finally ended his life and threw him out for White Dragon to eat. Unexpectedly, White Dragon despised him, so he had no choice but to fly on his sword and throw the misfortune Buddha into the pile of wolves in the forest outside the city. He watched as the wolves divided up the corpse of the misfortune Buddha before returning with ease. Wang Chen remained in the room with White Dragon staring at him. He did not dare to act rashly. Zhang Chongsheng gave him the room of the Devil Lord and settled down just like that. Hong Lai rebelled and was killed by a mysterious expert. The crown prince and the second prince were missing. These incidents spread throughout the capital and throughout the world, causing the citizens to worry about whether the position of the crown prince would cause internal strife. When the emperor heard about this, he immediately rushed back. When the emperor returned, the capital underwent several large-scale searches, including Longqi Temple. However, several months had passed, and Wang Chen had taken off the cloth on his face. His face was covered with scars. He had lost a lot of weight in the past month, and his throat had become hoarse due to his serious injuries. He wore a Daoist robe and had turned into an ugly Daoist priest that had nothing to do with the crown prince. Chen Li had also paid a visit to Zhang Chongsheng along the way and lamented the strength of that mysterious expert. He could not believe that he could kill Hong Lai, who had 100,000 armored horses. Just like that, an inconspicuous Daoist priest named Wang Chen appeared in Longqi Temple. He usually cleaned the courtyard for the Daoist master and would also follow Meng Chuzuang and the other disciples to cultivate and recuperate. Usually, with Wang Chen and White Dragon around, Zhang Chongsheng did not have to take care of Ping'an. Other than cultivating, he tried to create a low-quality immortal cultivation method for Wang Chen to try cultivating. As a result, Wang Chen's spiritual energy almost exploded his meridians, scaring Zhang Chongsheng so much that he had no choice but to modify it. A year passed just like that. In the 31st year of dynasty, the emperor appointed the seventh prince as the crown prince. The world was shocked, and none of the princes dared to have any objections. The only one who was a threat to the seventh prince, Zhang Yu, was still fighting against ancient Han at the border and cleaning up the mess for the emperor. Zhang Changshen's days became idle. After ensuring that the empress was fine, he stayed in the temple and cultivated in peace. In the 32nd year of dynasty, when little King Wei was 3 years old, Hua Jiangxin and a group of servants brought him to Longqi Temple. From that day on, little King Wei would stay at Longqi Temple for 3 days a week and be taught martial arts by Zhang Chongsheng. Wan Li and Ming Yu, who were considered as Zhang Changshen's half-disciples, had already become top experts. However, they did not like to go down the mountain. In their spare time, they would help Zhang Chongsheng take care of little King Wei and ensure his safety. In the 33rd year of the founding of the dynasty, the northern border of the Great Jing was breached by ancient Han. The military situation was like fire, and the Great Jing was completely plunged into war. The citizens seemed to see the shadow of troubled times again. Moreover, this time, it was not a civil war in the Great Jing, but an invasion by outsiders. Many commoners were scolding the emperor. If the emperor had not insisted on beating up ancient Han, this would not have happened. In the autumn, in the courtyard of Longqi Temple, the earth spirit tree was taller than a building, and fallen leaves were everywhere. There was a white snake wrapped around the tree, and it was as thick as an adult's thigh. No one knew how long it was, but there were several people sitting under the tree. Zhang Chongsheng was telling a story. Little King Wei, Ping'an, Wan Li, and Min Jiao were listening while Wang Chen was sweeping the floor. The Yuan army surrounded Yashan. The Prime Minister jumped into the sea with the 8-year-old emperor on his back. 100,000 soldiers and citizens followed suit and died in the war. From then on, the Song dynasty's history came to an end. This is the story of the Song dynasty. After Zhang Chongsheng finished speaking, he smiled. He was finally done. He was so tired. Half a year ago, he began to tell little King Wei the stories of the ancient rulers of Huaxia. Later on, he attracted Wan Li and Minjiahu to listen together. Little King Wei wore luxurious brocade clothes, and his facial features were exquisite. His appearance was extremely outstanding, especially the birthmark between his brows. It was like a third eye that could not be overlooked. Ping'an sat beside him peacefully. His hair was messy, and his daoist robe was also somewhat messy. The image and temperament of the two people were greatly different. Ping'an was born incomplete. Every time Wang Chen and Minjiahu helped him tidy up his hair and clothes, he would get playful and soon get messy and dirty. Even though he was stupid, he was born with great strength. At the age of 4, he could already lift the sleeping Wang Chen. At that time, Wang Chen was frightened. Who said that little King Wei was the reincarnation of the golden-winged great roc? This silly kid was the one. Little King Wei propped his chin with his hands and smacked his lips. The story of the Song dynasty is not good. I still like the Tang dynasty. I want to be a Khan. I want to flatten ancient Han. He turned to look at Ping'an and patted him on the shoulder. He smiled and said, Ping'an, I will be Li Shimin in the future and you will be Li Yuanba. The two of us will travel the world together. The 4-year-old spoke as if he was 8 or 9 years old. He was eloquent and coherent, making him seem very smart. Ping'an hugged him and rubbed against his face. He chuckled and said, good, good, good. Li Shimin, Li Yuanba. Ever since the two of them met, they had been very close. Perhaps it was because they were about the same age, but their relationship was extremely good. They even fought with the other young disciples of the temple together. With Ping'an around, little King Wei had never suffered a loss. Minjiahu shook her head and said, Li Shimin has indeed made great achievements and can be considered as the first emperor in history. However, the change in the Black Tortoise sect is a stain that he can't wash away. Killing his brother and forcing his father is not glorious at all. Little King Wei stood up in anger and said, Sister Minjiahu, Li Shimin was forced. Moreover, he should be the emperor. Why should the firstborn be the emperor? Shouldn't the one who is powerful be the emperor? Zhang Chongsheng could not help but look at him in surprise. Good lord, this kid. Speaking of which, little King Wei was not the eldest son under the 7th prince. The eldest son was an illegitimate son, and he was also favored by the 7th prince. After all, his mother was the 7th prince's real favorite, and little King Wei's mother was arranged by the emperor. Moreover, less than a year after little King Wei was born, the princess consort passed away, and the mother of the eldest son was successfully promoted from a concubine to a princess consort. Did he suffer in the estate? Hua Jiangzhen did not mention anything about it. Zhang Chongsheng thought silently. Little King Wei and Minjiahu began to argue. Seeing that little King Wei was furious, Ping'an suddenly stood up and raised his fist to punch Minjiahu. Fortunately, Minjiahu also trained in martial arts and easily caught it. For a moment, there was chaos under the tree. Wang Chen swept the floor and came to Zhang Changshen's side. He asked curiously, Daoist Master, Zhou Dynasty, Qin Dynasty, Han Dynasty, Tang Dynasty, and Song Dynasty. Where are these dynasties from? Why haven't I heard of them? He used to think that Zhang Chongsheng was making it up. Zhang Chongsheng had also said he was making it up, but after listening to it for so long, it sounded too real. Chapter 31, Attack of the Woolen World, Unfathomable Sect Master. The world is huge. How much do you know about it? Who can tell how big it is outside of Great Jing? Zhang Chongsheng smiled. His words made Wang Chen nod and feel that it made sense. Since ancient times, no one knew how big the world was. It was rumored that not only did ancient Han face Great Jing, but it also faced the dynasty on the other side. Fortunately, Great Jing was in a good location, as it was near the sea and not surrounded by enemies on all sides. Zhang Chongsheng called for little King Wei and began to teach him martial arts. Wan Li, Minjiahu, and Ping'an walked to the side to compare martial arts. Even though Ping'an was stupid, he was born to be aggressive. When he saw them getting into a fighting stance, he became excited and rushed up. In the past 2 years, Zhang Chongsheng had successfully created an internal art. He bestowed it with the name of the heavenly scripture of the universe. It imitated the first 3 levels of the natural cultivation method and separated into 7 levels. Even though it was inferior to the Dao cultivation method, ordinary cultivation methods could not compare to it. At present, Wang Chen, Little King Wei, and Hua Jiangzhen were all cultivating the heavenly scripture of the universe. On the other hand, Ping'an cultivated the overlord body. However, teaching Ping'an was harder than teaching Little King Wei. Leaves fell one after another. On the eaves in the distance, a white-robed person stood quietly, looking at the sky. The scene was quiet and beautiful. In the 34th year of the dynasty, ancient Han invaded the Jing dynasty on a large scale, and the other dynasties around it were also restless. The Jing dynasty was in its greatest crisis in 30 years. The crown prince, Zhang Yu, had no choice but to go to the front line. The emperor stayed in the capital, but the number of times he went to court decreased. He became weaker and weaker, and the hearts of the people in the court fluctuated. The world was in turmoil, but the martial arts world was flourishing. Without the restrictions of the local officials, the martial arts world became even more unrestrained. Various influential figures appeared in large numbers, and there were as many geniuses as there were clouds. On this day, Longyi Temple welcomed a guest. This person's hair was disheveled, his robes were torn, and his entire body was dirty, just like an old beggar. The disciples guarding the mountain gate did not despise him. Instead, they brought him into the temple and gave him a bite of food. The old beggar grabbed one of their hands and asked, "Is Daoist Master Chongsheng still here?" The disciple smiled and said, "You also wish to meet Daoist Master Chongsheng? Forget it. Many aristocrats wish to have a chat with him, but they are all rejected. Daoist Master is busy cultivating and has no time to care about the mundane world. Since you have come all the way here, why don't you meet White Dragon? It is a spirit beast of our Longyi Temple. A meeting can change one's fate." The old beggar parted his hair and revealed a face full of scars. It was extremely terrifying and made the disciples feel apprehensive. "Help me send a message to him. Tell him that Li Chongqing has come to pay a visit." The old beggar's voice trembled. "Li Chongqing?" The disciple frowned and muttered. Suddenly, he thought of something and his expression changed drastically. He hastily said, "All right, I'll inform Daoist Master right away." After he left, the old beggar walked out of the kitchen and into the courtyard. As he looked at the nearby buildings, his eyes were filled with nostalgia. After the time for an incense stick to burn, that disciple returned and brought Li Chongqing to the Daoist Master's courtyard. Along the way, Li Chongqing looked left and right. He felt everything was familiar, but also unfamiliar. Longyi Temple became lively. There were more disciples, but there were fewer familiar faces. The two of them arrived at Zhang Changshen's courtyard in silence. The disciple bowed to the courtyard and left. Li Chongqing took a deep breath and carefully walked into the courtyard. He saw 2 children and an ugly Daoist priest cleaning the courtyard. As for his junior brother, Zhang Chongsheng, he was sitting under a tree, and his aura was one with heaven and earth so much so that he almost could see him. When he saw Zhang Chongsheng, Li Chongqing was in a trance. When he left back then, Zhang Chongsheng was still underage. After so many years, he still recognized him at a glance. However, he did not expect Zhang Chongsheng to still be so young. Thinking about it, this junior brother of his should be 34 years old. Zhang Chongsheng opened his eyes and smiled. "Eldest senior brother, long time no see. Come and have a seat. Wang Chen, make tea." Hearing this, Wang Chen immediately walked towards the house. The little King Wei was currently cultivating, and he merely shot a glance at Li Chongqing as he laid peacefully in the small pool to take a bath. This bath was filled with a potion that Zhang Chongsheng had specially developed for him, and it could temper his body. Li Chongqing came back to his senses and walked to Zhang Chongsheng before he sat down. "It has been many years since we last met. Fortunately, Longyi Temple has you." Li Chongqing sighed with emotion. He had always felt that this junior brother of his was very mysterious. Unfortunately, he had left Longyi Temple very early and did not witness his growth. Zhang Chongsheng began to exchange pleasantries with him. When he saw him again, Zhang Chongsheng was also filled with emotions. That once handsome and magnanimous eldest senior brother had fallen to such a state. He could sense that Li Chongqing was already a heaven arrival realm expert, but his true chi was chaotic and his internal organs had been severely damaged. He only a few days left. Li Chongqing only reminisced about their childhood with Zhang Chongsheng and did not mention much about himself. Zhang Chongsheng did not ask either. After all, Chen Li had mentioned it to him before. After chatting for an hour, Li Chongqing started to cough up blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Junior brother, Daoist Master Chongsheng, I want to be buried in Longqi Temple. Can you give me a home?" His voice was very weak. Zhang Chongsheng said, "Of course. Wang Chen, take senior brother Li to see senior sister and ask her to arrange it. Tell her that I have agreed." Wang Chen immediately walked over and Li Chongqing stood up as well. Zhang Chongsheng rejoiced as he looked at their departing backs. "Fortunately, I did not go down the mountain. Fortunately, I was not obsessed with love." Zhang Chongsheng naturally liked women, but he knew his limits. Before he became invincible, he did not want to create weaknesses for himself. His relationship with Hua Jiangxin had not been revealed, and only they knew. He did not intend to save Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing had gone crazy for love and had killed too many people. Saving him would only bring more trouble. Furthermore, their relationship was not that deep. When Meng Chu's Huang saw Li Chongqing, she was naturally excited. The two of them chatted for a long time. Once upon a time, Meng Chu's Huang also had a trace of admiration for Li Chongqing. After all, in the Daoist temple, Li Chongqing was the eldest disciple and took good care of his junior brothers and sisters. However, this trace of admiration had been washed away by time. 5 days later, Li Chongqing died in the morning. Zhang Chongsheng, Meng Chu's Huang and some old disciples buried him. The matter did not blow up. However, in the following days, Zhang Chongsheng caught a martial artist sneaking into the mountain and searching everywhere. However, he did not commit any evil and just quietly left. The other party stopped in front of Li Changqing's tombstone for a while. They were probably enemies. Zhang Chongsheng did not interfere with their grudge. Li Chongqing was already dead, and the grudge should be resolved by now. If the other party was obstinate and insisted on finding trouble with Longqi Temple, it would be perfect to give him a survival reward. Half a month later, Chen Li, who was already a 4th-ranked official, came. After the Chen family surrendered to the 7th prince and obtained the promotion, the depressed Chen Li finally made it. Right now, Chen Li was working in the revenue department and already had his own mansion. He did not have to squeeze into the Chen family house. "Chongsheng, you ordered Li Chongqing to be buried in the mountain? This is not good. A large number of martial artists are gathering outside the capital, from all the major sects. There are disciples of my Chen family among them who said they wanted to dig up Li Changqing's grave." Chen Li said with a worried expression. Little King Wei was not around today, so Wang Chen wandered around the mountain with Ping'an. There were now only the two of them in the courtyard. Chen Li continued, "Right now, the 7th prince has gathered his army to the battlefield. The total number of soldiers inside and outside the capital does not exceed 100,000. If there are too many martial arts practitioners, we might not be able to stop them and the court might force you to bow your head." Zhang Chongsheng said, "He's already dead. What's the point of digging up his grave?" Chen Li said, "Indeed, I believe the other party has other motives, but they have a reason for revenge and it is not morally appropriate to chase them away. Moreover, the current situation." During this period of time, Zhang Chongsheng had also seen a large number of martial artists gathered outside the city. He did not pay much attention to them because they were all very weak. Zhang Chongsheng asked, "Will the capital be open for them to surround Longqi Mountain?" Chen Li thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure. We can't eliminate that possibility. After all, most of the sects that can establish themselves have befriended officials. The 7th prince is not here, nor is the 4th prince. His Majesty has been locked up in the palace to recuperate recently. I'm afraid he can't protect Longqi Temple." Zhang Chongsheng said, "I understand." Chen Li added, "If you wish to withdraw, the Chen family can arrange it." Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and laughed. "Brother Chen, even though I'm not aggressive, I won't show mercy if someone dares to attack my door." When Chen Li thought of the ghost-eyed evil king, he suddenly realized that Zhang Chongsheng had also killed someone before and was not as gentle as he looked. After so many years of interaction, he had almost forgotten this. He gave a few more instructions before he left. Recently, he had been busy with work, so it was not easy for him to come in person. Zhang Chongsheng looked at the horizon but did not get up. There were not enough people. Moreover, the more people there were, the more generous the survival reward was. Zhang Chongsheng cultivated every day and occasionally took spirit-increasing pills. His cultivation improved year by year, and even if those sects could gather a 100 heaven arrival realm experts, he would not pay any attention to them. All these years, the seventh prince in the Mahayana Dragon Tower had not come to test him, which meant that they did not suspect Longi Temple at all. They did not even know that Zhang Chongsheng was their enemy. On the surface, Zhang Chongsheng was the teacher of Little King Wei and could be considered as the seventh prince's man. That night, another person went up the mountain. This time, the other party rushed towards Zhang Changshen's courtyard. Zhang Chongsheng did not stop him because it was an old acquaintance. Someone knocked on the windowsill and a voice sounded. "Is Daoist Master here?" "It's me, Devil Lord." His voice was very soft, fearing that Wang Chen and Ping'an would overhear him. Zhang Chongsheng opened his eyes and the window suddenly opened, scaring the Devil Lord into trembling in place. When he saw Zhang Chongsheng in the room, he immediately leaped in and bowed to him. "Daoist Master, this is not good. The martial arts world wants to use Li Changqing's name to seize White Dragon." The Devil Lord said in a deep voice, "According to my understanding, the one behind this is the sect master of the primordial spirit returning sect. The reputation of White Dragon has spread throughout the world. That sect master has been specially searching for spirit beasts all these years, absorbing their spirit blood and tempering his muscles and bones. His strength is unfathomable. I have met him before and he is very terrifying. I even feel that he is stronger than the head of punishment and that heaven arrival realm expert in the palace." When Zhang Chongsheng heard that, a cold glint flashed past his eyes. It turned out that the other party was targeting White Dragon. Even without Li Chongqing, they could probably find an excuse. For example, Li Chongqing, who was nurtured by Longi Temple, had to pay with his blood? Zhang Chongsheng had long heard of the name of the sect master of the primordial spirit returning sect. He was once a young genius and was now a giant in the martial arts world. He had the chance to compete for the throne. "Is he already here?" Zhang Chongsheng asked. The Devil Lord said, "Not yet. 10 days later at most. Moreover, they have bribed many civil and military officials. When the city gate opens, they will be allowed to enter the city, and their target will be Longi Temple." Chapter 32, 500 people to contend against me? The sect master of the primordial spirit returning sect, Su Tianji, had learned the peerless divine technique, the immortal divine technique. At the age of 16, he became a top expert and became the sect master of the primordial spirit returning sect. At the age of 20, he stepped into the heaven arrival realm and led the Giwan divine sect to prosperity. In the next 10 years, he defeated all the experts in the world and his reputation continued to increase. Right now, he was a giant in the martial arts world. Not only was Su Tianji talented, but most importantly, he was still young. He was only 32 years old. No one under the age of 40 was his opponent, and no one above the age of 40 could contend against him. "Daoist Master, you cannot be careless in the face of Su Tianji." Seeing that Zhang Chongsheng did not have much of a reaction, the Devil Lord could not help but remind him. Zhang Chongsheng asked, "How does he compare to Zhong Tianyu?" The Devil Lord frowned and said, "Zhong Tianyu was the former supreme of the martial arts world, but he had joined the royal court a long time ago. They have never fought before. I guess the difference is not huge." "Not big?" Zhang Chongsheng immediately had no more thoughts. That day, when Zhang Yu returned to the capital, he encountered Zhong Tianyu. Zhang Chongsheng specially went to feel Zhong Tianyu's true energy. It was indeed powerful, surpassing the heaven arrival realm, but it could not compare to him at all. Most importantly, Zhang Chongsheng was much stronger than him back then. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Thank you for specially coming to report. I already know. Since he is coming, let him come. The surname of this martial arts world is not Su." Seeing that he was so calm and collected, the Devil Lord thought that he must be full of confidence and could only give up. Zhang Chongsheng asked about the situation of the Devil sect, and the Devil Master answered truthfully. Ever since ancient Han counterattacked, the martial arts world had relaxed, and the Devil sect could finally breathe. Right now, they were wantonly accepting orphans from war, and their foundation was constantly strengthening. Regarding Li Chongqing, the Devil Lord still gave an explanation. It was not that the Devil sect did not want to help Li Chongqing, but that Li Chongqing had gone crazy and even killed the devil sect disciples. Zhang Chongsheng could not help but think of Li Changqing's last few days. He was very gentle with the disciples of the temple, just like his image as the eldest senior brother. Perhaps he was trying his best to restrain himself and just wanted to see his family. After chatting for an incense's time, the Devil Lord left. When the Devil Lord went down the mountain, he thought to himself, he didn't want to keep me. How strong is he now? Could he really be an immortal god that has descended to the mortal world? Every time he thought of Zhang Changshen's strange performance, he could not help but be in awe. In fact, he was not only here to report, but also to express his loyalty. In his opinion, Zhang Chongsheng might not lose. Inside the house, Zhang Chongsheng looked at the bright moon outside the window and thought to himself, the martial arts world of the Great Jing is really weak. Su Tianji is most likely at the divine realm, and in the divine realm, he is already invincible. Tisk tisk. Previously, the system had indicated that he was equivalent to a true god. Since there was a true god in the realm of martial arts, it meant that someone had reached it before. Otherwise, why would they give him a name? There were no gods in the Great Jing, at least not on the surface. That did not mean there were none elsewhere. Zhang Chongsheng did not want to seek excitement, so it was good to stay in the Great Jing. Survival rewards could not be directly grasped just by inheriting them. They required cultivation. Therefore, he did not have to specially grind for survival rewards. If he were to fail, it would be terrible. The news that the martial artists had gathered outside the capital spread throughout the city, making the citizens uneasy. It also made the civil and military officials worried. It was not only in the capital, but the scenery of the martial arts world had also spread. Many tycoons came to watch the show. The mission was of great significance to the martial arts world. If the martial arts sect led by the Giwan divine sect could enter the city, suppress Longqi Temple and leave safely, it meant that the royal court did not dare to offend them easily. This would represent a peak period for martial arts. Master, are you really not afraid of so many martial arts experts coming? Do you need my help? Little King Wei tilted his head and carefully asked. Even though he was only 4 years old, he was talented and smart enough to understand many things. Zhang Chongsheng rubbed his head and said with a smile, Child, don't worry about adult affairs. Cultivate the heavenly scripture of the universe first and personally support me in the future. Little King Wei clenched his fists and nodded. Wang Chen was playing with Ping An not far away. He was not worried. He had seen Zhang Chongsheng fight before. That day in the palace. Every time he thought of that situation, Wang Chen could not help but peek at Zhang Chongsheng. At that time, Zhang Chongsheng was domineering and powerful, like a god descending to the mortal world. On the other hand, the usual Zhang Chongsheng was as gentle as water and was very gentle to everyone. He never bullied others as a Daoist master and was extremely polite even to him. What kind of person was he? That was Wang Chen's greatest curiosity. At the same time, in the martial arts arena of Longqi Temple, Meng Chu's Huang, Qing Ku, Wan Li, Minjiahu and other older disciples were teaching their disciples martial arts. They also wanted to share some of Zhang Changshen's burden. A few years ago, after obtaining Zhang Changshen's approval, Qing Ku, Wan Li and Minjiahu had already drawn what they had learned into a secret book and placed it in the scriptures depository for their disciples to learn. Unfortunately, Longqi Temple had yet to give birth to any other top experts. For this, one could just say talent in martial arts was just too important. Wan Li came to Qing Ku's side, rubbed his hands, and asked, Senior brother Qing Ku, you have traveled the martial arts world many times. Is Su Tianji really that invincible? Qing Ku's expression was complicated as he said, 4 years ago, during the tournament at Pine Lake, I went to take a look. Su Tianji's martial arts had indeed reached an inhuman level, and it was not something a top expert could compare to. A spiritual sense realm expert could not be considered an expert at that time. It was just that most people in the martial arts world did not know his realm. Other than Su Tianji, there are other sect masters who have surpassed the spiritual sense realm. Even the supreme martial arts practitioners would have to escape if they were to face them. When Wan Li heard that, he was not afraid. Instead, he became even more excited and said, Then I'd like to take a good look. The other disciples did not know how powerful Zhang Chongsheng was, and many of them were nervous and afraid. However, with the current war, they had nowhere to go and had to guard their homes. It was winter, and it was snowing heavily. The northern gates of the capital suddenly opened, and the guards quickly made way for them. They looked outside the city nervously and saw a vast crowd walking over. Leading them was a man in a green robe. He had an imposing appearance, a handsome face, and his eyes were like an eagle. None of the soldiers dared to meet his gaze. The sect master of the primordial spirit returning sect, Su Tianji. Behind him were all sect master level figures, and behind them were their disciples. Those who could follow them into the city were all experts. There was a general guarding in front of them. He was the young guard Zhang Tianren that was mentioned when the ghost-eyed evil king fought his way out of the prison. He was now the city guard general of the capital. Zhang Tianren's childishness had faded. He frowned and stared at Su Tianji as he thought, what a terrifying aura. To be able to shake the world, he is indeed extraordinary. He stepped forward with his halberd and said, Head Su, we agreed that you would only look for Longi Temple to get the corpse of the demon disciple and you will not harm the innocent. Su Tianji walked over and patted him on the shoulder. He smiled and said, I am a man of my words. At the very least, I will not harm the innocent. Zhang Tianren frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Su Tianji had already walked towards Longi Mountain. He suddenly thought of that night when the ghost-eyed evil king fell from the sky and fell to his death on the steps at the foot of the mountain. He could not help but shut his mouth. Even though he had never met Daoist Master Chongsheng, he had an indescribable reverence for him. Perhaps Longi Temple might not lose. A group of experts followed Su Tianji into the city. They looked left and right, and many of them were arrogant and conceited. Not long ago, the martial arts world was suppressed by the royal court, and many of them had even been imprisoned. Now they were entering the capital openly, but the capital did not dare to stop them. How awe-inspiring was that? It could be said that they could hold their heads high. There were no commoners on the streets. All the commoners hid in their houses, fearing that they would be implicated. They soon arrived at the foot of Longi Mountain. The snow had draped the trees on the mountain in white, and the stone tablet with the words Longi Temple had also sunk into the snow. There were 4 Daoist priests guarding the steps. They were Qing Ku, Wan Li, Minjiu, and Meng Chu's Huang. Meng Chu's Huang said, Stop right there. Su Tianji ignored her and took a few steps forward. He only stopped when he was less than 20 feet away from the stairs. He put his hands behind his back and said, Today, we are here to retrieve the corpse of the evil devil, Li Chongqing. As he had killed countless of our disciples, we will make him die without a burial ground. I hope you can be reasonable. Wan Li snorted and said, If you are just here to ask for the corpse, why are there so many people here? You just wait here, we can give you the corpse. Su Tianji smiled and said, That won't do. I will personally go up the mountain so that you won't mistake it for the real thing. After all, Li Chongqing has been dead for some time. Qing Ku coldly snorted and suddenly rushed towards Su Tianji. 9 seeking heavenly dragon steps. It was as fast as the wind. However, someone suddenly appeared behind Su Tianji and struck Qing Ku's right palm. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His hair was half white and half black, and his face was unruly. He smiled disdainfully and said, A mere spiritual sense realm expert dares to stop us? You overestimate your abilities. He exerted strength with his right palm and his true qi exploded, causing the surrounding flying snow to dissipate in an instant. Qing Ku was directly shaken until he vomited blood and flew backward. Wan Li raised his hand to catch him, but he was knocked down the steps as well and gritted his teeth in pain. The middle-aged man stopped and laughed loudly. Let's go up the mountain. Longi Temple is merely so-so. It seems like only that Daoist Master Chongsheng is more powerful. He stepped forward, and the Minjiu and Meng Chu's Huang immediately attacked him. However, the middle-aged man just pushed out his palms, and the wind from his palms was like a dragon, accompanied by the roar of a tiger, forcing the 2 women back. In a single move, the 2 women were severely injured and lay on the snow, unable to move. They could only look at him in fear. The middle-aged man smiled in disdain. Just as he was about to speak, an air-piercing sound came, startling him so much that he subconsciously jumped away. Clang! The Taihang sword descended from the sky, stabbed into the snow, and stood in front of the 2 women. Su Tianji frowned. The other experts did not think much of it, as the sword did not hurt the middle-aged man. All right, the 4 of you have finally seen the experts of the martial arts world. It's time for you to retreat. A voice sounded from the mountain path. Zhang Chongsheng slowly walked down. His Daoist robe was not stained with snow, and the Kylin horsetail whisk in his hand fluttered slightly. The scabbard on his waist made him look like an immortal coming from the depths of the mountains. The middle-aged man stared at Zhang Chongsheng and said in a deep voice, "You are Daoist Master Chongsheng." Zhang Chongsheng did not answer. He bypassed Qing Ku and Wan Li and came to the two women. He helped them up. The two women supported each other and retreated. "Daoist Master, be careful." Meng Chuhuang gritted her teeth and felt helpless. They had volunteered to test the strength of those experts, but they did not expect they were defeated before Su Tianji could even make a move. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and nodded. He stepped forward and held the hilt of the Taihang sword with his left hand as he swept his gaze across the group of martial arts experts. 1, 2, 3, 9. Zhang Chongsheng muttered to himself as his gaze landed on Su Tianji. As expected, his mental state was one level higher than that of a heaven arrival realm expert. Su Tianji could not see through Zhang Changshen's strength, but his intuition told him that the other party was not simple. He said, "Daoist Master Chongsheng, are you trying to fight against 500 martial arts experts by yourself?" Zhang Chongsheng smiled and asked, 500. With so many people, my white dragon is not enough to share. Hearing this, Su Tianji narrowed his eyes. Many experts were moved. They did not expect Zhang Chongsheng to know their real intentions. "Humph! What are you pretending for?" The middle-aged man suddenly rushed towards Zhang Chongsheng and struck out with his palm. The roar of a tiger exploded in his ears and his true qi condensed. It was as if a tiger head had opened its bloody mouth and attacked Zhang Chongsheng. Boom! The middle-aged man was sent flying. Su Tianji subconsciously raised his hand to press on his shoulder, but he was pushed back dozens of feet. The other experts were so shocked that they made way for him. Zhang Chongsheng waved the Kailan horsetail whisk with one hand while his left hand still supported the Taihang sword. His Daoist robe fluttered as he smiled and said, "Could it be that you want to fight against me with 500 men? I'm afraid you look down on me." The white snow made the land at the foot of the mountain seem isolated from the world. The 500-plus martial arts experts were frightened and did not dare to make a sound. What did they see? Su Tianji was forced to retreat. How was that possible? Chapter 33, Once the wondrous sect appears, all martial artists in the world are nothing more than ordinary. On the city wall, the Devil Lord looked into the distance. When he saw Su Tianji being pushed back, he was shocked. That middle-aged man was not an ordinary person. He was a genuine expert in the heavenly arrival realm and the leader of a sect. Even if the two of them joined hands, they could not offset Daoist Master Changshen's strength. This was too ridiculous. The Devil Lord was shocked. His eyes flickered as he started to make another plan. On the other side, in the estate of the 7th prince, 14 figures stood on eaves. They were the Fortune Buddha and the 13 assassins of the sky. They were also watching the battle. The Fortune Buddha frowned. Daoist Master Changshen's strength reminded him of the mysterious person who killed the Misfortune Buddha. However, the difference between their auras was like heaven and earth. The leader of the 13 assassins was named Gui Lu. He had a strong physique, but his waist was very thin. He held a broadsword with both hands, and a pair of cold eyes that looked like snakes and scorpions were revealed under his bamboo hat. He said, "That person must be above the heavenly arrival realm. Su Tianji is the same. I didn't expect that there would be such a person hidden in the martial arts world. This desert of the martial arts world is not as weak as we imagined." Another assassin snorted and said, "Indeed, the head of punishment under the emperor has also surpassed the heaven arrival realm. I wonder where he recruited him from." While they were discussing, Su Tianji released his grip and stared at Zhang Chongsheng with a sharp gaze. The arrogant middle-aged man was shocked by Zhang Changshen's strength. He looked at him in fear and did not dare to speak or attack. Zhang Changshen's left hand that was holding the sword hilt moved as if he was playing the zither. He smiled and said, "I'll give you a chance. All of you, attack together. If you can let me fight to my heart's content, I might not kill you." In this situation, he had to earn a survival reward. The value of the survival reward depended on the strength of the enemy, so he decided to use provocation. Su Tianji snorted and said, "Daoist Master is indeed arrogant. I don't need 500 people. I alone am enough." He pushed the middle-aged man away and stepped forward. His aura exploded and true qi surged, causing his robes to flap and his long hair to dance. The other martial arts experts dispersed and surrounded Zhang Chongsheng to prevent him from escaping. Qing Ku and the others had retreated to the waist of the mountain and continued to watch the battle, feeling extremely nervous. They knew that Zhang Chongsheng was powerful, but there were more than 500 martial arts experts. Little King Wei, Wang Chen, Ping'an and the other disciples were all watching the battle in a stone pavilion on the mountain. From here, they could barely see the situation at the foot of the mountain. Can Master win? King Wei nervously asked. This was the first time he had experienced such a big scene since he was young. Wang Chen nodded and said, he can win, he will definitely win. Ping'an cried out in pain. If Wang Chen had not stopped him, he would have probably rushed down the mountain. Su Tianji moved forward step by step, and his momentum continued to rise. His momentum had surpassed that of a heaven arrival realm expert, and the other martial arts experts were also shocked. Is Hetsu's strength that terrifying? Scared me to death. It seems like Hetsu was careless just now. Of course. With his skills, it's easy for him to dodge. However, Longqi Temple's Daoist Master Chongsheng is indeed powerful. His strength has already reached the peak of the martial arts world. Daoist Master Chongsheng looks so young. Could the rumors be true? He has transcended the lightning tribulation and his appearance is ageless. Is he an immortal god that has descended to the mortal world? The martial arts experts discussed among themselves as they stared at Su Tianji and Zhang Chongsheng. Su Tianji stopped 30 feet away from Zhang Chongsheng. He began to circulate his energy with his palms and drew circles in front of him before stopping in front of his abdomen. His aura had reached its peak, causing the experts within 1,000 feet to feel suffocated and extremely oppressed. He suddenly stomped his feet and rushed towards Zhang Chongsheng. Blue true chi condensed in his right palm and he struck out like a blade that tore through the flying snow with unstoppable force. Zhang Chongsheng looked up and golden light burst out. A huge golden phantom emerged from his body and quickly grew to 50 feet tall. This golden phantom looked like him, but it had 3 heads and 6 arms and held different magical weapons. Wondrous Sex Dharma Idol. Su Tianji's pupils constricted. Before he could react, the Wondrous Sex Dharma Idol waved a sword shadow and collided with his true energy, sending him flying. Su Tianji rolled in the air and quickly landed on the ground. Then, he slid backward. He slapped the ground with his right palm and stabilized his body. Everyone widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost, including Qing Ku and the others as well as the disciples who went up the mountain to watch the battle. The Devil Lord, the Fortune Buddha, the 13 assassins of the sky, and the martial artists who were watching the battle were all shocked. What's that? Su Tianji only felt his blood surging and his internal organs aching. He endured the blood in his throat and swallowed it. He stood up and asked in a deep voice, what martial arts is this? Zhang Chongsheng said casually, the Wondrous Sex Dharma Idol is a martial art I created myself, and it will be a unique skill of Longqi Temple in the future. Today, I will let all the heroes in the world see the strength of the Wondrous Sex Dharma Idol. Everyone memorized the name and reminisced about the true meaning behind it. Su Tianji suddenly disappeared and the next second, he appeared on Zhang Changshen's left side. He raised his right palm and aimed for Zhang Changshen's face. Zhang Chongsheng glanced at him and waved his right hand to slap Su Tianji's face. Su Tianji only felt that the soft whisker contained tens of thousands of kilograms of force, which almost caused his eyes to turn black. One of the Wondrous Sex Dharma Idol's arms smashed down with a huge hammer. With a bang, Su Tianji was smashed into the snow. This time, blood could not be hidden and was sprayed out from his mouth. Su Tianji supported himself with his left hand and his true chi exploded. His pupils turned blue and shattered the shadow of the huge hammer. His body flew out and pulled away again. Zhang Chongsheng raised his eyebrows. Was this the rumored immortal god technique? Not bad. The explosive power just now was indeed astonishing, but it was mainly because Zhang Chongsheng had shown mercy. The reason why he was being lenient was because he wanted to obtain survival rewards. Su Tianji stood up and raised his hands. His true chi turned into a saber and slashed down. The saber chi was 10 feet long and cut through the flying snow, as if it could split the world into two. The Wondrous Sex Dharma Idol raised his long staff and formed a barrier, easily blocking the saber chi. Su Tianji dashed towards Zhang Chongsheng again. He leaped up and kicked out. True chi curled around his body, making him look like a divine arrow that could pierce through everything. The Wondrous Sex Dharma Idol waved its other hand and slapped. Su Tianji did not dodge. Instead, he increased his true chi. Just now, he was able to shatter the huge hammer, which meant that the Wondrous Sex Dharma Idol was not invincible. Bang! Su Tianji was sent flying. He leaped over hundreds of people and smashed into the city wall, causing it to collapse and gravel to fly everywhere. He was embedded in it and was in a sorry state. Silence. There was dead silence at the foot of Longi Mountain. The Devil Lord, the Fortune Buddha, and the 13 assassins were all dumbstruck. Su Tianji's speed and skills were very strong, and even his martial arts were very domineering. However, he seemed vulnerable in front of the wondrous sex Dharma idol. What are you waiting for? Come at me together. Could it be that the martial arts world of the Great Jing is filled with cowards? With the invasion of ancient Han, you don't dare to kill the enemy and only dare to bully us behind our backs? If that's the case, then I really look down on the martial arts world of the Great Jing. Zhang Changshen's voice sounded. His tone was calm, but the mockery in his words deeply stimulated all the experts present. All those who entered the city were experts of the martial arts world. The disciples of the various sects could only wait outside the city. The reason why they waited was because they were afraid that the royal court would take the opportunity to eliminate the experts of the various sects. A white-haired old man angrily said, "Attack together. Don't look down on us. If we try our best, he might not be able to kill us all." He immediately rushed towards Zhang Chongsheng. The 500+ experts were furious and rushed towards Zhang Chongsheng from all directions. Some even leaped up, looking as if they could blot out the sky and cover the earth. In the world of ice and snow, Zhang Chongsheng had nowhere to run. The wondrous sex Dharma idol shone with golden light, so dazzling. Zhang Chongsheng grabbed the hilt of the Taihang sword and pulled it out from the snow. In an instant, the wondrous sex Dharma idol also grew taller as it frantically waved its 6 arms that had magical weapons. Clang! Clang! Bang! Crack! Countless collisions sounded. More than 500 martial arts experts rushed towards Zhang Chongsheng and the wondrous sex Dharma idol. Even though the wondrous sex Dharma idol had 6 arms, it could not kill all 500 people at the same time. Zhang Chongsheng waved his horsetail whisk and sent the incoming martial artists flying. It was as if he was sweeping away dust. This scene caused all the spectators to be silent and reveal expressions of disbelief. Zhang Chongsheng and the wondrous sex Dharma idol stood still, allowing many experts to pounce on them and retreat in defeat. Master is so awesome. Little King Wei was over the moon. If Wang Chen had not grabbed his collar, he would have jumped off the cliff. The Fortune Buddha trembled and muttered, "What realm is he at?" Among so many experts, the weakest was at the true energy realm. More than 50 spiritual sense realm experts were not his opponents. Third rate, second rate, first rate, true essence, spiritual sense, heaven arrival, and divine. Was the divine realm really that invincible? Zhang Chongsheng lost interest after fooling around for a while. Even though he had to earn survival rewards, he would not allow himself to be bullied. Some people had to die in this battle. Bang! He stepped on the snow with a kick and the sound of bones breaking was crisp. The female martial artist vomited blood and fainted in an instant. Everyone, it's time to end this. Zhang Chongsheng looked up, and his eyes turned extremely cold as killing intent spread. The wondrous sex Dharma idol raised its 6 arms. The 3 heads became one and the 6 arms joined together. The 6 magical weapons condensed into a golden sword and slashed down. The sword chi was vast and mighty, and the strong wind whistled. Be it the charging martial artists or the martial artists lying on the ground, all of them were sent flying. The city wall that was embedded by Su Tianji cracked all over, as if it was about to collapse. The snow that filled the sky was blown into the city like a fog. Su Tianji, who was in a daze, fell to the snow with gravel on his body. He could no longer care about the pain. The roars between heaven and earth made him feel uncomfortable. Vaguely, he heard many screams. After an unknown period of time, everything finally returned to normal. Su Tianji raised his head with great difficulty and opened his eyes. A figure walked over and blocked the sunlight. It was Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng looked down at him and asked, "Do you want to die or live? Do you want them all to die, or do you want them to live with you?" Su Tianji's pupils trembled as his mind suffered a blow. Unprecedented fear surged into his heart, and he could not even raise a trace of anger. The difference was too great. Ever since he started practicing martial arts, he had never suffered such a crushing defeat. Moreover, he had already mastered his martial arts and honestly thought that he was invincible in the world. Unexpectedly, when Su Tianji saw that the Taihang sword was raised to behead him, he lowered his head and gritted his teeth. "I want to live, let them live too." Zhang Chongsheng lifted him up and walked towards Longi Mountain as if he was carrying a chicken. Let's go. Atone for your sins by guarding the mountain for 10 years. In the distance, on the city wall, the Devil Lord trembled. The Fortune Buddha and the 13 assassins of the celestial constellation were also frightened and remained silent for a long time. Outside the city, tens of thousands of martial artists waited. The sounds of fighting and explosions in the direction of Longqi Mountain made them extremely nervous. They did not expect that Longqi Temple could still set off such an intense battle in the face of so many sects. However, the sounds soon disappeared. The more the disciples from the various sects waited, the more flustered they felt. There were even some who proposed to break in, but they felt that the royal court should not have taken action. Even if they did, it was impossible for them to kill so many experts in a short time. After waiting for a long time, the city gates suddenly opened and all the disciples waited eagerly. A white-haired old man covered in blood covered his right arm and walked out while trembling. Everyone was shocked when they saw his miserable appearance. "Is that the headmaster of the First Heaven Society?" Someone cried out in alarm, and a group of disciples immediately surrounded him. Behind the white-haired old man was a group of severely injured experts. The white-haired old man looked up, his eyes filled with fear. He forced a smile and said, "With the appearance of the wondrous sect, all the martial artists in the world are merely so-so. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous." One of the sect masters went completely crazy. He threw his head back and roared. In the end, he vomited blood and died, surrounded by his disciples. The boundless snow buried half of the courage of the martial arts world. Chapter 34, Bright Sun Tathagata, Martial Arts Legend. In the 34th year after the founding of the dynasty, the sect master of the Giwan sect, Su Tianji, gathered in the capital with 18 sects to challenge Daoist master Chongsheng. More than half of the 500 experts were killed or injured. Su Tianji, the overlord of the martial arts world, was captured and his fate was unknown. The wondrous sect's secret techniques spread throughout the world, and the name of longevity shocked the martial arts world. At that point, the martial arts world had a living legend. In the courtyard, Zhang Chongsheng was meditating under a tree while Su Tianji was recuperating in a corner. Little King Wei and Ping'an looked at him from afar with curiosity. Wang Chen came to Zhang Changshen's side and respectfully said, "Daoist master, the martial arts sects have retreated." Zhang Chongsheng nodded and did not speak. Wang Chen turned around and left, not daring to disturb him. Today's battle had refreshed his understanding of martial arts, especially the last strike of the wondrous sect's Dharma idol. The destructive power made him shiver just thinking about it. In this war, half of the 500+ experts had died, and those who were still alive were severely injured. The reason why they were left alive was because Zhang Chongsheng looked forward to the next survival reward. Right now, he regarded Great Jing as a novice village, and the martial arts world was like a chive farm. He had won the #1 spot in the world. In the future, countless experts would come to challenge him one after another to provide him with survival rewards. Even though he was cautious, he still had his judgment. At the very least, it was impossible for anyone to surpass him in the martial arts world. Only people with high realms could threaten him in other places. Moreover, he did not have any conflict with those strong martial artists for the time being. Even the Mahayana Dragon Tower did not know that he was a potential enemy. After waiting for a while, a notification finally appeared before Zhang Changshen's eyes. In the 34th year after the founding of the dynasty, the sect master of the primordial spirit returning sect, Su Tianji, attacked with 500 martial arts experts. With your own strength, you successfully repelled the martial arts experts and survived the calamity. You received the survival reward. The ultimate immortal cultivation technique, Bright Sun Tathagata. Bright Sun Tathagata sounded awesome. Furthermore, it was an ultimate cultivation technique, which meant that martial artists could not learn it and only he could learn it. Zhang Chongsheng began to inherit the Bright Sun Tathagata, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. What a powerful unique skill! In the following month, the news of the battle spread throughout the world, and it was discussed with great relish. New Year's had arrived, and it was the 35th year after the founding of the dynasty. Reports of war continued to come from the border battlefield. More losses than victories. More and more territories began to fall. The situation was not optimistic. Zhang Chongsheng did not experience the cruelty of war when he was on Longqi Mountain. Even though the income from incense offerings at Longqi Temple had decreased, there were fields and vegetable gardens on the mountain, making it self-sufficient. During this period of time, Zhang Chongsheng had written all the martial arts he knew into secret books and placed them in the scripture depository for his disciples to learn. Only the heavenly scripture of the universe and the wondrous sex Dharma idol were missing. He intended to treat these two martial arts as his signature martial arts and only pass them on to his disciples. Su Tianji had changed into a Daoist robe. He had been imprinted with the seal of life and death and was now obediently staying in Longqi Temple. Usually, he would clean everywhere with a broom. At first, he was humiliated. However, one time, he saw Zhang Chongsheng teaching the little King Wei martial arts and did not avoid him, so he had an idea. Perhaps this was also an opportunity. He was filled with curiosity about Zhang Chongsheng. He did not understand what kind of cultivation technique this person trained in that it was so powerful. Moreover, that wondrous sex Dharma idol had already become a shadow in his heart. On the 7th day after the new year, the emperor came to visit Zhang Chongsheng. Speaking of which, Zhang Chongsheng had not seen him for a long time. Compared to a few years ago, Zhang Yuan had lost a lot of weight and looked listless. Zhang Yuan and Zhang Chongsheng sat at the stone table. He had a head full of white hair and many wrinkles on his face. His hands were as thin as matches, similar to the claws of a malicious ghost. Zhang Chongsheng frowned and asked, "Your Majesty, your strength." He could sense no trace of true qi in Zhang Yuan's body. Evidently, the reason why he had aged so much was because he had lost his strength and had consumed a large amount of his vitality. Zhang Yuan did not have many years left to live. Zhang Yuan looked at Su Tianji who was sparring with Ping'an and little King Wei not far away and said with a smile, "I have met Su Tianji before. At that time, he was still a high-spirited young man. I wanted to recruit him into the white-robed guards, but he refused." Unexpectedly, many years later, he entered Longqi Temple. Fate really makes fools of people. When Su Tianji heard this, his expression stiffened, but he pretended not to hear and concentrated on training with the two little guys. If he taught them well, perhaps Daoist Master Chongsheng would guide him and make him stronger. Zhang Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at Zhang Chongsheng with a smile. "I am well aware of my health. Why should Chongsheng worry for me? The medicine you gave me is indeed effective, but it is not a medicine for longevity. I have also figured out that there are no immortals in this world, so just let nature take its course." Zhang Chongsheng asked, "You dissipated your own strength?" He did not think so. It was probably because Zhang Yuan had a hidden illness in his body, especially his Danshan. His strength seemed to have been sucked away, leaving behind sequelae. Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, "I have imparted my strength to the Crown Prince. It can be considered as my last effort. After all, I have left him a mess." He sighed and his expression became worried. He insisted on attacking ancient Han and achieving great achievements that could last for thousands of years. Unexpectedly, it caused Great Jing to fall into a storm. However, if it were to happen again, he would still fight. After that, Zhang Yuan stopped talking about himself and talked about the Empress. He said that during this period of time, the Empress took care of him with all her heart. It reminded him of when the couple got into trouble back then. When he talked about the past, he began to talk incessantly. Wang Chen, who was sweeping the floor, felt sad. He did not know if he should hate Zhang Yuan or feel wronged. Even if he did not become the Crown Prince, he would not have an easy life. On the contrary, Zhang Yuan had allowed him to live the life of a Crown Prince for at least 30 years. His life could be considered exciting and without regrets. Zhang Chongsheng listened quietly. Even though he felt emotional, his heart did not waver. He did not intend to acknowledge Zhang Yuan and the Empress. He had already repaid the Empress's kindness by saving her life. Zhang Yuan knew that he was the real prince, and since Zhang Yuan was unwilling to expose him, he naturally would not be thick-skinned enough to acknowledge him. Cultivate in peace. In another 30 years, this kinship would naturally disappear. An hour later, Zhang Yuan left with little King Wei. Looking at his hunched back and recalling his domineering attitude when they first met, Zhang Chongsheng was even more determined to cultivate. He had reached the ultimate goal that mortals wanted, to live forever. In that case, he had to cherish it and not die halfway. "I am about to reach the 6th level. How far am I from becoming an immortal?" Zhang Chongsheng thought silently. On the vast road to immortality, tasting life, aging, illness, and death in the human world, the mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon rotated. It was quite fun. March, a sunny day. The Devil Lord came to pay a visit. This time, he brought a 7-year-old boy with him. Deist Master, can you accept him? This child is extremely talented and will never let down your reputation as a martial arts legend. The Devil Lord bowed and said respectfully. The boy was slightly thin and had a fair complexion. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes as he stared at Zhang Chongsheng without any fear. Su Tianji passed by with a broom and teased, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the famous Devil Lord? To think he would send someone to Longqi Temple. It seems like you've also realized that the martial arts of the Devil Sects are not enough. The Devil Lord ignored him and maintained his bowing posture. He pretended not to know Zhang Chongsheng and only came because of his reputation. Zhang Chongsheng sized up the boy and discovered that his muscles and bones were indeed outstanding. They were not as firm and pure as Ping'an's. They were filled with spirituality, and as he breathed, his pores subconsciously absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, even though it was very weak. Zhang Chongsheng asked, what's his name and what's his relationship with you? The Devil Lord hastily answered, his name is Huang Chuan, and he is my grandson. His parents have passed away, and I am already old. I don't know how long I can live. In the future, he will be alone, so I hope that Deist Master will pity him. Ping'an moved closer. He was only 6 years old, but he looked tall and strong than Huang Chuan. He, accompany me, play, fight. Ping'an grabbed Huang Chuan's shoulder and smiled. Huang Chuan frowned. He wanted to shake off Ping'an's hand, but he could not move his shoulder. What great strength! Huang Chuan was furious. He punched Ping'an's chest. Ping'an released his grip and took 4 steps back. He rubbed his chest. He did not feel any pain. Instead, he revealed an even more excited expression and pounced on Huang Chuan again. The two teenagers started fighting just like that. Ping'an relied on brute force without any reservations. Huang Chuan had obviously learned martial arts before, as his footwork was elegant. He could dodge and attack at the same time, but his punches and kicks could not hurt Ping'an, who was as strong as a bull. Su Tianji stopped and watched the battle with interest. The Devil Lord was shocked by Ping'an's talent. What was the background of this kid? He was confident in Huang Chuan's talent. In the Devil Sect, no one under the age of 15 was his opponent. That was why he dared to look for Zhang Chongsheng. He did not expect to be suppressed by a silly kid the moment he arrived. Go down the mountain. I'll take him as my third disciple. Zhang Chongsheng stared at the two youths and said. The Devil Lord came back to his senses, hastily saluted, and then turned to leave. He did not turn back to look at Huang Chuan. When Huang Chuan saw that he had left, Huang Chuan immediately became anxious and shouted, Grandfather! Don't go! Huang Chuan wanted to chase after him, but he was hugged by his waist and thrown to the ground. He could not move. He could only watch as the Devil Lord walked out of the courtyard and disappeared. The young him could not help but shed tears. Wang Chen could not bear it and walked over to drag Ping'an away. He taught him a lesson that he should not have used so much strength. Ping'an did not know anything and only knew how to twist his head and giggle. Zhang Chongsheng came to Huang Chuan and squatted down. He wiped his tears and smiled. Why? Are you going to lie on the ground and cry? When Huang Chuan heard that, he immediately got up and stubbornly turned his head away. He looked in the direction the Devil Lord left and remained silent for a long time. Zhang Chongsheng stood up and touched Huang Chuan's head. Huang Chuan trembled, but he did not dodge. On the way here, the Demon Lord had already explained the situation to him. He wanted to acknowledge the current legend of the martial arts world as his teacher. This was a huge opportunity that he had to strive for. Longqi Temple should also nurture a group of disciples that can support its reputation. Zhang Chongsheng silently thought of Meng Chu's Huang, Qingku, Wan Li and Min Jiahu's mediocre talent, making it difficult for the temple to produce any outstanding talents. Huang Chuan was different. He was only 7 years old, but he already had the skills of a third-rate expert. Once he learned internal arts, his martial arts would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Zhang Chongsheng asked Wang Chen to arrange accommodation for Huang Chuan before he glanced at Su Tianji. Su Tianji shivered in fright and hastily lowered his head to sweep the floor. He muttered in his heart, Oh my God, the Devil Lord actually has such a grandson. In the future, he will definitely be famous in the pugilistic world. As a sect master, he naturally paid attention to geniuses. However, no matter how envious he was, he did not dare to snatch people from Zhang Chongsheng. At that point, there was another person in the courtyard. In the blink of an eye. 2 months passed. The summer was coming. Zhang Chongsheng was cultivating under the earth spirit tree, enjoying the spiritual energy. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes and revealed a strange expression. The seventh prince, Zhang Yu, was personally sending little King Wei here and had already ascended the mountain path. There was also someone following behind Zhang Yu. It was not the Fortune Buddha or the 13 assassins of the sky, but it was an unfamiliar expert whose true qi could compare to Su Tianji. That was not what surprised him. What surprised him was that Zhang Yu was more than twice as strong as Su Tianji. How could a true expert in the divine state become so powerful even after absorbing Zhang Yuan's strength? Chapter 35, 5 Grand Masters, Long Lose Strength. The last time he met the seventh prince, Zhang Yu, he was still a young man. He brought Meng Kaihui here to cause trouble. Even though they did not become enemies, it would not make Zhang Chongsheng have a favorable impression of him. After all, Zhang Ming had given him many gifts for the same actions. Right now, Zhang Yu had begun to display the domineering aura of an emperor. The emperor recuperated all day long and was almost caught by him. The Yang family had also bowed their heads. As for the Hong family, they had been executed along with Hong Lai's rebellion and their entire family was implicated. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhang Yu brought little King Wei into the courtyard. He released his grip, and after little King Wei bowed to Zhang Chongsheng, he went to play with Ping'an. Zhang Chongsheng invited Zhang Yu to sit down at the stone table in the courtyard with a person following behind him. This person was dressed in purple and held a sword in his hand. His gaze landed on Su Tianji who was grinding not far away. Hua Jiangzhen waited on the eaves in the distance. As a member of the white-robed guards, she did not have to follow Zhang Yu. She only had to protect little King Wei in the dark. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "It has been quite some time since we last met. Thank you, Daoist Master, for teaching Xiu these past few years. I am very satisfied with the growth of his martial arts skills. Daoist Master, you are indeed worthy of your reputation as a martial arts legend." Xiu was the name of little King Wei, and it was given to him by Zhang Yuan. Naturally, Zhang Chongsheng responded humbly to Zhang Yu's politeness. Zhang Yu began to talk about the world of martial arts. In his early years, he had also roamed the world of martial arts and yearned for it. There are 5 great grandmasters in the martial arts world of Great Jing. With the addition of the Daoist Master, there are now 6 of them. Grandmaster is not in a realm, but a term that is used to refer to the best in the martial arts world. Ordinary martial artists regard the spiritual sense realm as a top expert, but they don't know that there are higher realms like the heavenly arrival realm and the divine realm. Grandmasters are the same as you. They don't care about worldly affairs. They will only take action if someone causes them trouble. However, compared to the 5 great grandmasters, you are very young. Your future achievements must be above them. Zhang Yu lamented. After obtaining his father's true qi, his strength had increased greatly, but he still could not see through Zhang Chongsheng. He had asked the white-robed guards to investigate Longqi Temple, but they did not find any other experts. In other words, as the rumors said, Daoist Master Chongsheng was indeed talented and relied on his own cultivation to comprehend. As the crown prince, Zhang Yu naturally would not suppress him and would try to rope him in. As he spoke, Zhang Yu began to talk about ancient Han. It turned out that the reason why ancient Han could reverse the situation was because 3 extremely powerful grandmasters had appeared, all of whom were invincible. Most of their roles were to take the heads of generals among thousands of troops and horses. Zhang Chongsheng frowned and asked, "Why didn't Great Jing's grandmasters take action?" Zhang Yu said helplessly, "The martial arts world has its rules. Moreover, they are old. They were not born in the Jing dynasty, but in the Chu dynasty. Ever since the Jing dynasty was founded, the 5 great grandmasters have been in seclusion, not caring about worldly affairs. Father also sent someone to invite them, but he was rejected. Grandmasters are powerful. Even if we send troops to encircle and suppress them, they cannot be dealt with. Therefore, we cannot afford to offend them." The Jing dynasty was faced with an awkward situation. Most of the experts still regarded themselves as part of the Chu dynasty. The devil sect used to be at the forefront, so they suffered the most suppression. Speaking of the Chu dynasty, Zhang Yu was even more talkative. There were still cities of the Chu dynasty in the western region, located in the middle of the Great Jing and another dynasty. He praised the customs and etiquette of the Chu dynasty. Zhang Yu's attitude made Zhang Chongsheng mumble in his heart. What did this guy mean? As the crown prince, shouldn't he hate the Chu dynasty? Zhang Chongsheng felt that something was amiss, but he could not ask directly. Zhang Yu suddenly smiled and asked, Daoist Master, which do you think is better, the Chu dynasty or the Jing dynasty? Zhang Chongsheng said, I've never lived in the Chu dynasty, so I won't comment if I don't have anything good to say. Zhang Yu smiled and said, that's true. In fact, some things should also be passed down. Alright, it's time for me to leave. Daoist Master, let's talk again next time. He stood up and left with the purple-robed man. Taking advantage of the fact that Su Tianji was not in the courtyard, Wang Chen came over and whispered, Daoist Master, the mother of the seventh prince, Consort Li, is the last princess of the Chu dynasty. It is understandable that he has a favorable impression of the Chu dynasty. Zhang Chongsheng said calmly, I see. Even so, he is about to become the emperor of the Jing dynasty, so he should not praise the previous dynasty like that. Wang Chen frowned and felt that it made sense. Zhang Chongsheng said, he mentioned that the five grandmasters did not wish to assist the Jing dynasty because they were from the Chu dynasty. How do you think he should resolve the problem of the three grandmasters of ancient Han? Wang Chen's expression changed drastically. He was so angry that his chest heaved as he whispered, he wouldn't dare. Father, the emperor is still here. Zhang Chongsheng said, but the emperor won't live for long. Wang Chen was silent and his hands clenched into fists in his sleeves. In the 36th year of the Jing dynasty, the fourth prince, Zhang Yu, led 100,000 elites to raid the border of ancient Han. With the help of the former supreme martial artist, Zhong Tianyu, he marched in and killed more than 300,000 enemies, ushering in the largest victory in the war against ancient Han in years. The emperor was overjoyed and conferred Zhang Yu as King Qin, becoming the second member of the royal family to be conferred the title of king. Zhang Yuan was afraid of the royal family conferring the title of king. The fact that Zhang Yu could be conferred the title of king showed the importance of this achievement. The world was jubilant, as if they had seen the hope of victory. This year, Zhang Ziyu and Ping'an were 7 years old. Zhang Ziyu had already displayed his powerful martial arts talent, and he could even draw with Huang Chuan, who was a year older than him. This made Su Tianji call them two little devils. At noon, Zhang Ziyu went up the mountain accompanied by Hua Jiangzhen with a fuming expression. Master, my brother was sent to the Holy Land by my father to cultivate martial arts. Before he left, he flaunted to me that the Mahayana Dragon Tower he went to was powerful. He also said if you are inside, you are nothing. Zhang Ziyu angrily said, Master, you must be more powerful than those from the Mahayana Dragon Tower, right? Zhang Chongsheng rubbed his head and said with a smile, how would I know? I have never seen the experts from the Mahayana Dragon Tower. Just practice martial arts well. The height of martial arts depends on your own efforts. Zhang Ziyu nodded heavily and turned to leave. Su Tianji walked over and said, Daoist Master, I've heard of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. It's said that 2 of the 5 grandmasters of the martial arts world have obtained the inheritance of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. The Mahayana Dragon Tower has stood tall on this land for thousands of years and has experienced many dynasties. Its foundation is unfathomable. Moreover, they come and go like ghosts and rarely do their disciples roam the world. Zhang Chongsheng asked, then can you say something useful? Ever since he became a martial arts legend, Tru Chi often surged past the foot of Longqi Mountain, including the Fortune Buddha and the 13 Assassins of the Sky. Evidently, the Mahayana Dragon Tower was curious about his martial arts, but since there was no grudge between the two sides, they did not offend Longqi Temple. Su Tianji's expression stiffened. All of a sudden, he thought of something and clapped his hands. I've been to the Western region before. I learned my immortal deity technique from the Western region. In the Western region, I have also heard of the reputation of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. Many tribes even worship the Mahayana Dragon Tower as gods. Western region? Zhang Chongsheng was deep in thought. Zhang Yu had asked his eldest son to go to the Mahayana Dragon Tower to study, which practically meant that he had already internally chosen his eldest son as the future crown prince. For example, Zhang Yuan only recommended the 7th prince to go there. However, his eldest son could not hold back and flaunted it to Zhang Ziyu. Perhaps Zhang Ziyu's halo was too strong. The reincarnation of the golden-winged great rock. Born as a king. The disciple of a martial arts legend. See, even so, Zhang Ziyu did not obtain Zhang Yu's greatest favor. The concept of the eldest son of the first wife was deeply rooted. Even if there were concubines who seized the throne, the next generation would still favor the eldest son of the first wife. What happened in the previous case was because Zhang Yuan was being influenced by the Mahayana Dragon Tower and had no choice. Seeing that he was deep in thought, Su Tianji did not disturb him and went to spar with his 3 kids. It was impossible to lose to a child. Late at night, a figure snuck into Zhang Changshen's room. It was Hua Jiangxin. Hua Jiangxin placed her sword on the table and came to the bed. He sat beside Zhang Chongsheng and said, "Recently, I heard some special news in the estate." Zhang Chongsheng did not open his eyes and said, "Tell me." Hua Jiangxin said, "Zhang Yu wants to restore the Chu dynasty." Zhang Chongsheng opened his eyes and asked, "Is that true?" Hua Jiangxin whispered, "I can't be sure for the time being, but there are more and more Chu people in the mansion. Even Consort Li, who was banished to the cold palace, has moved to the mansion. In fact, it can be seen that the Chen family relied on Zhang Yu. The Chen family used to be a family of the Chu dynasty." Zhang Chongsheng muttered to himself, "What is he after?" Even though he had already guessed it, Zhang Chongsheng still felt that it was ridiculous after confirming it. "How dare he?" Hua Jiangxin said helplessly, "I saw Zhang Yu. Even though he is skilled in martial arts, he does not have the heroic spirit of an emperor. He is more like a puppet." He felt that he was powerless to reverse the situation, so he wanted to recover the Chu dynasty and invited the 5 grandmasters to fight against ancient Han. The strength of a powerful martial artist is really terrifying. Zhang Yu once led the 13 assassins of the sky to the battlefield, but after returning, they were all severely injured and recuperated for half a year. Zhang Chongsheng was speechless. How cowardly! Why didn't Zhang Yu ask for help from the Mahayana Dragon Tower? Could it be that this was also the wish of the Mahayana Dragon Tower? Since they wanted to restore the Chu dynasty, why would they support Zhang Yuan to establish a dynasty? He suddenly remembered that Zhang Yuan relied on the Yang family to establish the dynasty. However, after the dynasty was founded, the Mahayana Dragon Tower wanted to control the Jing dynasty, so they took action. Could it be that Zhang Yuan was disobedient and caused the Mahayana Dragon Tower to dislike the Jing dynasty? What do you intend to do? Hua Jiangxin asked softly. Zhang Chongsheng said, "Naturally, we want our son to be the emperor. No matter who obstructs us, it's useless. My previous actions are not only against the actions of the emperor, but also against the power behind the imperial power. Since that power wants to interfere with Great Jing, just wait." Hua Jiangxin frowned and said, "The Mahayana Dragon Tower is really powerful. There are no less than 20 Heaven Arrival Realm experts sent to Zhang Yu's side. I never imagined there would be so many experts in the martial arts world. The higher you stood, the more terrifying it was." Zhang Chongsheng looked at the bright moon outside the window and said, "There's still time." The reason why he played low was because he could not gauge the strength of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. At the same time, he wanted Zhang Ziyu to possess the status of a prince in advance and rope in his faction. He was already very close to the 6th level of the Dao technique. When he reached the 6th level, he should be able to overturn the Mahayana Dragon Tower. When he had just reached the 5th level, he was already comparable to a true god. Right now, his cultivation had far exceeded when he had just broken through. He was confident that he could deal with more than 10 true gods. Once he broke through, it should not be difficult to kill 100 true gods. Hua Jiangxin no longer reminded him and quietly sat beside Zhang Chongsheng. Even though the two of them were husband and wife in name, they were not really husband and wife. She admired and revered Zhang Chongsheng and was already very satisfied with her current life. She did not dare to have any delusions. Zhang Chongsheng suddenly said, "Have you had any doubts about practicing the heavenly scripture of the universe recently?" Hua Jiangxin was overjoyed and hastily said, "Yes." "Tell me." The moonlight was hazy, and the cool breeze was bleak. Zhang Changshen's spiritual force covered the room, preventing any sound from leaking out. If someone approached, he would be the first to notice it. Therefore, he was not worried about revealing his relationship with Hua Jiangxin. Chapter 36, Legendary Sword Freak Wants a Battle, Taking Sword Technique. Even though Zhang Yu had the intention to revive the Chu dynasty, he did not dare to act rashly. After all, the emperor had yet to pass away and the officials were not completely united. Since he was not anxious, Zhang Chongsheng was naturally not anxious either. Focusing on cultivation was the right path. Spring passed and autumn came. 37 years after the founding of the dynasty, the war between the Great Jing dynasty and ancient Han continued. However, the war changed from a huge war to a small one. Both sides were tired of fighting and wanted to take the opportunity to recuperate. In the courtyard, the 9-year-old Huang Chuan was currently sparring with Wan Li. He used the 9 seeking heavenly dragon steps and struck out with his palm. His true chi turned into thin needles that shot towards Wan Li. Jade pure meridian piercing needle. With a wave of his sleeve, Wan Li dispersed all the needles of true chi. Huang Chuan pounced on him and kicked Wan Li's chest, forcing him back. Applause could be heard from the side. Su Tianji stood at the entrance of the courtyard with a shoulder pole and praised, "Huang Chuan, you're really a martial arts prodigy. Even I am inferior to you. Do you want to go down the mountain and become the sect master of the Giwan divine sect in the future? I'm willing to give up my position to you." Huang Chuan stopped and panted heavily. He ignored Su Tianji and said to Wan Li, "I'm not fighting anymore." He was very helpless. He had too little true chi. After continuously displaying a set of martial arts, his true chi was lacking and even his physical strength had been hollowed out. If he continued to fight, he would lose. As he swept the floor, Wang Chen lamented, "You're still young. What's the hurry?" Huang Chuan gritted his teeth and said, "I want to send my grandfather on his last journey. He said that I am not allowed to go down the mountain to look for him before I reach the heavenly arrival realm." Stunned, Wang Chen shook his head and continued to sweep the floor. My turn, my turn. Hee. Ping'an suddenly jumped over from the side and said excitedly to Wan Li. Wan Li's smile stiffened. Before he could react, Ping'an pounced on him. He had no choice but to take on the attack. Every time he received a hit, he felt extreme pain. Ping'an's martial arts skills were very bad and could not be compared to Zhang Ziyu and Huang Chuan at all. However, his strength was really fierce and his reaction speed was also extremely exaggerated. There was only one feeling when fighting against him. Pain. Under the earth spirit tree, Zhang Chongsheng quietly looked at them. It seems like talent is indeed crucial. No one else except for Huang Chuan and Ping'an can automatically absorb the spiritual energy emitted by the earth spirit tree, so their strength increases extremely quickly. Zhang Chongsheng thought silently. After nurturing it for so many years, the earth spirit tree could already produce spiritual energy. Other than Zhang Chongsheng who could absorb spiritual energy to cultivate, Ping'an and Huang Chuan could also do it. Even though their speed was far inferior to Zhang Chongsheng, they could do it unconsciously. Most martial artists trained by using their physical body to stimulate their true chi, not by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Since Ping'an and Huang Chuan could do it, it meant that there were other martial artists who could do it. However, such a person was one in a million. Even though martial artists could also absorb spiritual energy, Zhang Chongsheng still felt that the path of immortal cultivation was stronger and deeper. At that moment, Minjiu ran into the courtyard. "Daoist Master, someone has come to challenge you again. The other party claims to be Taishi Kaihujian. I heard from senior brother Qing Ku that Taishi Kaihujian is a legendary figure in the martial arts world." Hearing the name Taishi Kaihujian, Su Tianji was moved. Su Tianji muttered, "That old bastard has also appeared. Interesting." Zhang Chongsheng could sense Taishi Kaihujian's true chi, which was similar to Su Tianji's, but there was a sharp aura around him. Sword intent. Coupled with this sword intent, Su Tianji was probably not his opponent. Zhang Chongsheng stood up and revealed a faint smile. The survival reward had arrived. In the past 2 years, there would occasionally be experts who came to challenge them, but they were too weak to trigger the survival reward. After waiting for 2 years, a real expert finally came. Zhang Changshen's heart was filled with anticipation. When he passed by Su Tianji, the latter could not help but remind him, "Daoist Master, Taishi Kaihujian is not a great man. He comes from another dynasty. However, 40 years ago, during the war, he defeated all the swordsmen in the Chu dynasty and left behind legends of the sword Dao. You have to be careful. The strength of an old fart like him is unimaginable. Moreover, swordsmen can often unleash power stronger than their true chi realm." Other dynasties? Zhang Chongsheng nodded slightly and walked out of the courtyard. The others were interested and followed him. Wan Li also took the opportunity to slip away. No one fought with Ping'an, making him was furious. He paused and quickly followed. A large number of disciples had gathered in front of the gate. There were also a few devotees were among them. A figure stood on the steps in front of the mountain gate. It was an old man in a raincoat with a rusty bronze sword in his hands. Behind him was the blue sky, and the breeze blew his raincoat. Taishi Kaihujian had a head full of white hair and looked slightly messy. His wrinkled face looked as if he could no longer open his eyes. Even so, he radiated a powerful aura that no one dared to look down on. Taishi Kaihujian, have you heard of this name? I've heard of it. I followed senior brother Qing Ku around the martial arts world and saw the records of Taishi Kaihujian in the sword pavilion. He ran wild for 20 years and had never tasted defeat. He defeated 1,327 swordmen, and that was 40 years ago. He was invincible 40 years ago. I heard that some martial artists become more demonic the older they get. There are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this world, but they are definitely not our Daoist Master's opponent. Our Daoist Master is now a martial arts legend. Zhong Tianyu, Su Tianji and the Divine Monk of Pine Lake have yet to obtain such a title. The disciples discussed among themselves. Even though they were amazed by Taishi Kaihujian's reputation, they still trusted Zhang Chongsheng. The Daoist Master is here. Someone shouted and the disciples immediately made way. Taishi Kaihujian slowly opened his eyes. His turbid eyes were lifeless. However, when Zhang Chongsheng walked into his line of sight, his eyes emitted a cold glint. Zhang Chongsheng walked to the front and confronted Taishi Kaihujian alone. Taishi Kaihujian said, I hope this is my last battle. If I die under the Taihang sword, it will live up to its reputation as one of the top 10 swords. Zhang Chongsheng said, I am not a swordsman, but if you wish to die here, it is not impossible. Taishi Kaihujian narrowed his eyes and his right hand began to grasp the hilt of the sword. The disciples of Longqi Temple were excited when they heard Zhang Changshen's words. Their Daoist master was usually gentle, but once he faced the enemy, he would only become more domineering. At the very least, his aura would not lose. Su Tianji looked at Taishi Kaihujian with sympathy. He believed that Zhang Chongsheng would kill him. He did not have the righteousness and mercy of a Daoist priest at all. Taishi Kaihujian raised his sword with one hand and coldly said, Junior, you are very confident, just like I was back then. However, even though I want to die, no one has been able to satisfy me after walking for 100,000 miles. He raised his bronze sword and pointed it at Zhang Chongsheng. In an instant, an extremely powerful aura exploded, making everyone's heart palpitate. The wind between heaven and earth stopped abruptly. In the distance, Zhang Yu, who was dealing with the memorials, raised his head and looked out the window with a frown. This sword intent, which expert came to the capital? Zhang Yu asked, and a female voice sounded from outside. Sword freak, Taishi Kaihujian. Taishi Kaihujian? Zhang Yu frowned and said, I saw his sword in the Dragon Tower. Is he still alive? The female voice followed suit. All these years, Taishi Kaihujian came from Taiking, seeking death all the way, but he did not die. Instead, he killed many powerful swordsmen, and his strength is unfathomable. His goal this time is the martial arts legend of today. Zhang Yu snorted and looked away as he continued to process the memorials. Zhang Chongsheng held the hilt of the Taihang sword in his left hand and the horsetail whisk in his right. He chuckled and said, Your sword intent is very strong. Among the swordsmen I have ever seen in my life, you are the strongest. In order to respect your strength, I will do my best. He could sense that Taishi Kaihujian only had a trace of vitality left, and he was completely forcing himself. God knew how he forcefully endured. Taishi Kaihujian suddenly released his grip and the bronze sword hung in the air. Strands of energy visible to the naked eye overflowed from his body and surrounded the blade. This sword is called Startling Strike. As soon as Taishi Kaihujian finished speaking, the bronze sword suddenly shot out. Everyone only heard an ear-piercing roar. With a flash of the sword, the bronze sword rushed over. Standing behind Zhang Chongsheng, all of them could sense the aura of death. Even Su Tianji was moved. Boom! The bronze sword collided with Zhang Chongsheng, but it was blocked by an invisible barrier. The strong wind caused the robes of the disciples behind them to bulge as they subconsciously covered their faces with their arms. All of a sudden, the bronze sword bounced off and then rushed towards Taishi Kaihujian at an even faster speed. Pfft! Taishi Kaihujian's chest was pierced and blood splattered everywhere. The bronze sword flew back in an arc in the air and leaped over his head before stabbing into the stone steps in front of him. The blade of the sword trembled. Taishi Kaihujian widened his eyes. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. This old man finally saw a faster sword. Taishi Kaihujian muttered to himself and a smile appeared on his face. With a plop, he half knelt and held the hilt of his sword with both hands. He lowered his head and spat out blood. After coughing a few times, he stopped moving. The others came back to their senses and looked at Taishi Kaiujian in disbelief. How terrifying was Taishi Kaiujian's momentum? Did he die just like that? Su Tianji swallowed his saliva and thought that he must not offend Zhang Chongsheng in the future. Huang Chuan looked at Zhang Chongsheng with admiration. Was this the strength of a martial arts legend? Even though he did not see how Zhang Chongsheng attacked, he could clearly sense how powerful Taishi Kaiujian was. Such a powerful figure had been instantly killed by his master. Zhang Chongsheng turned around and said, "Open a piece of land halfway up the mountain and erect a stone tablet for Taishi Kaiujian. From now on, any martial arts expert who dies from a challenge can erect a stone tablet." Meng Chu's Huang gulped and nodded. Even though this was not the first time she had seen Zhang Chongsheng attack, she was still shocked every time. How powerful was this junior brother of hers? After returning to the room, Zhang Chongsheng had just sat down when a notification appeared before his eyes. 37th year of the Jing dynasty, the sword freak Taishi Kaiujian requested for a fight. He fought to the death and you killed him. You survived a calamity and obtained the survival reward. Martial art, taking sword technique. It seemed like his taking sword technique would appear in the future. Zhang Chongsheng thought to himself. However, he was not too surprised because it was a martial arts technique. One sword freak was not enough. When would 10 sword freaks come? Zhang Chongsheng sighed with emotion and began to inherit the taking sword technique. He realized that the taking sword technique was not as bad as he had imagined. It was definitely a unique skill. The news of Taishi Kaiujian dying in battle at Longqi Temple quickly spread throughout the martial arts world, adding another achievement to the legend. In the next few months, no more experts came to challenge him. Until the 38th year of the Jing dynasty. Zhang Chongsheng finally sensed that he was about to break through. He stopped his cultivation and did not break through directly. Instead, he checked his incense points. Current incense points, 1021. Chapter 37, Internal Strife in the Jing Dynasty, Starting the Tribulation Transcendence. 1021 people now worshipped him. So few. Zhang Chongsheng lamented internally. Even though he had transcended the lightning tribulation, White Dragon appeared, and coupled with the reputation of a martial arts legend, the number of believers had grown very slowly. It was mainly because the information in this world was not transmitted well. It was all passed down by word of mouth and could not be witnessed with one's own eyes. He wondered how much of the power of the heavenly tribulation this bit of incense value could offset. According to the novels and legends Zhang Chongsheng had read in his previous life, transcending the tribulation was not easy. Cultivation was a battle against the heavens, and most people would die on the way. Precisely because Zhang Chongsheng had an unlimited lifespan, he had to be even more careful. If he were to die from the heavenly tribulation, it would be a huge loss. He had to think of a way to increase his incense points. In that case, it would be safer. In any case, there were no powerful enemies that he could not resist for the time being. If he was attacked during the tribulation, it would be very bad. Therefore, he had to think of a way to reduce the difficulty of the tribulation. Zhang Chongsheng began to think about how to show off, how to build up his image. A few days later, Zhang Chongsheng developed a batch of talismans and handed them to Meng Chu's Huang. He told his disciples to bring them with them the next time they traveled the martial arts world. If they encountered any danger, they could use this talisman to infuse their true qi into the talisman. Before they used it, they had to chant, "When the common people smear it, the human world has its own righteous energy that will last forever. By the immortal master, borrow the power of heaven and earth to slay evil and eliminate devils." It was very childish, but that was the only way to scare uneducated mortals. Zhang Chongsheng no longer cultivated. Instead, he focused on practicing the taking sword technique. A month later, the disciples of Longqi Guan went down the mountain. This time, the leader of the team was Wan Li and Minjiu, who had trained with Zhang Chongsheng since they were young. Even though they were not Zhang Changshen's disciples, Zhang Chongsheng had never mistreated them because he wanted to use them to cultivate the phantom god's eyes. However, due to their limited talent, they were still at the spiritual sense realm and could be considered top experts in ordinary Jianghu. Recently, more and more heaven arrival realm experts had appeared in Zhang Changshen's line of sight, but that was only because he was standing higher and higher. It was rare for ordinary martial artists to encounter heaven arrival realm experts, and even if they did, they would not notice it if the other party did not attack. Every disciple had Zhang Changshen's talisman paper, which made them full of confidence. After all, Qing Ku had used it before and it shocked the accompanying disciples. Other than that, Eunuch Li in the palace would come to Zhang Chongsheng every 3 months to ask for medicinal pills. Zhang Chongsheng was not stingy or perfunctory. He took out the medicinal pills he had concocted and tried his best to prolong Zhang Yuan's life and buy time for Zhang Xiu, who was little King Wei. He had secretly followed behind Eunuch Li and found out that he did not take the medicinal pill. It seemed like he was really loyal to Zhang Yuan. A year passed quickly. It was the 39th year of the Jing dynasty, and ancient Han had yet to start a war. The provincial governor of the northern prefecture, who was close to ancient Han, launched a rebellion and killed the officials planted by the imperial court. In a short month, he unified the prefecture and recruited troops and horses without restraint, declaring that the emperor of Great Jing was cruel and heartless and that the people were suffering. He wanted to rebuild the 13 prefectures and restore peace to the people. Great Jing was completely shaken, and the world was in an uproar. In the throne room, the 7th prince, Zhang Yu, was furious. He cursed at the provincial governor. The old and weak Zhang Yuan sat on the dragon throne in a daze. All of a sudden, a trace of fear surfaced in his heart. It was the fear he did not feel when he was defeated by ancient Han. Great Jing might not live to the next generation, or even this generation. Zhang Yuan looked at Zhang Yu who was cursing incessantly in the hall and the civil and military officials who lowered their heads. All of a sudden, he felt that he could not die just like that. Zhang Yu did not have the skills of an emperor, and the 3 provinces and 6 ministries only submitted to him on account of the crown prince. Generals, who will go flatten the Shenzhou province? Zhang Yu asked directly without even asking for Zhang Yuan's opinion. The generals lowered their heads one after another. No one dared to answer. The Shenzhou province was close to ancient Han. No matter who went, they would be attacked by 2 armies. That would be courting death. Zhang Yu's gaze swept across the 2 military officers he had promoted, but they all bowed their heads in the same way, which almost angered him to death. Pass down my decree. The armies of Shenzhou and Hangzhou are under the control of King Qin. King Qin can recruit soldiers on his own. Within a year, we must quell the chaos in the Shenzhou province. Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke. He spoke slowly, but he exuded an irresistible domineering aura. Even though half of his body was about to be buried, the prestige of Great Emperor was still there. The Great Emperor Jing who swept across the 13 prefectures was still there. Zhang Yu was moved and his expression was ugly. Even though he was already the crown prince, Zhang Yu had resisted ancient Han like a god of war all these years and was already the hope of all the citizens in the world. Once his contributions were too great, his position as the crown prince might not be stable. After all, King Qin was older than him. No one dared to refute Zhang Yuan's words and they even breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to hand it over to King Qin, Zhang Yu. That kid was a boorish man and would definitely accept it. Compared to making contributions, the civil and military officials were more afraid of sending themselves to their deaths. Green hills stretched endlessly, and there was a small bridge with flowing water. There was an inn on the mountain. Daoist Master Kingxiu sat at the table and drank tea. A young Daoist priest followed him. He looked to be in his early teens. Have you heard? Recently, the disciples of Longqi Temple have been wandering around the world with immortal Master Changshen's talismans in their hands. Any one of them can display the lethality of a top expert. I have indeed heard of it. Daoist Master Chongsheng is indeed an immortal master. In any case, I have never heard of a second person in the world who could develop such a talisman. I heard that some sects have gone to the capital to purchase a large number of immortal masters' talismans. Daoist Master Chongsheng won't sell it, right? After all, Longqi Temple is a Daoist temple appointed by the emperor and enjoys the imperial court's salary. It doesn't lack money at all. When he heard the discussion of the other martial artists, the little Daoist looked at Daoist Master Kingxiu and asked in a low voice, Master, is Daoist Master Chongsheng really your disciple? Daoist Master Kingxiu blew away the steam on the teacup and said, it's just a status. His martial arts were not taught by me. In the past, I thought he had the guidance of an expert. But from the looks of it, he might have relied on himself. His talents are too great. It's not something ordinary people can compare to or even imagine. The little Daoist did not fully understand and asked, then is he really the reincarnation of an immortal god? Daoist Master Kingxiu said, perhaps. When you go to Longqi Temple in the future, use your own eyes to judge. The little deist revealed an expectant expression. At that moment, dust rose from afar and a large number of cavalry galloped over. The leader was Zhang Yu, who wore silver armor and a silver crown with phoenix wings. He had a burly figure and a handsome face. He held the horse rope in his left hand and a halberd in his right. Looking from afar, one could sense his domineering aura. Right now, Zhang Yu was the famous King Qin, the hope of the great Jing dynasty. That's the Qin king's army. From the looks of it, they're heading towards the Kanzhou province. Alas, His Majesty is so muddle-headed. Why did he appoint the 7th prince as the crown prince? King Qin was also born by the empress. After the crown prince died, he should be the eldest son of the first wife. Some of the swordsmen were indignant. These words had been recognized by others. The 7th prince did not display his talents after he oversaw the country, and the situation continued to deteriorate. Zhang Yu clearly had powerful martial arts, but he had always stayed in the capital and did not dare to lead an army like Zhang Yu. It was winter at the end of the year. Under the Earth Spirit Tree, Chen Li excitedly talked about Zhang Yu's achievements. 2 months after the conscription, King Qin personally went to the Shenzhou province to prove to the world that Great Jing was still the dynasty of the true dragon. The army of the Shenzhou provincial governor was not the Qin emperor's opponent at all. Gu Han sent 200,000 troops to support him, but they returned in defeat. Zhong Tianyu, the previous supreme of the martial arts world, was unstoppable. He killed his way into the provincial governor's mansion and was successfully beheaded him. I have to say, Zhong Tianyu is really strong. It's all thanks to him that King Qin can make contributions time and time again. Once a martial arts expert exhausts their true qi, they will also be exhausted to death. However, Zhong Tianyu is smart. Every time he attacks, he will attack the enemy's leader and severely damage their morale. Chen Li lamented. King Qin and Zhong Tianyu had proved to the world that the martial arts world and the army could be integrated. Zhang Chongsheng was also filled with emotions. He did not expect the two of them to be so close. Back then, the two of them were not on good terms when they first met. That was good too. With Zhong Tianyu here, the safety of Zhang Changshen's biological brother could be guaranteed. Even though King Qin is powerful, Great Jing lacks a wise ruler. Little King Wei, Zhang Ziyu, suddenly came over and said with a solemn expression. If these words were to spread out, he would certainly be beheaded. However, Chen Li was also extremely bold. He and Zhang Ziyu could be said to have hit it off at the first meeting. Chen Li even had a feeling that he was born many years too early. Chen Li smiled and asked, Your Highness, if you were the emperor, what would you do? Zhang Ziyu, who was almost 10 years old, said in all seriousness, Ancient Han is a desert and lacks resources. It is far inferior to Great Jing. Now that they have occupied many of Great Jing's territories, Great Jing should not be recuperating. Instead, we should be risking everything and vowing to defeat Ancient Han. As long as we scare them, the surrounding dynasties will not dare to invade. Imperial grandfather and father have underestimated the 13 prefectures. We are the divine land, and we have a large population. We have countless resources. As long as the emperor shows his determination, the world can naturally produce millions of soldiers. It is not difficult to recruit soldiers now, as we had yet to reach the maximum capacity. It's just that the Jing dynasty lacks the determination to mobilize the people. Chen Li lamented, Determination? How can it be so easy? The people only care about their food and clothing, unless it's to the extent of their country collapsing and their family dying. Zhang Ziyu put his hands on his hips and snorted. So we have to rely on the emperor. The will of the emperor is the will of the world. If the emperor is overcautious and afraid of everything, the people will naturally be the same. Chen Li felt that it made sense and could not help but nod. Back then, when he first met Zhang Yuan, he was convinced by his domineering aura. At that time, it was as if the entire world was under his feet and no dynasty could take him down. He turned to look at Zhang Chongsheng and said with a smile, Chongsheng, you've taught His Highness Wei well. He's so ambitious at such a young age. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and asked, when the 7th prince goes on stage in the future, who will your Chen family support? Chen Li was stunned and frowned. Zhang Ziyu waved his hand and said, Naturally, he supports me. My brother has gone to the holy land of the martial arts world to train in martial arts. When he comes back, he will not be used to the state and will only have martial arts. I am different. I am not only training in martial arts, but I am also learning the state. His words did not only apply to his brother, but also to the current crown prince. Ping'an leaned over and excitedly said, Li Shimin. You're Li Shimin. I'm Li Yuanba. Chen Li did not know about Li Shimin and Li Yuanba, but he did see hope in Zhang Ziyu. As long as he continued to grow, Zhang Ziyu might become the next Zhang Yuan. However, Zhang Ziyu was still too young, and his future was uncertain. Since ancient times, how many genius princes had died when they grew up? In the end, Chen Li did not give an answer, and Zhang Chongsheng was not in a hurry. It was indeed still early. That night, Zhang Chongsheng checked his incense points. Current incense points, 2,809. As expected, he still had to rely on swindling. Zhang Chongsheng happily thought. He decided to begin his breakthrough. He stood up and left the house. He flew on his sword and patrolled both inside and outside the capital. Once he confirmed that there were no experts, he would transcend the tribulation at Longqi Temple tomorrow and absorb a large amount of incense. Chapter 38, Soul Out of Body, comparable to the martial Dao universe realm. Zhang Chongsheng had been walking around for an entire night, and there was no expert in or outside the capital who could contend against him. The one with the strongest true qi in the city was Zhang Yu. At present, the two of them were on good terms, so it was impossible for Zhang Yu to attack him. After returning to the house, Zhang Chongsheng began to circulate his energy to reserve his spiritual energy so that he would not lack it. The moon set and the setting sun rose. The sun could be seen in the winter in the capital. Even though the scenery was chaotic all year round, the capital was still prosperous. For the citizens, the capital was the safest. Rumble. Thunder suddenly sounded and it resounded throughout the entire capital. Countless commoners, soldiers, and influential people turned around and saw dark clouds gathering on the mountaintop of Longqi Temple, turning into thunderclouds that churned. The snow that filled the sky melted and turned into mist that surrounded Longqi Temple, making it look like a place of immortals that was faintly discernible. Lightning was extremely conspicuous in the boundless fog, and it was even more spectacular in the cold winter. Is that Longqi Temple? Rumor has it that Daoist Master Chongsheng had once transcended the lightning tribulation. Could it be that he wants to do it again? Is that true? I thought it was just a rumor from Longqi Temple. It's true. A devotee witnessed Daoist Master Chongsheng floating in the air to resist lightning, just like an immortal. Today, I'd like to see if it's true or false. The citizens in the city were in a heated discussion. In the palace, Zhang Yuan walked out of the imperial study with the help of the Empress and looked at Longqi Temple in the distance. The Empress had taken the beauty pill, so she still looked young. However, Zhang Yuan looked to be in his 70s or 80s, and he had lost a lot of weight. He trembled as he walked. He said, that little priest is transcending the tribulation again. I am curious if he is really transcending the tribulation or if he is deliberately mystifying things. The Empress smiled and said, naturally, it's to deliberately mystify things. Martial arts practitioners don't need to undergo tribulation. Zhang Yuan said, I don't think he's deliberately mystifying things. Take the beauty pill for example. Don't you think it's magical? It's impossible for famous doctors and great Daoist masters in the world to produce such a pill. The Empress felt that it made sense and became more interested in Daoist Master Chongsheng. She said, Your Majesty, since you are so close to Daoist Master Chongsheng, when will you summon him into the palace for me to take a look? Zhang Yuan's gaze became fleeting as he said, it's time for him to meet you. At the same time, in Longqi Temple, Su Tianji, Wang Chen, and Huang Chuan were dumbstruck. Zhang Ziyu and Ping'an were extremely excited. All of them looked up at Zhang Chongsheng who was floating above the eaves. Zhang Chongsheng sat in the air, his robes fluttering. The Kailan horsetail whisk was placed flat on his legs. A bolt of lightning struck down, but it was isolated and dissipated by the invisible air shield on his body. The tribulation began. So the rumors are true. He really knows how to undergo lightning tribulation. What kind of martial arts is the heavenly scripture of the universe? Su Tianji muttered to himself. The way he looked at Zhang Chongsheng had changed, like a mortal looking up to an immortal. The disciples and devotees of Longqi Temple gathered outside the courtyard to watch the excitement. Many of the new disciples had never seen Zhang Chongsheng transcending the tribulation, so they were very excited. The last time he transcended the tribulation was 18 years ago. At that time, Zhang Chongsheng was 21 years old, and he was now 39 years old. Zhang Chongsheng ignored everyone's gaze and focused on transcending the tribulation. As more and more lightning bolts appeared, he began to feel pressure. The lightning tribulation of the 6th level was too terrifying. It far exceeded the previous tribulation. The deafening roar made everyone in Longqi Temple feel that the sky was about to collapse. The citizens in the city were also frightened, fearing that the lightning tribulation would fall on them. When Zhang Chongsheng saw that the might of the lightning tribulation had risen, he immediately began to use incense points to offset the might of the lightning tribulation. In an instant, specks of faint light emitted from his body and scattered above his head. It quickly formed a ball of fire that resisted the continuous bombardment of lightning. Zhang Chongsheng watched as the incense points began to decrease. With the fire above his head, he could temporarily retain his spiritual energy. No matter how powerful the lightning was, it could not break through the flames and hit him. He felt as if he was basking in the shade under a tree. However, he could not relax in front of everyone. He had to pretend to be powerful. Amazing! Even lightning bolts could not hit the Daoist Master. This lightning is not an illusion. What's the flame above Daoist Master's head? Is it formed by true qi? Perhaps this is what Daoists call the gathering of 3 flowers. We should call the Daoist Master an immortal master. We are not allowed to offend him. Hurry up and pay our respects. The disciples were discussing, and the devotees knelt down one after another, causing the disciples to follow suit. Zhang Ziyu was so excited that he did not notice the birthmark between his eyebrows shining with a faint golden light. Wang Chen lamented, "The realm of martial arts is hard to imagine. I underestimated it in the past." Su Tianji stood by his side and took a deep breath. Indeed, the realm of martial arts will never have a peak. Since ancient times, those immortals and gods were only the work of powerful martial artists. Ordinary people just can't believe that they can reach that height by relying on martial arts. The fact that Daoist Master is transcending the tribulation can only mean that his realm far exceeds what we have seen and heard. After surpassing the heaven arrival realm, Su Tianji thought that he was invincible. He was sure that he had surpassed the heaven oracle realm and reached a higher realm. At least in Great Jing, he had never seen anyone stronger than him. However, compared to Daoist Master Chongsheng, it was as if he had just embarked on the path of martial arts. Within the estate, Zhang Yu stood in the courtyard and looked at the spectacular lightning tribulation on Longqi Mountain. He frowned and asked, "Daoist Master Chongsheng has undergone his second lightning tribulation. Even though I don't know what martial arts he has trained in, can the Mahayana Dragon Tower suppress him if he were to become my enemy in the future?" Gui Lu, the leader of the 13 assassins, answered, "The Dragon Tower naturally has a deep foundation, but I'm not sure how strong that Daoist Master is. If your highness is worried, I can write a letter and ask the Dragon Tower to send a sage to test him." Zhang Yu shook his head and said, "Forget it. That would only infuriate him. Right now, he is Zia's teacher. Other than Chen Li, there are no other aristocrats who have contact with him. Even Zhang Yu has cut off contact with him. Perhaps he is really a person who seeks the Dao that transcends the secular world. Let's maintain the current situation." Gui Lu nodded. In fact, he felt that there was no need to test him. That was because Daoist Master Chongsheng was already very powerful and was not someone that could be stopped just because he wanted to. Moreover, with such an expert in the capital, the Zhang family's imperial power was safer. The lightning tribulation lasted for an hour before Zhang Chongsheng had no choice but to resist the lightning tribulation himself. Fortunately, he had survived the most difficult period. He could rely on himself to withstand the next part of the lightning tribulation. Su Tianji could no longer count how many lightning bolts Zhang Chongsheng had suffered. In any case, he admired Zhang Chongsheng to the extreme and regarded him as a god in his heart. About an hour later, the lightning tribulation finally ended and the vast heavenly might dissipated. Zhang Chongsheng began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without restraint. The branches of the earth spirit tree swayed as invisible and colorless spiritual energy surged towards Zhang Chongsheng, forming a whirlwind around him. His spiritual force began to soar. Another transformation. Zhang Chongsheng suddenly opened his eyes and discovered that he was floating in the air. He lowered his head and saw that his body was still below. "This is my soul leaving my body." Zhang Chongsheng was pleasantly surprised. The soul leaving one's body was one of the characteristics of immortal cultivation. He began to control his soul to float and found that he was like a fish in water and was exceptionally agile. When he landed in the courtyard, no one saw his soul. They were still looking at his body and discussing. No one could see his soul. Zhang Chongsheng flew into the city at an extremely fast speed, as if he was performing the sword control technique. He wandered around the capital, going through the sky and earth, passing through walls and people. It was a novel experience. At this moment, he really felt like he was cultivating. Suddenly, he stopped and hung in the air. His gaze landed on the palace in the distance. He saw a ball of yin qi floating above one of the palaces, which made him feel uncomfortable. What is that? Evil? There are secrets in the palace. Zhang Chongsheng frowned as he thought. He looked at the palace with confidence. He had passed by it when he barged into the palace at night, but no one lived inside. Forget it. He decided to consolidate his cultivation first. Zhang Chongsheng turned around and flew towards his body. He was very fast. After his soul entered his body, he only felt an itch and could not help but tremble. When he opened his eyes again, he had already taken control of his body. It was a good skill to leave one's body, especially when it came to obtaining intelligence. Zhang Chongsheng began to consolidate his cultivation. He noticed that the Dao pattern between Zhang Ziu's eyebrows was shining. Fortunately, it was very weak and everyone's attention was on him, so they did not notice anything unusual about Zhang Ziu. These Dao patterns might contain other profundities. Zhang Chongsheng thought to himself. He did not reveal his Dao patterns to avoid exposing their relationship. When the lightning tribulation dissipated, Meng Chu's Huang and Qing Ku began to disperse the disciples and devotees, leaving Zhang Chongsheng in peace. The birthmark between Zhang Ziu's eyebrows also returned to normal, and he was also dragged into the house by Wang Chen. Su Tianji watched for a while before he picked up his broom and left. He did not dare to disturb Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng was suspended in midair as he circulated his energy. Even until dusk, the spiritual energy in his body had yet to be filled, but it had exceeded 10 times the amount before his breakthrough. So powerful! Zhang Chongsheng was excited. After 18 years of bitter cultivation, he had finally broken through to the 6th level. Now, he should not have to fear the Mahayana Dragon Tower. At that moment, lines of words appeared before Zhang Changshen's eyes. 39 years after the founding of the dynasty, you have made progress in your cultivation and comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth. You have survived the 39 heavenly tribulations and obtained the survival reward. Secret technique, seal of reincarnation. Detected that you have received incense. As your cultivation method does not belong to the Dao of heaven and earth, you have 2 choices and can only choose one. 1. Give up on cultivation and your spiritual force will transform into the martial arts realm of this world, the universe realm. 2. Continue to cultivate. Immortals are above all living beings and are respected by all. The path of cultivation is to pursue the path of the heavenly Dao. You can activate the incense function. Naturally, he would continue to cultivate. Zhang Chongsheng made his choice without any hesitation and pondered about the universe realm. He did not know how much higher the universe realm was compared to the true God realm. In any case, he had never heard of the universe realm. Not to mention the universe realm, he had never even heard of any true God. However, the existence of a realm meant that someone had reached it. There must be a universe realm expert in this vast world. Zhang Chongsheng would not roam the world to search for the universe realm expert. He would stay in the Great Jing and cultivate in the novice village he had decided on while ruling the world. When little King Wei ascended the throne and became the emperor, he could ask the emperor to help him search the world if he needed any medicinal ingredients for pill refinement in the future. Then, he would be able to pursue the immortal Dao without any worries. One day, when the realm of martial arts could not correspond to the realm of cultivation, he would surpass the realm of martial arts and reach the realm of invincibility. When he was invincible, he would be free and happy and experience the joys of the world. Chapter 39, Hunted Down for Life, Hero's Tomb. As Zhang Chongsheng consolidated his cultivation, he checked the incense calculation function. Incense calculation, it can consume incense points to deduce the essence of things and cause and effect. The amount of incense points required depends on the degree of calculation. Current incense points, 0. Zhang Chongsheng asked internally, I want to know if I can easily suppress the Mahayana Dragon Tower. Requires 1000 incense points. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Insufficient incense value, calculation failed. Was there still a hint to continue? Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and focused on consolidating his cultivation. Late at night, he returned to his room and began to inherit the reincarnation seal. The word reincarnation sounded impressive. Furthermore, it was obtained from breaking through the 6th level of the lightning tribulation. The seal of reincarnation was a soul spell that could be imprinted on others. The reincarnation cycle was indestructible. After reaching the range of the divine consciousness, one could capture the other party's seal of reincarnation. Furthermore, it was hard for the enemy to detect this mark, making it a perfect tracking spell. What was this called? Track you down for an eternity? Zhang Chongsheng found it interesting. He thought of another magical use, and that was to use it on the people around him. This way, even if they crossed the cycle of reincarnation, he still had hope of finding them. As for who he would use it on, he would see in the future. If he were to use it for affection, it could only be used on people he was close to. In the next few days, the news of Daoist Master Chongsheng transcending the tribulation spread throughout the 13 prefectures. In an era of chaos, such deeds were not rare. Many people would fabricate myths for themselves to start a war and recruit disciples. After half a month, Zhang Changshen's incense value finally rose to 15. One day, Eunuch Li came to announce that the emperor had summoned Zhang Chongsheng to the palace. Zhang Chongsheng followed him down the mountain. When the disciples learned of this, they were all excited, thinking that the emperor was going to reward Longqi Temple again. After all, it was common knowledge that the emperor had a good relationship with Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng followed behind Eunuch Li and looked at his back, wondering if he should kill him. Speaking of which, it was ironic. All the aristocrats who switched him back then, with the exception of Eunuch Li, were all dead. They were all killed by the emperor. Especially when the devil sect caused trouble back then, the emperor took the opportunity to kill many people. At present, only Eunuch Li was still alive. Eunuch Li served Zhang Yuan all year round and did his best. Zhang Chongsheng wanted Zhang Yuan to live a few more years, so he did not attack him. Forget it. In the end, this old dog is also a puppet. When the emperor passes away, I'll give him a quick death. Zhang Chongsheng thought to himself. Eunuch Li did not know what he was thinking. From time to time, he would turn around and chat with him to avoid neglecting him. His attitude was very enthusiastic. Eunuch Li naturally knew Zhang Changshen's true identity and his heart was filled with emotions. If Daoist Master Chongsheng were still the crown prince, wouldn't Great Jing be better with his talent in martial arts? Daoist Master Chongsheng seemed to be a cultivator who did not care about worldly affairs, but many experts had died in his hands. His decisive personality was too similar to Zhang Yuan. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Eunuch Li also knew why Zhang Yuan wanted to swap Zhang Chongsheng. Some things could only rot in his stomach forever and there was no need to uncover them. An hour later, they entered the palace and came to the imperial study. Zhang Yuan was writing, and the empress was grinding ink on his inkstone. When she saw Zhang Chongsheng and Eunuch Li enter, she subconsciously looked up and was stunned. Your Majesty, Her Majesty, the Daoist Master of Longqi Temple has arrived. Eunuch Li bowed respectfully before he left and closed the door. The Empress looked at Zhang Chongsheng with a complicated gaze. She was obviously excited, but she restrained herself very well. Zhang Chongsheng cupped his hands and bowed. Daoist priest Chongsheng greets Your Majesty and the Empress. It seemed like the Empress already knew his real identity. However, at this point, Zhang Chongsheng no longer had any thoughts about recognizing them. He was already almost 40 years old, so why should he acknowledge them? Zhang Yuan put down the brush and looked up with a smile. Chongsheng, come and take a look. What do you think of my calligraphy? Zhang Chongsheng walked over and saw 6 words written on the long piece of paper. I am the will of heaven. Not bad. The strokes were sharp and stylish. Zhang Chongsheng praised truthfully. Zhang Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder and said, Unfortunately, I don't have many years left to live. Chongsheng, do you know painting and calligraphy? Come, let me see your handwriting. Zhang Chongsheng did not stand on ceremony. He had learned calligraphy in his early years and rarely had the chance to show off. Right now, there was nothing to hide in front of his biological parents. Zhang Yuan stepped aside. The Empress looked at Zhang Chongsheng with reddened eyes and quietly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Zhang Chongsheng held a brush in his hand and rolled up his left sleeve as he wrote. Zhang Yuan was also moved when he read it. All under the heavens is the land of the Emperor. Could it be that the Emperor? As Zhang Yuan read, his expression became complicated. These 4 lines were written with great strokes and there was a hidden killing intent at the end of each word. Looking at the words, Zhang Yuan saw the epic battles in the long river of history that eventually piled up into the image of a mighty emperor holding the country in his hand. The Empress praised, Daoist Master's handwriting is more domineering than Daoist Master's temperament, and it looks much better than His Majesty's. This poem is also pretty good. I will definitely frame this calligraphy and hang it in the imperial study in the future. Zhang Yuan lamented, it's indeed not bad. The Book of Longevity is one of the top 3 techniques in the world. Unfortunately, it did not enter the literary world. He suddenly had the same feeling as Eunuch Li. If he had not switched the crown prince back then, what would have happened? Ever since the 7th prince became the crown prince, his shortcomings began to show. In the past, he did not need to deal with state affairs. Relying on his ability to speak and his strong martial arts, coupled with the support of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, Zhang Yuan liked him very much. However, his level of governance was far inferior to the fake crown prince. He was clearly skilled in martial arts, but he was timid and afraid of losing his position as the crown prince. He had been hiding in the capital, unlike Zhang Yu who was fighting for glory. Zhang Changshen's talent was much better than Zhang Yu. The more Zhang Yuan thought about it, the more sour he felt. He held Zhang Changshen's hand and patted it repeatedly as he talked about the past. The Empress saw through his inner thoughts and her eyes became bitter. All these years, he had also told the Empress his opinion of Zhang Yu. After chatting for a while, Zhang Chongsheng wanted to ask Zhang Yuan why he had called for him. Chongsheng, who among the sons of the 7th prince can shoulder the position of the 3rd emperor of Great Jing? Zhang Yuan sat down and suddenly turned his head and asked. If it were in the past, Zhang Chongsheng would have been vague. But right now, he said bluntly, King Wei, Zhang Ziyu, was originally the son of the main wife and can be considered as the eldest son of the first wife. However, because the princess consort passed away prematurely and His Highness the Crown Prince re-established the princess consort, causing King Wei to no longer be the eldest son of the first wife. This is unfair. Moreover, King Wei is talented and intelligent. Not only is he talented in martial arts, but his personality and ambition are also incomparable to the other children of His Highness the Crown Prince. Zhang Yuan nodded. He also liked Zhang Ziyu. Coupled with his guilt towards Zhang Chongsheng, he had an idea. Zhang Yuan sighed and said, even though Ziyu is good, he has suffered a loss in terms of status. Moreover, his brother has the backing of a holy land in the martial arts world. It will be hard to compete in the future. If he has an expert backing him, I can pave the way for him. At this point, Zhang Chongsheng said, Longqi Temple is willing to support the King Wei. Zhang Yuan looked straight at him and he faced him calmly. The Empress said, I also like Ziyu, and Daoist Master Chongsheng is Ziyu's master. I will certainly support him. Your Majesty, why don't you pave the way for Ziyu? Zhang Yuan turned around and walked towards the door. He put his hands behind his back and sighed. Ziyu's mother died early and his family was also suppressed by Yu'er to the border. It's really difficult to support him in the capital. Let's see how long I can live. Chongsheng, go back and teach Ziyu well. Zhang Chongsheng cupped his hands and bowed before he prepared to leave. Chongsheng. Daoist Master. The Empress suddenly stopped Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng turned around and she hurriedly handed him the pastry box prepared for the Emperor on the table. Yu'er said that you like the pastries in the palace. Zhang Chongsheng did not stand on ceremony. He did miss the palace's desserts. Before he left, he felt compassion and used his spiritual energy to send a voice transmission to the Empress. The Empress widened her beautiful eyes and turned pale. Zhang Yuan walked out of the imperial study with his back facing her and did not notice the change in her expression. Zhang Chongsheng left. The Empress looked at his back with shock, but it soon turned into pleasant surprise and worry. In the end, she made up her mind and walked to Zhang Yuan to support him. After Zhang Chongsheng left the palace with Eunuch Li, the Empress said to Zhang Yuan, Your Majesty, I wish to betroth Minister Yang's granddaughter to the King Wei. Even though Minister Yang and I are both from the Yang family, our bloodlines are very far apart. If Your Majesty allows it, this matter can be discussed both internally and externally. Zhang Yuan was stunned. He looked at her in surprise and said, he is only Changshen's disciple. Are you willing to involve the Yang family? The Empress smiled and said, the Yang family should also find a backer. Your Majesty, all these years. I hope Your Majesty can fulfill my wish. Zhang Yuan felt uncomfortable when he heard that. The Yang family had indeed contributed greatly, and he had suppressed them badly over the years. Other than the Empress, Only Yang Che was still the Minister of Justice. The Empress was blaming him. When he thought about how he was about to die, what should the world do? Forget it. After the new year, I will issue a decree. Zhang Yuan sighed. The Empress said happily, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for fulfilling my wish." Snow fluttered and covered the entire palace, making it seem vast and boundless. A tender green tree bud suddenly sprouted from a gap in a corner. It was the 40th year of the Jing dynasty, and after the new year, King Qin, Zhang Yu, had completely taken control of the Kangzhou province. He had also won numerous battles against ancient Han, and the 13 provinces of the Jing dynasty were jubilant. Zhang Yu's prestige had skyrocketed, and there were even many who believed that he should be the crown prince. The new spring had just arrived. Longqi Temple welcomed uninvited guests. I am Yan Long. People in the martial arts world call me Killing Blade. I heard that Daoist Master Chongsheng is not an ordinary person and had set up a hero's tomb on Longqi Mountain. Today, Yan Long specially came to consult you. If I die in battle, I am willing to enter the hero's tomb to strengthen your reputation. A heroic voice resounded throughout Longqi Temple. His voice was so powerful that it was deafening. Su Tianji, who was massaging White Dragon, looked up and clicked his tongue in wonder. Another old fart has come. Interesting. It seems like the hero's tomb will become a legend in the martial arts world. Zhang Chongsheng opened his eyes and walked away with his sword while the others followed closely behind. Zhang Ziyu excitedly said to Huang Chuan, "Killing Blade, that sounds very powerful. How many moves can he exchange with Master?" Huang Chuan said proudly, "How many moves? It will definitely be like the end of the sword freak. Since he wants to die, let us fulfill his wish." Chapter 40, Killing God Magic Blade, Turning the Tide. Yan Long stood in front of the gate of Longqi Temple with a broadsword in his right hand that was stabbed into the stone steps. He was nearly 2 meters tall and wore black armor and black pants, revealing his strong arms. His face was weathered, but there was still arrogance between his brows. His long white hair casually draped over his shoulders, making him look like a lion. He looked to be more than 60 years old, but his physique had surpassed most young people. The disciples of Longqi Temple stood in rows in front of the small bridge, ready for battle. They were not nervous. Instead, they were excited. It was time for the Daoist Master to take action again. Soon, Zhang Chongsheng arrived and the disciples quickly made way. Zhang Chongsheng stopped and sized up Yan Long. His true chi was pretty good and he was indeed a hidden expert. After the death of the sword freak, how could ordinary martial artists dare to come up the mountain to challenge him? Those who could come were either top experts or people who were about to die. Evidently, Yan Long satisfied both criteria. Yan Long was also sizing up Zhang Chongsheng and was secretly shocked. This Daoist master was so young that he looked like a half-grown child. Had he really suppressed half of the martial arts world? All of a sudden, Yan Long saw Su Tianji with a broom in his hand and could not help but mock. The dignified sect master of the Giwan divine sect has been reduced to sweeping the floor. Su Tianji said disapprovingly, "Even though I sweep the floor, I'm still alive. You'll die soon, and this broom is to collect your corpse." The two of them were going tit for tat. It was obvious that they had an old grudge. Yan Long was too lazy to argue with him. He looked at Zhang Chongsheng again and said, "Daoist Master Chongsheng, attack. Don't hold back. Let me witness the true strength of a martial arts legend. It would be best if I die here." Zhang Chongsheng pulled out the Taihang sword and smiled. "I can satisfy you." This person was too old. He would probably die in a few more years, so let's just kill him now. Yan Long's eyes narrowed as he suddenly raised his saber and slashed. His speed was extremely fast, and as he slashed out, after images appeared one after another. It was as if dozens of slashes were slashed out at the same time. Countless saber chi swept towards Zhang Chongsheng like a storm. The momentum was so great that it moved all the disciples. What a powerful saber chi! Compared to the sword freak, it was so powerful that it was visible to the naked eye, making people tremble involuntarily. Zhang Chongsheng raised the Taihang sword, and his speed was even faster. He pointed his sword at Yan Long and with a shake of his wrist, an even more violent sword chi burst out from the blade. It crushed over with an overwhelming force and instantly dispelled the violent saber chi. How is that possible? Yan Long widened his eyes in fear. Rumble. The loud noise of Longqi Mountain shocked the citizens in the city. Countless citizens turned their heads and saw a spectacular scene on the mountaintop. A visible wave of air dispersed the sea of clouds from the mountaintop. The gap was thousands of feet long, as if it was tearing the sky apart. Such a spectacular scene was breathtaking. The 13 assassins of the Sky Mansion and the Fortune Buddha in the mansion landed on the eaves and looked at Longi Temple with fear. The Daoist master is getting stronger and stronger. Guilu muttered to himself. The others had the same thought. At the top of the mountain, in front of the gate, the sword chi dissipated, and the wind and clouds were about to stop. Everyone looked at Yan Long and gasped. Yan Long had turned into a bloody man. His entire body trembled and with a plop, he fell forward. Blood splattered on the ground and his knife fell to the ground. Zhang Chongsheng said expressionlessly, "Send Senior Yan Long into the hero's tomb." With that said, he turned around and left. All the disciples looked at him in awe. Su Tianji, Zhang Ziyu, Huang Chuan, Wang Chen and the rest were the same. In the distance, on the eaves of a house, a white-robed Hua Jiangzhen slightly lowered her head. Under the mask, she snorted. "You really know how to flaunt your might." Her voice was full of laughter. The disciples cheered. They were proud of the Daoist master's performance. When he returned to his room, a line of words appeared before Zhang Changshen's eyes. In the 40th year of the Jing dynasty, Yan Long came to enter the hero's tomb. You successfully survived his challenge and survived a calamity. You have obtained the survival reward. Martial art, killing God Devil Blade. Martial art? It was a little bad, but it was good to have one more martial art. Not only could it be passed down to Longi Temple, but it could also provide an additional concealment method when facing powerful enemies in the future. Zhang Chongsheng began to inherit the Killing God Devil Blade. The Killing God Devil Blade was as its name implied. The Killing God Devil Blade was exceptionally domineering. Through killing, it would continuously strengthen the blade aura and even burn one's blood and chi to fuel the blade aura. This was an extreme martial art that could easily shorten one's lifespan, but it might allow one to fight their way out in a hopeless situation. The news of Yan Long being buried in the hero's tomb quickly spread throughout the martial arts world. The image of Daoist Master Chongsheng once again changed in the hearts of martial artists, and they thought of him transcending the tribulation. Inhuman. The name of the immortal Master Chongsheng gradually began to spread. It was because of the transmission from those who believed in Zhang Chongsheng. Later on, it was recognized by more and more people. Only by recognizing Zhang Chongsheng as an immortal master could martial artists obtain a trace of comfort. It was as if no matter how powerful an expert was, they could not withstand a single blow from Zhang Chongsheng. He was too powerful, so powerful that other experts paled in comparison. About a month after Yan Long perished, Wan Li returned with the disciples, and he brought with him a group of new disciples. There were more than 50 of them, all of whom were orphans. Daoist Master, the incantation is too long. When I chanted it previously, I was almost hacked to death. In the end, I discovered that I could cast it as soon as my true chi entered it. Are you joking with me? Wan Li sat in front of Zhang Chongsheng and complained bitterly. The others in the courtyard could not help but laugh. Su Tianji even laughed out loud and mocked Wan Li for being obedient. Zhang Chongsheng said, "If you are sincere, it will work. If it's an emergency, you don't have to do this. You can weigh it yourself." Wan Li was only complaining. The talismans were really useful. He said excitedly, "It's not just sects who want to buy from us, but Daoist Master, this can develop into a huge business." Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and said, "Isn't the incense money enough for you to earn? How can there be so many talisman papers? I have to cultivate too." That was the truth. The talisman paper that was imprinted with magic had consumed his spiritual force. If he were to supply it in large quantities, how could he cultivate? Wan Li scratched his head and did not say anything else. Soon after, he bragged to Zhang Ziyu and Huang Chuan about his experiences in the pugilistic world over the past 2 years. The two teenagers yearned for it, but good times did not last long. Su Tianji jumped out to show off midway, and his story was even more exciting, making the two teenagers even more curious. Spring passed and summer came. It was the beginning of July. Bad news came from the northern region of Great Jing. King Qin, Zhang Yu and his elites were besieged by 400,000 troops. 2 grandmasters from ancient Han joined hands and killed 22 generals in a row. Fortunately, King Qin broke out of the encirclement under the escort of Zhong Tianyu, but 70 to 80% of his army was either dead or injured. Nearly 100,000 soldiers turned into bones and blood flowed like a river. This army was the elites of King Qin, and they had been invincible in the past. Such a crushing defeat caused the civil and military officials to be terrified. Trash! Trash! In the throne room, the seventh prince, Zhang Yu, roared and trembled in anger. One of the generals could not help but say, "Your Highness, King Qin has made many contributions. How can there be an invincible army?" The seventh prince, Zhang Yu, glared at him and said, "If King Qin were not greedy for credit, would he be like this?" He cursed out loud, making the general ashamed and resentful. Zhang Yuan sat on the dragon throne expressionlessly and did not interrupt. Right now, the seventh prince, Zhang Yu, was already showing signs of usurping the throne. He would not ask Zhang Yuan about many things and would just directly give orders. These signs started when the seventh prince, Zhang Yu, re-established his consort and his illegitimate son as the eldest son. The seventh prince, Zhang Yu, calmed himself down and snorted. Ancient Han has 3 Grand Masters, and they are so full of themselves. I will invite 4 experts who are not inferior to Grand Masters to destroy the 3 Grand Masters of Ancient Han. Let's see if they still dare to be arrogant. Pass down my orders, I am going to personally lead an expedition. As soon as he said that, the civil and military officials looked at each other, but no one stopped him. It did not matter even if the seventh prince died. In any case, there were enough princes. On the other side, in Longqi Temple, Zhang Chongsheng was lying on White Dragon. Right now, White Dragon's body was much wider than his shoulders and could be used as a bed. He covered his eyes with the Kylan horsetail whisk as if he was taking a nap, but in fact, he was looking at the incense points. Recently, the number of incense offerings had skyrocketed, exceeding 700 points. He came to a realization. When Great Jing was in danger, the incense offerings rose quickly. Ordinary people could only pray for the protection of the immortal gods. When Great Jing was safe, ordinary people were busy earning money, surviving, and having hope in life. In such conditions, they would not believe in the immortal gods and the heavenly Dao. Of course, the most important thing was that information was being transmitted too slowly. Those who could come to Longqi Temple to burn incense were not commoners. If commoners wanted to understand his magic, they had to rely on the disciples of Longqi Temple to travel around the martial arts world and preach to them. For the time being, he could not figure out if a person would still give him incense points after he had consumed them during the tribulation. Perhaps among the 700 incense points there might be those from before. However, the survival system did not provide an explanation, so he could only passively accept it. In any case, the incense points were only icing on the cake and could not become his core support. He still had to prioritize his cultivation. After he broke through to the 6th level, he did not stop cultivating. According to the rules, the next breakthrough would probably take dozens of years, and this was still the speed after taking into account daily cultivation. If he were to be lazy every few days, it would probably take hundreds of years. What? You want to join the army? Stop fooling around. You're only 11 years old. Are you crazy? Wang Chen's voice sounded from the side. It turned out that when Zhang Ziyu learned that King Qin had suffered a defeat, he wanted to join the army. However, he respected Zhang Chongsheng the most, so he had to ask him for his opinion. Zhang Ziyu straightened his neck and said, "Even though I am young, my martial arts are not something ordinary soldiers can compare to. Moreover, Ping'an can follow me. Didn't Uncle Tianji say that Ping'an can tear apart a top expert with his bare hands?" Su Tianji hastily shouted, "I was exaggerating. It's indeed unbearable for a top expert to stand there and let him hit them, but a top expert would definitely dodge." Zhang Ziyu glared at him with dissatisfaction. Su Tianji glared back at him provocatively without backing down. After all, he was once the sect master of a generation. "Just you wait. One day, I will make the Giwan divine sect submit to me and let you fight alongside the army," Zhang Ziyu shouted. Su Tianji dug his ears and said, "My little King Wei, unless you become the emperor, even if your father wants to appoint you as the crown prince, how many years will it take for you to ascend the throne? By then, I might have already entered the hero's tomb." The reputation of the hero's tomb had spread, and many martial arts experts came to take a look in the name of burning incense. The 2 tombstones of Sword Freak and Yan Long were enough to make people in the martial arts world yearn for them. Su Tianji intended to bury himself here in the future so that he would not lose his reputation as the overlord of the martial arts world. "All right, Ziyu, don't be anxious. I'll teach you now. Zhang Changshen's voice floated over, and Zhang Ziyu immediately ran over and listened attentively. If you want to fulfill your ambitions, it's crucial when you appear. Zhang Changsheng said unhurriedly, only when the skyscraper is about to collapse can you turn the tide. That will be when your achievements will be greatest and when you are closest to the throne. If you join the army now, there is a high chance that you will die. Even if you contribute, it will be a small achievement. Just wait a few years. By then, you and Ping'an will have the courage of 10,000 men and can absorb more generals. Zhang Ziyu frowned. He understood the reason, but he was afraid that he would not be able to wait. What if Great Jing suffers a crushing defeat in the next few years? So what if it's defeated? The 13 prefectures are huge. A defeated dynasty cannot be destroyed in a few years. What if ancient Han kills its way to the capital and the emperor? Then I'll teach you how to turn the tide. Zhang Ziyu was shocked by Zhang Changshen's casual words. What kind of powerful strength did he have to be able to say such confident words that he could not refute? If you enjoy the content of this channel, subscribe, like, and comment, to help this channel to grow.